Synopsis. Allan, a massive fan of One Piece, dies in a strange but tragic manner. His soul wanders into an unknown place where he meets God. God agrees to send his soul into the world of MHA along with one wish. Chapter 1, Dying Isn't Fun. It was a regular autumn night for Allan. After finishing the latest chapter of One Piece he went out for a jog. Purely fictional weebs don't do exercise. There were many things on his mind, like, when is the next chapter coming out, or, I wonder if eating ramen for dinner is considered healthy. The park was quite empty this time of day. The shopping district was quite far away from his house and the park was right in between the two. He only started jogging because it took 40 minutes to just walk to the store. This way he got exercise and the groceries at the same time. He lived alone, working as a freelancer and spending most of his free time reading novels and watching anime. He also played games, but the former two took priority over most of his other hobbies. He had very few friends and he was an orphan. He always felt that he didn't need much of a family. He was happy as he was now. He worked hard, had his own apartment and spent his free time doing what he loved most. While running he failed to notice the clouds getting stirred. Through the music in his headphones and the sound of his own regulated breath he failed to notice the faint darkness covering the sky. Rain isn't unusual, but anyone paying attention to these clouds would run for cover. Thunderstorms are not a pleasant thing to catch while away from home with little to no cover. The thing that brought his attention to the sky was the strong crackle. It shook the headphones off his head. Looking up he could see the biggest storm brewing in the clouds. He had nowhere to hide. Looking around he realized that he was closer to the shopping district than to his house, so he started sprinting towards it, hoping to find an open store. As he ran he started to feel the wind speed of the storm. The trees were bending down, bowing to the clouds. What was left of the leaves fell, coating the road in a thick yellowish carpet. It all was going too quickly. There was little time to react as a resounding crackk. One of the bigger trees couldn't resist any longer. And, as luck would have it, it fell right upon Allan. He tried to jump out of the way, but he was too slow. It knocked him down. The size of the tree was too much for him to handle. So staying there reeling from the impact and screaming while being crushed by the massive tree, he started hearing more and more trees fall. Some fell on top of the bigger tree, applying more and more pressure to his lower body. Many fell around him. It was already a miracle none fell on top of his head. Many thoughts were going through his mind. He was panicking and quickly losing hope. Then he heard a lightning bolt. He didn't know which tree it hit, but he could smell something burning. Slowly the fire spread on the dried up branches of the trees, crushing his body. As the fire reached him the only thing he could do was flail his hands around hoping to escape from it. But fate had other plans. He felt the fire. The trees surrounding him became akin to a bonfire, with him in the middle. It hadn't started raining yet, but it was already too late. Just like that, the fire slowly ate away at him. Screaming and praying didn't help him. Chapter 2, Meeting God. Allan woke up screaming in his mind, but there was no voice to accompany his desire to scream out in terror. Opening his eyes he could see that stars surrounded him. He couldn't see the end of them. The stars seemed to part ways in a direction, as if encouraging him to follow the road they made for him. This looks sketchy. Why am I here? The last thing I remember is pain. I was trapped under those trees. I think I fell unconscious. Looking down revealed that he had no legs or arms. He was a blob of light, formless. Here he couldn't feel any pain. He couldn't feel anything. In fact he could only float. Without waiting any longer he went in the direction the stars were pointing him. What else could he do? Stay there for eternity? He wanted to see what was happening. He must have walked for what seemed like years. Maybe it was the anticipation. The hope for a new life. Curiosity for what happens in the afterlife. Regardless of what stirred his mind in the beginning, right now he was getting tired, not physically of course, but his mind needed rest. He had time to contemplate many things about himself and his surroundings. He had long since come to terms with his death. Some parts of it he tried to forget. Like the fact that there weren't many people that would notice him missing. By the time his body is found it would be burned beyond recognition. His ID wasn't exactly fireproof either, so he assumed his body wouldn't even be recognized. Sometime during his journey in this endless expanse of stars, he started feeling things around him, perceiving things without gazing at them. As a One Piece fan he recognized the similarities between this and observation hockey. It was obviously not hockey by any stretch of the imagination. But as an otaku, there was no way he would call it anything else. He could reach far away. Countless stars were in his perception, each represented a system. A majestic picture of infinite splendor, all for his figurative eyes to enjoy. He could feel the stars surrounding him dwindling in number. Now he could feel a presence in front of him. He had come to the end of his journey. The presence was grand. Compared to the stars that surrounded him it was too big to be completely covered with by his perception. After a while of standing still it spoke, communicating through thought. And why are you here, small one? No mortal soul can survive in this place. It had been a while since he had a conversation. After composing himself Allan responded in thought. I do not know, I just exist, maybe to enjoy the sights. After all, if a being so grand couldn't comprehend his mortality then how could he? And who may you be, God perhaps? He continued quizzically. In a sense, I am God, creation originated from me. However, I only observe, the only time I interfered was to begin the process of gathering energy to form what you humans called, the Big Bang. It took Allan a while to respond to that, but he wasn't really one for religion anyway so he got over it quickly. So, what's going to happen to me? What happens after a human dies? Usually when one of your kind dies their memories are wiped and their soul is sent to reincarnate. For some reason, yours just wandered off here. Your soul, however, would retain its memories regardless of what happens next. Can't you send me in a world of my choosing? I've gazed upon many familiar ones on my way here. That's right, on the way here Allan saw many worlds similar to his own, but also many that he had thought were fictional. He guessed that the possibilities of the worlds being the same as in the anime/manga were infinitesimal, however, in an infinite number of stars some were bound to be just as depicted. God pondered for a while. Then he suddenly spoke. This is the first time I've ever interacted with my creation, I will help you this time, after all, you are a curiosity, neither of us can explain your existence. I can send you to a world of your choosing, this is the first time something like this happened. Your soul is much too strong for an infant to carry. I could, however, transmigrate you into an already grown body. I figure a human the age of 10 would work. Very well, choose the world and timeline you desire. After that Allan stood for a while, he decided against choosing one piece, that world was as beautiful as it was dangerous, a long-time fan of the show like him would know. Allan made up his mind eventually, choosing the world of My Hero Academia, 6 years before Midoriya got into UA. He chose this world because he wanted a somewhat peaceful life. Adding to that was the fact that he found it to be interesting. He also wanted some excitement in his new life. God instantly found it, after all, you could assume his perception spreads everywhere in this place, it was the reason you were guided here. I see that the world you have chosen is somewhat reliant upon power, I will grant you one, choose wisely. Allan instantly decided upon the Pika Pika no Mi, he found it to be one of the strongest powers in One Piece. He also found KIZARU's personality to be similar to his own, both always stuck to doing the bare minimum if they could. I can grant you that power, I will integrate it into that world, just for you. Enjoy your time alive. Until we meet again, I will be observing you. And just like that, it all went dark. Chapter 3, New Beginning. I woke up in an alleyway in the middle of the night, and instantly my mind was filled with the memories of a 10-year-old quirkless orphan also named Allan. His parents were here on a road trip and they tragically died in a car accident when the kid was 5. In the memories of the old Allan, there were only his parents. And no one from his immediate family ever reached out to him, so I could only assume he didn't have any. That worked out for me, getting attached to someone would be quite hard, after all, this body may be young but my soul was certainly not, even before wandering endlessly between stars I was already 27. As for why I was in an alleyway, old Allan was left here to die after being stabbed by a random villain. The villain was probably just a random psycho, I should at least strive to avenge this body's former host, thankfully I remember his face in detail, as panicked as the child was during those moments I can analyze the memories easily. As for why a child would be wandering the streets this late, in short, he was a victim of bullying, the kids at the orphanage managed to lock him out for the night, by locking the main gate. The wall was too big for a child to climb, the old lady managing it probably didn't notice, it wasn't unusual, making sure every child was in his place is the job of our group's supervisor, who is also a bully. The old Allan wasn't strong-willed as he was just a child. While other children can be cruel at least the old lady at the orphanage was kind, but she couldn't do much to stop the bullying, even if she noticed it. But that's enough looking into the past for now, as I started getting up I spread my observation hockey as far as I could around me, which was about 20 meters, I was being limited by my body. However, even this much was a lot, considering the fact that I was still 10 years old. I didn't need to worry about running out of willpower while using it, my soul could spread its perception extremely far away, taking in countless amounts of information at a time. Now 20 meters was my limit. The next thing I tried doing was turning into light, the concept of using powers didn't come naturally to me, after all, I come from a world where such things can only appear in fiction. But surprisingly all I needed to do was to will my body to turn into light. As I stared at it, my clenched fist turns into a yellow glow. As I moved my hand, my eyes could barely keep up with it. For some reason, the light wasn't blinding me, it was calming really. After experimenting for a while, turning different body parts into light and moving at high speeds, I banged my head on a few walls. Obviously, I managed to get accustomed to my speed. Just like Kizaru, the Pika Pika no Mi was too strong for my brain to follow, which wasn't used to moving at such speeds. The speed and surplus of information were hard to keep up with. It was here that I realized one of the problems with this power. God had said he would integrate the power in this world, which meant that he turned the devil fruit into a quirk, which could be copied and or stolen by other quirks. So I needed to be cautious against those types of quirks. On another note, the quirk worked exactly as a Logia devil fruit would. While banging my head on walls earlier, I didn't get injured at all. Meaning I don't need to worry about any conventional methods of attack, besides quirk suppressing bullets. Leaving the alleyway, I started heading towards my temporary home, the orphanage. I doubt I would be able to find my killer anytime soon. I will familiarize myself with my own power before hunting him down. As I reach the orphanage, I simply turn into light and go into a straight line above the brick wall, then right towards the ground. My landing kicked up a bit of dust. Thankfully I wasn't injured at all, props of having a Logia as a quirk. The door to the dorms was always unlocked. Going towards my dorm room quietly and slipping into bed wasn't hard. Observation hockey helped a bit. Using it navigating in the dark was simple. As I reached my bed, I slip into dreamland, my mind being just as tired as my little body. Chapter 4, Training in Quirk. Time skip 1 year A year has passed since I came in this world. The first thing I did was going to the doctor and registering my quirk. I didn't really show all of its power. I may have left the fact that I couldn't really be damaged out of my official file. I also didn't mention that I could move at almost light speed. The name of the quirk was Light, because I was feeling lazy that day, and it's described as an emitter quirk that allows me to release light from different parts of my body. Although it raised some queries, after a few questions my case was simply classified as a rare late awakening. It was just a clean-cut case, so they didn't look further into it. One thing I failed to realize when waking up was that I was really tall for a 10-year-old. I was around 1.7 meters, that was probably one of the reasons for my bullying. It was unusual after all. I was tall and skinny, it was to be expected really. You can assume the old Allan wasn't really into weight training as a child, which left me looking like a small, skinnier version of Slender Man, with appropriately sized hands. I have been training my power and body for a while now. I started training to strengthen my body a few weeks after coming here, after realizing that having a weak body somewhat limited both my hockey and quirk. My stamina isn't endless. I can't use my powers too much without getting exhausted. In the beginning just turning parts of my body into light felt tiring, now I can do so easily. Creating strong explosions is still hard. I can only create small ones, even those can get tiring after a dozen or so beams. I just did a simple exercise routine, mainly because I was never into exercise to begin with. I just did the standard, running, push-ups, squats, and so on. This helped me get a bit bulkier, not much, still an 11-year-old after all. Being an orphan means I didn't have access to any gym equipment, therefore, I couldn't do much weight training besides lifting garbage at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. I didn't attempt to clean it up, that isn't my job. As I get more accustomed to my body, my hockey slowly expands. I am now able to cover around 100 meters at all times. I use it subconsciously, it has become the norm, since I never run out of willpower due to my strengthened soul. After finishing my workout at the beach, it was already dark. As I walk to the orphanage, I can't help but think of the bullies I met when I first came to this world. I just scared them a bit and now they don't come anywhere near me. I'm still an adult after all, can't go beating kids around. I just sent a small beam near them. I still couldn't cause huge explosions like Kizaru. I'm still working on that. The small beam still kicked up some dust and scared them away. As I was reaching the street corner, I heard a scream from a nearby alleyway. Oh well, it was bound to happen at some point. It was still the MHA world, villains were common here. And walking around during the night is just asking for trouble. As I walked into the narrow alleyway, I could see a salaryman on the ground struggling while a four-armed villain was on top of him punching away. The villain clearly intending to continue until the victim stopped moving completely. Now, I couldn't really ignore this. If a murder happened on my route, police will start patrolling the area more frequently. That would make my quirk training difficult. I simply raised my finger in the villain's direction and fired a beam of concentrated light into his back. It caused a small explosion, knocking him off his victim instantly. I was about to fire another one, but the man was already out cold apparently. The salaryman was dazed and confused, he couldn't really see my face, so I just turned into a beam of light and escaped in between the buildings. Going above would attract more attention to this place. I didn't want to get arrested for using my quirk, but I still called the police at a nearby payphone and gave them the location of the villain. They would just pin this on a vigilante, it still brought less attention than murder. I really didn't feel like sticking around, so I went to my dorm room and slipped into dreamland. Chapter 5, Vigilante. The next morning as I watched the news I could see the salaryman from last night getting interviewed at the hospital. He tried to describe me as best as he could, but it was too dark so he couldn't give any facial features. The police called my actions dangerous and reckless. They took this as an isolated case and started building a file for vigilantism. As I was sitting on the couch in the free area of the orphanage I closed the TV and prepared to go out and train. Being considered a vigilante didn't bother me. I don't think they can get any information on me from last night's encounter. Going towards the park I started jogging. You would think that after my past lives experience with parks I wouldn't set foot in one ever again, but I didn't have anywhere else to go. I could use the cover of some trees to practice my quirk and I used the metal bars in the playground for pull-ups. After that I went to the beach to practice my light beams into the ocean. It was less destructive this way. I've been trying to replicate Yasukani no Magatama, an attack KIZARU used, crossing my arms in front of me and using both hands to fire a torrent of deadly light particles. I couldn't do it as well as him, obviously. I needed to get more proficient in using the devil fruit. Using my weak version of it already left me gasping for air. Other moves I tried to replicate are Ama no Murakumo. I couldn't solidify my light enough to turn it into a sharp blade. I could at most make it into a pointed stick, and Amaterasu, blinding my enemies with a beam of light. I needed to work on my aim for that one. Observation Haki helped a lot. The only ability I can replicate without falling to my knees and gasping for air is Yata no Kagami, sending a beam of light forward, reflecting it off of surfaces and then transforming into the light to get to where I want. The movement looked almost instant. Finishing my quirk training I use Yata no Kagami to climb up a building and start running, from building to building, practicing parkour and observing the alleyways below me. After a while I smelled something burning. Looking around I managed to catch smoke rising from an apartment building nearby. Without thinking much I dashed in that direction, reaching the building opposite to the one on fire. Looking down I could see people panicking and calling authorities to deal with the fire. I quickly decided to check the building using my haki. Having died in a fire before I didn't want others to go through that. I could feel a person trapped in a bathroom inside an apartment. Using Yata no Kagami I dashed into the building navigating the beam of light to reach the bathroom door using my haki. The inside was filled with smoke. I quickly ripped the sleeves of my tracksuit using one to cover my mouth and nose and preparing one for the person inside. Opening the door I could see a small girl. Her eyes are large and round, their iris is a warm brown, her hair is shoulder length and about the same color as her eyes, bobbed and curved inwards at the ends. This was, if I remember correctly, Ochiko Uraraka, a much younger version of her anyway. I couldn't really sit there for long. I could sense her fear even through the thick smoke filling the room. I quickly used the sleeve to cover her face and dashed out of the house through a window. I couldn't use Yata no Kagami so I grasped the side of the building. Using Ama no Murakumo I dug into the building. Although I couldn't sharpen it I could still use it as a pointed stick, piercing it into the building and letting it kill most of my momentum. When reaching the ground I gently placed Ochiko down. I could see her parents in the distance, with bags in hand. They were most likely out buying groceries when this was happening. When they saw the fire they quickly dropped all their bags and dashed towards their daughter. I quickly turned into a beam of light and ran off. Although getting to know a part of the main cast seemed nice, sticking around would be troublesome. As I reached a dumpster I quickly threw away my ripped tracksuit and got rid of my makeshift face mask. Heading home I was somewhat tired and extremely on edge, hoping I won't get recognized. POV narration _____. The only thing the people that ran out of the apartments could see was smoke. Most people were panicking, calling ambulances and firefighters. All of them were hoping for a hero to appear. Their prayers were answered when the most appropriate hero for this situation turned up almost instantly. Backdraft was most likely already in the area. He quickly started putting out the spreading fires. He caught with the corner of his eye, a flash of light, a beam heading into the building. It disappeared in a second. No one else seemed to have noticed it. Then he heard a window break. He saw a young man holding an even younger girl jumping through a window. He prepared to attempt to catch them on a stream of water, hoping he could soften their fall. Thankfully there was no need, as the young man materialized what seemed to be a sword of pure light and slowed down his own descent by thrusting it into the building. Backdraft quickly concentrated on the fires, hoping to suppress them. After a while, he managed to do so. But the young man was gone, the girl was in the hands of what he presumed were her parents, crying and coughing. He wanted to thank the young man. What he did couldn't really be considered illegal, just reckless, the most that could happen was a fine and a few days of voluntary work. He hoped the police wouldn't be too hard on the young man when they caught him. Chapter 6, Cleaning Up the Trash. It has been 2 months since that incident. The police couldn't identify me, but they managed to link this case to the one of the salaryman. A profile started to slowly appear for them. A young man with a quirk that allowed him to move at great speeds and control light. That didn't make me feel threatened. They are looking for a man, they can't possibly know I'm just a really tall 11-year-old child. After a few weeks, their investigation still went nowhere. Meanwhile, I kept training, only using my quirk when no one could see me. Hiding like this is really hard, especially since in these modern times surveillance cameras are quite common. Slipping into the backstreets unseen is hard, but they provide good training for my observation hockey, so I can't complain. After training my quirk for a while, I finally managed to get the hang of it. I couldn't hit anything at the speed of light. Unlike KIZARU, I wasn't an absolute beast when it came to physical power. If I attempted to do so, I would hurt myself more than my enemy. Thankfully, devil fruits are easy to control with enough practice, and I don't need a short grandpa to tell me how to use my power. Currently, the strongest kick I could deliver was enough to snap a tree in half, but it hurt a lot. When I tested my limits, I did so by slowly ramping up the speed of the kick until I almost broke my leg on a tree. My limits would change the stronger I became, so I wasn't too worried about it. I also needed to concentrate so my kick would be solid. In the past few weeks, I also took to another hobby. It led me to carry some more practical tools on me, like a rope. In front of me was a masked man hanging upside down from a fire escape ladder. He just attempted to mug another civilian. I tied him upside down after knocking him out with a kick to the temple. I didn't really care much for the safety of villains. I detest them, always acting without any regard for their fellow humans. Some may have excuses, but many are just scum. Like the one in front of me. The least they can do is provide me with battle experience. Even then, I need to completely turn off my hockey while fighting them, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything. To hide my face, I just use a pair of gold amber tinted sunglasses and a fake stubble. For my costume, I just wore a yellow suit and white shoes. Obviously taking inspiration from KIZARU himself. The police picked up on my activity. They gave me the nickname Yellow Flash for obvious reasons. At least they didn't call me KIZARU, it means yellow monkey. I only operate at night. I use my time wisely. I never waste more than 2 hours on hunting down villains. I still need rest, my body is still growing. Anyway, after checking for cameras with hockey, I use Yata no Kagami to reach a payphone and tell the police of the subdued villain's location. My nights usually end here, but as I was going towards the orphanage, I noticed a distinct smell of iron. It was most definitely blood. I turned my hockey to the maximum to see a man getting stabbed in the middle of the street. Without waiting, I turned into a beam of light, reflecting my way behind the aggressor, and used the blunt Ama no Murakumo to deliver a fast strike to his side, sending the villain crashing through a wall. The villain was most likely severely injured just now, but I didn't have time to be concerned about him. I quickly searched the victim for a phone and called an ambulance and the police. After doing that, I took a glance at the obviously deranged villain. He didn't bother to wear anything to cover his face. He looked familiar, so I stepped closer to him. I now recognized him as the one that murdered the old Allan. I decided to make sure he would get apprehended. I wasn't going to kill him, that wasn't a good way to deliver justice. With my hockey, I felt him twitch. Apparently he wasn't injured enough. When I was a few steps away from him, with my hands in my pockets, he pounced towards me. I look at him with disdain. Did he take me for an idiot? Laughing maniacally, he tried to stab me in my chest. I didn't bother reacting to him. He had a look of crazed elation when he saw his knife about to go through my chest. That look quickly changed into confusion when he couldn't feel much resistance as the knife went in my chest. I simply raised my leg and crushed his head down with my heel. I used the appropriate force of all of my strength to knock him out. The man clearly had some sort of strength/endurance enhancement quirk. He was undoubtedly injured earlier, but a normal man would have been put in the hospital. After making sure the villain wouldn't be getting up, I heard sirens and booked it. I definitely didn't want to deal with the police. Unbeknownst to me, a camera caught the whole exchange. Chapter 7, Business as Usual. As I reached home, my hands started hurting more and more. I used a lot of force when hitting that villain with Ama no Murakumo. My grip strength was tested to its limits. I didn't realize at that time due to adrenaline. Thankfully it wasn't anything serious. However, I most likely busted some of his organs with it. I'm quite sure that the only reason he could keep moving was because of adrenaline and insanity. I changed out of my suit and put it in a bag I had hidden in an alleyway near the orphanage. I reached the common area. I turned on the TV, I didn't feel like sleeping and I wanted to see the news. On the news I could already see the title, Murder Stopped by a Local Vigilante. What I didn't expect however was to see footage of the fight. I had been careless. In my rush to save that man's life I failed to check my surroundings. Dread and regret slowly started filling me. I had been too careless. My face was in plain view, although covered by my glasses and fake beard it would still be obvious to anyone who knew me. The camera was at an angle, it didn't manage to catch the knife going through me, at least some of my abilities still remained unknown. Thankfully I didn't have any friends. The only person that knows my face well enough to make the connection is the old lady, but she didn't really watch the news. Regardless of that, I needed to find a new place to live as soon as I could. I started calming down. I needed rest after such a long day. I didn't want to ruin my schedule. After sleeping the night through I woke up and got dressed for my workout. I picked up my bag and went straight to the beach. I always keep my vigilante costume with me. Soon something I dislike will start. The summer holiday was almost over. Soon enough I will have to go to school. It seemed like time wasted to me, but I couldn't ignore it. I still wanted to get an education and integrate into society. I had thought of becoming a hero but I am undecided. I still have time to decide my future. I don't like to rush things. I haven't been enjoying myself a lot lately, always training and beating villains. I should put some time aside to play some games and read manga. The past year I needed to get accustomed to my new power, now I can relax a bit. Although I said that, I will still make my training harder. I need to reach a point that I am satisfied with. I wanted to be in peak physical condition. POV narration ____. The chief of police Kenji Tsurigami was sitting at his desk looking at the reports about the recent vigilante that sprung up in Mizurafu. He was concerned that his recent spike in popularity might encourage others to do more reckless actions. From the camera footage, he had seen the vigilante, Yellow Flash, lived up to his name. He had thought the villains were just exaggerating when recounting their experience with him. Although he couldn't understand why the villain didn't move out of the way for that attack. He assumed he was wearing a protective vest underneath his suit. There was no other blood at the scene beside the victims and the villains. However now, with the surfacing of this short but somewhat eventful battle, all doubt was thrown out the window, his blinding speed displayed for the world to see. The Yellow Flash was quickly rising in popularity in the eyes of the general public and notoriety in the eyes of the heroes and police force. He needed to do something about this before it was too late. He decided to call one of his younger detectives, Naomasa Tsukachi. He wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. After all, he was quite new to the police force in this area. Naomasa, I have something for you to look into. He immediately stated, not wanting to waste any more time than necessary. Yes, sir. Naomasa stated firmly. I trust you have been watching the news lately. I want you to find the identity of the vigilante titled Yellow Flash. The chief waited for a moment, then continued. I will have the appropriate document sent to you. You are to look for any similarities and quirk in appearance in our databases. What should I do after finding it, sir? Naomasa was quite confident in his skill. He knew that, as long as the man was registered, it was just a matter of time before he was found. His quirk was quite unique after all. When you discover his identity you will just give me a report. He paused, thinking a bit. After that, he ended the phone call and called someone to give Naomasa the required information to start his investigation. I will need to contact some heroes to apprehend him. He said to himself. While he trusted the capabilities of his subordinates, he knew that catching this person was going to be tricky, even for most pro-heroes. And so he sat there contemplating the best team for detaining such vigilante. Chapter 8, Daytime Light Show. Time skip 2 years Last month I became 13 years old, and I couldn't help but think that my body's physiology was somehow affected by my devil fruit. I was unnaturally strong for a person without a strength-enhancing quirk. I was already 1 meters tall, towering over most grown adults. During this time I gained more muscle. It wasn't noticeable due to my recent growth sprouts, but I was by no means skinny. My training progressed a lot. It went from barely being able to do 10 push-ups in the beginning, to not even feeling 500. Nowadays I need to add weights to my body to feel any stress from the workout. Weights in the form of heavy trash from the beach. My height made me a lot more recognizable. It made me completely avoid populated areas in my civilian time. The only place I couldn't hide was at school. I stood out like a sore thumb. The one good thing that came out of school was that I got to see both Midoriya and Bakugo. Granted we were in different classes, but we still interacted. We all went to Aldera Junior High, so we usually met in the courtyard. With Bakugo it's always something like, so what if you're tall? You're still just an extra. He usually tried to fight me. I just put both my fingers over to his eyes and use a weakened version of Amaterasu. I didn't want to blind him after all. I also never stick around for long, so by the time he recovers I'm usually long gone. With Midoriya it was usually just him muttering a hello. He isn't very sociable. I sometimes help him when he's getting bullied. After so many encounters with me, Bakugo knows that I can be annoying, so he just leaves with his crew when I get involved. The only time he tried to genuinely fight me I was just dodging and using Amaterasu. My vigilante work didn't stop. I was extra careful so there weren't any more mistakes like last time. I had basically turned my part of the city into a crime-free zone, well mostly. Some still acted regardless of my fame and notoriety. An excellent example of that were the daytime robbers in front of me. It was quite a sizable group, a band of 13 thugs, however only about 4 looked even somewhat experienced, the rest must have been recruited off the streets. I was observing them from a nearby rooftop. About 7 of them used guns, the others probably have offensive quirks. 5 people were holding the hostages together. They picked 10 people that seemed to have the most harmless quirks. I heard sirens blaring. Quickly police cars surrounded the place. One policeman with his megaphone started initiating negotiation with the robbers. One of the robbers seemed to have a voice amplification quirk. They went back and forth for a while. I was waiting for a good time to assist. Meanwhile, a few heroes started appearing. The only ones I recognized were Death Arms and the somewhat new pro-hero Kamui Woods. They seemed to also be waiting for an opportunity, obviously concerned for the hostages. The police brought their escape vehicles. They had asked for 4 vans. The police had little choice but to give in. Then I heard them saying the magic words. "We will come out now, make way." As I heard that I got prepared. When all of them came out I realized that they decided to take some hostages with them. It mattered little to me. I jumped up floating above them, crossed my hands and used Yasukani no Magatama. I was not worried about hitting the hostages. With my observation haki I could only miss if I wanted to. As the light flashed out of my hands, rays started raining down upon the villains. They couldn't even react before being pierced by them. I was aiming to incapacitate them, not kill. And just like that, I used Yada no Kagami to quickly escape the scene. It was crawling with law enforcement and heroes. Thankfully I was too fast for them to catch. They didn't have anyone in their group that could counter me. I quickly reached a backstreet and went in between the buildings, paths I knew too well, lacking in surveillance and activity. I quickly got changed and went on my way. ____POV Kamui Woods _____. Being a new hero during a hostage situation is stressful. As I stood there and waited for the negotiation to end and the hostages to come out I couldn't help but grimace. We didn't have any other quirk that could subdue them quickly besides mine. My quirk arbor should hopefully be enough. I just need to catch them when they are distracted. Negotiations went as planned. All of the villains were coming out. Even though they were still holding hostages, that was to be expected. When all of them came out I was preparing to use lacquered chain prison, but the instant the last one came outside a yellow light flashed above us. Most people looked up. The only thing they could see was the light. It was like staring at the sun. Rays of deadly lasers started raining down on the villains. I was instantly worried about the safety of the hostages. After a few seconds the assault ended. All of the villains were falling to the ground, but the hostages were still standing. Looking up, I could only catch a glimpse of a yellow costume. The police quickly acted and took the hostages away from the vicinity of the injured robbers. I heard the police talking about a vigilante in the past. It's the first time I've seen him work. Regardless of the legality of his activity, his ability was very impressive. After all, he already has more experience under his belt than me. Unfortunately, the police force and even most pro-heroes didn't share his view. They considered him a danger to others and himself. The news certainly didn't care how they painted the situation. It seems they only want the most interesting headline, not caring about lawful and societal norms. As such the headlines next morning were, "Yellow Flash strikes again," and, "As heroes and police stood aside the vigilante saved the day." Only a few reporters that were closer to the police force said anything positive about us. The rest just wanted to spring up controversy. This didn't bode well for anybody. It made the police and the heroes at the scene look incompetent, and at the same time, it made them hold animosity towards the vigilante, even if it wasn't his fault at all. I can only hope he doesn't get caught at this point. Chapter 9, Fighting Someone Strong. Lately, I started hating the media more and more. Most were under the thumb of All for One. Otherwise, I can't comprehend why they would paint heroes in that image. The incident with the robbery from a week ago was just one of many. Stirring up controversy was a reason, sure, but they intentionally portrayed the heroes and police as incompetent. Almost as if they were trying to make the public lose hope in them. Too bad, most of the public considered me a hero, in their eyes my name was associated with theirs. Now I am running towards a commotion, I heard screams while walking to my usual training spot, so I quickly got into costume. When I reached the scene I could see a hero team trying to fight against a big, bulky villain. I immediately recognized the guy as Muscular, the ones fighting him were a man and a woman with water-related quirks. I can only assume they are the water hose duo. I remember them being dead in the anime, can't remember much about circumstances, but I'm pretty sure Muscular killed them. Before jumping in I quickly hit every camera nearby with a beam of light. The police already knew how I looked in costume, it was more of a formality really. I could see that the hero duo was already exhausted, they did their best. They held this hulking madman long enough for civilians to evacuate. Without wasting any more time I flashed to Muscular's side, using my heel to kick him through a building. He probably reached an alleyway behind it, but he was definitely coming back. He was as angered as he was hurt. He came out of the rubble screaming profanities and dashing at me. As he reached me his punch was already speeding towards me, muscles growing 3 times in size, making his arm look like a massive muscle balloon. As he punched towards my torso I jump up, stepping on his hand and formed a blunt ama no murakumo in my hand which I used to whack him over the head with, there was no reason to hold back. Leaving him dazed and reeling, I used him as a platform and jumped back, kicking a ray of light towards him, which was threatening to pierce his stomach. He quickly used both his arms to try and block the attack, it was probably out of reflex, his eyes could barely follow it. The beam went through his arms and exploded in front of his stomach sending him hurtling backwards. As he stood there curled up on his knees, clutching his stomach, I slowly approached him with my hands in my pockets. When I reached him looking down I stepped on his head, bringing it to the ground. "I'll fucking kill you." He started screaming from under my shoe. "You villains sure are scary," I said with a sarcastic smile. "Honestly, Muscular, I was expecting a lot more from you. I guess you shouldn't expect anything from a raving madman." I could feel his anger, it was boiling. He seemed to be trying to get up. Sighing, I put more strength into my leg, crushing his head into the pavement. I stood there for a while, looking down to make sure he was out of the fight. Then a stream of water came towards me from my side. Looking at it, it seemed to be coming in slow motion, I simply stepped to my left and dodged it. Looking at the hero duo, they seemed strangely determined. "Stop, yellow flash. You need to come with us to the station. It's still not too late for the police to forgive your crimes," Koda's father said hoping to convince me to surrender myself. In a sense he wasn't wrong, unlike other vigilantes, I never killed any villain, none even died from the injuries I've caused. Muscular was only unconscious, he was hurt, but his injuries weren't life-threatening at all, the holes in his hands were cauterized as the light went through, he was unlikely to die even if left alone. On the sidelines, I could see civilians and reporters taking pictures and filming the situation. I should take my leave now, take care, water hose. I left after saying that. Heroes were people that I could respect, they upheld justice. In his first life, he had seen people compare Muscular with All Might, and while his strength was decent his actual combat power was more than lacking. Overall, he felt that the only villain that could pose a threat to him was All for One himself. Right now both he and All Might should still be recovering from their bout. The latter appearing less and less in the public eye. I need to get in touch with some people. ____POV narration _____. The recent incident with the yellow flash and Muscular revealed quite a few things to Naomasa. He realized that the yellow flash was completely peaceful when it came to heroes. It was somewhat reassuring, many vigilantes tended to fight back when a hero attempted to arrest them, this one just left, going as far as to wish them well. Another thing that he noticed was that their local vigilante seemed taller, in the past he seemed to be of average height, the few villains that could catch a glimpse of him had reported him being taller than in his only video depiction at the time. He didn't take their claims seriously at first, even after testing them with his quirk he thought that they were most likely just dazed when they saw him. Now he knew that they were speaking the truth. He needed to look deeper into this case had eluded him for a long time, leaving a stain in his otherwise perfect career. The chief of police didn't hold it against him. He realized there was not much evidence to begin with, there were no adults or teenagers registered that had a similar quirk to the vigilante. The trail that had gone cold now sprung back to life, the new sighting gave him a strange feeling, almost as if the person wanted to be seen. It leads him to believe that the vigilante was hiding something, with his speed he could have gone out of there without being spotted by any civilian, let alone the press. Maybe he destroyed the cameras nearby for a reason. Was he trying to make it seem like he was covering his tracks? That sounded unlikely to the detective, but there was no way for him to know. Chapter 10, the show is starting. Time skip 2 years It has been 2 years since my fight with Muscular. My daily life progressed. As usual, I thankfully stopped growing any taller. It was about time anyway. I was already as tall as All Might in his muscle form. Standing at 2 meters was already a lot. My physical strength thankfully grew along with my body. Constant training brought my body to its peak, at least the peak he could achieve without any advanced equipment. There wasn't much I could do, even lifting a car and using it as a training weight didn't do it anymore. When I started training I wanted to become as strong as KIZARU, failing to realize just how long it would take, what it would require. My quirk definitely affected physical strength, otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten this strong in such a short span of time. I had realized in the past that my progress would be blocked at some point. I had just hoped it would come later in life. Now I was 15, I believed that the plot was about to start. It was just a matter of time. I wasn't going to interfere. I didn't need to save Bakugo as I already knew he would be fine. Today I added something new to my Vigilante costume. It was a marine coat with shiny shoulder pads. It had the word "Justice" boldly written on the back. I was wearing it as a cape. I wanted to add this for a long time. The reason I couldn't was that I had to save a lot of money and find someone that would create a custom-made outfit for an anonymous buyer. Now I stood around and watched a giant villain wrecking some buildings. Remembering this scene, I realized this was the Hero Mountain Lady's debut. Where she stole Kamui's spotlight. If that was true, then Midoriya was somewhere behind the crowds of people observing the situation. I guess I'll put on a little show. As I could see Mount Lady charging in about to grow in size, I jump on the villain's head and put my fingers towards his eyes. Using Amaterasu at full force, leaving the villain blinded, as he was clutching his eyes I jumped away just as Mount Lady drop-kicked him. I could already see someone extending towards me. It was obviously not an excited fan. I jumped around Kamui's lacquered chain prison. Then I felt Mount Lady's hand extending towards me. I jumped on it. Running up her shoulder, cape flailing around behind me, I started getting bored. Jumping on another nearby building, I said. Well, that was fun. See you guys another time. They tried to stop me, but I was just playing around with them. I flashed away just as their combined attacks were about to reach me. I think I gave the media a nice show, but the show was only meant for one person. Izuku should have seen the exchange. He left him a few clues in it. I decided to not show up at school, leave the pot stirring a bit. POV narration Midoriya was writing down more information about the heroes in his notebook. He had seen the whole scene transpire. Their encounter with the Vigilante made him a bit confused. Yellow Flash looked familiar to him. The most concerning thing was one of the attacks he used. It looked eerily similar to his friend Allan. Maybe his friend just liked the Vigilante, styling one of his attacks after him. Yeah, that must be it. He, at first, subconsciously chose to ignore the apparent height similarity between the two. He didn't want to imagine his friend doing such dangerous stunts. Going to school he decided to talk to Allan. He needed to ask him some things. The more he thought about the Vigilante the more he started to compare the Yellow Flash to Allan. There were too many similarities. When Izuku reached school he was a bit late to his first class. He waited an hour to go check on Allan. Concentrating on what was being taught was hard. On his lunch break, he tried to find Allan. Upon reaching his classroom all he could see was Allan's empty seat. That made his unease even worse. After bringing out his courage Izuku decided to ask one of his classmates if he knew anything about Allan. The answer he got was even more concerning. Oh, Allan. He sometimes misses class. The teachers got used to it since he still has the highest grades in our class. Was the answer he got. Meaning he doesn't always go to school. What was he doing with his free time? Chapter 11, Underworld and Discoveries. In my free time I familiarized myself with a few people in the crime world. They were not really criminals themselves, just people that made a buck from them. I traveled to a few cities for them. One thing that made me excited was getting to meet Jiren. He was one of the best brokers in the underworld. He worked for anyone that paid him, so he was a lot more trustworthy than a random nobody. I actually managed to do some business with him. In the beginning, he helped me get in contact with the person that made my cape. Now I just bought burner phones and other gadgets from his sources. To him, it didn't matter much that I was a vigilante. I was just another customer. He was a connection that would prove useful later. I was low-key pretending to look into All for One's location, I already knew it of course. But I was trying to catch his attention, I was not afraid of him. It was under the pretense of meeting a legend. Childish sure, but that was the whole point of it. All for One should be able to find my identity too. Getting him interested in my quirk was necessary for my plan. Now, realizing that I couldn't use my favorite training spot anymore made me somewhat sad. Izuku was about to start cleaning up the place in a while. My friendship with him didn't really pan out, I was getting tired of his stuttering, while I helped him out with bullying, his self-esteem remained just as low. He started looking up to me as he did with Bakugo, it became hard to talk to him, especially when he started mumbling to himself. Don't get me wrong, I didn't hate him at all, I also knew he was going to get more confident when he gets a quirk. I was looking forward to befriending him eventually. Although knowing him he already considers us friends. Bakugo also didn't talk to me anymore, besides the occasional, extra, comment. I don't know why but I think he started seeing me as a rival. I never outwardly expressed any wish to join UA after graduation, but he probably assumed I would because of my seemingly powerful quirk. My life became a lot more boring, keeping up with schoolwork wasn't even an issue that needed discussion. I managed to talk the principal into getting me an excuse so I don't have to be present at all of my classes. My bargaining chip was winning the school some awards at a few contests. I had started working some part-time jobs, saving up money. Training daily was no longer necessary, there wasn't any more progress, I only did so occasionally to keep in shape. I also did more vigilante work at night, now with a white coat I was a lot easier to spot, but that was the whole point of it. It just screamed for attention. Getting seen by civilians always resulted in them taking photos of me, I allowed them, they served as a reminder to both the villains and the police that I was still around. In their eyes, I was growing bolder, more careless. Just like that, they danced around my identity. It was only a matter of time before they found out, I have been observing the one they put on the case, a detective called Naomasa Tsukachi. I think he appeared in the show, his quirk being akin to a lie detector. Seemed interesting enough. His view on vigilantes was always extremely harsh from what I can remember. The seeds of doubt I planted in Midoriya's mind were starting to show, he was giving me strange looks all the time now. He was most likely afraid to ask what was on his mind. I wasn't going to give him a push either. Naomasa seems really close to discovering my identity, he realized that I was not an adult at all, the difference in height was what gave it away, the only time someone grows like that was when they have a growth spurt in their younger years. Now all I needed to do was wait and observe. ____POV narration _____. Naomasa was getting restless, his recent discoveries leaving him somewhat concerned. He was hoping his judgment was wrong, but he knew better, the proof was already in front of him. On his computer screen, one could see the file of a 15-year-old teenager, unnaturally tall, possessing a light manipulation quirk. His name was Allan White, an orphan that came here from America with his parents at a very young age. They were the victims of a car accident. All of the information in front of him started painting a rather tragic picture. The child had awakened his quirk late, at the age of 10 specifically. It was rare, but not unheard of. Everything matched, it started coming together, the image of a troubled child trying to help. It was scary to think that an 11-year-old child was hunting down criminals. He had hoped their society at least somewhat protected orphans. Even with his harsh view on vigilantes, he couldn't bring himself to hate this child. But he had a job to do. As soon as he calmed down he started writing his report. But now, in his eyes, he was no longer writing a report about a vigilante. He wasn't writing about the notorious Yellow Flash, he was writing about the troubled young teen known as Allan. Chapter 12, Guilt and Determination. Naomasa took his report to the police chief as quickly as he could. When he entered the office he started. Sir, I managed to figure out the identity of the vigilante, Yellow Flash. Kenji looked taken aback, he was not expecting such urgency in the detective's voice. Sure, the case had taken a long time but he was not really in any hurry now. You need to take a look at this. With that the detective put a file on his desk, wasting no time he looked over it. He immediately realized why the detective seemed so on edge. As he read more into the report, about the vigilante's backstory he thought back to his first appearance. He was apparently around 11 at the time. He had always incapacitated his victims. He also remembered the first time a hero had seen him, his face only covered with his own ripped-up sleeve, just after he saved a girl about his own age from a burning apartment building. Using his sleeves as rags to stop them from inhaling too much smoke. He started getting the gist of the situation more and more. Him being an orphan led the police chief to reconsider his judgment about the vigilante. He had apparently also graduated from middle school early, in fact, that was done a few days ago. Usually, people that went through what this child did rarely become successful and productive members of society. Some even became villains. This child took a different turn in life, it had somehow brought him there. In backstreets, fighting dangerous individuals with little training. He didn't know much about the child's past, only what was written on paper, but he could assume that he didn't begin training before gaining his quirk. With less than a year of training, he started fighting villains. In a sense, he was relieved that someone with such a powerful quirk wasn't evil. Even at such a young age, he had cleared the streets in his district. Very few villains had the courage to step in it, only the overconfident and the insane. After a while he even started patrolling the districts around him. He caught any type of criminal, from drug dealers to murderers. Due to him, half of Mutasafu almost became a crime-free zone. In a sense, the word on his cape made sense. Looking at his achievements, he deserved to wear it. This was quite difficult for him to wrap his head around it. But, regardless of the age of the vigilante, he needed to stop him from further endangering himself and others that followed his ways. Without waiting, he started calling agencies around the city, even those in nearby cities. Taking down Allan was not going to be an easy task. From the recollection of most heroes that met him, he was extremely fast, both in body and instinct. That was what he was known for. The wider public also knew this. His nickname itself surfaced due to the way he defeated villains. Even the people he saved didn't see more than a golden flash. He was quick, precise and dangerous in a fight. Their mission was to capture him. It would be a task that required a lot of people and resources. He also needed to contact the only person he hoped could match the vigilante in speed. All Might. The symbol of peace. This was their only real hope in actually catching Allan. He gave that job to Naomasa, knowing the two had some sort of connection. Maybe the detective had more chances of convincing the NR.1 hero. Although he doubted All Might would turn down this request, it didn't matter where it came from. ____POV Toshinori Yagi _____. Sitting down at home, I looked through some materials I needed to learn to become a good teacher. I had a lot to read, so I decided to start early. My phone rang while I was concentrated on the proper method to approach failure. Apparently, making the student feel bad was alright as long as it was not too excessive. I looked at the caller and immediately responded. Naomasa didn't call that often, and it was usually on very important matters. When I responded and asked what was going on, I got this answer. We have found the identity of the vigilante, Yellow Flash. We need your help in apprehending him. I was not expecting that. I had known of this person before. Even though I had just moved here, I was still aware of his influence. I had seen his first appearance in the videos. I could barely follow it with my eyes. Very well, I'll help you. If they reached out to me, then they must be desperate. There may have been ways to circumvent his speed if his quirk a simple speed amplification one. But from the looks of it, it had a lot to do with light. We'll send you his file. Tomorrow we will gather a group of heroes that will help with his capture. Naomasa paused a bit, thinking. This was unusual. He was usually very straightforward. Toshinori, keep in mind, this is a very special case. With that, he ended the call. I quickly turned on my laptop to look at his email. I no longer felt like studying. The second I opened the file I was sent, I realized why Naomasa had said those words to him. He finally understood why his friend seemed somewhat distracted on the phone. The report he sent me sent a shiver down my spine. The vigilante that had taken down the most dangerous villains in Mutasafu was a child. I knew that I couldn't have done anything about it. I knew the guilt I was feeling was illogical. But I had taken on a title. I was the symbol of peace. Clutching what remained of my stomach, the same word repeated in my mind, pathetic. A child had been doing my job. Someone I had sworn to protect was putting his life at risk because of my ineptitude. His blue eyes shone with great determination. He failed to save this person when it was necessary. The least he could do was make sure he could capture him unharmed. Tomorrow would be a busy day, but he didn't think he could fall asleep quickly. He stayed up late, looking more into the feats of the child named Allan. Chapter 13, Fated Meeting. The only thing on the mind of Toshinori Yagi was helping that child. He could barely concentrate on training his successor. Thankfully all he needed to do was observe. Even when Izuku got stuck under mounds of garbage, it still took him a while to realize. Later today he needed to head to the police, meeting with the hero group that was being tasked with catching Allan. He decided to start concentrating on his task at hand, for now, even if he kept thinking about it there was nothing he could change. Just as he was about to finish the training for the day he could see a tall figure, jogging along the beach path. Blinking a bit he realized it was Allan, but if he acted now he might not be able to catch the jogging vigilante at all. It took him a bit to calm down, but he decided to sit still, but something happened which made that a lot harder. He stops and sees Midoriya training. Looking on he says. "Hey Izuku, I see you decided to train. Why are you just dragging stuff though?" Midoriya looked startled as he stumbled and fell. A truck tire pinned him to the ground for the second time today. Not for long this time, as Allan kicked it off quickly. "I decided to start training last week. I'm preparing for the UA exam." Midoriya answered after calming himself. "Oh, I thought you gave up on that," said Allan looking surprised. They proceeded to make small talk about a few things. As Toshinori observed their exchange he started to realize that his successor was friends with the vigilante he needed to catch in the next few days. He started sweating a bit. He didn't think he would still be anxious about things this late in his life. Then Allan looked at him and said. "Oh, you must be Izuku's personal trainer, right? Thanks for helping him out here." Most people that heard he wanted to become a hero kinda gave up on him. Toshinori, as he heard the relaxed and polite young teen speak to him, he almost looked nervous. He barely muttered a thank you. Guilt was already on his mind yesterday. Now when he also saw just how well behaved the vigilante was in his free time he started feeling it again, for different reasons. He was going to capture the polite young man in front of him, even though he saved a lot of people. At this point, he had caught enough criminals to be counted in the top 10 pro-hero list. He had seen that in an article. It put all of his solved cases since his appearance and compared it to some pro-heroes that also appeared near that time. He didn't care for the validity of the information, just the fact that it was speculated was enough to give Toshinori some stuff to think about. He couldn't bear looking him in the eyes at this point. Thankfully his next phrase saved him from further discomfort. "Anyway, I have to go." Allan paused a bit. "Midoriya, I hope to see you at the UA exam," he said excitedly. Scratch that his sentence made it a lot worse. _____POV Allan _____. As I was getting my rocks off picking on All Might, I could tell I was just making his discomfort worse word by word. I obviously took this path on purpose. I wanted to play around a bit, and maybe test All Might's reaction. I couldn't help but wonder why he was so shocked. I already speculated that he would take part of the team sent to catch me. It only made sense. He was probably the only person that could keep up with me. At least on paper. And by All Might's constipated reaction he probably already got the invitation. Meaning they already were forming the team to capture me. There was also something else I found amusing. Talking to Midoriya in front of him was obviously deliberate. This was the first time we had talked in weeks. But All Might probably already considers us friends. Right on the money. Knowing his character he probably feels really guilty. Regardless, I need to put my game face on for tomorrow. I had a very long day ahead of me. They most likely were going to show up when I wasn't in costume. Meaning I wouldn't look all that stylish for the cameras. Such a shame. There wasn't much I could do. If I were in costume all day they would realize that I knew about the attack. Right now I headed home to rest. Going to sleep as soon as I hit the pillow with my face. It was a skill I developed in my extensive training. I call it the Snorlax positum. Waking up the next day was refreshing. At least it would have been if I was a morning person. But after staying in bed for an hour I finally decided to get up. They weren't going to attack me in the morning. I wasn't worried about that. Since I already graduated from Aldera, I didn't really have much to do. I want to join UA at the same time as Izuku and the rest of the Class 1A. Being captured was just one of many ways to go about it. They already don't consider me a criminal due to my age. Getting them to release me would just take a bit of talking. All Might clearly heard my desire to join UA. He would definitely bring it up later. It would be a lot more believable if he does it himself after all. The only sad thing was that I needed to wait till evening for the showdown. I still need to fight a bit. Simply giving up would make me lose all of my connections in the underworld. I still needed those. The informants were still very useful to me. And hey, at least I get to fight All Might. Now I just ate cereal and waited. Chapter 14, Gathering of Heroes January 2nd. This whole day was filled with anticipation. I could barely hold my cool while waiting patiently. But I knew they weren't going to come to my home. Which is an orphanage filled with children, at least not without evacuating everybody nearby. They probably prepared a team specifically for evacuation. I decided to give them an opportunity. They didn't know I was aware of their attack. but if they knew that I was actively helping their operation then they might not really consider me all that innocent anymore. They would most likely realize I had some ulterior motive. Regardless, I couldn't wait to see what they were going to throw at me. Curiosity was really eating away at me. The streets were much quieter lately, even the back streets were lacking in activity, both villains and civilians avoided them like the plague. It was the place I acted the most in. Most people. Running to a nearby park only took a few minutes. Really, I always gravitate towards parks for some reason. Not that I mind, a park is a nice place, it also made it easy for the heroes and police to evacuate the people in the area. In the evening the park was not really that populated. At least not the one I chose as the stage for our little showdown. The park was almost empty already, the further I walked the fewer people I saw. I could feel the police, slowly evacuating them, they were trying to do so quietly. They surrounded the park with squad cars. It was an attempt to cut off my escape routes. I could feel a group of people enter the park, there was about 4 of them. Heroes, All Might was not among them, he was most likely waiting to make an appearance. The heroes I could feel were somewhat recognizable. The ever-tired dry-eyed hero Eraserhead, also future homeroom teacher of Class 1A, the promiscuous hero with a questionable side job as a teacher Midnight, the fashionable best jeanist, not much to say about the guy, and the pro-hero that resembled a cowboy with aim-hack snipe. All 4 played some role in the story, they were respectable people, some with questionable tastes in fashion, looking at Midnight mainly, but these were just the frontliners. I could feel a lot of heroes in the back, among the police force. They were helping keep up the barricade, making sure I wasn't going to escape. Some of the choices for frontliners were to be expected, all of them were wearing special gas masks. Aizawa was among the few people I considered a threat. Midnight would also prove troublesome, her quirk somnambulist was interesting, they were probably planning to use her aroma on a larger scale. Snipe was also probably going to provide cover fire. Best Jeanist was among the top 5 heroes out there, he could restrain me for a bit. I needed to pay attention to their formation. From where I stood I counted quite a few heroes, I was not really bothered by their numbers. If I actually wanted to escape there was nothing here to stop me. They were approaching slowly, I had already stopped and sat down on a nearby bench, waiting for them to make the first move. I think they will first try to speak to me. Looking forward to that. By the time they reached me I was almost falling asleep, not from Midnight's quirk, but boredom. They really took their time, I must have sat on that bench for at least 10 minutes. Now they surrounded me, I was still relaxing on the bench. Just as Aizawa was about to speak up I said. Such a fine day, right, sir? What would you kind heroes want from me? I said cheerfully and full of energy. He looked a bit taken aback by my random comment, after composing himself he said seriously. We already know of your identity as the Yellow Flash. Would you come with us to the station? Midnight said, she was being quite hopeful, too bad I needed to put up a fight, this will be my last as a vigilante. Now, why would I do that? My reply was slow and somewhat lazy sounding, losing its cheerful undertone from my previous sentence. It seemed to somewhat annoy them. Villains must be really slacking today if all of you had enough time to come here. I feel honored really. I was still speaking slowly, not really letting my anticipation show. Right now I could feel All Might rushing towards us. I thought he would join later into the fight, but this worked too. He probably got impatient, wanting to convince me peacefully. He stopped right in front of me and looked strangely solemn. Just as he appeared I started hearing several news helicopters. For some reason, I think Aizawa was looking at him like he was looking at an idiot. Objectively he wasn't wrong. It seemed my little show was going to attract quite a big audience. I can only hope it would attract the intended audience. With both the symbol of peace here and the most famous vigilante in the city, every major news channel wanted a scoop of the situation. As I stood up All Might started talking. Please let us help you, Allan. His voice was always loud in this form honestly. Smiling I said, why, but I'm doing just fine kind sir. My tone was just as lazy as before, but this time it had a wary undertone, I was prepared for action. All Might looked somewhat sad. Midnight was the first to act, ripping a bit of her costume off and trying to spread her aroma around us, since all of the heroes, including the newly arrived All Might, wore protective gear against her quirk. The best counter I had to her was knocking her out early in the fight. Meanwhile, just as Aizawa was about to activate his quirk, I flashed right in front of him and used Amaterasu, even with his goggles on this still took him out of the fight. Truthfully speaking he was the only threat in this group. As long as he couldn't use his quirk, then I couldn't be damaged, at least not accidentally. After making sure he was out, I quickly dashed towards Midnight. Just as I was about to hit her, my trajectory was intersected by All Might and a bullet. Although Snipe couldn't keep up with me, he could still predict my movements. All Might was clearly not expecting such a quick response. It took him a second to compose himself and intercept me. He was just as fast as I thought. He could keep up with me as long as I didn't go at full speed. I saw him trying to tackle me. He probably didn't want to actually hurt me. I found that quite disrespectful. Did he think I could be subdued so easily? Using my full speed, I appeared behind Midnight and knocked her out. Without her, I could breathe freely. Suddenly my own clothes started fighting against me. I didn't want to fight naked, so I simply resisted it. The clothes only held me in place for a second. Snipe and All Might took this opportunity. The first shot about 3 bullets in quick succession, while the latter tried to take me down from my blind spot. Just as they were about to hit me, I flashed away and kicked Best Jeanist unconscious. With him gone, there was nobody to hold me in place for extended periods. The remaining heroes were getting restless, and the public was probably the same. I had just defeated the number 4 hero while having the number 1 hero right on my back. Looking at the symbol of peace, I quickly flashed a light in his eyes, stunning him momentarily. Using that gap, I got rid of the last hero besides him. Although Snipe tried to stop me with a few well-placed shots, he didn't manage to even graze me. He was mainly relying on instinct. Needless to say, his reaction speed was very high. Sadly, it didn't save him from being knocked down. Looking back at the symbol, this had turned around, from a group fight into a 1v1. The team they had chosen was made to suppress me. They wanted to capture me quickly. It was a decent combination. Eraser does his thing, Jeanist holds me in place, Midnight puts me to sleep. Snipe was only here for support. If I didn't react quickly, the fight would have been over just like that. Taking down the enemies in order of importance was the only way to go in my situation. Thankfully, they underestimated my reaction speed quite a bit. Chapter 15, Gathering of Heroes, February 2nd. Now I stood in front of a shocked symbol of peace. I had just defeated 4 pro heroes in less than 15 seconds, it was obvious that I could defend myself by now. Looking into his eyes, I could see that he was still thinking of ways to end this without hurting me. You know, if you don't fight seriously, you won't really be able to capture me, I spoke slowly, in a clear tone this time. This sentence must have sealed the deal. It brought him back to reality a bit. I may be a young teen, but I still possessed a powerful quirk and had quite a bit of combat experience. If he didn't take me seriously, I would just escape. He already witnessed my speed in person. He realized the police blockade wouldn't hold me back for even a second. His expression looked grave, somewhat forced. I can take a few hits, don't worry about that, All Might. My tone took a cheerful turn. He started looking determined again. Very well, young man, I will fight you seriously. Using his greatest speed, he rushed at me. Being somewhat elevated from his jump, he prepared to punch me in a downward motion. I managed to jump over his attempt, kicking him in the arm and sending him flying through some trees. With the speed advantage I had, I could easily outrun the hero, but I wanted to see in person just how strong the symbol of peace was. He recovered quickly. In this fight he definitely had more strength and stamina. He was a straightforward fighter. He rushed me again. This time in a different manner. He was punching repeatedly, trying to stop me in my tracks. I decided to give him a chance. Conjuring up a shield of light, I tried to block his barrage of powerful strikes. The shield worked in the same way Ama no Murakumo did, by solidifying light. The shield managed to take about 3 punches in total. It sent me flying backwards. The wind pressure from his fists managed to break most of the surrounding trees. The unconscious heroes were pushed away. The scene was quite magnificent. As much as I didn't like the sound of snapping trees, I could appreciate the amount of power behind his fists. I was getting excited. While I was not injured, I certainly looked like I took some damage. Taking his strikes head-on might not be the most healthy solution, but I needed to show some of my strength. I quickly crossed my arms in front of me, using Yasukani no Magatama towards the hero. I wasn't trying to pierce him with the assault. I made all the lights that were about to hit him explode, purposefully avoiding his old injury and any other lethal spot. The concentrated explosion sent him flying backwards. He was almost flying over the entire park. Using Yada no Kagami, I reflected it from the few remaining trees to reach him midair. He reacted quickly when I had fully appeared in his path. His punch was already near my head. I let him hit me, his punch not holding much power. Due to its lacking momentum, it was still enough to push me down, the momentum that I gained to rotate in the air and drive a heel upwards into his face. I purposefully let him touch me. I didn't want to make this fight look too one-sided. His punch left me dazed and hurtling towards the ground, while All Might got elevated even further. He was eye level with the news helicopters. He recovered quickly. As I hit the ground he was already about to land with a superhero landing nearby. I was already up when he landed. The fall didn't injure me in the slightest. I quickly kicked a beam of light in his direction. He managed to duck. The beam went right over his head and exploded, blowing the hero in my direction. I quickly rushed at him. He also didn't waste any time, using the momentum he gained from the explosion to greet me with a punch. I decided to block it again, an action which sent me flying right over the park, landing right near a group of policemen and heroes. I quickly flew back into the fray, not wanting to be done in just yet. We exchanged a lot of blows. By now my bones were starting to ache. All Might also had some blood on his lips. As me and All Might continued fighting with great fervor, Eraserhead managed to recover his vision briefly. He was positioned behind me, still on the ground. I continued fighting All Might, exchanging blows, blocking and dodging occasionally. I pretended not to notice Aizawa. The fight needed to end sooner or later. Otherwise, we ran the risk of All Might reaching his limit. Eraserhead waited for an opportunity to deactivate my quirk, signaling All Might. Apparently, he had gotten the message, stopping his attack, letting Aizawa erase my quirk momentarily, using that opening to tackle me. There was a lot of tension in the air. Our fight already went on for a bit. Both me and All Might were getting somewhat tired. Repeated use of my quirk left me winded. That coupled with me blocking some of his attacks left me nearly exhausted. While my physical strength was decent, it was nothing compared to that of the symbol of peace. I could sense that Midnight was awake too. I didn't bother holding my breath anymore. The fight was already over. This way of exiting the Vigilante scene was really flashy. With the commotion I stirred up, the League of Villains was bound to have noticed. Sure, they didn't name themselves that yet. I really only cared about All for One. The quirk, not the person. I needed to make sure it didn't get transferred over to Shigaraki. As long as All for One got interested in my quirk, the opportunity to take him down will eventually appear. With him gone, Kyudai Garaki would be next. Shigaraki wasn't that big of a threat compared to the latter two. He only became one after gaining All for One. Now I needed to go through a few interrogations, but that would come later. Now I just relaxed, taking in the midnight's aroma. I left myself drift to sleep. Chapter 16, Shock and Determination. Midoriya was not having a great week. One of his only friends graduated early from school and Bakugo was still mad at him for trying to save him from that sludge villain. The only good thing to happen lately was All Might accepting him as a successor and training him, which resulted in him being too tired to deal with anything else. Meeting Allan yesterday during his training was a pleasant surprise. It showed Izuku that Allan, even with all of his secrecy, still considered Izuku a friend. Today he was back home early. All Might said he had something to do in the evening. As he was seated on his couch taking a break, he decided to turn on his TV and watch some news. Maybe some heroes he liked would make an appearance. As he looked at the news, the anchor suddenly stopped talking and looked somewhat startled. She started speaking quickly. We have received last-minute information on the identity of the famous vigilante Yellow Flash Dash. On the screen of his TV appeared a photo of Allan's ID. Seeing Allan's photo didn't surprise him as much as he thought it would. He had already subconsciously realized that his friend was a vigilante. What he felt now wasn't betrayal or fear. He was worried about his friend's safety. A 15-year-old who recently graduated from a local middle school. Even the anchor looked quite surprised by the information she was reading out loud. We will be transferring to a live broadcast of a police and hero team trying to catch the aforementioned young vigilante. Suddenly, Izuku perked up, seemingly shocked at what he was hearing. Since his appearance, no hero even got close to the vigilante. Now they were attempting to capture him. Thinking back, he remembered what All Might told him. He looked extremely serious while doing so. This made Izuku realize that the symbol of peace was going to participate in this. He couldn't help but feel even more worried as the news anchor transferred the view to a helicopter. It seems that the symbol of peace has also taken action. He could hear a reporter comment on the situation. His voice was promptly ignored, most people paying too much attention to what was happening to actually hear him. Now at home everyone could see the vigilante. He was not even wearing his costume, but they could tell. He was the one surrounded by a group of pro-heroes. Midoriya could recognize most of them: Midnight, Best Jeanist, Snipe. The only one he couldn't recognize the one with a scarf, but All Might was there. He could see them talking, the news helicopter not being able to catch the sound of their conversation due to its engine. They were probably trying to dissuade Allan, hoping to end today without any conflict. It seemed to not work so well. The fight started abruptly. Allan was moving too quickly for the viewers at home to keep up with. In a very short span of time, he had taken down all of the heroes besides All Might. Midoriya was surprised. He had seen the Allan fight before, against Kaken mainly. But this was on another level. He already knew how strong pro-heroes were. He had written hundreds of pages about their strengths. To see 4 go down so quickly was shocking. The next few minutes of the fight were even more shocking. Allan was fighting toe-to-toe against All Might, a figure invincible in the eyes of most of the public. Most of the people knew of Allan's reputation. They expected him to be strong. But to match the symbol of peace was something else. Their fight shocked many. One such person was Bakugo. As he stared wide-eyed at the television, his old hag had called him downstairs, saying a friend of his was on the news. Seeing his rival fighting All Might was not what he was expecting. Allan was never exactly friend with him, but there was always a sense of mutual respect somewhere in their interactions even if they butted heads whenever they met. He had considered Allan an equal, and his presence had subconsciously humbled him. He was still arrogant to most, but he was no longer meaning it when calling others extras. His mother knew about Allan because they had met before at a school gathering. Since there was no legal guardian there for Allan, he needed to be present personally in case something important was announced. Overall, Bakugo considered to this day that he and Allan would compete even in UA. His view of that disappeared. Seeing Allan fight against All Might, Bakugo now knew that Allan was holding back while fighting him. Looking at the title of the broadcast, he saw, famous vigilante Yellow Flash is confronted by the symbol of peace. Allan was a vigilante. Bakugo felt like exploding, smoke coming out of his palms. His mother was looking quite shaken. To her, Allan was just a really tall and polite boy. Now he was looking at him, battling pro-heroes. It wasn't a nice sight. Especially when he was blown away during the fight. Even Bakugo himself couldn't help but squint at some of the blows Allan was blocking. The fight had completely destroyed most of the surroundings. It was clear to him now. Allan was clearly on another level compared to him. But Bakugo isn't a pushover. No, he wouldn't let the gap between him and Allan widen any further. He was going to start training a lot after that day. Midoriya also had a similar idea. He was supposed to become the successor of All Might. He needed to catch up with his friend. Both of them had different reasons, but they now had a similar purpose, a target. Something personal to drive them to become stronger. Besides the desire to become number one. Needless to say, most of the public was shocked by this display of power. They didn't think any less of the symbol of peace. Most considered Yellow Flash a hero anyway. The fact that he was so young meant that he had time to become a licensed hero. Seeing Yellow Flash defeated did little to the public when it came to dissuading his rising fame. Even as he was put to sleep and apprehended by the police. Most news sites didn't really dare to call this for what it was. The fall of the vigilante Yellow Flash, and with him gone the streets of Musurafu were going to become restless again. The heroes now needed to fill in the gap they had created. Chapter 17, Interrogation. When I woke up I was in a grey room, locked to a table. Both my hands and feet were cuffed in heavy restraints. I could only describe them as a completely useless effort. They had no C-stone in this world, therefore they had no actual way of detaining a Logia user. The room was really bland. Really, who uses grey for their walls? Trying to escape out of my bindings was unnecessary. They were most likely monitoring this cell. As expected, a few minutes after I woke up the door to my poorly decorated cell was opened. In walked the heroes that captured me along with the chief of police and the detective that found my identity. All Might wasn't there, at least not in hero form. He was Skinny Might now. Without even letting them speak I started. Hey, guys. Big coincidence that we'd meet here, huh? Some looked startled, some amused. Naomasa still looked especially concerned. I guess I'll have to lighten the mood a bit. We will be taking you to an interrogation room. The chief of police recovered quickly to my unusual greeting. Yeah, I kind of figured that out. Quick thing, you guys really need to fire your interior decorator. This room isn't really up to standard. My lazy and slow joke seemed to somewhat annoy the chief of police. Aizawa was also not really amused. The only decent reaction I got was from Midnight and Snipe, a small chuckle. They quickly stopped as Eraser stared daggers at them. Toshinori just sweat dropped. The chief coughed a bit and continued. Okay, we will unstrap you from the table. They unstrapped me, and under my big restraints were smaller restraints. Geez, they really went all out on the security. I got up from the table. My action seemed sudden to them. I could feel some people tense up. Midnight preparing to rip a bit of her suit open. Calm down. I won't try to escape, by the way, I hope you guys weren't hurt last night. I got really into fighting all might, hope it didn't affect you too much. I was taking on a cordial tone. Truthfully, I didn't pay much attention to them besides Aizawa and Midnight. Well, I was crushed under a tree during your fight. But it wasn't really your fault. Snipe was being friendly here. It was totally my fault. All Might did most of the collateral damage anyways. Aizawa said grumpily. He probably was a bit salty that I targeted his weakness. Toshinori also looked a bit guilty at Aizawa's jab. I was taken to a small room with a table in the corner. I was seated and facing the door while the detective was right in front of me. In the room a woman was waiting. I could remember her being Naomesa's sister, Makoto. She had a lie detector quirk if I think. I wasn't really planning on lying anyways. Naomesa still looked somewhat tense, even with all of my attempts to lighten the mood. The others left the room, leaving me, Naomesa and his sister alone. They were likely watching the interrogation on a screen. Makoto put her hand on my shoulder before we started the interrogation. Staring into my brown, somewhat shady-looking eyes, Naomesa started asking the usual arbitrary questions about my name, age, the validity of my identity. Which I responded truthfully. Whenever an answer was given, Makoto would just nod if it was genuine. I tested her reaction to lies by claiming I was the Prime Minister of Zimbabwe. She just gave me a look and didn't even bother disproving it. After a few jokes and a few answered questions, Naomesa started asking more about my past. What was the reason that made you become a vigilante? His tone was the same as the other questions, but this one obviously held more importance. It's actually quite simple. One night, when I was 10, I was attacked by a villain. He looked surprised by the lazy tone I had taken. There isn't really much to say. The attack made me hate villains in general. The same day I also awakened a quirk, which is nice. My tone was even as if I was completely disconnected from the story I was telling. I had started training my body and my quirk as soon as I had found out about it. It was clear from the look in his eyes, the detective didn't like what he was hearing. Having a child attacked by a villain was bad enough. Having said child become a vigilante and fighting more and more villains with minimal training was not a pleasant concept to him or anyone listening. Makoto also looked somewhat shocked by the way I was recounting these events. She still nodded to her brother after regaining her composure. There were quite a few things on the detective's mind. I waited a bit for the next question. To what extent were you injured during the attack? They probably noticed that I didn't have anything about an attack in my medical record. Mainly because when I woke up the wound was already a scar. I was stabbed somewhere around the abdominal region. The villain was probably thinking I would bleed out. He, once again, looked like he was sweating a bit. The fact that I didn't go to the hospital sounded a bit more tragic than necessary. The next question was still related to the injury. How did you recover from said injury? There is nothing to suggest you went to the hospital with it. He was referring to the fact that I reported my quirk soon after it was awakened. Well, when I woke up I was already healed. Might be due to my quirk, it has a minor healing factor. I said, in a matter-of-fact tone. My quirk enhanced my physique to the point where some wounds would heal very quickly. But that was after training. Technically I didn't lie at all in my sentence. What happened to the villain that attacked you? This question was a bit obvious. He naturally wanted to know what happened to the psycho that attacked a young child. Oh, I caught him a year later. In fact, it was my first appearance on camera. There were quite a few more questions about the situation. This was a bit surprising to hear for the detective. He was probably thinking that I had done something worse to the villain that attacked me. He could tell I wasn't lying. During this whole exchange I was cooperative and talkative. I knew I needed to wait a bit. During your time as a vigilante, you didn't severely harm anybody. Naomesa was probably hoping I would give a reason for that. And express my view on lethal action against villains. I believe that the law is the one that should punish villains. I was just helping them get judged faster. In a sense, this was also true. I never considered myself as the judge, jury, and executioner. I only caught villains. I never cared what happened to them afterwards. The interrogation went on. He kept asking for details about my circumstances, the orphanage, childhood. I answered all of them with honesty. I had no reason to lie anyway. Before the interrogation ended, Naomesa added. With your situation, we cannot really give you much time in any detention center. He paused to think for a second. For now, we will do some psychological evaluations to check if there are any hidden issues from your experiences. After that, I was taken to a different cell. This one had a bed, a desk and a potted plant. It even had a toilet and a mirror. The chief of police most likely didn't want to hear me complain about the decor again. Now I had to wait, again. They needed to check if I was safe to be put on trial, there would still be a trial after all. Vigilantism was still a crime. But they needed to take my age and my mental state into account. Chapter 18, Deal and Villains. It has been about 3 weeks since my interrogation, my psychological tests have come out clean. I was just as sane as everyone else. The only thing to come out was that my maturity was a bit more than that of a regular 15-year-old. My trial will be later this week, it will be a public trial, even cameras will be allowed. Now sitting in my cell, I could feel 3 people approaching it. When the door opened, I was greeted by a rat-bear dog. Who knows? He was Nizu. Behind him were Toshinori and Aizawa. I greeted them with a great smile on my face. Oh, good day. I'm happy that you decided to visit me at my humble residence. I could see the veins on Aizawa's forehead. Apparently, my sarcasm was not that well hidden. Nizu, however, found my greeting to be somewhat amusing. He did his usual shtick. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? My real identity is, he made a comedic pause, I looked like the anticipation was going to kill me. My eyes were wide and my mind was ready for the truth. The principle of UA. I suddenly looked dead inside. Don't even know what I was expecting. At this rate, he'll remain a dilemma forever. Aizawa also looked dead inside, but I think that's just his default skin. Toshinori looked skinny as usual. Nizu quickly continued. Truth is, we are actually here to talk about your future. That's what I was expecting to hear. Wouldn't that be the subject of tomorrow's trial? I asked with curiosity, I already knew what he was insinuating. In such a high-profile case the verdict is given before the trial even starts. Meaning he already knows what it was and could interfere with it. Tomorrow's trial will not need to happen if you agree to my proposition. I am here to extend an offer to you. I want you to work at UA. You'll also get a provisional hero license. Was he always this excited when speaking? I was expecting a provisional license, but I was thinking that he would extend an offer to join the school in the next year or something. I guess Nizu isn't that easy to predict. Seeing as my reaction wasn't too bad, he continued. On paper it would be something like a house arrest, you would be in an environment filled with pro-heroes. In our system, you would also gain a chance to get a hero license. Sounds good, but how do you plan on convincing the court? I was curious about his strategy here, there were a few approaches he could take. That's not something you should worry about. I don't even need to do anything, no judge would give you a harsh sentence. The public outrage would be too much to handle. He was making a good point, even with a light sentence a lot of people would be displeased, my fame was still useful in the end. His approach was to propose an unusual punishment, one in which I had a chance to become a licensed hero and clean my record. The work I'd do at UA would most likely be classified as a form of community labor. So, do you accept? You don't really have much time to choose, we are on a tight schedule. Even asking that was a formality, not much choice here. It's between that and getting a light sentence from a random judge. Sure, sounds fun. Nizu totally expected my answer. He didn't even bother pretending to be surprised. Okay, just so you know, you will also be enrolled in our General Studies department next year. We still want you to get an education. Nizu said this in an excited tone. After that, they left, probably to talk to his connections. This was what I was expecting in the first place, joining as a student was to be expected. They probably enrolled me in general studies because I already had experience as a vigilante. I already knew how to be a hero, I only needed to take an exam and get an actual hero license at the appropriate age. Now I only needed to wait, with this deal done I didn't need to worry about fixing my hair for the trial. Looking into the mirror I could see that my usually short black hair was growing longer, I needed to get a haircut as soon as possible. My droopy brown eyes were also looking tired, at least I didn't lose the ever-present goofy/lazy smile on my lips. I needed some rest, my days were only going to get busier. After getting some leniency I needed to check on Jiren, I had told him to check the market and tell me if a strange drug appeared in the next few months. I also needed to check on my district. It had been a no-crime zone for a few years, I would hope that even with my absence it wouldn't go to shit. ____POV narrator _____. But his hope was fruitless, as soon as the news of his capture reached the public criminal activity already spiked. There was no other reason for it, without the yellow flash present the villains got a lot bolder. The yellow flash had used his speed to patrol the entire city several times every night, with him around attempting anything was a stupid endeavor. Now all they needed to worry about was regular heroes, none of them was competent enough to cover as much ground as the Vigilante. Even if they tried hard, a lot of crimes still happened. They weren't as fast as him, they didn't put as much fear into villains like him. Their fear didn't stem from his heroic actions, it appeared from the ease with which he wiped out entire villainous organizations. His very name was enough to send shivers down a villain's spine. The lazy attitude he had while he was observed taking down villains, they already knew he was on par with All Might. It was no longer a surprise, his age didn't matter much to them either, although it was a bit depressing for some of the more hardened villains to hear that they had been fearing a child. The situation was getting chaotic, to the point where even All Might needed to step in more often. At this point, most of the public hoped the Yellow Flash would return. Chapter 19, The Job. After our little talk, Nizu didn't waste much time. The very next day I was already being transported to UA. I have already seen this place from the outside. But I still can't help thinking that it's unnecessarily big. I was no longer cuffed, although they did put a small ankle bracelet on my leg to be able to locate me. Not that I couldn't get rid of it. It was some assurance for the authorities. It most likely also had a heartbeat sensor. The one in charge of me was the ever-energetic Aizawa. I swear this man looks more and more tired with each day that passes. I decided to strike up some conversation the only way I knew, by being annoying. So, what's with the bags under your eyes? Been doing groceries lately? He absolutely ignored the last part, he calmly responded. With your absence, the streets have been getting busier at night. He was an underground hero now that I think about it, he usually acted at night. Damn, the years I was active must have been like a holiday for him. I was hoping villains wouldn't go apeshit without me keeping them in check, I lazily said. I wasn't really bothered by this, I knew I could get back to my patrols after getting my hands on a provisional license. Well, your presence was a lot more important in suppressing them than we first thought. They are going back to normal anyway, crime rates won't be zero but they still won't be like now. He was right, me being gone just gave them a massive boost in confidence, the novelty of it will soon be gone, and with heroes working overtime the situation was slowly getting under control. We kept chatting a bit, mainly me asking questions and him responding. After a while, I could see the wall of UA. Aizawa guided me through the campus and into the school buildings, giving me a quick tour before taking me to the principal's office. Most of what he showed me was just on the way, the rest he just mentioned in passing. As we got to the door I could hear some mumbling inside the room. I could sense Nizu and Toshinori being inside. Nizu on a boosted seat and Toshinori on a couch. There were quite a few things on my mind. I wanted to find out what I was going to be doing around here. Nizu didn't specify anything and I really didn't want to be a janitor. I mean, if I had no choice I would do it, but I wasn't going to be happy about it. Aizawa opened the door and dragged me into the room, probably not wanting to waste any more time on his escort mission. I brought him, I need to go prepare for my next class now. After saying that he just left. Bringing me out of my stupor, Nizu greets me energetically. Hello, young Allan. I'm very glad to welcome you to UA. I hope Aizawa told you about some of the facilities around. He mentioned some stuff, there's just one thing I wasn't clarified of. I said, taking a pause, hoping Nizu would just catch on. He just looked at me expectantly. As if he didn't know what I meant. Sighing I continued, what exactly is my job here? He instantly replied, proving once more that he just wanted to see me struggle. Basically, you will be a combat instructor / sparring partner for the hero course. He was really lively while talking. First you will start as a sparring partner, you will do some courses on the side about teaching. Like Toshinori on the couch there. He said while pointing to Skinny Might. Toshinori was really being awkward around me. I needed to break the ice. Taking on my usual lazy tone. I started speaking. Hey, aren't you the guy that's been training Midoriya? He immediately perked up, responding quickly. Oh yes, I thought you had forgotten about that. How's his progress been going? We kept going like that for a while. We talked a bit about his successor, he slowly became more relaxed during the conversation, Nizu just let us talk for a few minutes, he had probably noticed Toshinori's behavior too, he was highly intelligent after all. He was probably expecting me to do something like this. Now that my conversation with Toshinori was over, Nizu started again. We should talk about your provisional license. The government wanted me to test you thoroughly, but I don't think that is too necessary. Next week you will get a test, it will only have morality questions, a practical test is unneeded in this particular situation. Nizu had probably hoped to give me this license without any further formalities, but it seems that his hands were being forced in this situation. Well, I doubt the test will be an issue. Will I be allowed to go back on the streets after gaining the license? This was what had been bugging me for a while. I needed to know if I could still have my nightly routine. Well, that would be a bit more complicated. Nizu didn't look all that pleased while speaking about this. Toshinori also didn't look too comfortable at the mention of this. The court decided that even with a provisional license you still need to be supervised by either a police officer or a pro hero at all times, even while wearing that ankle bracelet. He took on a neutral tone this time. I was already expecting something to this level, but needing to have someone around me at all times would slow down my patrolling speed by a large margin. Is there no solution to this, like wearing a live camera or something to that end? I still need to be able to cover the entire city if I want to be efficient. Nizu looked interested in my proposal. I could try to speak about this subject to them in the following week. But don't get your hopes up. You might need to have a supervisor around you for a while anyway. Well, at least I didn't get outright rejected. As long as my name is back on the streets, then crime would lower by default. It is a temporary solution, but it will have to do. All right, this talk has been interesting, Principal Sir. I said cheerfully. This talk had been a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. I learned enough to almost completely understand my situation. Things were moving along in the rate that I would hope for. I will have someone lead you to your dorm room. I recommend getting further familiarized with the campus and its infrastructure. After that, we said our goodbyes and I went on my way to my dorm. Guided by no other than Aizawa, I could tell by the sound of his gritting teeth that he wasn't all that pleased with being my guide. He probably just wanted to sleep right now, like always. I eventually reached my room, Aizawa finally being released from his duty, returning to prepare for his next class, which I already know means that he's going to sleep. I quickly followed his ways, testing my new bed. And getting some rest. Chapter 20, Sparring. The next day I had already been called to Gym Gamma. My sparring partner duties were starting much sooner than I expected. When reaching the massive building I could only sigh. I'll have to be fighting trainees. I can only hope there are some fun ones in this class, otherwise, this will be such a boring job. Opening the massive door I could see about 40 students gathered there. Present Mike, Aizawa and Gang Orca were present. Aizawa introduced me to the students. Your sparring partner today will be Allan here, some of you might know him already. He was quite famous as a vigilante, used to go by Yellow Flash. I decided to just wave at them. Looking closer at the crowd I could see 3 familiar faces, just as I had hoped. The big 3-inch were present in this group. The student group should be formed from classes 2A and 2B gathered here. They looked a bit confused at my introduction. I could hear some surprised murmurs among them. I guess some didn't know me. How did they miss the news in the last 4 years? Most should have heard of me at this point. There weren't many questions left for them, most already knew of me. They didn't look down on me because of my age. At first I want to see how you all fare fighting in a big group. Both classes will take turns to battle against Allan here. The group that survives for the least amount of time will do twice as much training today. Aizawa really liked turning things into competitions. Nah, it might just be necessary to create stronger heroes. The first group was 2A, this group had both Nijire Hato and Tamaki Yamachiki. Don't remember much about their teammates, and the only thing I know about the quirks of the two either. Oh well, I'm sure I'll remember mid-fight. As soon as Aizawa gave me the go, I quickly started releasing light towards them. I used it to blind them momentarily. While they were shielding their eyes I quickly solidified my light into tentacles and managed to wrap around 13 people with them. I had created this move specifically for fighting big groups, the only downside is that I need to touch the light to keep it solid. I had more lethal attacks in this manner but they were not really good in a spar. Using my tentacles I knocked out all the ones that I caught by hitting them with each other. I proceeded to use the downed students as ammunition to throw them at the remaining few. Both Nijire and Tamaki managed to avoid getting caught and hit with their colleagues. With them, the remaining group was about 5. What despicable methods! Mirio said on the side. His voice was really loud. Nijire quickly used her quirk to send a huge wave of energy my way. I avoided it with ease. Meanwhile, Tamaki tried to block my path by throwing one of the remaining students at me using his tentacles. The random student probably had a strength amplification quirk. He used the momentum Tamaki gave him to attempt a dropkick on me. While in the air I grabbed his leg and turned his momentum against him, swinging him around and throwing him into a wall, in a continuous motion. As I turned around, Tamaki was already trying to wrap his tentacles around me. "I'm sure I've seen this in a manga before," I said slowly. I moved backwards out of his attack range and kicked a light beam forward, exploding it near him and knocking him out. There were only 3 students left. They quickly huddled together, realizing that they had no chance to win. They tried to buy as much time as possible. That didn't work out so well. I appeared right in between them and knocked them out almost instantly. Nijire tried to react, but she didn't even have time to raise her hand. Overall, I don't think Nijire can fly yet. Even if she could, she couldn't have left her classmates' backs undefended. Tamaki was pretty strong. The rest were also good. But since I don't know their names, I can't tell much about them. Present Mike seemed to be taking some notes on their performance while Orca was guiding the injured to the infirmary. I'm sure Recovery Girl will be quite mad. At least their injuries are not serious at all. I was obviously going easy on them. Overall, the fight lasted for about a minute. Good time if you ask me. The next group fight ended about the same. Mirio managed to dodge some attacks, letting them pass through him. Sure, they weren't going anywhere near my top speed, but that doesn't mean he's any less impressive. My quirk has a lot more offensive ability than his. Now that I think about it, isn't my quirk also better than his in ignoring attacks? I mean, mine doesn't leave me naked. But I can't really go through the ground, so he has that over me. I guess. Overall, the first group lasted about 3 seconds more than the last. Meaning Togata now had to do double the training. He didn't look that mad about it though. For now, my job was done. Aizawa said I could go. Although I wanted to get to know the big 3, I knew I would get the opportunity when we would do 1v1s, or smaller group fights. Now I went back to my room. I had a lot of free time. Nizu already sent me some theory about teaching. I needed to get around to reading that. I couldn't wait to gain my license. I would need to contact Jiren. Can't really go there in person. I'll have to call him when I get a burner phone. I'm hoping All for One takes some form of action too, but I know he won't. Unless I attack him, he won't personally take action. He also has no nomus at this point. I guess I'll wait for his appearance next year. For now, I started reading the stuff Nizu sent me. Chapter 21, Training and Talking. ____POV Nijire _____. Today our teacher said we'd be doing a joint training session with our neighboring class. I was happy about that. We didn't know what the exercise would consist of. We certainly weren't expecting to do a group fight against Japan's most famous vigilante. Not everyone knew about his fight with All Might, but I had seen the news about his capture live. I had seen him fight All Might and the other pros. He was about our age, maybe a year younger. But he had enough strength to face off against the NR.1 pro hero. As Aizawa explained the rules, I could hear some people saying this was going to be easy. They clearly hadn't seen the fight between him and All Might. Maybe they only heard he got captured by him. But as the fight started, the same people that were confident were defeated almost instantly. My attacks were too slow to even hit him. Every wave I shot his way was just outright ignored or dodged. His attacks were too fast for us, but after remembering the footage of his fight against All Might, he is clearly holding back. In the end, even Tamaki got taken down in one hit. Now only me and my other 2 classmates. I couldn't fly up and leave them open from one side. The same instant I thought that I could see him with the corner of my eye. I didn't even have time to raise my hand before he knocked us all out. I woke up in the infirmary. None of my classmates was actually injured. I decided that I wanted to learn more about this Allan person. ____POV MC_____. A week passed quickly. Today was the day of my exam, meaning by tomorrow I'd be back on the streets, this time legally. There were quite a few things on my mind right now. Today I also need to help with at Gym Gamma again. I had asked for permission to use some of their training equipment. Nizu obviously accepted, but only outside work hours. So recently I restarted my daily training. I couldn't train for the same amount of time as before. I still had some stuff to study from Nizu. I also had to help the teachers around campus. Honestly, Nizu called me a sparring partner / combat instructor, but I think the correct term for my actual position would be unpaid intern. None of the teachers ever asked me to bring them coffee. Thankfully, I would have blown it in their faces. The most I do is deliver files. 13 needed help with her rescue class yesterday. It was with the first years. I saw the interior of USJ. It was a lot more impressive looking in person. I didn't pay much attention to much else in there. 13 just wanted me there for a quick demonstration. She told me to rescue someone from the mountain slide zone. We just walked into the perimeter of the zone and the demonstration started. I just used my speed and perception to quickly reach the rescued party. It was a dummy, they only used actual people for tests apparently. I just grabbed it and flashed away back to the entrance of the zone. It took about 4 seconds in total. The students were somewhat surprised. I think this is Class 1B. Can't really recognize any of them. But I still said. If this were an actual person, I wouldn't be able to speed up that much. You should always be mindful of the person you carry. I still remind them to be mindful of the cargo during an escort mission. Basic gaming etiquette. Overall, I was having fun. The heroes were an interesting bunch of characters. Their attitudes were amusing to me. I loved making fun of Aizawa. Hizashi was a cool guy all around, 13 was a nice to talk to and polite, and Midnight was a bit weird. I didn't get to talk much with the rest of the teachers and staff. But I have time, I will be working here for a few years. Now I am heading to Gym Gamma. I think I'm meeting the second years again. This time Present Mike called me for it. When I entered the gym there was only Class 2A. The teachers with them were Ectoplasm, Cementos and Mike, obviously. I waved at them and greeted. Hello everybody, hope you didn't wait long for me. I was just fashionably late. I developed the habit of not always being on time in the last week. It helped me relax a bit on the way to work. Well, glad you finally showed up. Hizashi was always loud in his speech, might be due to his quirk. I could see that most students got used to his loud self. Today we will be doing special move training. The students looked excited at the prospect of special moves. They had probably done this before, so there wasn't any need for an introduction to the subject. Hizashi came near me to talk. Your work for today will be to supervise and give tips to the students. I nodded. He continued in a loud friendly tone. So, how has your first week here been? I heard you really shined in the rescue demonstration. It's been fun staying here. Say, how come Aizawa isn't around here? Hizashi seemed surprised by my question. Well, since he expelled his entire class this year he has some free time compared to the rest of us. But not by much, he now takes care of Class 2B along with their homeroom teacher until next year. That made sense. Well, I'll go around and see if I can help the students with any tips. Hizashi just nodded and wished me good luck. I ran around the class for a while, helping where was possible. They were all second-year students, most already knew their quirks well enough. I could see Nijire flying around and hitting one of Ectoplasm's clones with her energy waves. I was curious about her quirk, I could only remember it had great stamina consumption. I flew closer to her platform and asked. Hey, what's your name? I couldn't just act like I already know her. She looked excited. Oh, my name is Nijire Hado, you must be Allan. I think she got a bit distracted from the exercise. We talked for a bit, mainly about our quirks. I told her more about mine. She seemed genuinely curious about its abilities and limitations. Usually, someone asking so fervently about your strengths and weaknesses doesn't mean well. But I can remember her being a curious person. Well, I've taken enough of your time. I'll leave you to your training. Saying that I left her platform, I could already feel that I had taken a lot of time away from her training. We can talk later at lunch sometime. She screamed in my direction. Couldn't see her face, I was already on the ground. She probably wants to know more about my quirk. I avoided giving her many details in our previous conversation. After that, there wasn't much for me to do. I had an exam to take now. Chapter 22, Exam and Good News. When I reached the classroom, Nizu messaged me about I could just sense Aizawa there. Probably irritated about something, like always. Well, fair enough, since I appeared he had less and less free time. He expelled his class, so now he's the go-to guy for errands in Nizu's eyes. Probably his way of punishing such major actions. Though I can tell Nizu believes in his employees' judgment. If Aizawa didn't consider someone hero-worthy, then that might not be. He's only taking some frustration out on the poor sleep-deprived hero because he probably had gotten some flack from the parents. He always ends up having to take care of me, whether it's being a chauffeur or a tour guide. Now he needed to give me the test Nizu had prepared for me. Entering the room, I lazily and jokingly greeted him. Hey sleepbag, how are you doing? He didn't even bother responding to my well-thought-out greeting. He just looked me in the eye and got right to the point. The test is on one of the front row seats, good luck. Saying so, he strapped himself in his yellow sleeping bag and started resting his eyes. There were cameras in the room, so a supervisor was really just another formality. ______1 hour later _______. Okay. Nizu is a sadistic person. The first page only had a children's crossword puzzle. I chuckled a bit at that. I thought the whole test would be a joke. The very next page was filled with problems that I had problems with, even with my previous life's college education. They were from all subjects, from math to morality. I think I hate the principal now. Now at the end of the allocated time, I go to hand in my paper. I wasn't even done answering most of the questions. And Aizawa tells me, "Oh, by the way, Nizu said to announce you that only the first page is necessary for passing." Even though his face was halfway covered by his scarf, I could tell by his tone. He was absolutely smug about it. I could tell from his eyes that he was really proud of his actions. I take back my previous statement. Nizu is alright, Aizawa is sadistic. He purposefully waited till the end, just to watch me struggle. In retrospect, I should have been kinder to him. But it's too late for that. I will get my revenge eraser. After the test, I went to Nizu's office. Knocking on the door like a civilized person. He told me to come in. After a quick greeting, I got straight to the point. "Nizu, I want to ask about the license. When will I get it? You most likely need to wait until tomorrow. If I just give it to you directly, people will question the validity of the test you were given." Fair enough. At least I don't have to wait much longer. But the next piece of news he told me about was quite decent. "I managed to talk about your camera idea to the court in charge of your case. They agreed to it, rather reluctantly I might add." He was a bit happy when he spoke. "You will receive a small bracelet, it has a 360 camera installed inside it." He started explaining more about the procedure. "You will also don't need to worry about contacting the police to take a villain you have incapacitated. Since you will be monitored, you can just concentrate on your work." That was at least somewhat reassuring. Now I didn't have to worry about someone slowing me down. But Nizu continued. "The bracelet will arrive next month. It's currently being made on Island. The police wanted a camera that could keep up with you and that could still take some damage. Well, I had hoped they had something in stock, but I guess I will have to be assigned a supervisor. I think they might want me back on the streets to scare the villains back into hiding. The heroes have been doing a decent job at suppressing the rising tide. But my presence could do so more efficiently. Well, do you have any idea who will be my partner for the next month?" I was a bit curious about this. "Well, as of now, the government has decided to put the number 17 hero on the clipboard. The rabbit hero, Mirko, will be your supervisor. This will be bad. From what I remember, she absolutely hates teaming up with others. Now I can only guess that she is being forced into this because otherwise, I can't see her accepting something like this." "Well, that's interesting. Thanks for the help, principal." I didn't want to talk about the test. It was already bad enough that Aizawa screwed with me. I thanked Nizu for his efforts. And made my way out of his office. I remember her being fast, but I still think she will slow me down a bit. I didn't have much choice now. Becoming a licensed hero was going to take a while. But I couldn't have remained a vigilante. Since my first sighting on camera, I knew my identity was going to be discovered. I didn't want to become a runaway vigilante. That would be a lot more annoying than getting arrested. It would mean that, no matter how much I helped the public, both the police and the heroes would constantly try and catch me. With my strength, getting caught would be impossible. But I didn't want to deal with the authorities at every step of the day. I also want to have a future. I still want to go to high school and maybe college later. I can keep being a hero as a side gig. But I eventually want to get an actual job. Being a hero might be considered a profession in this world, but I don't want to spend my time fighting weak villains for the rest of my life. I needed something to do besides reading manga and heroing. My future looks good right now. The authorities will stop bothering me after a year or two. I will finish high school here, then I'll be completely free to do whatever. Chapter 23, Productivity. The day would pass quickly if I just waited and slept it out, but I didn't want to waste a perfectly fine day. I had some adjustments made to my hero costume. Adding some utility belts and other tools. I asked the support division for help on that one. Power loader, I'll just call him Majima. Anyway, he was nice enough to not ask for anything in return. While at it, I asked for a weighted vest for training, asking about the possibility of an adjustable set of weighted clothes. We do have the high-density weights. Attaching them to clothes might take a while, I'd have to find a sturdy enough material to be able to resist the increasing weight. He started mumbling a bit in the last part, he was most likely just speaking to himself. I waited a bit for him to finish. After a few minutes, he just looked at me and said, "Oh, you're still here." At this point, you could see a vein burst on my forehead. Why were inventors always very eccentric? "Yeah, you still didn't tell me if it's possible to make the clothes," I said, calming myself a bit. "Well, I can make a set of clothes with inner pockets for a special type of weight. You should be able to adjust it by adding weights and taking them off." Majima was still thinking about the possibilities of this idea. "For now you can use some of the bracelets the teachers use in tests. They should be good enough for training." Saying so he gave 4 weights, I think I remember them now. Small metal bracelet with black rectangles surrounding the sides, each weight added about a quarter of the user's body weight. Majima proceeded to show me how to put them on and how they worked. Well, that's that. How much will the weighted clothes cost exactly? I still want to know if I can pull enough money to buy them when they're done. Equipment for the staff is free of charge, but I'd appreciate you coming to me when you get any other interesting idea. Well, at least that's covered. I still needed a source of income. Well, back to Nizu's office. I quickly said goodbye to Majima. I left wearing the weights. I could feel them somewhat, sapping at my stamina slowly. For now, I could ignore it. When I reached Nizu's office for the second time today, I knocked politely on the door. Entering, I could see him looking over some files. I greeted him with some cheerfulness. "Hello, Principal Sir. I forgot to ask something the last time we talked." "Well, ask away." Nizu said, looking at me. He was signing files at an impressive speed at the same time. "I wanted to know if I would get paid for catching villains. I know the work I do around UA is classified as penal labor or whatever. But my hero activities shouldn't be affected by that, right?" "Well, in regards to your payment, like most heroes, you will get a monthly salary to form the government. The amount usually depends on your activity." Nizu was still signing papers while explaining these things to me. I can't help but think I'm bothering him somehow. Thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't really getting paid as a vigilante, so I don't really know how this stuff works. Saying that, I left his office, leaving him to his work. Nizu was probably doing something important. The second I left the room, I could sense him brushing his fur. I guess maintaining his fur still counts as important work for him. After that, I went to a gym inside the school grounds. I wanted to train a lot today. The weighted bracelets really gave me a boost in confidence. They made me feel like I was progressing. I didn't think I would ever miss the burning sensation in my arms after a day-long workout. Now I was heading to get something to eat. Lunch rush should still be at the canteen. That guy is a god. I don't care what the billboards say, he's my #1 hero. I ate quite a bit the first time I went to that canteen. The food was just too good. I almost ate myself into a coma. I had never tasted food that good in both my lives. Since my first experience there, the canteen had become my favorite place. Now I was sitting at a random table. This place was mostly empty. It was already evening, most students were already in their dorms or at home. As I stood, I could hear an excited voice. I could sense none other than the big three all entering the canteen at the same time. The voice was obviously Nijire. Not many people could be that loud without a voice-related quirk. Togata instantly noticed me. I was quite a bit taller than the other students after all. After they got their food, they made their way to my table. Before they sat down, Nijire said, "Hey Allan, glad to meet you here." She's always a ball of excitement. Mirio was also somewhat mirroring her in that aspect. Tamaki was as shy as I remember him, just waving took a lot out of him. "It's great to meet you guys. I talked to Nijire before, but I never had the chance to meet her friends," I said with a cordial smile. "How come the three of you are still at school?" I lived here, so this was normal for me, but I had never seen them at the canteen at this hour before. "We decided to train a bit longer today. After you trounced us in the last group exercise, all of our classmates have been working harder. It seems my presence was also a motivating factor for young heroes. Nizu really got the bigger hand in our deal. Not that I mind, I was getting bored in that shitty cell." Realizing they were still standing while talking to me, I invited them to sit down. They were most likely waiting for me to do so. "So, do you guys need any help with training? I'm not an expert, but I've trained myself quite a bit." I wanted to know how quickly they could progress. Seeing them as second years was quite nice. It gave me more time to observe their progress. I wanted to see just how far their quirks could go. I could use some tips. I want to somehow speed up my energy waves. Right now I need to get close to an enemy for them to be effective. Nijire was the only one to ask for help. Since my quirk is part emitter part transformation, I could give her a few tips. We can meet in our free time and train a bit. I usually spend it training anyway. Wouldn't mind having a partner for a while. I proposed. She seemed somewhat excited at the prospect. She accepted quickly. Sounds great. I still have some questions about your quirk. The conversation continued. We ate and talked for a while. Even after finishing our meal we still continued sitting there. Eventually, we noticed that the sun was no longer in the sky. We got up. It's been nice. I seem to have held you three here for a while, I said with a lazy smile on my face. We should do this more often. Maybe we can even train as a group. Mirio was really enjoying the conversation. Yeah. Tamaki still didn't talk much, but I know he'll warm up to me eventually. Let's meet up again tomorrow. Nijire just had a lot more energy than us mortals. She didn't know tiredness. Just like that, we parted ways. I think we spent about 3 hours in the canteen. Thankfully lunch rush still had cleaning to do. He hadn't kicked us out yet. Really a great hero. With happy thoughts I headed to my bedroom and used my ultimate skill. The second my head touched my pillow I was out. Not even bothering to take my weights off. Chapter 24, First Night Out. The first thing I did after waking up was taking a quick shower. I needed to grab my costume from my Jima. I also needed to grab my actual license from Nizu. After that, I would still need to work for a bit at UA. I'll be free to go outside in the evening. Well, I'll have Mirko tagging along. From what I remember she's pretty fast. I might not be able to cover the entire city, but at least half of it will be possible. I don't have much to do in UA right now. It's not like the hero course has training sessions every day. Although most students decide to train after hours, at least going by Mirio's word. After doing everything that was required for me at school I was prepared to go out. Nizu said I'd have to call a police dispatcher and inform him if I wanted to go out. Although they would know from the tracking ankle bracelet they put on me. I called the number Nizu gave me and they told me to wait in front of the gates at UA. They were probably going to send Rumi to pick me up and start the patrol. I waited there for a while, dressed in my costume. I should have expected her to be late. It's not like she loves the idea of having to supervise me. It technically meant that she now had a teammate, a concept she always detested. After a while I managed to see her. It's been an hour since the dispatcher told me to wait here. She looked rightfully pissed off. She didn't even bother greeting me or anything. She just started grumbling. I can't believe they made me babysit you. Her anger was directed at me, even though this wasn't really my fault. Well, nice to meet you. Or not. I wasn't going to be kind to her for no reason. Let's go. Don't get in my way and don't slow me down. Her comment ticked me off. I should be the one saying that. Just by being late here you already slowed me down. I wasn't going to be bossed around by her. I was a trained fighter and I had experience dealing with villains, probably as much as her if not more. At this point, she shouldn't have been a hero for more than 2 years. She should be 24 now. Assuming she went to college, she most likely became a hero at 21 or 22 the latest. Meaning I was technically her senior in this. She was really pissed off about my comment. I just ignored her reaction and started the patrol. It quickly turned into a race however. She simply didn't want me to run in front of her. She kept speeding up until she passed me, which in turn made me speed up more, thinking we could patrol the streets faster. With my perception I could feel quite a bit of villain activity in the district. I decided to put a stop to as many as possible. I completely ignored Mirko's presence, dealing with the villains smoothly. She genuinely took this patrol as a challenge, trying to take down as many villains as possible. I contacted the dispatcher and told them to send all the heroes in the nearby district somewhere else. I could take care of things here just fine. Having more manpower in other districts would be better. They didn't want to listen to me at first, but then I reminded them that I had cleared much more than this by myself in the past. I hadn't seen this many villains around since my first patrols as a vigilante. It was a bit concerning for me. The second I take a break, villains start running rampant as if I don't exist anymore. Why are there so many of them? Do they respawn or something? My first patrol as a hero was eventful. I still needed to contact the dispatcher for every caught villain. I can't wait for that stupid camera to come. It's honestly as much of a bother as I remembered it to be. During this whole time, I didn't exchange a word with my temporary partner. She also didn't try to strike up any conversation. We didn't get a good first impression of each other. Before meeting her I still thought she would be agreeable, but now I think of her as an annoyance. I don't know her opinion on me, but from the few glances she gave my way it's probably the same. From time to time I could sense her smile. I don't really know her reason for smiling, but she certainly didn't want me to see it. Regardless, by the end of our patrol, Mirko was exhausted. Keeping up with my speed while fighting that many villains was a heavy task. I don't think many would be capable of that. Maybe All Might could if he was still in his prime. Other than him, I remember Hawks having a lot of mobility. I don't think he has as much stamina as Mirko though. I think this was a productive night. There won't be as many villains on the streets next time. The media already picked up on my return. They were bound to make a few articles. Right now, I called my dispatcher and told them I was returning to UA. I didn't bother saying my goodbyes to Mirko. She just looked my way, still very tired. I was already on my way till something ticked. I took a pause, looking back at the rabbit hero. She couldn't even stand up anymore. She fainted there. In her effort to keep up with me she completely disregarded her own well-being. I couldn't just leave her here. I decided to take her to a hospital. Recovery lady wouldn't be able to help. I doubt Mirko had any stamina left. Running with her on my back wasn't that hard. I created a few light ropes to hold her in place. I couldn't use my fastest speed, but I still reached the hospital in less than a minute. Entering the hospital I called to the front desk for help and they brought a stretcher. I needed to call my dispatcher again. He probably noticed I had taken a different route to UA. I didn't need him to panic about me trying to run off. I didn't return to UA that night. I was a bit concerned at the state of my temporary partner. I didn't like her, but knowing her current state was my fault made me feel a bit guilty. I talked to the hospital staff and they agreed to let me spend more time there. I spent that night on a hospital chair near her bed. ____POV Rumi Usajiyama ____. I remember thinking this was going to be boring. I had only heard about this person in the past. He's supposed to be some big shot vigilante, but he is just a 15-year-old brat. So what if he's a bit taller than other kids his age? I thought the police was joking around when telling me to be cautious. Now I know why they were so serious. He's extremely fast. Keeping up with him is very hard. But I don't want to show any weakness. He angered me really badly when saying I was holding him back. But, no matter how much I tried I always ended up behind him. It didn't make me feel discouraged, it only made me want to work harder. Every time I sped up a bit he would become even faster. As if he was scaling his level to my own. The very notion of me holding him back made me rage. It made me go even faster. The pace at which he defeated villains was impossible for me to replicate. Even when trying my best I couldn't even reach half of his number. Most villains didn't even have time to blink. He only showcased his true speed when taking them down. Subconsciously, a smile made its way to my lips. I didn't let him see it. If I saw him even beginning to turn I suppressed it. I couldn't let him see I was enjoying this. I could feel myself get stronger. Every time he sped up I felt motivated to break through my limits. By the end, I couldn't even move a muscle. I could feel my heart beating out of my chest. Even with my heightened tolerance, I could feel every muscle in my body burning in pain. Before I could utter any word I fell to the ground. I saw was him going back towards UA. I think he didn't notice me falling to the ground. I knew this was serious. I was clinging with all of my willpower just to stay conscious. If I fainted I was afraid I wouldn't wake up. But in my state, I couldn't even scream for help, let alone press my emergency signal. I saw him rushing back here, probably noticing something wrong. He acted quickly, strapping my unmoving body to his back and rushing me to a hospital. The second I hit the stretcher I knew I was going to be fine. His face was the last thing on my mind. It was filled with concern, something I didn't think I would see from anyone besides my family. It gave me a warm feeling. With these happy thoughts, I drifted away. Chapter 25, Day Off. When I woke up Mirko was still sleeping. I was getting thirsty and hungry. I decided to go out and grab some water. I hadn't drunk anything since yesterday afternoon. I also brought a bottle back and put it on the nightstand near her head. The doctors said physical exhaustion combined with lack of hydration made the situation a lot worse than it was supposed to be. Right now she was being kept hydrated through an infusion. I think she would sleep through most of this day, at least that was the estimation the doctors gave. I can't stay here much longer. I need to get back to UA. Or I can just call Nizu, tell him of my circumstances and get a day off. I'm leaning more towards the second option. Taking a day off sounds really nice. Nizu can't really refuse since that would make him look like a bad person. Blackmail works wonders. I also needed to get some things done. I was being tracked, so there wasn't any need to worry about the police getting anxious. I decided to go get some food. I still ended up calling the dispatcher to inform him of my actions. Don't want to make the whole police force send their people to me because I felt like eating pizza. But the pizza wasn't the only thing I was buying. I also bought a burner phone. I still needed to contact Jiren later. I also made sure to buy it with cash from a shady place. The shadier they are, the less likely they are to keep records of this stuff. The shop also happens to be in the alleyways towards my favorite pizza place. Of course, I chose that place for this reason explicitly. Getting information about Trigger is a lot more important than a pizza. I think Trigger will appear on the black market in the next few months. All I needed to do was to follow one of the thugs that deal these drugs to their base. Since I can't remember much about the location of Shai Hasaikai, I can only get creative. I don't want to wait a long time to take them down and rescue Eri. I couldn't wait for the League of Villains to make their first appearance. I was really hoping for it to happen faster, but I guess my presence didn't make all for one hurry his plans at all. Getting that crazy doctor out of hiding would be much easier after taking down his boss. I have a course of action for that. It could only be done after the attack on USJ, unfortunately. So, back to waiting. At this point, even training is a formality. I was already stronger than All Might by a large margin. By this world standards, I was at the peak. Right now Overhaul and his crew aren't a threat to me. I was more concerned about how I was going to raid them. Currently, Mirko is out of commission. She will be for about a week. She would normally need months to recover from her current state. But healing quirks made her recovery much faster. I needed to talk to Nizu about this. I just started hunting villains again. I didn't want to take a break already. But I probably will need to. Mirko was one of the few people that could reach a satisfactory speed in my eyes. If they sent a slower hero to replace her, I would just take a break. But even when she recovers, I'll need to convince her to join me in raiding a highly dangerous villain group. Knowing her, she would most likely accept, but she would still inform the police, which would make them form a squad, something that would slow down my operation by a lot. Well, I'll deal with the problems as they come. Right now, still in my hero costume, I was walking down the streets. I didn't take the back streets when heading back to the hospital. I could feel a lot of gazes sent my way. I already knew I was a bit famous. But this made me feel a bit awkward. Maybe this is why famous people wear masks. I managed to ignore the stares, making my way back to the hospital with a pizza box in hand. Refraining from saying, "Pizza time," at the front desk. I walked back to Mirko's room. This was going to be a boring and relaxing day. Even with my weights on. ____POV Rumi Usajiyama _____. The first thing I saw when waking up was an unfamiliar ceiling. Slowly the memories of came back to me. I had passed out in the hospital. I have never been exhausted to that extent. Right now I can't even feel a muscle. Looking around, I could see a bottle of water on my nightstand to my right. I couldn't move my body, so I could only look at it for now. Even looking is hard. I can only move my neck a bit. I stayed there for a while. At this point I think I can talk. Just as I was about to scream a bit, I heard a door open. I couldn't move my head enough to see who was coming in. I however instantly recognized his voice. "Oh, you woke up already? You've been out for a day already." It was just as lazy sounding as ever. It calmed me down a bit. I didn't like feeling this vulnerable. Before I responded, he entered my field of view. He was carrying a pizza box. The sight of him was somewhat relaxing, but what surprised me the most was the fact that he was still dressed in his hero costume. That could only mean he had spent the night here. That warm feeling from last night came back. "How come you're here?" I couldn't hide the smile on my face while saying this. "Well, I took a day off to look after you. Not really needed since you're in a hospital." He also gave a kind smile while saying that. Honestly, I didn't hear much of the second part. I was stuck on the fact that he took a day off to check up on me. He also didn't mention that he spent the night here. I feel myself turning red at this. Could this mean he didn't want me to worry about him? He just forgot about it. Seeing me like that made him panic. "Hey, are you getting a fever?" His concern only made it worse. "Hold on, I'll give you some water." Saying that, he lifted my head gently, opened the water bottle on the nightstand and brought it to my lips. "The doctor did say your mouth might get dry at some point. Since you can't move, I'll help you out for now." I would usually be angry at someone for doing this kind of thing, but I couldn't help to feel safe right now. My condition made me vulnerable, but his presence gave me a lot of confidence. After drinking some water I said, "Thank you. It was short and quiet. But I'm sure he heard it. He smiled brightly and simply said, "You're welcome." He proceeded to feed me a slice of pizza too. After a while, he told me to go back to sleep. The doctors would check on my condition later. Once again I fell asleep with a smile. Chapter 26, Training and Defeat. Leaving Mirko's room, I couldn't help but think her behavior was a bit weird. Even if she is a bit moved at me helping her, she is the complete opposite of yesterday. I guess she'll return to normal after she recovers. Right now, I was heading back to UA. Since she's awake, there's no need for me to stick around for long. I would just visit her occasionally. Now I wanted to train with the big three. I had promised I would at some point. I started heading to my dorm first. I needed a shower after 2 days of activity. Calling Jiren would also be nice, but it's not that urgent right now. The drug shouldn't be circulating yet. After my shower I headed to Gym Gamma. Mirio said that's where most of the students train in their free time, either in groups or alone. Upon entering I couldn't help but notice there were quite a few students present. If I didn't know any better I would think I had just walked into their class. But classes were over for a while now. Seems Mirio wasn't joking when he said that most students practice here. In the room, I could see at least 50 people. Meaning there were students from both the second and third year here. Between them, I could see 3 people training together. Obviously the big three. What other groups would I really care about enough to notice? I don't know if they are actually officially called that yet. Regardless, they are still at the top of the student body. Heading in their direction I could feel some gazes on me, maybe some students wanting a rematch from last time. The gazes stopped eventually, probably returning to their own training. Reaching the group, Mirio was the first one to notice my presence. "Allan, great to see you here," he said with a wide smile. "Well, you did say we should train together at some point." I didn't sound as excited, but I was still in a good mood. Suddenly I could hear a voice from above. "Oh. Allan, you came." It obviously belonged to Nijire. I could honestly hear the smile on her face. She was currently floating around, probably attempting to increase her speed and mobility. I just waved at her, with a smile of my own. Tamaki was just quietly saying hi. I responded by flashing to his side and patting him on the back. An action that seemed to do a lot more harm than good. He got so startled that he jumped away from me. "I'm glad we have a chance to train together." Mirio was the one speaking now, completely ignoring what just happened. Nijire was still floating around. Tamaki was also doing his own thing. "It's nice being here. Last time we talked we didn't really decide on an hour to train. Figured I could just show up anytime." My smile couldn't be as wide as his. It simply wasn't biologically possible. During our small talk, Nijire came down to the earth. She's still an airhead but at least her feet were on the ground. "Allan, let's spar again." Well, sparring was a good form of training. Mirio also looked excited at the prospect. Tamaki started looking serious. He was only shy in social situations, just like Nijire was an airhead anywhere besides in a fight. "Okay, you 3 will form a team and fight me. I will not use the speed part of my quirk." "It's a bit disappointing to hear you say that," Mirio said while scratching the back of his head. Without adding much else to the conditions of the fight we all took some distance. Since I was restricting myself to this extent I could only use my quirk as an offense and defense. Mirio started the countdown. "Okay, 3, 2, 1. Start." He immediately took his stance, Nijire immediately flying into the air. Tamaki just waited for me to make the first move. Now, my movement speed wasn't going to be used in this fight, but my attacks were still much faster than theirs. As soon as I heard Mirio give us the go, I sent a ray of light into the ground through my leg. It traveled through the ground until it was underneath them. The second Mirio blinked I made the light exit the ground, solidified into spikes. I had made the point blunt, so as to not actually pierce them. Mirio managed to react in time, letting the attack pass through him. Tamaki managed to jump back, avoiding a few spikes. I rose more under him, their speed was too much for him already. He tried to block one by turning his hand into a shell, but that spike cracked his shell and knocked him out. Nijire was a bit slow to react, she sent quite a few waves towards me. Making me move from my current spot and losing contact with the light I had sent into the ground, dispersing it. Her waves were still dodgeable. I quickly made a bow out of light, creating an arrow on the palm of my hand and taking aim. Mirio quickly came out of the ground, completely naked, and tried to punch me in the face. I quickly ducked and turned the bow into a staff. A close-quarters fight might be what he was looking for. He was phasing through most of my attacks, I was blocking and dodging. Nijire was sending waves, blocking my escape paths. I could easily just take the attacks, I was still a Logia, but it would honestly feel like cheating. While swinging my staff, Mirio made a mistake. He dodged backwards. I quickly extended the length of my staff and whacked him over the head with it. Seeing him fall to the ground was satisfying, most likely because it was a good fight. Now the only one left was Nijire. Since she was flying, she was keeping her distance from me. Usually, she would get close for her waves to be less dodgeable, but now she was probably hoping to tire me out. Not a bad plan. The continuous dodging coupled with my weights would eventually become exhausting. These were, as Shigaraki called Class 1A, the golden eggs of their generation. I quickly reformed my bow while dodging. Aiming would be hard if I just kept dodging her waves, so I formed a sphere of light around me. I could already block punches from All Might. Nijire's waves wouldn't be that bad in comparison. The second one of her attacks passed me, I created a small gap into the sphere, shooting my arrow towards her. The second the arrow left my grasp, it turned into a ray of light. The bow was mostly a cosmetic, honestly. I didn't even know how to use one properly. She was dodging around, but I wasn't trying to hit her directly. The arrow went about 1 meter above her. The second it reached her, it exploded, not an extremely big explosion, just enough force to knock her out of the air. It worked wonders. The explosion sent her flying towards the ground. I quickly flashed at her and caught her. The fight was already over, no reason to let her hit the ground. I placed all three of them on the ground, neither was that badly injured. I gave them about 10 to 15 minutes to wake up. The first one to wake up was Tamaki. He was also the first one to be taken out. He looked a bit ashamed. Don't feel too bad, my attacks were a bit difficult. But you still reacted in time. If you had something stronger to block it, you would have made it out. I was never good at comforting people. But he seemed to appreciate the attempt, disregarding how bad it was. Muttering a small thank you. Having a rare smile was on his face. Both Nijire and Mirio woke up at the same time. They both were a bit shaken. Getting hit in the head was most likely the cause. Maybe we should still take them to Recovery Lady. Tamaki made a logical suggestion. Yeah, that sounds about right. I was afraid of what was to come. I left for the infirmary. Tamaki carried Mirio and I carried Nijire. After placing them on the beds, I turned around and saw a furious Recovery Lady. I had hoped to avoid this beating, but here it is. I made my head solid as it received the cane from the old hero. It was my fault. I am sore. I was trying to speak as the beating continued. It didn't matter how strong I became, I still fell victim to her rage. Tamaki looked on in horror, as she was defeating me. Mirio and Nijire just found it amusing. I eventually managed to escape, saying my goodbyes to them and leaving, albeit with a few bumps on my head. I quickly reached my room and drifted off to a much-needed sleep. I'd have time to worry about things later. Chapter 27, Media and Patrol. It's already been a week since my first patrol. Looking back, I spent most of this time training/sparring with the Big Three and visiting Rumi. Figured I might as well. The authorities didn't really try to stop me. My outings have turned from asking for permission to go out to just saying that I'm going out. I still wear the tracking bracelet though. The main reason they leave me this much leverage is because of my presence in the media. The second I returned to the streets, the police made sure every news station and journalist knew about it. They proceeded to spread this information on every screen possible. That, coupled with the growing presence of All Might in Musurafu, made the city almost crime-free, again. Nothing is perfect, the usual detractors will always be there, but most of the city was safe. This kind of influence was already too much. If they didn't give me any liberties after my work, then the public might be outraged. Since this was a very public case, most people know about my stay at UA. They also know that I'm working here. Sometimes I could sense a few reporters at the gate, probably hoping to catch a photo of me leaving UA. News about me were already quite hot. Imagine the swarm that will come when they learn about All Might working here. Regardless, patrolling the streets here wouldn't be much fun or productive. There weren't many villains left to catch in this place. Therefore, I started to plan on patrolling other cities. Most people wouldn't really be out late at night. It was a world filled with villains. Most knew better than that. There shouldn't be anything other than thugs on the streets. One place I had in mind was the Kamino district. But I think I should hold off on that one for now. All for One had Kurojiri and that annoying warp. I didn't want him to escape. I also wanted to see how my presence affected the storyline. After talking with the police for a bit, they agreed. They would inform Rumi about this change and prepare a method of transportation, train most likely. Now I am once again at my favorite place, the canteen. After eating I plan to go out on patrol, it will be much slower this time. I don't really want a repeat of last time. I haven't seen my sparring partners around this place, only that one time, I guess they're still training. Our timetables don't collide often, we only meet occasionally for training, about 3 times this past week. After quickly finishing my meal and thanking Lunch Rush for it, I left towards the entrance. I was still a bit early, about half an hour to be exact, but I wasn't against waiting for a while. What I wasn't expecting to see was Rumi, she was already waiting at the gates. I wasn't expecting her to come late again. But my expectations of seeing her early were much lower. It reminds me of her weird acting during the first days of her hospital stay. I wasn't going to ask much about it. I don't know what is going on inside her head. I flashed behind her and tapped her shoulder and greeted her. Hey. Hello Rumi, have you been here long? I had stopped calling her Mirko in conversations, it just seemed weird for me to do. Since she didn't call me by my hero name either. She was startled a bit by my sudden appearance. But she recovered almost instantly. Hello Allan, I just arrived here myself, figured I'd be a bit early today. Especially since I was really late last time. At least she was acting more confident than in the hospital. Were you informed about the location change? I hope I don't have to fill her in about this. Yeah, let's start heading towards the train station. We're still early so there's no need to rush. She said that while waving some train tickets in front of me. We slowly made our way to the train station, the train we were supposed to get on was in 2 hours, we had ample time. We didn't even bother running. It was more like a jog on rooftops. When we reached the station we just sat down for a while. We still needed to wait for an hour and a bit. So, how are you feeling lately? I couldn't just ignore her this time, she seemed to be quite nice this time around. Oh, I'm fine. It wasn't that big of a deal anyway. I was mostly recovered 3 days after waking up. They kept me there for tests mostly. I already knew most of that, I did visit her the entire week. We made some small talk for a while. But most of the time was spent in silence until she had this idea. Hey, we should start training together. I didn't really know what I was expecting. She had this wide smile on her face. She wasn't really asking, this was more of a proposition than a question. I couldn't help but smile while seeing her like that. Sure, I still have quite a lot of free time on my hands. I wasn't going to train with the big 3 all the time anyway. Rumi was also stronger, she would prove to be a better workout than them. Seeing me accept her proposal made her quite excited, she was likely excited to fight someone strong. At least I think so, she's quite a complicated person. We didn't talk much after that, she seemed to be in her own world for a while. I also had my own thoughts, like what to do when I was bored. I still had a lot of stuff I could do. But one thing on my mind lately was recreating One Piece in this world. It is the only story I have any confidence in writing. I'm still worried about the ending, but I think I can make some stuff up. It won't be the same quality. I wanted to become a mangaka for a while now. Not the greatest profession, but I want to see how a story about piracy would be received in this climate. In this world, most stories were about heroes and villains. Mostly because people without strength fantasized about being heroes. I'll probably start writing it later, the drawing doesn't have to be perfect. The patrol itself wasn't anything new. The only different thing about it was that I didn't know the streets that well. Today was much slower, it was quite relaxing even. There weren't that many villains in this city. There were even less after news about our patrols started circulating. During this time Rumi and I exchanged few words. She is probably looking forward to our training. Her opinion on teams didn't change one bit, she still preferred to do her own thing. But at least she didn't see me as a nuisance anymore. The night ended without any events, quite boring in my opinion. Saying my goodbyes to Rumi and heading home. Going to sleep remains the highlight of my day. Chapter 28, Fighting in Progress. ____ time skip 3 months ____. Tomorrow is a big day for me, I heard the canteen was serving a new type of lasagna. Lunch Rush just came back from a short holiday to Italy, where he learned a few new recipes. I have missed him greatly during this time, my days seemed so bleak without his amazing food. In the past few weeks, some interesting things happened. I started training with Rumi, we now spend most of our free time training. At first, we just wanted to train once or twice a week, but then the big three, my only other friends at this point, had some exams and couldn't train with me anymore. Rumi and I mostly trained in a forest. The one closest to the city. Don't really remember if it had any name. I also contacted Jiren for the first time in a while. The drug still didn't make an appearance. Jiren himself is a bit skeptical about whether or not such a drug exists in the first place, but he's getting paid. I think it will appear pretty soon. I had quite a bit of money now. Who knew the government is so generous to heroes? Might just be because I have a lot of cases per month. Right now, I still haven't decided if I should publish One Piece. I have made a few chapters, the art is dog's hit, but the story is good, mostly because it isn't really mine. If I wasn't such an autistic fanboy in my previous life, I wouldn't even bother trying to copy a story this long. Thankfully, I have read it about 68 times in my past life. I have also received a live feed bracelet a while back. But I still patrol with Rumi quite often. As much as she hates that word, we are a team now. Recently my quirk has been getting stronger and stronger, growing alongside my physical body. Majima had finished the weighted training clothes. At first, they weren't that great, couldn't hold much weight, clung too tight to the body, but he keeps making more and more adjustments to them. In the beginning, they were putting quite the strain on my body. Now I wear them every day. I ordered about 5 pairs, to avoid wearing dirty clothes. I even asked for a version I could wear under my hero costume. Majima was really pleased with his product. He started advertising these as training equipment to the students and teachers. 1 pair is free. If you want more you need to buy them. I think Mirio also wears his pair all the time. It took off with most male students. In fact, very few girls actually used it. They had more baggage than the guys. It made the training clothes stuffy. I believe Majima is still working on a female-friendly version. I'll probably buy one for Rumi. During our training, she just wears regular gym clothes. She also took to wearing high-density weight bracelets. I bought a set for her after my first salary as a hero. She has already gotten accustomed to them. Lately, Rumi has been showing quite a bit of progress, not as much as me, but still a lot. I believe that the only thing holding her back is the lack of action. We didn't have an encounter with any dangerous villain for a long time. The only redeemable one was a guy with a mantis quirk, and he was just quick enough to prove troublesome for Rumi. I obviously let her handle him, no point in hogging all the fun. During tough fights, she enjoys the adrenaline. However, her smile widens the most when fighting me. Thinking back, she really hates when I'm distracted in our spars. Maybe I should pay more attention to her. Raising my hand and solidifying some light on my palm, I caught a downward kick coming from above my head. I could somewhat feel it. It wasn't painful, more like a small vibration going up and down my arm. Looking above, I could see an angry bunny with a thirst for blood. Pay attention. She was usually loud during fights. But that didn't mean I hated it. Her loudness can be quite nice from time to time. Especially when I'm deep in thought. Sorry, I'm still thinking about food I said with a lazy smile. I was purposefully trying to make her angry. HMPF furrowing her brows, she rotated in the air and drove a heel towards my face. Letting go of her other leg, I quickly moved to the right. She always had this serious face on during training. Whenever she got mad at my laziness or lack of attention, she would get even more motivated for some reason. Since I liked seeing her like that, oozing determination, I decide to anger her as often as I can. Using her greatest speed, she rushed me again. This time she kept herself on the ground, most likely to gain a proper foothold. She performed a roundhouse kick. I met hers with one of my own, covering my leg in highly solidified light. I developed this during our spars. I call it poor man's armament. It forms a shield around my skin and absorbs a lot of the impact. We were locked in that stalemate for a bit. As long as I don't use a lot of speed from my quirk, me and Rumi have about the same power output. After all, speed is power. Now I believe I could kick at speeds close to that of light, aided by my poor man's armament of course. She was the one to give in first, pulling her leg back and stumbling a bit, falling to the ground and laying for a bit. You really have a lot of energy. She was exhausted. We have been going at it for 3 hours now. I was also a bit winded, but that might be the weights talking. We should take a break. Let's start heading back. I only extended her a hand and got her up. She didn't need to be coddled. She wasn't really that squishy. It's already getting late as I was saying that she was falling to the ground, again. This time I caught her. She had that damned smile on her face, not adrenaline-filled this time, just mischievous. I guess I'm too tired today. Carry me. Again, she wasn't asking. It has become a tradition at this point. If she's too exhausted I have to carry her back to her apartment, where she proceeds to walk just fine into her house. Sometimes I feel she's just pretending to be tired. Seriously? Oh well. Saying that I put her on my back, she put her arms around my neck and straddled my back. Now, from her grip I can tell she has quite a bit of strength left, but I'm sure that's just my imagination. The veins popping on my forehead were just as imaginary. But I would put up with her, for all the complaining I did, I still found her quite nice. Her energy, her confidence, even her smile that I keep mentioning, it can all be quite intoxicating. There wasn't anything romantic going on between us, most likely because of the age gap. I wasn't really bothered much by it, I was a lot older mentally anyway. But it was probably conflicting for her, I was still 15, 16 in a few months. I will just go with the flow in this case, even if I have to wait for a while. At least I didn't look like a teen. Anyone looking at me would say I'm between 20 to 25, and from the psychological evaluations I did a while back, I was also a lot more mature than most teenagers. They said my mental age was around 33. I headed back to her apartment and dropped her off, and like usual, she walked just fine from her doorstep onwards. I proceeded to say my goodbyes and head back to UA. I had a lot of sleeping to do. Patrolling daily simply wasn't necessary anymore. Going to other cities was also too time-consuming. I only did it with Rumi. Chapter 29, Trigger, ed. ___POV Rumi Usajiyama ____. As soon as Allan closed the door I went and sat on my couch. Our interactions might not seem strained, but I can't help but feel sad about it from time to time. It's clear enough that he likes me, but I can't really bring myself to talk about it. He can probably feel my hesitation. I try to hide it a lot. But he is quite perceptive. He has never acted like a brat, nor does he look like one. Legally it should be fine, but I still feel unease. Our training has been progressing nicely. I have been feeling less and less tired every day until he bought me those weights, the first present he ever gave me. Now I wear them everywhere, besides on patrols. Even after he was told he no longer needed a supervisor, he still kept calling me on patrols in the cities around Muscular. I obviously accepted. I always hated teams, but we don't really act like a team. We are partners sure, but we always compete. We don't really work together at all during missions. He wins most competitions. I only win when he is training rather than competing. When doing so he slows himself down to his opponent's speed and fights them on a more even field. Seeing him like that always gets me excited. He is lazy in everything but training. Otherwise, he would have never reached his current strength. I always look forward to training with him. The adrenaline rush I usually get in life-threatening situations is not that great in comparison. Although I know Allan won't harm me I still get excited. Every step that I take might lead to my loss. One moment he is moving slowly, the next my eyes can't even follow him. Having him carry me was just a type of punishment I came up with. It's a bit selfish for me, but I think he doesn't mind it. If he did he would have said something. I can't help but feel that I'm leading him on due to my indecisiveness. This isn't like me at all. But we have time. We've only been partners for a few months. ____POV Allan _____. After waking up I decided to call Jiren. There are quite a few things I need from him now. I think he already started working with the League. I started working with him because I know his character. Unlike most people in his profession he has standards, a true professional you might say. He may be a shrewd businessman, but he wasn't scum. Now, I and Jiren aren't really friends, more like acquaintances, but we are also business partners, to some extent. As a vigilante, I didn't have a lot of money. So I ended up clearing some villain groups that made trouble for him. It was the usual drug dealer that wanted a piece of his turf and stuff of that nature. He thanked me with information. We made that deal so we don't owe each other any favors. Owing favors in the underworld is a lot worse than owing money to a loan shark. If you aren't careful you will be exploited. Usually, information isn't that expensive. But for me catching villains is extremely easy. It's a lot easier than retail work. But Jiren would feel that he owes me if he didn't give me more. So he started paying me to deal with some of them. His payments were where most of my funds came from as a vigilante since my other part-time jobs were shit. I usually only agreed because I want to keep our relationship steady. I wasn't worried about this information ever going public. He wouldn't disclose any information about his clients or business partners, and out of respect, I also never even bothered asking about his other clients. I remember him being extremely professional. Even when he was tortured he kept quiet about his contacts. Now I called him to ask about Trigger again. Trigger was an annoying topic for him, he didn't really believe me one bit. Probably thinking I was wasting his time. But he still checked it seriously, if he didn't then he would feel that he owed me. I called him and we started talking a bit. Hearing Jiren talk about random problematic villains was just great. He was likely hoping for me to drop by Kamino district and take care of them. So anyway I checked on this drug trigger again. He finally got to the point. I hadn't managed to find anything by that name, but I heard some rumors about a quirk-enhancing drug. He took a pause, giving me some time to process this. Trigger was coming soon, I was getting excited. It matches the description you gave. I don't know its name but it will hit the market soon. He was probably a bit surprised about my knowledge of the drug, but he worked long enough in this business to know not to ask those questions. I see, keep me informed on it, please. If you could arrange a deal with them it would also be helpful. This was what Jiren was best at, with his network finding out more about the Shai Hasaikai wouldn't be impossible. But it would put him in needless danger, it would likely paint a target on his back. If he was just interested in the drug, then it wasn't that incriminating, Overhaul wouldn't come after him. All he needed to do was act like he was a customer interested in his product. I'll see what I can do. I will contact you soon. Saying that he hung up. My cooperation with Jiren was profitable for both of us, right now he should be considering how involved he should get with my request. Since he doesn't owe me anything he can always turn down the more difficult parts. Regardless, the second trigger hit the market I would find a way. I'm 100% raiding their compound. Even if I have to do it by myself. I'm reluctant to ask Rumi for help, she will most likely notify the police. And that would waste even more time, but it's not like I can hide it. I'm still wearing the tracking bracelet. I will worry about all of that later. Now, I must head to the canteen. The only place where I can feel at home besides my bedroom. I will be the first one to taste that lasagna, I don't care how many people I must step on. Chapter 30, Raid, Shadow Legends. It's already been 3 weeks since Jiren told me about the appearance of the drug, after that it proceeded to get banned all over the world, and last week it was banned in Japan. I'll never understand how banning a drug would affect people that already buy most of their stuff from alternate sources. But Trigger was already dangerous even without villains using it. It makes your quirk stronger but it weakens your sense of reason. I don't even know how this drug managed to get approved in the first place. They usually test them before releasing them to the public. But that isn't my problem. Jiren managed to score a meeting with a distributor to talk about prices and supply. He isn't all that interested, but he's decided to do me a solid. In exchange for taking down another group that's bothering him, of course. I was obviously present to watch, from a distance of course. I traveled all the way to Tokyo for this meeting, telling my dispatcher that I was going on a holiday. Jiren was also a bit annoyed that he needed to travel a bit, but playing poker on the train with him was fun. But he got over the travel time quickly, he does this kind of stuff for a living. When he reached the building that the meeting was planned in, I could already feel some people inside. They are most likely just some thugs Overhaul sent to give more details about the deal. Now all I needed to do was to follow the thug, but I couldn't use my quirk too much since it's bright and not that good for stealth. I followed them quietly to the entrance of the labyrinth. Then I flew towards their main compound using my perception to follow the underground tunnels. I managed to follow them right back to their compound. The thugs he sent weren't exactly trained enough to notice that they were being followed. Now, I've decided to talk about this matter with Rumi. After about 4 months of working and training together it would feel inadequate if I kept this type of thing from her. But I don't think she is unable to protect herself, bringing her along should be fine. Taking out my phone and calling her. At this point, I had her number on speed dial. She took a while to pick up the phone. After a quick greeting and a few questions. Hey, Rumi. I'm about to go on a raid to a Yakuza compound, you wanna join? I got straight to the point, I was already in front of their compound after all. I have something planned already. Why, do you need any help? Well, that's sad. I don't remember her talking about anything planned during our training 2 days ago. I was actually excited to fight alongside her. I had already planned how we would distribute the villains and how we were going to attack from different sides. No, it's fine. Have a fun day. My response probably feels a bit off, but this is the first time she ever refused to meet up with me. I hung up after saying that. Maybe I should call her out on a date from time to time. I never call her on unrelated stuff, taking a break would be nice. Well, that makes things more boring than they have to be. But I still need to save Eri. At this point, a straightforward approach would work best, since my quirk isn't suited for an infiltration. I will just fly in their compound. They don't seem to have aerial defenses. At least I can't remember if they did. So I turned into a ray of light and crashed through the roof of their main building. The first people that came to check the disturbance were Kendo Rappa and a few dozen thugs. I didn't really remember all of the members of Shai Hasaikai. But I remember this guy having a nice quirk. Not that it matters, I don't have time for games. I quickly took him out with a well-placed laser beam. It went through his stomach and exploded in the middle of the thugs behind him. I remember him being durable, so I quickly kicked him through the compound and out its gate. I don't think he will be moving anytime soon, or ever, but he's a villain so I don't care. Out of the few dozen thugs, only about 6 remained, most were hit face on with the explosion. We were in an enclosed hallway after all. I wasted no time in knocking them down. I quickly traveled using my senses. I needed to cut off their escape routes. This place had a lot of tunnels underneath, forming a labyrinth. I moved at my fastest speed and found their meeting room. Here were the rest of the 8 bullets along with Mimic. I could feel chronostasis and overhaul in the basement. I quickly used Yasukani no Magatama. It pierced through the unsuspecting villains and took out all of them. Some lost a limb, some were paralyzed. I don't really care what happens to them at this point. I rushed underground, using a light tendril to dig into the ground at great speed. When reaching Overhaul and his right-hand man, I broke into the wall and traveled through the tendril into his room. I slowed down this time. The raid was practically over. It had taken 2 minutes and 14 seconds. With these 2 in front of me, there was no escape for them. Shai Hasaikai was over. They recognized me instantly. My name wasn't exactly a joking matter for villains. Overhaul was panicking a bit, but he managed to calm down. Chronostasis was just as surprised, but he recovered much quicker and said, "How did you get in here?" As if that wasn't obvious. Well, after being greeted so politely in your little base, I decided to visit the leader and have some tea with him. I said, kindly. I was going to play around with them a bit. Give them some hope. I think I could hear Overhaul mutter something about useless subordinates. I think we can come to an understanding. Yellow flash. Oh, it seems Chisaki was trying really hard. I almost pity him. I absolutely ignored his rant about how this quirk is plagued and quirks are a sickness or some shit. I was really getting bored just looking at him rabble on about how great the world used to be and how quirks were pet his wife or whatever. So are you going to join us? He seems to think his rant was really convincing. He extended a hand. I contemplated a bit. Was he an idiot? I remember him being one of the smarter characters in the plot. I left him with his hand extended. I took on a thinking posture. I looked as serious as I could. Then, with a spark in my eyes and a friendly smile on my face, I severed his hand and kicked him into a wall. We were underground, so the entire structure shook. Chronostasis quickly took out a handgun and tried to shoot me. It should be quirk-canceling bullets. I remember thinking they could be an issue. But with my speed, I can't really be hit by them. I can't remember much about them, however, which is why I won't let one touch me carelessly. I flashed in front of him and he tried to impale me with his hair, but I kicked him into the ceiling. He remained suspended there, with the upper half of his body stuck in the ceiling. Overhaul miraculously wasn't instantly knocked out. He managed to stop his stump from bleeding while Chronostasis kept me entertained. Looking at me with hatred, he said, "Why?" He tried placing his hand on the wall beside him, but a spike made out of solid light impaled his palm and pushed it away. The spike proceeded to grow more spikes that managed to impale his arm and torso in 6 different places. "You really are hopeless," I said with the same lazy look on my face. I knocked him out and continued to walk towards the cells. I only have Eri to save now. Chapter 31, Little Girl and Trauma. When opening the door to her cell, I could see her just sitting on her bed, dressed in that awful gown with her arms and legs covered in bandages. Seeing her like that made my heart churn. She trembled as I opened the door. She should be about 5 years old. Meaning she has been here for only a year at most, since she was only abandoned after awakening her quirk. I approach her slowly. She seems to not want to look up in my direction. "Hey, are you feeling well?" I took on the kindest tone I could manage. Not recognizing my voice, she quickly looked up, her eyes widening in what I can only describe as shock and fear. I really dislike seeing that. "Who are you?" Her voice quivered. At this point, she probably already knows all of her captors, my face should be new to her. With the most reassuring smile that I could manage on my face, I said, I am Allan, I work as a hero. I came here for you. My smile calmed her, only briefly. She regained the same scared look when she heard the last part. Please don't. They will make you disappear too. Well, seeing her in person makes me want to go back and slice Overhaul's other arm off. But he's already down, that wouldn't be very hero-like. Don't worry about me, everything is being taken care of. I flashed a smile that seemed to calm her down a bit. What is your name, little girl? I bent down and patted her head, she recoiled at first but calmed down after a few seconds. And my name is Eri. She paused a bit, I kept patting her head for a bit, then I retracted my hand. She seemed a bit sad for a second, but she recovered quickly. You are a very polite girl. Saying that I extended a palm towards her. Slowly to not scare her, she still looked hesitant. But she still put her little hand in mine. I gently pulled her up. Holding her to my chest, she quickly wrapped her arms and legs around me. She just made a quiet protest and looked at me curiously. It's fine, we should probably leave this place. She looked excited at the prospect, but she was still scared. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I hugged her closer to me while saying that. I started walking back into the corridor. My dynamic entry might have ruined some of the lights in this place. Eri seemed a bit afraid, her hold on me tightening a little. I did promise I'd protect her. That includes her happiness. Using my free hand I softly poked her cheek. When she looked up she saw my face, the same reassuring smile plastered onto it, then she looked around. The corridor was being filled with small lights. It looked like we were walking through a sky filled with stars. I could see Eri's eyes widen as they gazed upon the light show I made for her. I could see the wonder and happiness in them. I continued walking, traversing the lights, sometimes walking through them, other times making them avoid me. I brought one closer to Eri as she reached out with her small hand and grasped it. She had one of the biggest smiles I've ever seen on her face. The panic and fear from before were lost, all that was left was childlike joy and curiosity. The smile on her face was the cutest thing I had ever seen, it probably did more damage to me than the entirety of Shai Hasaikai. It felt as if an arrow went through me. I vow to protect this smile. But I won't leave it at that, she needs to see that her oppressor was not going to harm her or anybody else ever again. With that thought in mind, I soldiered on, determined to completely erase her fear of this place from her mind. The lights dancing around us were turning this dim place that once kept her into a beautiful painting. Gaining different colors and playing around us, as if they were conscious and alive. Looking back, we hadn't covered much distance, I had walked extremely slow, letting Eri experience this at a good pace. But we already were in front of the room I left the villains in. My free hand was already on the doorknob. Before entering I said, Eri, remember. You don't have anything to fear when I am with you. I said that with a lot of energy, hoping that some of my confidence would rub off on her. She just nodded, she was a bit anxious, but all of my efforts were showing. She still had that smile on her face. When she saw what was inside the room she panicked, clutching me tightly and burying her face in my chest, I could feel her small horn touching my ribs. The sight might be brutal for a 5-year-old, but she has already seen people die, she had already seen savagery and brutality that one of such innocence shouldn't have. He can't hurt you anymore. I made sure of that. I said slowly. Trembling she finally managed to see the state of her captors, one was buried in the ceiling while the other was missing an arm and unconscious. She looked around the room scanning it and trying to understand what had happened. Then she finally looked up, she saw my face, I had a smile filled with kindness and care. Before I realized it, her eyes filled up with tears. She clung tightly to me, I could hear a stifled, thank you. I responded by hugging her, now I just needed to call the police to pick up Overhaul's group, but they most likely noticed the explosions happening here. They should have sent some people here already. Let's leave this place. Saying that I continued my way through the tunnels, using my perception to navigate my way to an exit. Chapter 32, Calm Before the Shitstorm. When I walked into the courtyard of the compound I could already feel that the place was surrounded. Above my head, I could see a news helicopter. They had moved fast, but it may just be because I took my time with Eri. I guess a bit of publicity isn't that harmful. I think that taking action against a group of drug dealers and manufacturers isn't that big of an issue. Even if they just started producing and distributing. Most of my issues are in regards to the way this could be interpreted. I was going on a holiday but ended up violently taking down a dangerous villain group. That excuse might not fly that well under the radar. Regardless, they won't really interrogate me or anything, I'm still a hero with a provisional license. Even if I'm technically still serving a sentence for vigilantism. All this time I haven't let go of Eri. I should think of a way to keep her near me. I can't really adopt her, not only am I underage, I'm also a person with a criminal record and don't really have a house. I need to think of something for her since she can't really control her quirks. She is better off living at UA. With my current salary, I can hire some teachers to homeschool her. Although knowing Nizu, he'd take care of that himself. He's probably the smartest person in this world. At least I think so. He probably understands that the government doesn't have many options when it comes to holding me down. Right now their biggest concern is that I don't become a villain or something. Thankfully I made sure to show an extreme distaste towards villains in the past. Deals with Jiren aside, I do actually hate most villains. I'll worry more about that later. My interactions with Jiren would also lessen after this. As I walked slowly I could see Eri looking somewhat scared. More and more thugs started to appear around us. There were around 80 of them. I think they don't realize that their boss is gone. Some pulled out their guns while some decided to encircle and rush at me. I simply raised my free hand, sending a small orb of light into the sky above us, making sure to avoid the helicopter. When it reached a certain height it grew to colossal proportions, creating a shockwave that managed to part the clouds around it. It certainly caught the villains off guard, some even dropped their guns. Looking up they saw a second source of light in the sky. It looked like the sun came closer to Earth. It was not radiating any heat, but just its size was enough to put fear in them. Eri also looked up at the sky in wonder. Her eyes singing with curiosity and awe. Heavenly discharge, I said slowly and lazily, my voice reverberating throughout the field. Heroes need to name their finishers. I made it up on the spot, of course. Only Eri and the villains heard me, anyway. At least I think so, not that it matters. Then they heard me snap my fingers, a rain of light rays falling around me and Eri. An overly complicated attack, sure, but it looked cool for the people at home. It looked like the sun was raining destructive rays on us. The light burned through the people around me, sending them to the ground writhing in pain. The attacks were too fast for these thugs to even react to, let alone dodge. When some of the rays reached the ground they exploded, taking out all of the villains at once. This attack was only usable because I had my perception focused on the villains, otherwise, it would be too fatal for hero work. I dispersed the light in the sky, giving the viewers a bit of a show. After that, I just slowly walked over the downed villains. Getting to the police cars I heard one speak through the megaphone. Yellow Flash, what's the situation here? They obviously know who I am. Not that many people can display this amount of power. I made my way to them to speak normally. They also seemed okay with that even though they were a bit tense. My attack amazed them, but that doesn't mean they were not in a stressful situation still. This place hosted a group of villains that distributed and developed different drugs. They were quite new, I'll give a report later. They just looked at me for a bit, then the one I assumed to be in charge asked the most obvious question they could. Was the child you're carrying a prisoner here? They probably needed her testimony for some of the stuff that happened here. Yes, I'll be taking her to a hospital and bringing her over to the station later for the report. He seemed pleased enough with that. You guys should hurry up and take some of the injured villains to the hospital. There is a huge underground labyrinth where you should find their leader. He nodded and started moving his people to capture the downed villains. I gave them a few more directions and information about the injuries of some of the villains. When talking to the policeman I could hear a lot of flashes around me. Camera crews made it here already. I think I did enough for now. It's about time to depart. Holding Eri tightly I asked. Have you flown before? It was a rhetorical question, of course. She still shook her head cutely. Hold on tight and remember. There is nothing to fear. Saying that I jumped and made my way to the station, creating a wind barrier made out of light for Eri. She screamed a bit at first but calmed down after a bit. Where are we going? She was clinging tightly to me. Flying can be a bit terrifying for first-timers. Looking at her, I simply said. Home Eri, we are going home. With that, she closed her eyes and dozed off. ____POV Rumi Usajiyama _____. I didn't actually have any plans for today. I feel a bit sad lying to Allan, but I don't know why I was a bit disappointed when he called me for a raid. He usually doesn't call me in the middle of the day. It's always the morning or the evening. For some reason, I thought he wanted to do something else. I think he sounded a bit sad. But I don't want to just spend time with him when we're working and training. I think I will talk to him about it. Turning on my TV, I could see some news on a raid. I didn't realize he would do it so quickly. I could see a figure from the awkward angle of the helicopter. A tall man in a yellow suit and marine cape. He had yellowish skin, short black hair with somewhat thick lips and droopy eyes that could be seen even under his sunglasses. He was obviously Allan, but the stranger part was what he was holding. It seemed to be a small girl, covered in bandages and wearing a dirty gown. I unknowingly started clenching my fist at the sight of her. She clung tightly to Allan, her size was almost comical in comparison to him. It made the two look like father and daughter. I noticed a large group of villains closing in on Allan. I was worried for about 1 second. Allan was not in danger at all, I should know better than to doubt his ability at this point. But it was more like an instinct. The next scene made me smile, seeing him raise his hand. He was also sporting a lazy smile. The panicked cameraman managed to catch the expansion of that small orb. I haven't seen this move before, but just from its size, I can tell he's angry. That smile of his was not always honest. He should be blowing off some steam. This is the first time I heard him name an attack. The name sounded a bit overbearing, but looking at the scope of the attack, it was fitting. He was obviously showing off. Really, was he trying to create a cult of fangirls or something? Regardless, the second the light started falling on the villains, the camera only managed to catch the end of the exchange, giving the people at home an image of the fallen villains and the entire courtyard riddled with holes and craters. The light dispersing slowly in a harmless and beautiful scene. It almost looked like fireworks. This should give people some perspective. Maybe a feeling of safety. There was another pillar of strength that society could lean on for support. I could only feel regret. I could have been beside him now, instead of sitting on my couch and watching TV. With a sigh, I turned off the TV. He will probably get in a lot of trouble too. He most likely gave serious injuries to a lot of villains just with that attack. But he'll manage, he always does. Chapter 33, Reactions and Care. ____POV All Might _____. Weren't expecting that, were you? After a long day of training my disciple and studying so that I can be a better teacher, I usually relax for the rest of the time. Today I gave young Midoriya a break, he still needs one from time to time. I also managed to get some free time, having already studied most of what Nizu gave me. Right now I have the television in the background while looking up some new things for my pupil. His progress is steady. I must raise the intensity of his training gradually. To do that I need more research. From my TV I suddenly heard. Breaking news, explosions have been heard from a compound in the vicinity of Tokyo. One person was sent flying through the gate and the police have surrounded the gate. Hearing all that made me whip my head to the television. We will switch the view to our reporter, who has an aerial view from our helicopter. I could see the big compound and the police surrounding it. I hope this isn't something too bad. I won't be able to make it in time all the way over there. Then I could see a person I recognized. It was young Allan. He is always up to something, isn't he? He had become a touchy subject for me. I don't really understand him well, but I managed to overcome my guilt after a while. But, I could tell he wasn't fighting seriously when he was captured. Back then I was getting tired and expending my time. He seemed to notice the smoke coming out of me. He stopped for long enough to allow Aizawa to use his ability on him. It still boggles me to this day. Why he did something like that. I know he wanted to become a hero. I started believing that he was just testing himself. Seeing him surrounded by villains wasn't concerning to me at all. Maybe the number was a bit much, but I am sure he will manage. It is more dangerous now that he has a child in his arms. After seeing young Allan on a day-to-day basis, I realize that strength isn't even something he's concerned about. He trains a lot. But he doesn't use a lot of his strength in anything but that. He would much rather spend his free time after training sleeping or eating. He was by no means ever going to become a role model, at least I hope he doesn't. His attitude also lessened my anxiety by a lot. He was always nonchalant, lacking any trauma and or mental scars from his experiences. His attitude could be somewhat refreshing. His next move was a bit much for me. The size of that light orb alone was twice as big as the USJ. If he had used that in our fight he would have won instantly, taking out both the police and every hero that was present there. That type of power was something that I wasn't capable of even at my peak. The speed and reach of the attack being monstrous even in my eyes. It was reassuring, however, knowing that such power is on our side. I now know that my era is coming to an end, at least I don't have to hurry the training of my pupil. The next generation looks a lot more promising than the last. The people are in good hands. ____POV narration _____, don't want to confuse PPL anymore. While Toshinori was left feeling content and reassured, from the Bakugo household, you could hear a lot of swearing and screaming. While, a bit later, Izuku was also clenching his fist, looking at a repeat of the incident on his phone. Both he and Bakugo were training extremely hard to catch up to Allan. But the gap was only becoming wider and more evident. It made both of them even more determined than before. Izuku calling all might to train on his free day and Bakugo grabbing his stuff and going to a quirk gym. It was a bit pricey, but it was the best place for aspiring heroes to train before attempting to enter a hero school. The same situation was happening in other places, when Mirio saw that he could barely contain his excitement, rushing to the field and training with renewed vigor. Tamaki was not as excited, but he was solemn, he didn't want his friends getting ahead of him. Mijire was about the same in excitement, maybe more. She had a wide smile when she saw her friends training and deciding to join them instantly. All three of them started ignoring what they needed to study for tests. Too caught up in their excitement. They will be crying later though. The incident had already gone viral, making the Yellow Flash one of the most searched up names for the next few weeks. It was now one of the most viewed videos on HROTube. There, I did it. ____POV MC ____, back on track. After flying for a while, I made it to the walls of UA. Eri had already opened her eyes by now. Staring at them in wonder. "This is your home?" she asked in a sweet and excited voice. Her first time seeing UA was cute to witness. "Well, I do live here. But it's also where I work." She looked just as happy, probably not really getting it. "I'll be taking you to a very good doctor. She can heal you up very nicely." The smile on my face was coming out naturally at this point. Her smile was also just as wide, if not wider. I hope Recovery Girl won't mind the extra work. Although, knowing her, she might just completely ignore me and take Eri for herself. Regardless, I reached the infirmary and brought Eri to a bed, and just as expected. Recovery Girl didn't even treat me like air. I didn't exist in her eyes at all. She was gushing over how cute Eri was and how could anyone ever do anything bad to something that cute. Recovery Girl's harmless appearance made her the perfect person to take care of Eri. Looking at them, I simply said, "Eri, I will go out for a bit. Don't worry, I'll be nearby." I put on a reassuring smile while looking at Eri. I still needed to talk to Nizu, and probably get an earful from him. For the whole violent takedown of a villain group deal. I also needed to write up a report for the police station. With the spectacle, I just put on I doubt I'd get much more than a fine as punishment. The takedown itself would pay me more than they would fine me. Nodding her head, Eri said, "I'll wait here." Meanwhile, Recovery Girl just gave me the stink eye and said, "What? You are still here?" Shoo, while waving me off. She really hated that after me coming to UA her workload increased. She liked taking that out on me. But I wasn't just going to ignore her jab. Old people dash, I didn't even get to finish that before receiving the cane. Eri just giggled at the scene. With a wry smile, I left the room. Wondering how my life choices led me to this place. Chapter 34, Nizu and Adoption. When reaching Nizu's office I could already feel him in there, combing his fur like usual. I think he spends more time on that than on school issues. With his brain, most paperwork gets done instantly anyway. Knocking on the door, I put on the best smile I could. It was practiced in my last life as a corporate rat. I wasn't always a freelancer, after all, I once tried to climb the corporate ladder and live the capitalist dream. Finally, my skills will be put to good use. After hearing him tell me to come and opened the door and said, "Good day, sir. Isn't today just beautiful?" He just stared at me, with an amused look on his face. I hope he doesn't find my situation amusing, his sense of humor can be a bit sadistic. "Oh, young Allan. Take a seat, I believe we have a few things to discuss," he said with a shit-eating grin on his face while pointing to a nearby couch. The discussion was quite annoying. It thankfully didn't take that long. it basically resulted in him reminding me that my situation is still a special case and that I should pay a bit of attention to my actions. He also seemed pleased by my display of strength. It would make the government a lot more reluctant to punish me if the public considered me one of their most powerful protectors. Then we got to the part that actually interests me. What will happen to Eri? About the little girl you've brought here. We don't know much about her situation, it would be great if you could clear a few things for me. Basically, she has a very powerful quirk that she can't really control and she was being exploited because of it. She doesn't have anywhere to go. I said, with a bit of a frown on my face. I think the best thing we could do is to keep her here. Where she can learn to control her power and get a proper education. I turned that frown into a confident smile instantly. I understand where you are coming from, Allan. But, a child as young as she still needs parental love. Wouldn't the best option be to find a family willing to adopt her? Nizu's concern was well-founded, he was speaking to an orphan right now. One that had turned to a very dangerous profession from a young age. I want to take care of her. I think she also wouldn't mind. But legally Nizu interrupted me, with an amused smile on his face. You don't really need to worry about legality. There are many loopholes we can take advantage of in that field. I guess he always does this type of stuff. He continued with the same amount of energy. I believe the best course of action is to ask her about her opinion. Although she is young, she should still have a say in all of this. We were obviously going to ask her. But regardless of whether she ends up with me or with a loving family, it's still for the best if she studies here. At the end of the day, I think it's better to give her some control. After being locked away against her while having control over her own fate might be a bit therapeutic. Now, when it comes to your options for adoption. You can't really adopt her in your name. I think you are well aware of that already. Nizu really didn't like to sugarcoat things. I was going to say something, but he interrupted my thoughts. However, if you could get someone you trust to adopt her, you could still raise her. Great, human connections, my weakness. I will think of someone, Principal. I think Rumi could help me in this case, since she has a clean record and all. I just hope it won't be too much to ask of her. After that, I said my goodbye and took my leave, leaving Nizu to make some phone calls. The only thing left to do was to talk to Eri. But not before using my fastest speed to rush all the clothing stores in the area. I was not going to let her wear that rag for more than necessary. Surprisingly, a lot of people recognized me and some shops even gave me discounts. I was speed buying an entire wardrobe for my little Eri. Now, I wasn't planning on spending all of my savings here, but I can't really help it. I now have more bags in my hands than it should be humanly possible. I even used my light to create a cart to haul all the shoeboxes and bags filled with clothes. Most people took pictures of me. I think my shopping spree in the children's clothing aisle made people look at me weirdly. But their looks don't bother me, for my mission is sacred. Returning to UA with all that baggage wasn't that quick. I could speed up and cover more distance and all, but I needed some time to think. What if Rumi didn't want to help me? Who would I go to then? Would Toshinori accept? Worries of this kind were really annoying. But I don't care what happens, Eri must stay by my side. I already swore to protect her, nothing was going to stop me from doing so. Now I could just hope I didn't take too long on her clothes. Making my way to the infirmary and leaving the clothes at the door. I could hear her laughing. As soon as I entered the room I saw the big three there, they were playing with Eri. They really were good at calming the people around them. Well, everyone besides Recovery Girl, who was looking at them with unadulterated hatred. I think I can piece together what happened here. They went overboard with their training and got injured, came here and interrupted Recovery Girl's time with Eri and gave her more work. If they weren't injured already they would have gotten injured by coming here. Eri was the first to notice my presence. Gaining a big smile and rushing and hugging me. Allan. She jumped and I also grabbed her. Bringing her to my chest once more. Mirio just looked on with a smile and said. Allan. That raid was impressive. Nijire also looked excited when seeing me. We should totally train together more. Recovery Girl quickly reacted by saying. If you do, don't you dare come to me to get fixed up. Glaring at us and making Tamaki almost whimper. I'm glad you guys are getting along with Eri. We continued talking for a bit, unfortunately, they didn't stay long. Eager to return to their training, much to the distaste of our resident youthful nurse. Now it was the time for my conversation with Eri. Chapter 35, Eri's Decision. After the 3 aspiring heroes left, there was only me, Recovery Girl and Eri in the infirmary. Eri didn't really leave my arms since she got there. I guess I can't complain, she is very light anyway, get it? Looking at Eri, I started talking to get her attention. There are a few things we have to do now. She looked my way expectantly and somewhat curious. We need to ask you about your decision, whether you wish for me to keep taking care of you or if you wish to be adopted by a loving family. I didn't really want to force her into choosing me. Even if she chooses to get adopted, I would still help her and protect her. I would also make sure to help her master her quirk. Aizawa would probably be her teacher. More work for him. She looked a bit surprised at this. Her large eyes widening just a little bit more. I want to stay with Big Brother. I guess hearing her call me that isn't bad. Although it dealt some damage to my feeble heart. Thank you, Eri. Unknowingly, my face gained a huge smile. While she seemed happy that she had the choice. I still had quite a few things to do, besides writing that blasted report for the police station. I also need to bring Eri there once she's recovered. They just need the testimony of a victim. It shouldn't take long, she just needs to say a few things and someone will just write them down. I just hope they won't have to make her relive those things. But, for now, that solves the adoption issue. Now I just need to somehow convince Rumi to become a mother for me. I also should ask her out on something besides training and patrolling. It would be sad if all we did was train, since it's quite clear we both like each other. Now that I think about it, adopting a child with Rumi might be skipping some stages of our relationship. Oh well, I'm sure there won't be any problem here. I'll talk to her tomorrow. Now I need to write that report and get Eri to wear something nice. Eri, I bought you some clothes. Her face lit up in excitement. I guess she didn't get to choose much about her wardrobe while in the care of Shai Hasaikai. Want to come and choose a few you like? She nodded quickly. I walked with her in hand to the door and brought all of the bags in the infirmary. Recovery Girl just looked at us with a small smile. I'm guessing it was mostly directed at Eri, but she wasn't going to make a fuss about this as long as I cleaned up after myself. Putting everything down including Eri, I told her. You can look and choose anything you like from here. I just bought them on my way here. I said with a smile while on one knee. Eri looked up at me and thanked me again. This time her large eyes had a few tears in them. I instantly started panicking internally. What to do when your child cries for the first time? I looked at Recovery Girl. She just nodded, probably thinking I was going to do something. My mind was racing and the only thing I could come up with was to pick her up and create a small string of light. Making it dance around us, forming figures and shapes while wriggling, flying around her. She was still sobbing, but the light managed to distract her a bit. Thankfully, her tears weren't sad ones. She had a small smile on her face. She just hugged me tightly, well, as tightly as she could. With our difference in size, it was hard for her to get a good hold on me. I could hear her whispering a soft thank you and crying. It turned the panic in my heart into happiness, a smile reshaping itself onto my face. I stayed like that for a few minutes. The light played around us for a while before entering my sleeve and vanishing. I was patting her back while she cried. As she slowly separated from me, I just said, "You're welcome." With that, she also started smiling brightly, looking down at the clothes surrounding her. And starting to search some of the bags for things she might like. Recovery Girl will help her put them on when she decides which she likes most. I let her do that by herself. She had quite a bit to choose from, so I guess it should take a while. I left the room after a while. I still need to go start writing on that report. Reaching my room was easy. I always leave my window open so that I don't have to climb up any stairs. It helps a lot. I can just reflect myself into my bed and fall asleep. But this time I went to the desk to start writing. Well, I took a shower and got changed first. I'm trying to postpone talking to Rumi about adoption for as long as possible. Writing this report is one method to do it. I can also go and inform Nizu of Eri's choice, even though he was most likely already informed by Recovery Girl. By the time I finished writing the report, the sun was already starting to go down. I just sent it to their email. I didn't really feel like flying all the way over to them to deliver it. I needed to check on Eri one last time before going to inform Nizu about her choice. She should sleep in the infirmary for tonight. But, I don't really want her to feel lonely. I guess I'll figure something out. When I came into the room, I could see the bag still near her bed. She was dressed in a pair of pajamas I bought for her. She was already sleeping. It has been a tiring day for her. It was a tiring day for me too, not physically of course. Well, Nizu can wait. I go to a random bed inside the infirmary and sleep my worries off. Meanwhile, the police were announcing the state of the raid and the way it was handled to the press. Chapter 36, Hero Ranking and Rumi. When I woke up I couldn't help but feel overcome with the desire to stay in bed for another day or two. Mainly because today I need to speak to Rumi about Eri's situation. Getting up, I could see that Eri was still sleeping. I quietly floated my way to the door, to avoid waking her up. Opening the door quietly was hard, but all I had to do was crack it open and send a little beam of light through. I managed to do so without making a single sound. Walking down the hallway I could see the sun hadn't risen yet. I was very early today, I usually got to sleep really late, so that might explain why. The first thing I did was to go to my room and check the web. I wanted to know how famous I got after my latest stunt. When checking my social media I could see that I had garnered a following, now I even had a fan-made subreddit. My recent spike in popularity managed to raise me to number 8. I was quickly rising in popularity too, so I can expect my ranking to rise in the next few weeks. I already pushed Rumi back to 10 right after she managed to win over Ryukyu and get to 9. Thankfully she didn't care much for the billboard. Even though she recently became the highest-ranking female hero in Japan. While I was browsing the web I managed to find an article shit-talking me. Saying how someone as young as I am shouldn't get in the way of the police. It was obviously attempting to garner negative attention. And it worked like a charm, the number of bad comments was astounding, the fanbase having just enlarged Ned by a substantial number. They were more than willing to defend me. I wasn't going to comment on it, it would just give the article more attention. Ignoring things is my forte after all. After spending a while browsing the web I could still find some people thinking that I was a bit too brutal to the villains during the raid, some were concerned that I might become as violent as Endeavor. I wasn't really going to address these issues. Mostly because I didn't have any online presence of my own. I should create a HeroTube account or something. I certainly don't plan on hiring a marketing team, don't need one. By the time I was done with my online surfing the sun was already up. I got up and dressed in something a bit more stylish than my tracksuit. Basically a pair of jeans and a white shirt. I wanted to at least look presentable to her. I went to Rumi as quickly as possible. She should be up by now, probably making herself some breakfast or something. I still don't know how to break this to her exactly, but I will figure something out. I am a really great speaker under pressure, lie. As I got to her doorstep I cleared my throat and knocked on the door. I could feel her checking who it was, sighing and opening the door. Rumi. Great to see you. I said with a smile on my face. Yeah, really great. What's the deal, you're not really dressed for training or patrol. Great, she already saw through me. For some reason, she had an expectant look on her face. Well, I need your help with something dash. As soon as I said that I could hear the door crack, the wood being crushed by her fingers, her face remaining unchanged. Gulping a bit I said. I actually wanted to take you out on a date first, but then this issue came up. Her grip on the door lessened as she started smiling a bit. And what might that be? She asks, somewhat annoyed but still happy by my desire to go on a date with her. My next question was going to be a deciding factor, I need to be careful about it. But feeling her gaze on me made me feel a bit anxious. Maybe because I don't have much experience with women. Will you adopt a child with me? That came out wrong. I could see her face turning red and her face looking surprised. She thankfully gave me a bit to explain myself before beating me into the ground. After a few minutes of me bumbling my way through explaining Eri's life story and her current situation she said. And you want me to adopt her? She looked at me like an idiot. Well, I figured we can take care of her together. I know this is a bit much, our relationship hasn't even started properly yet. I could barely look her in the eyes at this point. After a short pause, with her looking at me with a confused face. She said, all right. But that date better be good. The confusion on her face replaced by a smile. Sure thing. I'll get Nizu to sort out most of the paperwork, all you need to do is to sign it. I said, both relieved and happy. The date will be something I have to worry at some point. But I don't want it to be on my mind now. Rumi, however, looked very pleased with herself, almost as if she won a battle. I did say I would wait for her to make a decision, I guess this situation just hurried it a bit. After hugging Rumi goodbye, an action that managed to get her face a noticeable shade of red, I quickly went to Nizu to inform him of this development. I think he already has most of the paperwork done anyway. I need to check with Majima for a weighted training suit for women. I hope he does it by the end of the year. But, since I and Rumi are becoming a thing, I should also get her something nice, unrelated to training. Oh well, I hope Rumi likes lasagna, because I will be begging Lunch Rush to cook for us regardless of what we'll be doing. Nizu was as busy as ever, making his fur even shinier and smoother and talking to Toshinori about some stuff. When I came in and informed him about my choice, he didn't even seem surprised. Toshinori just mumbled something about young love. A look from me quickly shut him up. My interactions with Rumi were not a secret to anyone from UA. Aizawa was really pleased that I was spending less time here too. Regardless, he handed me the papers that were already made in Rumi's name. And he told to get them to her for a signature. He really doesn't waste any time. With that quick process, the adoption was over. Chapter 37, Summer Break in UA. Time skip 2 months. It's already been 2 months since we've sorted out the issue of Aries adoption. After finishing the whole adoption paperwork thing, all I needed to do was to furnish one of the rooms in Rumi's house for Eri to live in. I was going to do it by myself, but Rumi quickly took the initiative and told me off. There is no way I'd let you decorate a little girl's room. Or so she says. She also decided to help with the expenses. Apparently, this was going to be a double effort from our side. Not only on the financial front, as Rumi decided to help raise Eri and actually act as her parents. Right now we still haven't had an official date. But we started going out to different places outside of work and training. This made Rumi very happy. I guess one could call most of our outings dates. However, I think they weren't enough. The most we did was hold hands during those. I have already planned out an actual romantic date. Hopefully, it will work well. More on that later. At the end of the day, neither of us has much experience, so she doesn't mind waiting a bit. Some people have been looking weirdly at us, maybe because of the age gap. But no one actually made any complaints. The legal age here is 13, even if our relationship is uncommon it's still acceptable. The teachers also didn't care much, except for Midnight, who was excited and started giving me tips on how to pleasure a woman. Usually one of the teachers just shuts her up and drags her out of the room. Lately, I've had my hands full with training. Hero work isn't exactly a priority, I only do it on occasion and I stopped doing it alone mostly. Nowadays I just use it as an excuse to spend even more time with Rumi. Eri started training her quirk at UA with the help of Aizawa. He wasn't exactly jumping in excitement to help, but he also couldn't refuse something like this. The big three are also doing alright, at least I hope so. I heard that they concentrated too much on training, leading them to fail a few classes. Now they have to retake some tests during this summer break. Talking about summer break, I think the entrance exams are coming up. Which means I'll probably also have to start studying in the general course the next year. Thankfully I was a college graduate in my past life. Most of the concepts are similar, even when under different names. Making everything somewhat easier, I still have to remember the stuff I learned. I have been the one taking Eri to and from UA, mainly because Rumi can't be bothered to drive her car, and I can fly. Eri already got accustomed to her new place of living. She also doesn't get scared when flying anymore. In the beginning, she would get a bit scared, tell Rumi about it, and the latter would begin to hit me with whatever she had at hand. Ah, good times. It really feels like you guys are already a married couple, is something Snipe pointed out when he saw the bruises on my face. Oh well, can't really call it abuse if you're having fun. Wait, that came out wrong. Anyway, there are a few things on my mind right now. Since the entrance exam is just a month away, I hope that I can pass this time uneventfully. The League of Villains didn't show itself at all. Right now I think I am free. I just let Eri off at school. Rumi is currently off to some hero stuff. It has been a while since I've had time for myself. Not that it's a bad thing, spending all my time with Rumi and Eri is very nice. But it's been a while since I've taken some time to myself. I still haven't decided whether to publish One Piece or not. I guess I will post it online and see what happens. Although the art can only be described as flimsy. Right now, I've only reached the Arlong Park arc. I hope it will get popular so that an actual studio gets interested in it. I've yet to try and send the Ross to a studio. I will do it tomorrow. Right now, I'm going to my dorm room at UA. It has been a while since I slept in it. Nowadays I mostly sleep on Rumi's couch or in a guest room. Going in I could already see that the room was absolutely clean. Apparently, the staff made sure to keep it that way. Lucky me, I guess. Opening my laptop I went on the web. My ranking on the Hero Billboard chart went all the way up to number 4, pushing Best Genius to NR 5. Rumi also managed to climb NR 8. She still doesn't care much about it, but it's a nice ranking to have. I started a few social media accounts. I don't really use a lot, but I have them just in case. People have calmed down to some extent, their worries were not unfounded. I didn't show much mercy to the villains during the Shai Hasaikai. But after the raid, I refrained from seriously maiming any villains. That seemed to somewhat calm down the masses. The police were not exactly pleased with my actions either. As expected, they gave me a fine. It wasn't even that much, but they still didn't hold it against me. Raids are usually stressful situations, mistakes can happen. I quickly got bored and closed my laptop, opening the television instead. Breaking news, massive prison breakout happening right now at Tartarus. We will dash. Okay, that's new. Chapter 38, Villains 1/2. ___POV narration ____. Tartarus was located on an island, surrounded by giant walls. The only access to the prison is a long bridge connected to a city. It was a normal day at Tartarus. Another dangerous convict was brought in by a hero. His quirk had something to do with redirecting waves. Oh well. He was just another villain to the trained guards. For now, he was locked up in a cell with a high amount of defenses. Sensors are put on all of the inmates here, alerting the guards when someone activates their quirks. The prisoners are monitored in a room with several screens displaying the inside of cells. Everything was running fine, but the second the guards left the new prisoner in the cell, all of the cameras went down. The person in the monitor room tried raising the alert, but something was jamming all contacts inside the building. Then pandemonium started, when noticing the problems in electricity and the confusion if the guards, the less highly restrained prisoners quickly took that chance to escape their confinement, killing all of the guards in their vicinity. Then they proceeded to free more and more prisoners, to the point where most incarcerated individuals were already out of their cells. The guards were quickly overrun as the emergency defensive system was malfunctioning. One guard near the entrance managed to run away far enough to escape the effect of the presumed jammer quirk. Doing so, he called the police force. After they were informed, they contacted all nearby heroes, quickly forming a blockade on the bridge. And so, more and more heroes gathered, along with them came the press, which gave more coverage to the situation. Something that prompted even more heroes to start making their way there. ____POV MC ____. It was foolish of me to think that I would get some free time. From what I could see, the situation at Tartarus is extremely dire. The villains are now stuck at the gates, basically, almost about to force their way back into our society. I could see heroes blocking the bridge, probably hoping that someone like All Might would show up, but since he's always on a timer, such a big fight might be disadvantageous for him. Suddenly I could see a pillar of flame. Yep, it's Endeavor. At least there's someone to suppress the villains for a while. There is also Hawks. He seems to not be in hero gear, mostly using his quirk to evacuate all the civilians in the immediate vicinity of the bridge. I still don't know how the breakout started. It might be because there has been a surplus of convicted felons in the last few years. Someone with a special quirk might have slipped by unnoticed. I don't have much time to ponder on the situation. I think I can make it there in a few minutes at my fastest speed. I quickly got changed and headed there. I don't have time to bother calling my dispatcher. The guy already knows me anyway, he can guess where I am headed. Thinking on it, this might actually be my chance to get to know the NR2 hero, who will also be the future NR2 hero, since I am 100% going to become NR1 before him. I can only think this encounter will be great, maybe even refreshing. Wasn't he one of the greyest characters in MHA? He had a redemption arc and all. Oh well, I think he won't mind the help. There are somewhere around 500 villains attempting to escape imprisonment. I think All Might is also heading in that direction. Even with his timer, he still wouldn't let something like this happen without even attempting to interfere. At the end of the day, Tartarus housed the most dangerous villains. Right now the heroes were still holding. Their small strategical advantage is what kept them alive for so long, but the difference in numbers was starting to show. By the time I got there, the situation wasn't looking too good. A lot of the heroes were injured, and Endeavor was the worst. He probably burned quite a lot of villains to a crisp, but now he was barely standing up, both injuries and fatigue catching up to him. Hawks was shot down from the sky. A few dozen heroes managed to hold off 500 bloodthirsty villains for about 5 minutes. It was a feat to be remembered. Now, I flew above the bridge. The villains were advancing, pushing the blockade further and further towards the city. Raising my palms, I started raining down light rays in the villain-filled bridge. All notion of holding back was lost. I saw the state of the heroes. Every ray of light that hit the ground exploded, making the bridge tremble slightly. I landed in front of the barricade. Cape facing the cameras. A tired Endeavor came near me. Finally some backup. He said in a gruff tone. You should take a break, you've done enough already. Even with all of his family life, just his feat today made it enough for me to respect him. I can still go. Do you think you can take them on by yourself? He sneered a bit. I'll just keep them occupied while you guys rest. These weren't thugs, these were all dangerous villains, a lot were stronger than Overhaul. I wasn't in any danger, but I wasn't going to let any of them escape this place. Endeavor just nodded reluctantly. He took a lot of damage, even if he wanted to help he was quite done at this point. Like all the heroes present, he needed rest. Then we both heard a loud crash, the bridge shaking again. Have no fear, I am here. It was obviously All Might. Things were heating up. When Endeavor saw All Might he seemed to magically recover. All of his fatigue replaced by determination. It seems we have even more backup. I said lazily while Endeavor nodded solemnly. Chapter 39, Villains 2 Halves. Standing there, I could see some of the villains cowering at the sight of All Might. There isn't much to say about his influence on villains, he's still the NR.1 hero after all. Both me and Endeavor walked to his sides. Neither one of us willing to just look at his back during this fight. Endeavor wasn't in good shape, but he could provide cover fire for All Might. Glad to see you drop by All Might. I said, with the same lazy smile on my face. Most of the villains and heroes that heard me looked at me weirdly. My attitude didn't match the situation at all. The villains took it personally, thinking that I wasn't taking them seriously at all. While All Might just had a wry smile on his face. With a sigh, he said. You should really be more serious, young Allan. I just shrugged at his comment, while Endeavor scoffed a bit. Neither of you seems concerned, but this fight needs to end quickly. Yep, even if he didn't say that, All Might doesn't have all day. While I could take care of this myself it would be very annoying. Who knows what type of quirks can be found in an army of highly dangerous villains. Endeavor, you should provide cover fire for now. Endeavor looked displeased at my suggestion, but he already knew that he wouldn't be much help in his current state. All Might. I caught his attention for a second. Are fatalities acceptable? He didn't like the notion, but he still nodded. This wasn't the time to hold back, even one of those guys can cause a lot of trouble if they escaped. After seeing All Might's response I looked at the villains. Most of them came to a standstill after the hulking symbol of peace appeared. I think I will thin this crowd a bit. Saying that I quickly put my hands on the ground, digging a network of lights underneath the villains at light speed. As quickly as that, countless spikes made out of solid light rose from the ground, many villains were impaled. A lot of them took injuries. I had basically covered that entire part of the bridge with spikes. It was an attack that covered a vast range. Therefore it took a bit of stamina to pull off. I think it managed to take out at least half of the villains, the weaker half. Unfortunately, the stronger people either dodged or braved through losing a limb. Looking back I could see a stunned group of heroes, with All Might gaining a surprised look. Well, what are we waiting for? My words took them out of their stupor. Most people already knew of my strength. This display shouldn't have come off as a surprise. But my attitude made people unconsciously look down on me. I liked doing that, looking at the look on their faces when I eventually get serious. Among the people that escaped were a few familiar faces. Overhaul and some of his lackeys were attempting to escape as well. Overhaul now had 2 hands. I can only guess that he took one from a guard and fused it with himself. Just as he was about to put his hands on the ground, I shot a beam of light through his head. Fighting him on a bridge would be annoying for most heroes. I didn't want to give him the chance to take out anyone. His lackeys just trembled a bit. There wasn't anything they could have done. There was also Muscular, an old friend. Right in front of me. Muscular, old pal. How come you aren't happy to see me? I said, completely losing any semblance of my previous serious visage. He just gritted his teeth and started enlarging his muscles. He was so tunnel-visioned on me that he failed to see the symbol of peace moving in. Completely smashing his way into the remaining hordes of villains. Right behind him was Endeavor, disregarding his injuries and burning through every villain in front of him. Completely disregarding safety regulations. The metal chores holding up the bridge were looking a bit melted. But they were still holding up. Endeavor was also regulating his heat to not melt them completely. Looking at them made me smirk. To think I'd get a chance to fight side by side with the strongest heroes of the older generations. Smiling widely, I covered my hands and feet in my poor man's armament and joined in on the fun. Can't let you old-timers hog all the fun. Using my greatest speed, every hit of mine created shockwaves through the villains unfortunate enough to get targeted by me. Endeavor grinned at my words and said, "Watch your mouth, kid. It seems I have made a decent first impression on him." All Might just shook his head, his smile turning a bit weird again, while the shockwaves from his fists sent villains flying backwards. I could see a few of the villains trying to jump above us and across the bridge. With Hawks out of the fight, they probably thought this was the perfect opportunity. And just as I was about to shoot them down, a rain of red feathers swooped in and pierced through most of them. Looking back, I could see Hawks and a few of the heroes manage to recover. Hawks taking back into the air and giving us support. As I was looking back, a villain with the ability to turn his fingers into sharp steel wires took that chance to slice in my direction. I didn't even bother blocking, as a stream of fire toasted both him and his quirk. I just smirked, shooting a laser through the villain about to hit him as payback. The laser went through the villain's chest and into a crowd behind him, exploding them and throwing them away. The bridge was rattling a lot. All three of us needed to hold back as to not wreck the bridge. Even injured, Endeavor proved to still be a great threat to all of the villains present. So they had an idea: concentrate on him and quickly take him down. Then they can attempt to escape. Looking at the villains charging him, he only scoffed. As I and All Might rushed in and protected his back and sides, while he blasted everything that moved in front of him. He was almost passing out at this point. His fight had gone on longer than ours after all. But it was almost over at this point. Their desperate attack on Endeavor left them weak and undefended, a flaw that neither me nor All Might are planning to ignore. My fists coated in light, crushing down into the torso of one of the last villains, while All Might punched out one of the more resilient ones. Looking around, it was a scene of carnage. But it was also one where the heroes won. Chapter 40, Disaster. After finishing the last of the villains, we started looking around, making sure all of them were dealt with. Endeavor finally took a break and sat on the ground. He had cauterized his own wounds so that the bleeding wouldn't trouble him. All Might also took a break, sitting on the ground a bit. He needed to go soon, his timer thankfully wasn't done yet. They were both somewhat tired. To lighten the mood, I said, "Well, I think I got the most dash." Not even managing to finish the sentence, I got interrupted. "No way a kid managed to take down more villains than me," Endeavor said, his energy restored magically. All Might didn't even bother humoring me. I just shrugged. All Might looked around a bit. The cameras were focused on us. All three of us stood up. I supported Endeavor since he was barely moving at this point. He didn't really thank me or anything, just snorted a bit. He didn't have any strength left to push me away though. We started walking back towards the barricade previously formed by the heroes and the police. We could hear the cheers in the distance. A crowd of onlookers gathered at the city end of the bridge, coming in our direction. Since the situation was already diffused, we figured there shouldn't be any problem letting them near the barricade. I think they arrived at the same time as All Might. I let him handle the press, he is the biggest star here. Although a few reporters tried to stop me and Endeavor for an interview, to which the latter just growled and scared them away. "Geez, these people really don't want you to reach an ambulance." He just looked at me. I just put the injured Endeavor on my shoulder and jumped over the crowd and in front of an ambulance. The paramedics quickly taking out a stretcher. I could hear him cursing in my general direction as the ambulance rolled away. With that done, I turned to the civilians. A lot were still concentrated on All Might. A few of them had turned and taken photos of me and of the NR2 hero. Jumping back onto the bridge, my perception managed to catch some movement. One of the villains was just pretending to be knocked out. I don't recognize this villain. I think he was taken out of the fight when I first arrived. I could see him now, standing up and looking around himself with fear on his visage. All Might quickly turned around. Even if he was already reaching his limits, taking down one villain wouldn't be that hard. The villain faced the left side of the bridge and rose his hands. In the distance, I could see a huge wave forming, the villain in question bleeding from all orifices. A giant tsunami was moving toward us. The bridge and the people on it were just looking on, terrified. It was at least 700 meters tall, and it covered the whole bridge and the entirety of Tartaros. All Might didn't have any energy left to deal with something this big. He looked on, in shock. He wasn't letting the fear show on his face. But I'm not really planning on sitting and doing nothing. Thankfully the wave wasn't directed at the city, otherwise, this would have been even worse. A wave this big can't really be blown away easily, the best choice I have right now is to form a shield around the bridge. Everyone, stay near the barricade. My voice was definitely heard, but the people were panicking a lot, not everyone did as asked. I quickly rose tentacles out of the ground and dragged everyone near the makeshift barricade. I made sure to catch everyone. I, however, didn't have time to worry about the villains. The tsunami was fast approaching. As soon as I gathered everyone around me, I quickly created a multi-layered sphere of light that surrounded everybody. It also went underneath the bridge. I am positive the bridge won't hold at all in this situation. All Might was also inside. Looking at me with a serious expression, his smile all but gone. Young Allan, will it hold? I didn't have much time to reply. I created chains of light that rooted themselves on the surfaces around us, including the bottom of the sea underneath us. I also suspended us in the air using deeply rooted pillars of light. And just like that, looking around myself, I shouted, "Brace for impact." The second I said those words, the wave engulfed the barrier. The people inside could hear loud crashing sounds. All Might could hear the first layers of the barrier cracking under the weight of the tsunami. But he wasn't able to do anything, limited by both his injuries and tiredness. He just clenched his fists and hoped for the best. At the end of the day, both All Might and I could have escaped this easily. We just needed to run into the city. But we weren't going to just leave all the injured heroes and civilians here. I could see a lot of the civilians trembling as the cracks started showing on the barrier. The bridge underneath us was already destroyed. All that was holding us up was the numerous pillars of light from before. When I felt the wave pass, I quickly let the barrier down. It was too tiring to hold on to. All of my energy was already expended. I was grasping as I held up the suspended part of the bridge in the air. All Might finally showed a relieved smile. As soon as I took the barrier down, both he and Hawk started quickly carrying everyone off the platform. In a few minutes, they managed to transport everyone to the city. After seeing everyone off, I quickly took off flying in their direction. The platform behind me falling into the water, as the light pillars holding it up dispersed. This was a stupidly exhausting move. If I had awakened my fruit, the situation would have been so much easier. As I landed near the city, I was greeted by deafening cheers. And the symbol of peace coming near me. "Great job, young Allan. Can you still move?" he said in a concerned tone. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just exhausted." After that, the smile returned to his face. As I took a few deep breaths and regained my lazy demeanor. I don't know the state of most of the villains that were on that bridge. But most of them were likely dead. But, I did my job as a hero. Protected the people that I needed to. Chapter 41, Aftermath. There wasn't much to say besides that we weren't expecting that. Thankfully, most of the seriously injured heroes were carried off before the tsunami ever appeared. It couldn't really be counted as a mistake on the hero's side. In a fight of this size, it's impossible to keep track of everything and everyone. But, it might be my fault. With my speed I could easily reach him the moment he so much as twitched. But I wanted to see what he was going to do. As for the person responsible for the tsunami, they were likely dead. After a few days, bodies will likely start washing ashore. Scaring some people and probably traumatized a few. But there will definitely be bodies belonging to the villains we fought today. Usually drowning is one of the most excruciating ways to die, filling your lungs full with water and being unable to do anything about it. For most of them, it was painless. Most of the people were already unconscious at the time of death. It's unknown just what led to this mass breakout. Indeed, the once impenetrable prison was lately stacked with villains, but its defenses were top-notch. Right now, there is no survivor left from the guards working at Tartaros. Even if they survived the villain rampage, they couldn't have survived the tsunami. The prison itself wasn't destroyed by the overgrown wave. But the insides were flooded. It would take a while before the maximum security prison would be operational again. And after this incident, there will be many reforms to that prison. The people at the top didn't take lightly to this loss of life. They may not care much about the villains, but the guards were all productive members of society. And if we didn't manage to stop the villains from getting into the city, they would have no doubt gone back to ruining everything our society holds dear. The quirk that affected the defenses so heavily is speculated to belong to the last inmates sent into the prison. On paper, their quirk allowed them to manipulate a certain frequency that they also emit. But apparently, there was a lot more to that quirk than meets the eye. He managed to affect everything in the prison at once. It just shows that in a world of quirks, there is bound to be one that can render the defenses of Tartarus useless. It's what motivates us to improve our systems. For me, this situation was an eye-opener. It reminded me just how unpredictable quirks can be. And it also reminded me that I need to grow stronger. I may have lied a bit when All Might asked me if I was doing okay. At that time I could barely stay on my feet. But I didn't want to look weak in front of the people I had saved. Right now, I am standing on the edge of the broken bridge. I could feel the things around me, but I had turned off my perception. I could feel even the people behind me, going to their homes. I suddenly felt the urge to pull at the lights around me. I could see them moving as I pulled onto them. The light becoming more and more powerful. I started controlling the light around me. In my excitement, I had forgotten about my exhaustion. All Might was looking at me with an odd expression. All Might was likely able to tell that my last move was extremely taxing. Right now he was probably assessing the situation. As the people that were leaving turned around, they looked on, the lights dancing around, almost as if of their own volition. I could only recognize this as a fruit awakening. I had never seen an awakened Logia before. But from what I understand, awakening differs from fruit to fruit. Even when fruits are of the same category, they might have different ways of awakening. In my case, I seem to have gained the ability to feel all of the light around me and control it. This strengthened my perception by a lot. In the past, I was stuck to a certain speed mostly due to my perception not being able to keep up with the speed of light. While I could go up to the speed of light, I would not be able to control it whatsoever. Now, my perception was strengthened greatly. It meant that now I could reach even greater speeds, and also control them. In the past, I couldn't even control myself when going at a quarter of the speed of light. Now I think I can even go at half of that without any issue. Young Allan, you should take a break. All Might said, patting me on my back and breaking me out of my stupor. This brought me back to reality. My legs were starting to give. But All Might was holding me up, making me look perfectly fine in the eyes of the crowd. Yellow Flash, could we get an interview? A reporter asked excitedly. We should get going for now. Crime does not wait. Saying that, All Might jumped, dragging me with him and going at full speed to UA. After a few minutes, we landed at the gates of UA. He started steaming. Thank you All Might, I'll take a cab from here. He just nodded reluctantly, not having time to stand in that form any longer. He quickly dashed off, pretending to go somewhere else. I just entered a taxi and gave the driver Rumi's address. When reaching home, I was already almost falling asleep. My home is Rumi's house of course. Which meant that meeting her here wasn't surprising. What was surprising was the concern she was showing me. And the crushing hug I received upon entering the door. She should know better than to worry for me at this point. But it still warms my heart. Sorry for making you worry. My voice coming out as more of a whisper. Shut up. She said, not letting go of me at all. And in the warmth of her arms, I fell asleep. Chapter 42, Reaction and Manipulation. ____POV narration _____. While the heroes were resting and the public was starting to witness the feats that the heroes managed to pull off that day, someone was having a different reaction to this whole affair. In a poorly lit warehouse in the Kamino district, laying on a table with various tubes coming in and out of his body, was a person that could only be described as sickly. All for One stood there. After seeing the events that transpired, he was quite disappointed. The person he had sent there was the very first successful Nomu prototype. The Nomu's body had miraculously adapted 2 quirks and managed to retain a bit of consciousness. One quirk could control and release different frequencies and waves, and the other was a simple power amplification quirk. They had somehow resonated with each other, turning into a power that seemed impressive to the supervillain. While they were in his body they couldn't merge like that, no matter how much he tried. Kyudai Garaki did the experiment on a mass murderer. It had been their first success, mainly because they didn't force any more quirks into him. The prototype had been sent to free someone from Tartaros, a person that had a quirk All for One was interested in. It was the former leader of the Yakuza and the Shai Hasaikai, a person named Kai Chisaki. All for One had only heard about this person after he had been incarcerated. They didn't even get to make themselves known properly in the underworld. In the eyes of many, they were an incompetent group. But to All for One, that person's quirk was interesting, capable of manipulating matter. He had big plans for such a powerful quirk. Healing himself was one such plan. If he could go back to his peak, then he wouldn't have anything to fear. He also wouldn't have to worry about rushing his successor into the public eye. There was also the matter of that young new hero. Being titled the world's youngest hero, he was also one of the strongest in Japan. He had his doubts about the reports he received on the yellow flash. But after having his most trusted subordinate watch all of the footage, he couldn't help but be impressed. Such a person might become a problem later. It is better that he found a way to deal with that light quirk of his. Another thing he didn't expect was that quirk he gave to the Nomu would be amplified to that extent. Although it had likely killed the Nomu. If it were used in tandem with a super regeneration quirk, it would have made for a great subordinate. Unfortunately, that attack couldn't take out the heroes, as the yellow flash proved the extensive mastery he had over his own quirk. But in the end, the yellow flash's strength would just become another quirk in all for one's body. Or so the villain thought. Now, the villain saw a great opportunity in the way the situation was handled. It was a chance for him to undermine the presence of the heroes present. He started calling his associates, preparing something scandalous. And while the villain was contemplating, the media was complaining. A few reporters and news stations weren't at all pleased by how the situation was handled. And with a slight push from an unknown source, they started releasing articles that showed the heroes in a bad light, hee. Articles like, "Heroes massacre villains on the bridge leading to Tartaros," and "Villains murdered by the tsunami while the heroes stood and watched." It was media manipulation at its best, but unfortunately, the loudest voices belonged to the most susceptible people. And they started voicing their opinions online and on the streets. There weren't any protests, just gatherings and sharing this misinformation. This made public opinion split on the matter, as there were a lot of people who hadn't seen the initial report and only read the newer ones. The Tartaros breakout became a subject of indignation for many. And the people defending it grew less and less each day. Even the people that were saved that day had their voices grow lower and lower in volume as they were harassed by the people fully believing in the rights of those bloodthirsty villains. The police force contacted as many people as possible, hoping to repair the quickly descending public opinion. But they had acted a bit too late. People already started to hate the heroes that were present there. Most of the hate centering on two heroes. Endeavor and the Yellow Flash. As the footage of the fight reached the masses, seeing them burn through villains was horrifying for those villains' right activists. However, the two still had their rankings on the hero billboard chart. With the number of cases they had amassed it was impossible to erase them, as the Yellow Flash reached the NR.3 spot on the charts as soon as this event went public. As for the symbol of peace, people didn't show him any hate, as he was too well liked for that. Anyone attempting to show any hate to him would be scrutinized. Unfortunately for the people, neither Allan nor Endeavor cared much for public opinion. Their attacks proved ineffective, as the two just shrugged them off and continued with their lives. The situation turned for the worse just after 3 days of appearing in the public eye. Usually, if there is such a negative response on a hero operation, the government would get involved. But this time was special. The two that received the most hatred held back the most villains on that day, making the people above reluctant to do anything to them. As things stood now, public opinion wouldn't change back quickly. Chapter 43, Rewards. When opening my eyes, I could see a familiar ceiling. It was dark, there was a faint whitish light coming from the window, it was still night. I didn't get up, I could feel some weight on my body. Looking down I could see little Eri just sleeping on my chest. Rumi was also using my arm as a pillow. This is the first time all three of us sleep together. It's kind of nice honestly. Seeing as how I wouldn't be able to extract myself out of that situation without waking them up, I did the next best thing. Closing my eyes I fell right back asleep. After all, how could I stay awake in this situation? The next morning was different, both of them woke up before me, leaving the room a bit empty for my taste. Going into the kitchen I could see Rumi cooking something up. "Hey, what's for breakfast?" I said while rubbing the sleep off my face. She turned, looked at me scornfully and said, "You've been out for 4 days and that's the first thing you say." I had already assumed I had been sleeping for a while. Awakening my fruit and using it while in that state might not have been a really good idea. "Well, sorry for worrying you. How come you didn't take me to a hospital or something?" I was genuinely curious. I was expecting to wake up in a ward or something, although I only needed rest. My condition was a bit odd. I just assumed you'd wake up sometime this week. If you didn't I would have called an ambulance or something. She probably assumed that with my strength getting injured would be difficult. Therefore she just let me rest for a while. "That's nice, how about breakfast?" She just looked at me like I was an idiot. "Steamed rice and miso soup." She then gestured for me to sit down. Since Eri isn't where she should be at school already. Without me bringing her, Aizawa should have been tasked to be her chauffeur, even more work for him. By the way, public opinion on you is going down the shitter. I just snapped my head at her. She just smirked and looked at my reaction. What? I had just helped suppress the biggest prison breakout in Japan and saved countless lives. What do you mean? She then brought my laptop and put it on the table. On it, I could see countless threads of people advocating for villain rights. Oh, so they're just idiots. Nothing to worry about. Even if they call for my impeachment, the government still needs strong heroes. It seems both Endeavor and I got the short end of the stick. Oh well, can't please them all. Next time a supervillain tries to destroy the city, I might just let him. As much as that thought put a smile on my face, there were still people that fully supported both me and Endeavor. Public opinion was as split as it can be. The government clearly supports us anyway. I could see in an email that I had to go to the police force and receive a medal. They also transferred a massive sum of money into the accounts of all the heroes present that day. With me, All Might and Endeavor getting the biggest share. You can clearly see that they appreciated our actions that day. No matter how drastic they might have been. Rumi just looked on at me as I scrolled through the comments. Quite a stupid argument, right? She seemed amused by my problem. The only reason she isn't concerned is that she knows how little public opinion matters to me at this point. Oh well, looks like I'm the new big baddie of the week. She just laughed at my sarcastic comment. I could also see some messages from All Might, apologizing for the situation. Even though it wasn't his fault, he probably felt guilty because he's the only one that didn't get any flack. Seems All Might is doing mighty fine. She looked at me, eyes filled with scorn, again. Why are you making dad jokes? You're 16-year-old. That hit home. But two can play at that game. Well, since we've adopted Eri, I obviously became a father. Slipping in the fact that we're basically married at this point seemed to embarrass her a bit. She quickly changed the subject. By the way, I called Nizu and told him about your condition. Figured as much, he'll probably make me work overtime for a while. Even though we were in the summer break, the school staff still had work to do, including me. Summer break at hero schools is usually used for training camps anyway. And I've already missed the start of the first-year training camp. That sounds like a you problem. Right back to giving me sass, huh? She didn't give me much time to respond as she pushed me out the door. All right, you've been lazing around the house for long enough. As she pushed me out the door. Go to work. She said right before slamming the door in my face. I stood there for a minute, the lazy smile on my face still present. I could feel her looking into the peephole. After staying like that for a while, she gave in. Opening the door and giving me a peck on the cheek. All right, I'm off. Were my next words, as I took off flying to UA. ____POV Rumi ____. This was a stressful 4 days for me. Having to watch him sleep and question how long it would take him to wake up. Seeing him up and about made me smile a bit. Even with all the fatigue that had accumulated the past few days. The way things developed in the past few days was infuriating for me. Nizu was just as mad as I was. I've been talking to Allan's boss since day one. Keeping him posted on his condition. I could tell that he was growing more and more annoyed by the way some of the public was responding to the hero's actions. Things could have been worse. At least the government wouldn't throw them under the bus. Having to kiss Allan on the cheek was a bit embarrassing. It made my ears flop down a bit. Now that I think about it. Didn't that bastard owe me a date? Chapter 44, Planning and Thoughts. As soon as I started flying, I reached the gates of UA. Thinking back on the reaction Rumi had when seeing me awake was nice. There's also the fact that we had slept together. I think that if I don't ask her on a proper date in the next few days, she will crush my head into the front door. As I enter the gates, I could sense some gazes peering into my back. There were a few people taking photos with their phones and whispering to each other. Even with all of my time spent as a famous hero, it still felt off to be recognized on the streets and talked about in hushed voices. Oh well, I had to talk to the principal now. Staying here and pondering won't help me with anything. Walking through the empty hallways at UA felt weird. I was so used to this place being packed full of students that I had forgotten how large the corridors actually are. In a classroom, I could feel a few unfortunate souls studying for their summer exams. 3 of the people there were really familiar to me. It must be the unfortunate big 3. Looking through the window and watching them study with tears in their eyes was a bit satisfying. The fact that Mirio noticed me and the mocking grin on my face only made things funnier. Tamaki was just slumped on his chair, looking on as Mirio dug his fingers into his table a bit and gritted his teeth. This also caught Nijire's attention. She had a huge smile on her face as she waved her hand excitedly in my direction. At this point, even Present Mike noticed that someone was disrupting his class. Looking at the door, he just said, "Allan, please stop laughing at them." That was my cue to leave. Mike and the others realized that I was a big part of the reason why their students flunked a few classes. They couldn't really punish me either, not like I was being paid at UA. A month back I had officially become a combat instructor. Having my own classes without the need of supervision from other staff, besides medical. The title gave me some leeway in how I handled students. As I reached the end of the hallway I could feel that the teachers were in a meeting. Nizu was probably explaining something to them. The room seemed a bit gloomy. I put on my game face and prepared for action. But I was never one to take these meetings seriously, loudly opening the door and saying in a rapid voice, "Hello everybody. Did you miss me?" The teachers just stared at me, with Snipe clearing his throat and Aizawa just staring at me with his dead eyes. Midnight seemed the only person excited to see me. Well, she was always excited, not in a good way usually. Nizu was the first to respond. "Allan. So nice of you to drop by your place of work from time to time. Straight to taking jabs at my 4 days of sleep, huh? I wish you didn't come back." Aizawa grumbled in a low voice. "Nice to see you too, sleep bag." I wasn't one to ignore such disrespect, at least not from him. Lunch Rush also said, "I wondered why you stopped dropping by." I looked at him with stars in my eyes. No joke, I made my eyes shine. "I also missed your food, teacher." This seemed to annoy Lunch Rush a bit. He was the only person besides Nizu that I used an honorific with. I claimed he was my teacher because I spent a lot of time at the canteen. At some point, I wanted to learn how to cook. He never agreed to teach me anything. All he did was smash my head with a pan every time I got too close to his kitchen. "Guys, we were talking about something important," Toshinori said, somewhat exasperated at how quick I turned the gloomy atmosphere in the room into a confusing one. Toshi seemed a bit guilty when seeing me. Seriously, how did this guy ever manage to hide his identity from anyone? After looking for a while at the room filled with chatter, Nizu decided to interrupt us. "I'm sure you are somewhat aware of what transpired during your sleep." I just nodded. The situation was weird. I could see some of the teachers looking down a bit. No one was pleased with the recent events. On one hand, I had gained a lot of fans. On the other, I now was one of the most hated heroes. We think the outburst might not have been natural. Some tabloids show signs of tampering. A few studios even received donations before publishing negative articles about you and Endeavor. Figured as much. The media wouldn't brazenly choose to paint heroes badly in that situation. Even when we killed a few villains on the bridge, it wouldn't have been so bad. What made things worse was me not bothering to save the villains from their certain demise. People just assume I had energy to spare for some reason. I guess trying to appear strong in front of the masses afterwards wasn't such a great idea after all. Do we know who made these donations? This was no longer about my public opinion. Someone was trying to undermine heroes in general. Unfortunately for him, the dirt only stuck to me and the NR.2 hero. But even that was enough to make people question other heroes. I might have a hunch as to who was responsible for this. All of them were anonymous. We are currently trying to find out who might have had ulterior motives. After a few more questions, the meeting was over. Nizu turned to me and said, "You should go to the police to get your tracking device removed. It's part of your reward for protecting the people on that bridge." That news put a smile on my face. They didn't need to worry about me becoming a villain anymore. I was the NR.3 hero now. I managed to push Hawks into the 4th place. I'm sure he was disappointed about that. But I also took his title of youngest hero to reach top 10. Heck, I might be the youngest pro hero in the entire world. Don't fact check me on that though. For now, I have more important things to do. Like planning my date with Rumi. Chapter 45, Date Planning and Help. As the people were starting to leave the meeting room, I quickly said, "Wait." Everyone looked at me in wonder. I believe they hadn't seen me this serious before. Even Present Mike looked surprised. He had just returned from his checkup on the summer class. What happened? Even Nizu was intrigued. I urged everyone to take a seat. They did so curiously. "I have an important request to make of you." Even Aizawa's back straightened out, he didn't enjoy my company. But he valued me as a colleague. I never asked for anything, this made them feel something serious was coming up. Looking around the room, my tone set a severe atmosphere. They looked on expectantly. Snipe could be seen waiting and tapping his finger on the table, while Cementos gave me a weird look. Majima didn't give much of a reaction, I had asked him for things in the past after all. But to everyone else, this was new. I plan on borrowing the canteen for a romantic date with Rumi, Nizu smirked a bit. In the room, I could hear a bang. As soon as I said that, Toshinori banged his head on the table. Midnight released a squeal that I can only describe as sensual. Lunch Rush just shrugged, he likely found this situation entertaining enough to remain seated. Since it also concerned his part of the building, it was also important that he remained. Snipe took out his gun and shoot me in the head with a rubber bullet. I quickly hardened some light around my forehead as the bullet touched it. It looked like it bounced off my forehead, not even fazing me. But it hit Cementos, who got up and just left the room, followed by Aizawa, who didn't even bother to gaze in my general direction anymore. Majima just started mumbling something about couples. Huh? What's wrong? I said, scratching my head. Toshi just sighed and shook his head. Nizu seemed like he was having fun. Only he and Midnight seemed to enjoy this topic. As Toshi just slumped in his chair. Snipe huffed and sat back down. He was still a nice person, always willing to help out a colleague. So, what's your plan exactly? It's the first time I've heard this type of request from an employee. Nizu's smile was still present, but his sentence had a weird undertone at the end. Did he forget I'm basically doing charity work here? I plan on having dinner there. I'll clean up the tables and stack them elsewhere. Midnight was the one to interrupt me with a toothy grin. I can arrange some decor, I'll make sure to make it tasteful. Her smile was creeping me out. Thankfully Snipe came in and saved the day. I'll help keep her in check. He was a true hero. Ectoplasm also offered to help put up the decor, since he can just use his clones for the handy work. Recovery Girl also chimed in, I'll just take care of Eri while you guys are having fun. She probably just wanted to spend more time with Eri. Still, my smile got wider. I also hope on somehow closing the blinds on those huge windows. I hope Majima could help here. I said, looking at the man. He silently looked back. Mike quickly came behind the unwilling participant and patted him on the back. Of course we will. Right, Majima? At this point, he was just being peer pressured to help. So he just nodded at me with a hateful expression under his face mask. Great, thank you, guys. I simply said. The smile on my face was getting almost as big as All Might's. My last request. Teacher. Please cook for me on my date. I took a perfect bow at a 90-degree angle. This was another skill I had picked up as a corporate rat. Lunch Rush just said. What? Did you expect me to leave my kitchen in your hands? His tone was one of mock anger. Smiling, I thanked him politely. The others looked flabbergasted, the only thought in their mind is, why didn't he also ask us nicely? Toshinori was also an observer in this date debacle. I suddenly look at him, I just remember, there was never any Mrs. Might in the show. Thinking on it, the guy was likely too engrossed in his job or something. But that didn't stop me from saying. You should also try to go on a date from time to time, Toshi. It looked like I teleported to his side and put my hand around his shoulder. You should put your chiseled jawline to work and score something too. I could barely hold a straight face as these words came out of my mouth. He was agape, most of the room's sweat dropped while Midnight laughed out loud. The others just looked at their skinny colleague in pity. Nizu looked on as if he was witnessing a show. He had just been watching this from the beginning, probably curious about what my brain could excrete on the planning board. But he was still my boss and the principal of the school. I plan on having the date tomorrow. What do you think, boss? I only ever used the honorific with him when I was sucking up to him. This was similar in nature. Sure, you can use the canteen. But you will be responsible for putting everything back in place. I just nodded. It's normal for one to clean up after himself. And just like that, we got to work, devising the best date venue we could. 13 also ended up doing something, she helped Snipe hold Midnight's weirdness in check. She also added a bit of class to the room. By the end, the walls were decorated nicely. A small table for two was in the middle. It looked almost regal, it also cost me a lot. I obviously paid for everything in here. The table and chairs were gold-plated for fuck's sake. From the entrance to the table, there was a dark red carpet. Again it was really fluffy and nice. The glasses were gold-tinted, again. I'm sure I gave them a budget, they seem not to care much about it, unfortunately. It's not like I lacked the money, just my last payout for the bridge situation could cover all of this and more. I was still reluctant about seeing the price of the stuff they purchased. The only thing I didn't pay for was labor. That will never happen. After a long day of work, the canteen was ready. Now all I needed to do was bring Eri home and extend the invitation for tomorrow. Chapter 46, Friendships and Invitation. As I was about to leave the canteen, Snipe stopped me. You do realize that when you're back to work you're going to owe each of us a favor, right? I just rolled my eyes. These guys obviously had nothing better to do. It was summer break and most villains in the area were too scared to act. If they didn't help me they would just be lazing around, like Aizawa would if he didn't have to be present for Eri's training. But, as much as I joked around, I was honestly grateful for all of their help. Ever since I came here they had all been trying to make life a bit easier for me. Every one of them took my situation very seriously. After getting to know me a bit better, they realized that my age wasn't very important. Unlike most teenagers, I wasn't bothered by anything happening around me. That was mostly because I'm not actually a teenager, but they don't know that. To them, I'm a child that matured early due to his circumstances. They decided to treat me as an equal. Therefore, even before this, I would have helped them without owing them a favor. Now I genuinely considered them friends. Even Midnight. Behind all of her weirdness, I know she always means well. Sure, but keep in mind that I'll be a student this year. The only reason I'd be attending the general course is to get a high school diploma. I would try to graduate early, but then I'd have to work more. Snipe nodded, just looked at me scornfully. Majima just shook his head and left. As a student, I can always use the studying excuse when I don't feel like doing something at UA. That favor will remain untouched for a long time. After that quick exchange, I waved goodbye to my unpaid workers, friends, and continued to one of UA's facilities. Eri was practicing her quirk on fish, just like in the story. Aizawa was in his sleeping bag in a corner just looking in her direction. He couldn't really do much besides giving her pointers and making sure her quirk didn't go haywire. Eri. Are you ready to head home? I completely ignored Aizawa. He also ignored me. Eri looked excited seeing me awake. Running and latched onto my shins, that was as far as she could reach. But I grabbed her and brought her up to my chest. She hugged me a bit and said, I'm glad you're awake, big brother. Big sis was really worried about you. Well, at least Eri is more honest than Rumi. Eri wasn't calling us Papa and Mama. As cute as that would sound, it would be a bit weird for Rumi to see Eri call me Papa, at least for now. Rumi was also reluctant to be called a mother, she was still young after all. Sure, many people already had children at her age, but she simply wasn't that kind of person. The only reason she accepted Eri was that she was a bit moved by the little girl's cheerful attitude, especially after hearing her story. That and her liking me enough to not eject me out of her house after suggesting it. Sorry, I worried you too a bit, I said with a calming smile. I wasn't worried. I know big bro is strong. Her eyes were shining a lot when saying that. I could tell she was being honest. She really trusted me a lot, I could tell she was being honest. People were talking bad about you on the television. Big sis got really angry. I just patted her head a bit. I hope she didn't hear anything weird from the news. Well, let's start going home. As I started to turn and leave, Eri suddenly perked up. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. He just nodded and responded with a smile. Eri was a lot more polite than me. It was the first time in a while that I had seen the guy happy. Last time he was happy was when Present Mike got chastised by Nizu for being too loud in a meeting. Oh well, I started walking, with Eri in one hand and the other on my chin. How should I approach this situation? She will likely accept any type of invitation at this point. But I didn't want this to be underwhelming. I also hope she won't try to kill me when she finds out the date will be held at a canteen. I mean, it doesn't sound sweet. But everyone worked hard at the end of the day. I started flying towards our home. Wait. Am I a squatter? I just realized I never paid Rumi any rent for basically living in her house. I'll worry about that later. Forming a protection screen out of light around Eri. I started flying at a manageable speed for her to enjoy the journey. I couldn't really use light speed when I was carrying someone. Usually, when moving at that speed my body turns into light automatically. If an actual human body were to be accelerated at that speed they would die instantly. Anything with mass would be destroyed actually. Reaching the front door still only took a few minutes. Eri thanked me for the ride and excitedly skipped in the house. I just followed her inside, hesitantly. As soon as I entered the atmosphere became strange, the smile on Rumi's lips became a bit strained. POV narration ____. Eri took this as a cue to go to her room and play a bit with her toys. She was still happily skipping to her room. As soon as she closed the door, she could hear some screaming and some stuff breaking. She wasn't scared by this in any way. She just thought, big brother and big sister really get along well, the smile never leaving her face. This wasn't the first time Allan took a beating for doing something wrong. While Rumi couldn't beat him in an actual spar, he couldn't really fight back when he was in the wrong. Running away would just make it worse in this case. He basically lived with her. Chapter 47, Date. So there I was, laying on the ground as Rumi triangle choked my neck in between her thighs. Quite a few things were going through my mind right now. One of them wondering how an invitation to a romantic date could end up with me in this state. Usually, when she beats me up it's because I do something wrong. But this time I don't even know what got her so worked up. The only thing she said after little Eri went to her room was, "You bastard." Then she proceeded to kick me into the wall. I let her blow off some steam. But my inaction only seemed to worsen the situation. As she quickly grabbed my arm and wrapped her legs around my head. She started applying pressure that I pretended to feel. I didn't want to make the situation weird by informing her that I was liking this. "Dear, what did I do this time?" My tone was slow and asking for forgiveness. My lazy personality only seemed to anger her. "Where is my date?" With every word she applied even more pressure to my head. It was obvious that she was really pissed off. Rightfully so, I had postponed this a lot until today. But since she was only mad about this then I was in the clear. I slowly got up and used my free hand to dust myself a bit. She wasn't very startled by this, she had a pretty good idea of how strong I was. With a smile on my face, I said. "Don't worry, I already plan to invite you out tomorrow." She looked surprised, her eyes widening a bit as a smile started forming on her face. This was one of the lamest ways to ask someone out, but the situation was kind of all over the place. "It's my fault for postponing it this long." "Very well. Where are we going?" Saying so she calmed down. Unwrapping her legs from around my head and landing on the ground. Much to my disappointment, I hoped she would stay like that a bit longer. My hand was still grasped in hers. The only difference this time was that she was holding it lovingly, the smile on her face being even wider than usual. "Okay, this might be even better." "The location is a surprise obviously," I said, with a smug smile. I didn't want to ruin the atmosphere by saying that we're going to a high school canteen. Her smile was unchanged, it seemed that keeping it a surprise was a good idea. The location might not sound nice. But the atmosphere and decorations were better than most restaurants in this city. It was also a hell of a lot more expensive. I'll have to get here there blindfolded. And encase her in a sphere of light, just to not ruin the date by showing her where we were actually going. She was uncharacteristically giddy this whole time. Still refusing to let go of my hand. "I'm so happy. I thought you didn't want to go anymore." She was tearing up, I didn't know my inaction would cause this type of reaction from her. It made me feel a bit guilty, especially since it was 100% my fault. "Don't worry. I keep my promises." This was the time she let go of my hand. Only doing so because she started hugging me. I must say, her excitement and happiness is rubbing off on me. That night we both went to sleep with a smile on our faces. The very next day, I could sense her in her room, picking her dress. I quickly stopped sensing her room, I didn't want to spoil my surprise for later tonight. The day seemed to go so slowly. Going through my usual routine as quickly as I could, the only thing that changed was that I told Eri she was going to have a sleepover at Recovery Girl's place. Going to my room and dressing appropriately. Part of the date preparation yesterday was 13 chastising me for not having a proper tuxedo for the date. She proceeded to take my measurements and buy one for me. The color she chose was white. She said it went well with my hair or something. Looking at myself in the mirror I couldn't help but smirk. I was really lucky I had landed something with Rumi. I think I look really average compared to her. This tuxedo was really nice, it made me feel more classy. After getting changed it was already evening. The time had come, flying my way to her house was instant. I knocked on the door, mainly because it was customary for me to do so. At least by 13's words. When she opened the door all of my ability to think was gone. I had never seen her in a dress before. She was wearing a medium-length white dress. In her hand, she had a golden handheld purse that she clutched nervously. She was wearing heels, the first time I've seen her wear heels. She was also eyeing me up, looking surprised to see me dressed up so well. I was the first to speak, extending my hand in her direction. "You look stunning tonight." The smile on my face was never more genuine. She blushed a bit. Thanking me and taking my hand. I flew us slowly, encasing us in a ball of light. I controlled the light to not be bright for her eyes. Why did she look so dreamy in this glow? We were silently holding hands the whole way over. When I reached the door I opened it using the light around it. I wasn't planning on telling her the location myself, she will notice anyway. As soon as we reached the carpet I uncovered us. She looked around excitedly, her eyes shining with joy. "This place looks amazing. Where are we?" I just smiled. Telling her at this point won't do much. She's already seen how this place looks. I might have asked Nizu to allow me to repurpose the canteen for tonight. My colleagues helped me decorate. Surprisingly, she was not at all disappointed when she heard where we were. "You went this far for our date?" Saying that her face was filled with what I can only describe as elation. It was cute. I think it's better for her not to know how little effort I was initially willing to put in this. We just got really caught up when decorating this place. Majima even made the blinds a deep red. Lining the carpet were countless roses. Yep, this room was where most of my reward for the Tartaro's breakout went. For dinner we had a menu created by Lunch Rush, all the dishes were themed on couples and would be prepared just for tonight. The date was going extremely well. Our efforts to make this place were not going noticed at all. At least I hope she is enjoying the experience, I hope. I've never actually been in a genuinely serious relationship before. A few flings were all I had. I think that was because I'm a bit afraid of opening up to people. But with Rumi it's different. It just comes naturally. And I think it's the same for her. Chapter 48, Sweet Endings. ____POV Rumi _____. A lot of things happened in the last few weeks. I honestly forgot about the promise date. It feels embarrassing that I forgot something like that. I also felt really angry when thinking that he probably also forgot. At least I hoped he did. If he remembered and just didn't want to it would have been a lot worse. When he came home yesterday evening I might have overreacted with those thoughts in mind. Since I was uncharacteristically emotional I also got delighted when he actually extended the invitation. When he said we would go on a date I was expecting something more basic. He probably kept the location a secret as to not disappoint me. After all, if I heard that our first actual romantic date was being held in a high school canteen, I would have flipped. That might be why he waited for me to get here for the reveal. The room was beautiful, everything seemed new in this place. Everything, from the carpet to the ceiling lights that gave off a faint violet glow. The red curtains and the matching tablecloth. The chairs, tables, eating utensils were all gold-lined around the edges. The pillars were adorned in what looked like red silk. Besides the untouched roses lining the carpet, there were petals scattered all around the room in even patterns. The amount of effort he went through to get a canteen turned into this would have been astronomical. He probably spent a lot of money on it. It makes me feel nice. Apparently, even someone as stupid as Allan has his moments. Since we've been taking care of Eri together we don't have much free time. Because most of our free time away from home is either spent training or doing her work. This means that he took time off from work and training to do this for me. As much as I hate to admit it, it's heartwarming. Something annoying was the fact that my ears kept moving around, refusing to stay still. A lot of people out there don't really like mutation quirks. But I doubt that is an issue for someone as happy-go-lucky as Allan. I didn't even bother to hide my smile. I was happy from the moment he asked me on a date till now. It's quite obvious that neither of us has much experience, at least I don't. I've always concentrated on other things, a relationship simply seemed like a waste of time to me. I was never interested in romance before he showed up. I expected this to be a bit more awkward. But everything just comes naturally at this point. Maybe it's because we already live together. Or it's because we were already affectionate to some extent. The food was good enough to match the decor. It seems that Allan was not exaggerating when praising Lunch Rush. I think the saddest part about this date is that it's coming to an end. ____POV Allan _____. As much as I detested the idea. The date was almost over. We did everything, we talked, held hands, ate delicious food. Pranced around the room and admired the decor. She also seemed disappointed by this. It's almost as if neither of us wanted to leave this place. Lunch Rush already left, leaving me with the keys to lock down the place. He obviously warned me not to touch even the smallest knife in his kitchen. We have been holding hands for a while now. Every piece of the decor was studied as the two of us tried to make this date last as long as possible. But, as the clock turned midnight, we realized we had spent too much time there. Both of us had work tomorrow. If we spent more time here then we wouldn't be able to get much rest. Reluctantly, we started heading home. This time I made the barrier of light transparent. Slowly flying us over the city. The city lights weren't a new thing for a hero. But tonight everything seemed more beautiful. Rumi seemed to think the same. Her eyes glowed and looked on as her hand squeezed mine tightly. I wasn't one to let go of that chance. While Rumi was distracted I quickly leaned in and kissed her lips. Her eyes widened a bit as her ears perked up, but she soon closed her eyes and enjoyed the moment. Making the sphere around us opaque, and we started making out with fervor. Our hands started exploring each other's bodies. Meanwhile, my tongue made its way in between her lips and tangled her own. Her ears were starting to drop slightly to her sides, as her breathing became ragged. By the time we got home both of us were excited. I don't even remember how we got to her bed that quickly. But I do remember her dress coming off, seeing her beauty in its full splendor. This night was going to be a long one. Both of us got terribly excited by our date. It made us completely forget about any worries we might have had. Everything from age difference to how people would look at us. We let go of our inhibitions that night and did what we had been wanting to do for a long time now. But we might have gone a bit overboard. Both of us had strong physiques after all. Maybe we should have stopped when her bed broke down. Or when we ran out of protection. By the end, even with her stamina, Rumi was exhausted. She passed out peacefully. I couldn't really do anything but lay beside her either. As uncomfortable as sleeping on a bent bed should have been, I couldn't help but close my eyes for a second. The second they closed, a ray of light hit my face. I could see the sun rising in the distance. It seems neither of us would get much rest in the end. Chapter 49, Awake and Late. When I woke up it was already 10 a.m. I was hugging Rumi close to me and looking to the alarm clock with hate. It didn't manage to wake us up at all. Upon further inspection it seemed a bit bent. I think one of us woke up and wasn't too pleased about it. Overall, I think I slept for about 3 or 4 hours. Now, I had to somehow wake up Rumi. She was latched onto my torso. I don't know what she's dreaming, but she has a stupid smile on her face. Poking her cheek didn't seem to affect her. Neither did patting her back. I didn't want to do anything more forceful than that to her. At least not outside of training. I ended up having to slip from her grasp by turning myself into light. That seemed to wake her up, as she fumbled about grabbing at the bed and groggily got up. All I could do was smile. This was not the most comfortable place to sleep after last night. We needed to get a new bed for this room. Her eyes widened as she saw the clock. The amount of panic on her face was almost comical. Allan. Why didn't you wake me up? It seems that she regained her energy. She always has energy when it comes to arguing with me. I just woke up too. Also, when you get mad your ears stand up straight. It's cute. She just looked even madder. My attempt at flattery seemed ineffective. The only reaction it got was a slight blush. It's your fault for not getting tired, she said while huffing. It seems that she isn't as mad as she wants me to believe she is. Okay, I'm sorry. Although you didn't really mind it. A kick quickly came towards my temple. She didn't even let me finish teasing her. With a cheeky smile on my face, I easily dodged her attack. Using that opportunity to lean in and kiss her. She just paused, looking a bit flustered. I quickly left the room to take a shower. Both of us were already late for work. She had to go to her agency and I had to clean up the canteen. After quickly getting dressed I left for the kitchen. Quickly putting together 2 sandwiches and packing them. In that time Rumi also managed to get dressed. I quickly put one sandwich in a bag and handed it to her. We don't have time for breakfast. This will have to do. She just nodded and thanked me. I'll take you to your hero agency. She perked up at this. Usually, she just drives there. Great, we have time to discuss some boundaries then. Rumi probably wanted to talk more about our relationship. She seemed a bit gloomy for a second. As we got out of the house I grabbed her hand and squeezed it. The smile returning to her face. As I was flying us at a manageable speed she started speaking. Okay, we need to talk about this. She took a short pause. I let her continue. Today you might have left little Ari at a colleague's house. But you can't do that too often. I nodded, she probably wanted to say that we shouldn't do much when Ari is at home. Last night we were a bit loud after all. We didn't want the little girl walking in on us by mistake. Especially since she usually sneaks up and ends up sleeping with one of us every night. We will have to be discreet about things. Her face was red while talking. She avoided saying it directly. To hear a straightforward person like her stutter around embarrassedly was extremely cute. Don't worry. Discretion is my middle name. Hearing me say the most cheesy line possible seemed to not calm her at all. She looked at me with scorn. I sighed. Look, I know when to and when not to act affectionately. I won't just go around town making out with you. Hearing me say it so seriously seemed to please her. The rest of our short journey was mostly quiet. When reaching her agency I reluctantly let go of her hand. She gave me a quick peck on the cheek and left. After looking at her back for a few seconds I quickly flew to UA. I reached there almost instantly. Props to moving at light speed. Even with all of my speed, I am still late. My greatest enemy remains my poor time management skills. As I walked down the familiar hallways I couldn't help but reminisce about how I had reached this point. In the beginning, I thought I chose this world because of its relative safety. At least that was what I was telling myself. In the end, after living my last life as diligently as possible I wanted some action in this one. I didn't want to go to a battle-crazy universe, like One Piece or Dragon Ball. So I chose this world. Becoming a vigilante was just another way to pass time for me. It provided me with some release. I wasn't taking anything seriously. Until I got recorded for the first time. From then on, I started growing. A mistake proved to me that being carefree is never a good idea when doing hero work. That time it was just a camera. But what if someone dangerous ambushed me while I wasn't paying attention? It was these thoughts that woke me up to reality. Now, looking around, I have friends, a daughter, of sorts, and a, sometimes, loving girlfriend. During my pondering, I managed to reach the teacher's lounge. I could sense everyone in a meeting, again. After knocking I entered the room with a smile on my face. Good morning, everyone. They all just looked at me. Judging my very existence. You're late. To the first day after your short vacation. Nizu said, somewhat irritated. To be fair, I didn't get much sleep. I didn't get to finish. I could hear a loud squeal coming from midnight. While most people just sighed. I realized that they were all having grave expressions for some weird reason. So, what are we talking about? My lazy tone seemed to tick Aizawa off, again. Well, the meeting just started anyway. Take a seat. Saying that Nizu pressed a button and showed us a screen. On that screen, we could see the file of a person. Nizu started explaining, this was the person that tampered with the defensive systems in Tartaros. A silence took the room. I wasn't too surprised, it was the tsunami guy. The police managed to find his body yesterday apparently. He showed us a picture of it on a table. It was mostly intact, probably didn't get crushed by any debris from the bridge. During the autopsy, doctors managed to find an anomaly. This man had 2 quirk factors. He also showed signs of experimentation. He then showed us a chart of his DNA and compared it with that of a regular person. I could see Toshinori clenching his fists while the others looked surprised. To me, this wasn't really that surprising, it just meant that All for One wanted something from that prison. And since he didn't take the chance to attack us when we were weak. He's still not recovered enough to fight by himself. Is the only conclusion I can come to. The meeting ended shortly after. Since Nizu wasn't yet going to reveal the existence of the supervillain to everyone. Or maybe he just doesn't want me to know about it. Maybe that's why he was a bit angry when I entered uninvited. Oh well. If All for One gets too brazen, then I might have to give up on my plan and just attack him head-on, as much as I hate the idea. Right now, I have Eri to take care of. I also need to go and buy a new bed for Rumi. Chapter 50, New Abilities. Now that I think about it, it's clear enough that Nizu doesn't want me to know about All for One. Since I was still young, he probably thought that I would underestimate him and get my quirk stolen. After all, a villain with a quirk like mine could be the end of hero society as we know it. But not informing me at all is much worse. If I didn't know of his existence, then he might ambush me and attempt to steal my quirk. Thankfully, I already know the threat he possesses. I am always on guard for any sneak attacks. I even set up traps around Rumi's home to alert me of intruders. Besides the fact that my perception covers around 1 kilometer around me subconsciously. The information I receive isn't perfect, of course. I need to focus a certain location to actually view it in detail. Especially if it's out of sight. But any movement is felt in this radius. Some people might call me paranoid, but I wasn't afraid for myself. Back when I was alone, I didn't care enough to take any precaution. Now that I had Eri and Rumi, I want them to be safe. With these thoughts in mind, I reached the hallway leading up to my second favorite place in the world. The cafeteria. The first thing on my list of priorities was cleaning up the cafeteria. When reaching it, I was sad to see that I had a lot of work to do. I had hoped Nizu would have Majima send some robots to deal with this. Maybe he just wanted this to be a form of punishment. Oh well, it counts as cleaning after myself, so I can't complain. I decided to take this as an opportunity to train. Quickly using the light around to create a few clones of myself. I tried to control the light to create the clones in my image perfectly. Several invisible strings of light connected me with my clones, making them solid. But I still had a lot of training to go through. Most of the clones had imperfections, some were a bit shorter, others taller, wider, and some were just uglier. I started making them move around the room, taking things slowly as they started picking things up and moving them in garbage bags. All of the roses and petals were quickly gathered and put in various bags. All of them were controlled by me. As I slowly got accustomed to making my constructs adopt human movements, I also repaired a lot of imperfections that existed in their appearance. While I made them carry everything out and bring in the cafeteria tables, I also experimented a bit with invisibility. Since I had awakened my fruit, I also gained the ability to refract the light around my body. After all, as long as the light doesn't touch me, I am invisible to the naked eye. It's also how I kept the strings of solidified light hidden. At first, I made them transparent, but they were still somewhat noticeable. This gave me a few ideas for new abilities I can develop. The awakening of my powers gave me a multitude of new possibilities. Things I was struggling with before now seemed just so much easier. For now, I should concentrate on finishing my work and getting Eri. Reaching the infirmary, I quickly knock on the door and enter the room. Inside, I could see Eri sitting on a bed. This was a free day from her training. This next year her training would slow down a bit, as I plan on actually enrolling her in a school. She already has a hang on how to stop her own quirk. Her control was slowly getting better and better. When she saw me coming in, her face lit up a bit. Big brother. She immediately ran at me and hugged my shins, like usual. I picked her up once again, this time putting her on my shoulders as she squealed happily. I missed you and big sis Rumi. Hearing her say that made me think my paranoia might be a good thing to have. It helped protect Eri after all. Rumi didn't need my protection, she was strong enough to take care of herself. We missed you too. My lazy smile seemed to calm her excitement down a bit. But it didn't make her any less joyous. I hope she didn't cause much trouble, I said, looking at Recovery Girl. She had been nice enough to take care of Eri. Without her, Rumi and I wouldn't really be able to have a date like this. Someone else might have taken Eri if I asked them. But Chio was really a good person to take care of her, they simply got along well. If I choose not to adopt little Eri, Chio would definitely have adopted her. The old lady in question just smiled. How could Eri be any trouble? You, on the other hand. Just as she was about to start ranting about me, I quickly made my way to the door. Thanks for taking care of Eri. Eri also waved goodbye to Chio as I ducked to get in the hallway. Our next stop was going to Hero Mart, yes, I just wrote that, and buying a resistant double bed. I think we would sleep together from now on. Eri will most likely join us too. Both Eri and Rumi were important to me now. I swore to protect Eri. And even if Rumi can protect herself, I will always be there for her. When reaching our home we were still early. Now I made an unusual call. I looked up Endeavor's number on his site and found it easily. I called him for a bit, it took him a while to finally respond. What? This better be important. I'm training with my son. He sounded angry for some reason, nothing unusual there. Cool off, Endeavor. When he heard my voice I could tell he was a bit surprised. He instantly recognized it, I used the same tone I had during the bridge incident. What do you want, brat? He was a lot calmer now. Although we weren't friends we were still acquaintances, I was no desperate fan or reporter. I was just wondering if your injuries were fine. This comment seemed to tick him off for some reason. Of course they are. As if a few cuts and bruises would put me down. I could tell he probably melted something in this short outburst. Probably his own patience. If that's all I will go back to my training. He seems to want to hurry and train Shoto. Oh well, don't train too hard. He just huffed and hung up the phone. The whole point of that call was to see whether or not he was affected by his decline in public opinion. Not really out of concern, more like curiosity. It felt almost like nothing even happened, the thought put a bit of a smile on my lips. I don't plan on befriending Endeavor, but I won't antagonize him either. At least not on the surface, I still don't see him in a positive light. But keeping up appearances is important. After finishing that call, I turned on my television. I could see an intriguing headline. Government releases an official statement on the bridge incident. It seems I caught something interesting on the news. Chapter 51, Government Moves and Freedom. On the screen, I could see the chief of police as he was giving a statement in front of dozens of reporters in an open hall. The cameras were all focused on him, he spoke with calm. I'm sure many of you questioned the decisions of the heroes that day. He took a short pause, composing himself a bit more. He probably had a good poker face to be assigned this task. A lot of people have called for the punishment of the heroes present that day. But we cannot punish the heroes. The camera flashed brighter and some people in the room gasped. This was the government taking a stand. Dismissing the rumors of the heroes going wild and killing villains. That was the main belief that the reporters and the unknown donator had managed to instill in a large contingent of the public. As the chief was about to continue, a reporter interrupted him. So the heroes' acts of brutality will go unpunished? The chief just looked calmly at the reporter and said. The actions of the heroes that day were all for the safety of the general populace. If even one of those villains managed to escape then they would have harmed a lot of people. For this one the room was silent. Somehow, they didn't really take into account the actual danger the villains held at Tartaros posed for our society. Most of them were too blinded by their own egos to even consider that. The chief of police studied the room before continuing. The government has rewarded the feat of the heroes present that day. The cameras started flashing again, taking pictures of him from every angle. Furthermore, we have also decided to retract all charges against the former vigilante titled Yellow Flash. This one seemed to entice some of the reporters present. How could you do something like that? Both he and Endeavor injured and killed hundreds of villains that day. They deserve to be punished. One of the reporters spoke quickly, with righteous anger. The number 3 hero proved that he had turned into a law-abiding citizen. His charges were never that heavy either, as he never killed anyone during his time as a vigilante. This guy really didn't like the reporters much. Although he wasn't showing it outward at all, he observed anyone that reacted in a certain way and remembered their faces. They probably would be observed for a while, their actions directly affected the way the public saw heroes after all. The reporters also didn't really call them out about Endeavor, as he wasn't really mentioned much in this statement. My rewards were the most scandalous it seems. Also, doesn't that mean Nisa needs to pay me from now on? I'm guessing he won't like that. The chief of police continued about my achievements during my relatively short time as a hero. Slowly swaying the people that heard it to my cause. He mentioned things like the rapid decline in crime in all of the cities that surrounded Muscular, my base of operations. Then he also started mentioning Endeavor's efforts to make Japan a safer place. The guy wasn't the best at rescue missions. Lately, he needed to go to other cities to patrol. Muscular was mostly crime-free nowadays. He seemed adamant of informing people just how much we had done for the public and the people at home. Damn, I should hire that guy to be my public speaker. Even I can't paint myself in such a positive light. By the time I got up the segment was already over. They didn't do much at the end, just reiterating the achievements of Endeavor and myself. Even so, this much won't sway the public opinion instantly. It's more of a gradual process after all. Once someone believes something, it's hard to convince them otherwise. But at least the mob of misinformed idiots will stop growing. Without further ado, I started getting ready to head out. The first thing I did was go to Eri and put her to sleep for a bit. I also left a clone in the house. From what I observed, I can control them freely from any side of the city as long as I am still connected to them. The longer the distance, the more I had to strain perception, but it wasn't a resource that would run out anytime soon. Heading into the station, I just got to the point. Hey, I need to get my bracelet removed. They already knew who I was. They wasted no time in getting me out of a few lists and giving me the key to the bracelet. It was a quick process. I had expected a lot of papers to sign and a few trips of wasted time. But it was done almost instantly. It feels nice to be a high-profile individual from time to time. Especially when things get done for you. Thinking on it, all of my charges were null for a long time. They didn't really bother with making sure I was always at UA like they said they would. They also asked me to patrol more in different cities. It has been quite obvious that there wasn't much desire to punish me in the first place. There was also the fact that my age was a sensitive subject to many. So many people got bothered by how young I am. Everyone but me, really. To them, punishing me would have been unfair. Of course, if I was older they wouldn't be so lenient. But those ifs didn't happen. Therefore my punishment was always just on paper. Putting up a facade so that they don't end up encouraging any more vigilantes to appear. I was strong, there was no danger for me. But not everyone is as fast and powerful as I am. Others that might be inspired by my actions might end up injured or worse. It might be for that reason that they were required to sentence me publicly. Making an example out of me. Don't really know if it worked out or not. But, at least in these parts, there is no real need for a vigilante. Especially since most villains are hiding now. Moving around didn't really feel any different. I won't get rid of the camera, I just use it to report villains quickly. Since it's a bracelet, I'll need to raise my hand in the air to give them a good view of the location. Oh well, I only do patrols every 2 days now. The volume of villains that stick their heads out of the ground is a lot lower. Most of the skilled groups are also in hiding or in the process of moving cities. I quickly flew home, reaching the front door and dissipating my clone. Taking my place on the couch and closing my eyes. Chapter 52, Meeting Old Friends. About 2 weeks passed by. Rumi and I made the reasonable decision to soundproof our room. We managed to break the new bed too. Prompting me to just buy a 2-person tatami mat bed that stuck to the ground. That also didn't last long. But it's fine, I asked Majima to make a bed frame out of the toughest materials he had at hand. He didn't even bother asking why I needed such a thing, he just sold it to me, making me even more broke than before. Unfortunately, Midnight heard about my purchase. She generated quite a bit of heat before Aizawa calmed her down. Eri was also managing to somewhat control her own quirk. Turns out all she really needed was a few months of proper training. You also can't really ignore the amount of effort she put into it. My little Eri was working hard and got good results, which made me take her out for some ice cream. I also managed to develop a few more abilities. Since my awakening, I trained much harder than usual. I also trained a lot with Rumi, although it's becoming harder and harder to concentrate while fighting her. It might be because her hero suit is hot. But it's always been that way. I think I just started being more honest with myself after our first date. I tend to drift off thinking about her a lot. Especially since we've officially become a thing. The media also wrote a few articles about us. It seems that someone managed to snag a picture of us kissing on our first date. Not much of a scandal. The people that hate me just started hating her too. Boo-hoo. After the speech given by the chief of police, the majority of the public has gone back to normal. Some people are stubborn and still hate me, but you can't please them all. I managed to find a few interesting things about Nizu too. Since he started paying me a salary, he started treating me better. Did he suddenly become aware of employee lawsuits? I didn't mind working at UA for free, I also don't care much about money. I get a fat check each month from the government. I can also leech off of Rumi like I've been doing for a while after our date left my wallet in shambles. There was also the purchasing of various bed frames. I don't regret my financial decisions, I just seriously feel that I need an advisor. There is also the issue of Eri's enrollment in the magnificent school system of Japan. Right now, I'm checking on elementary schools for little Eri. I hope to find one close to home. I'm also starting high school soon. I'll finally have something to skip. Well, I doubt I'll even attend a single lesson. I'll likely just graduate as soon as I can. The entrance exam for UA is in 2 days. I decided to pass by a nice place. The newly cleaned Takoba Municipal Beach. From a distance, I could sense All Might. He was in the process of giving Izuku a piece of his hair. It's kind of a strange way to do quirk transfer. But who am I to judge? Not like I've done it before. I wonder if I should scare them a bit. I mean, I don't really care if Toshi realizes I know his secret. Yep, I'm scaring them. Quickly deciding on a course of action, I sped my way into the background, pretending to jog at a normal pace. By the time they noticed me, All Might was extending a piece of his hair to Izuku. Just as the latter was about to grab it, I quickly reached their spot. All Might was the first to notice me, his eyes widening in surprise. Hey! All Might, why didn't you tell me you knew Izuku? Big fan. Completely twisting everything around seemed to just make him more confused. Toshi was already more than accustomed to my odd mannerisms. Izuku was more shocked. He was also a bit scared, probably concerned that I had found out All Might's secret. Young Allan, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you've received my messages. Of course, I did. We worked together after all. When I said that, his eyes almost popped out of his skull. I don't know what you're talking about, young Allan. He said with an odd tone. Mighty convincing there, All Might. Was what I wanted to say. But Izuku seemed to want to say something too. Hey Allan, it's been a while. Was what came out as he stuttered his way into the conversation. Accepting the change in the subject, I quickly looked in his direction. Izuku, it's been a few months. You've been training, I see. I can see some muscle under that shitty uniform. He took that as a compliment, completely ignoring the second part of my comment. All Might looked relieved that his successor intervened. But when hearing my words, he couldn't help but grimace a bit. His student really needed a confidence boost. Thank you, Allan. I will continue to work hard and surpass you. Oh, an entire sentence said without stuttering, that's progress. All Might seemed a bit shocked by his student's dream. He also didn't think his student had much chance. From what he had seen, I was already much faster than he was in his prime. Even though my physical strength was still lacking, I was mostly untouchable, even without actually letting attacks pass through me. Even reaching my level might take years. But I was growing very quickly as well. Izuku's chances of actually surpassing me are almost non-existent. The only chance is if he can pull some weird plot-driving protagonist ability out of his boxers. Which is unlikely. That's a big goal, you know. But good luck, I guess. Is what I said, in my usual lazy tone. I mean, even if I stagnate, you will still need a few dozen years to catch up to me. Was what I was actually thinking. He smiled brightly and nodded with fervor. All Might looked helplessly as his student failed to realize how little I actually cared about competing. Anyway, I should get going. Otherwise, Rumi might think I went to buy milk and a pack of cigarettes or something. All Might's face turned a bit black as he heard my odd joke. Midoriya was just confused, not really getting it at all. He still waved goodbye in my direction. All Might just looked on, thinking how his innocent student managed to make friends with such a troublemaker. Chapter 53, Entrance Exam. 3 days passed quickly. I managed to find a junior school for Eri somewhere in our neighborhood. All it took was a quick search on the internet. I was really idle 2 days ago, not really doing anything but sit around the teacher's lounge. And when Midnight saw me looking bored, she decided to use that favor of hers to pull me into a photo shoot. And just like that, I became a swimsuit model with a weird hero clinging to me. The only thing on my mind being my desire to go home. But home wasn't kind to me either. Rumi didn't really like hearing about me doing a photo shoot while barely wearing anything with another woman. That night I slept on the couch. Not really an excruciating punishment, but it felt a bit lonely. In a short few weeks, I already got used to sleeping besides Rumi and Eri. Sleeping on the couch might have been worse than her beating me up again. But I powered through it, as Rumi managed to forgive me the next day. All it took was doing a photo shoot with her. This time I was at least having fun. I hadn't yet gone to a beach with Rumi. From what I have seen on the photo shoot, I need to organize a date at the beach as soon as I can. Today, the entrance exams started. Nizu only telling me yesterday that I needed to take the written exams too. Thankfully, they were subjects I had done before in my previous life. I managed to get a decent grade after reading a bit in the night. just to remember the stuff I had learned before. The test itself felt pretty easy, multiple choice and 100 questions. I managed to finish it all by the end of the first hour. The other hour was spent trying to look busy so that Nizu doesn't make me do something. It didn't work. The second I came out of the room he called me in his office and said, "I need you to supervise the practical exam this year," he said, with a smirk on his little rat face. "Why would you need that? Don't the robots you use have a failsafe or something?" I said, trying to ignore the annoyance welling up inside me. "Of course we do. But since Majima was busy doing things for you, he might have missed some things." Great way to pin the blame on me. I just give Majima ideas from time to time. He's the one that tries them and doesn't allocate enough time to finish his actual job. Technically, my presence changed the plot a lot. Even a Nomu appeared earlier. Sure, it was one with only 2 quirks, but it still showed all for one, making his presence known before the plot. I doubt some extra work will make Majima do a mistake in a safety protocol. I just pouted a bit. Looking at the principal. "You aren't getting out of this one. Anything that happens to the students is on you. Majima said you owe him a favor or something." Great. More work. I just want to go home and spend more time with Eri and Rumi. But my tyrannical boss just doesn't want to give me some free time. Even though all I had was free time for a few months. But that doesn't matter. Nizu looked at me, his smirk widening as if he could read my thoughts or something. "You know, your face is very expressive." That's a weird compliment. "Okay, Nizu. I'll do it," I said, turning to leave the room as I heard a faint. "As if you had any choice." From behind me. I chose to ignore that comment. Making my way to the field, I stood near the podium as President Mike gave his speech. The usual interruption happened and Ida made Izuku look like a mumbling idiot. I'm not going to help him out of this embarrassing situation, no matter how much he looks in my general direction. Some insults will help build character, I guess. I also don't really feel like doing anything. I could feel some people looking at me weirdly. I was also in a blue tracksuit, looking like a student. It seemed to tick Ida off for some reason. "And you, the tall one. Why are you sitting on the stage? Do you not have any respect for this establishment? What? Do people no longer recognize me without my sunglasses? Maybe because I was sitting down. Whatever." In my mind, my answer would be, of course, I don't respect this establishment. But I didn't say anything. I just looked at him. Not really bothering to answer his question. It might be my fault that I'm not wearing my costume. But I wasn't feeling like going back home just to put it on. If I went home I wouldn't be coming back. President Mike just had a wry smile, answering all the questions Ida had for him and ignoring the last one. Mike didn't really bother introducing me to the others. Some people did recognize me, but they seemed to keep to themselves. As Mike finished his explanation of the practical exam, I took off to the highest building I could find. Spreading my perception all over the testing areas and creating a clone for each area. I wasn't going to actually move. Looking at the students, not much changed from the original. Izuku seemed determined, unlike his scared appearance from the show. He gained his quirk a few days before the exam, but he shouldn't have used it before. So not much has changed there. I could also sense Lord Explosion Murder somewhere around the testing grounds. Probably angry for some random reason. Again, no change there. They were on different sites, just like in the anime. As the test was going on, I was contacted by Nizu on my phone. "Allan, the test only has 5 minutes left. We seem unable to release the 0 pointers. You figure something out." He just hung up on me after those words. Actual bastard. Shrugging a bit. I quickly made my clones move. Each of them starting to gather light from around them and growing into light giants. They had no facial features besides an elongated mouth. They were at least 100 meters tall. I styled them after the parent, a monster from a game called Risk of Rain 2. They looked ominous. I made them move around at high speeds, it looked like they were teleporting. Although I made them blink around, the movement of their bodies was extremely slowed down. Making the teleportation only usable when closing the distance to a target. I also made the teleportation have a delay. It was an attempt to balance things out for the examinees. Izuku seemed to be in a bad situation. His body moved on its own, jumping in the air, breaking both his legs in the process. He punched a hole through the light giant, making it drop all of the people it had captured. I quickly made a net out of the dispersing light and softened the fall of everybody present. On other sides, most people choose to just run and hide, entering buildings and taking cover from the gigantic light statues. As soon as I heard the alarm, I dispersed the other light giants, putting all the captured examinees to the ground beforehand. It seems my display was quite shocking for the new students, as many of them seemed either scared or excited. Two extremely different reactions from different types of people. Nizu just called me to say that I did a good job. Not even offering me a bonus or something. Meh, I'm heading home. Chapter 54, Frightful Exam. ______POV Izuku ________. At first, I thought I had a good chance of passing the exam. But now I don't even know what to do. I've been running around unable to destroy any robot. I was even used as a distraction by some of the other examinees. Before I even realized, I could feel the ground quaking a bit. Surprisingly, nothing happened. But a few seconds later, an intimidating giant rose out of the ground. It started teleporting around and capturing some of us. This looked nothing like the 0-pointers described on the pamphlet. They also didn't act robotically. They seemed sentient. The titan made out of light gave off an extremely bad vibe. It seemed able to travel longer distances instantly. Its speed in close range was overall average. Even so, I could see the examinees attempting to injure it, to no avail. It seemed to not even notice the hits, all of them just passing through its body. This filled us with a lot of fear. We were all trying to become heroes. This type of thing would be something we needed to face. It was simply impossible to fight back. I guess Present Mike did say this was not something we should fight. Right now, it was going around and capturing every examinee it could. It seemed to encase the people it caught into its arms. I don't think there is anything I could do here. Suddenly, I could hear a cry for help. It was the brunette girl from the entrance. She was about to be caught too. Just as I turned to run, I could feel something welling up inside. I remembered Allan. He wouldn't have run away from this. If I want to surpass him, then I need to defeat this 0-pointer. But how could I do that? Was the thought on my mind. My body, however, seemed to act on its own. I just jumped. Before I realized it, I was in front of the giant. I cocked my arm backwards and did what All Might told me to. Clenched my butt cheeks and shouted, "Smash!" I blew away the giant in front of me. But I couldn't feel my legs or my arm anymore. A net caught me and all of the others. I fainted as soon as I touched the ground. The last thing I could see was the brunette girl running towards me and looking concerned. ______POV narration ______. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Toshinori could be seen looking helplessly as the giants demolished all of the examinees. "Are you sure this was a good idea?" he asked Nizu with a confused tone. The difficulty spike might have been too much for the would-be students. "I'm sure they'll manage somehow. I'm sure Allan isn't going to be serious against people his own age." Nizu's smile seemed a bit sadistic to the skinny man. Besides, only when faced with such a threat would their character show. Nizu was really enjoying watching the show before him. The other teachers present were also a bit shocked. They had never seen this type of move from Allan in the past. It was normal for a hero to have a few hidden tricks. But he seemed to take out a new one for each situation. Which only further spoke for the versatility of his quirk. Many of the teachers found the situation unfair. However, they already knew that being a hero was a dangerous job. Maybe this will serve as a lesson for the new students. Many of them were afraid. Very few chose to actually try and save a few students. The giants were large and intimidating. They seemed to be holding back a lot. They were not even attacking the students at all. Just capturing them and taking hits. The students didn't seem to notice the lack of aggression from the giants. Probably blinded, by their intimidating size and speed. Out of the ones that attempted to fight, very few managed to stall it a bit. The rest were just captured instantly. The only one that managed to stop a giant was the boy that heavily injured himself. But, even if not everyone had a quirk designed to fight it, the ones that tried would still get hero points. Standing up against a great threat with the courage to stop its rampage was a heroic move. This year was looking great in the eyes of the teachers. They had many promising new students. _____POV Allan ______. After I reached home, I managed to catch a glimpse of the great endeavor. Waiting at the gate for something. I think he came here with Shoto. Was it ever mentioned that he did this in the anime? I don't know, nor do I care that much. It's just interesting to see him waiting at the gate. Why didn't he ask Nizu to let him in? I didn't really stop to talk to him. I usually don't even use the gate to enter or exit this place. Since the defensive system doesn't really detect me when going at high speeds in light form. Today I'll start posting some of the chapters of the One Piece manga. I think it will take a while for people to notice it anyway. Eri was at home with Rumi, since her first day of school was still a week off. Her training was also postponed. After she gained some basic control over her own abilities, she didn't need much else. She would decide later if she wishes to continue mastering her quirk or not. I honestly hope she doesn't want to become a hero or something. I mean, it's a deadly profession. As much as I treat it as a joke, people still lose their lives in it. I wouldn't want little Eri to do any of that. Anyway, it won't take long until the school year starts. I'll just spend the next week training a bit. Maybe going to the beach with Rumi and Eri. Regardless, my place in the general course was already decided a year ago. I had no actual reason to worry myself about not getting in. I should go buy Eri a swimsuit. Chapter 55, First Day at School. The week went by without any trouble. I never got to go to the beach, unfortunately. Mainly because I spent more time on patrol. Rumi also didn't feel like going. Oh well, can't really complain much. Today is the first day at school. I'm a bit confused. All of the teachers are supposed to be on the stage, besides the first-year homeroom teachers of the hero course. I am technically a teacher too. Do I need to get into the hero costume and sit on the podium? Or do I just stay in my student group? Nizu didn't really say anything. I guess I'll do both. I doubt it matters much anyway. If it did, Nizu would have specified it. I'm currently in line with the rest of my class. The general course has 3 classes, I'm in class 1C. It seems that the only person I recognize here is the guy with the brainwashing quirk. I don't really care enough to remember his name. I don't really plan on sticking around in this class. I do want to graduate as soon as I can. But, usually, things don't really go perfectly as planned. Right now some people were looking up at me weirdly. Maybe because they could also see me in the teacher's line. Well, I was standing both here and they're doing nothing. Yep, I made a clone and put it in the middle of the teachers. That's what happens when Nizu doesn't give me clear instructions. It's 100% his fault. He didn't seem bothered by this at all, as he spoke for half an hour about something, wasn't really listening. Nizu can be long-winded sometimes. This was one of those moments. The boredom was almost killing me. I mean, who's this speech even for? Who even bothers to listen to what the principal says in his speech at the beginning of the year? I guess some people were paying attention, either that or staring into space in his general direction. Anyway, after an hour of him talking, we were directed to our classrooms. I even managed to direct myself and my class. I really am a good teacher. Well, I was. For all of 5 seconds. Until midnight came and took charge of our class. Apparently, she's our homeroom teacher. This was going to be a fun few months. I hope she won't act inappropriately towards her students. I might have to file a report if she does. I mean, I don't really care as long as it's not me. Rumi always finds out if I've been near other women. Her nose seems to single out the perfume women use. I don't know if this means she's possessive or just loves me that much. Can't really complain. I am still a leech. My salary still didn't come. My wallet has been running on fumes since our date. As soon as homeroom was over, we were allowed to go home. A few people tried to talk to me. But I stopped after a few introductions. People seemed to gush over the fact that I was a hero. I honestly didn't think this would be an issue at a hero high school. I guess a lot of the people that come here are fanboys and fangirls. Not really a bad thing, I don't mind giving an autograph or two. But it's annoying to make friends when people don't see you as an equal. It's why I temporarily gave up on my friendship with Izuku. I wasn't really planning on making friends, but a few people to talk to normally wouldn't have hurt. The only people that seemed okay was Shinso and a ginger guy with a weird mustache quirk and a big nose. It seemed to stick up unnaturally in the corners. Shinso was just surprised that people were speaking to him, and the other guy was mad that I assumed his weird mustache was his quirk. I mean, unless he uses hairspray on his mustache, then it shouldn't stick out like that. Apparently, he does use hairspray. By his own admission, no less. Shinso was really a recluse. The guy seemed to have a few things on his mind. Right now, we were going towards the cafeteria. all three of us. Shinso decided to ask me. What's your opinion on villainous quirks? He seemed bothered a bit, probably hoping to make a friend or two in his class. The mustache guy, his name is Naijiro by the way, responded first. I don't really care much about that. Shinso seemed a bit relieved, then he looked at me expectantly. I don't think such a quirk exists. A quirk can't really be inherently evil. Some may affect their users in a bad way, but becoming a villain is not something that can solely be blamed on a quirk. My response seemed to calm him down a lot. Naijiro was the next person with a question. This time it was only directed at me. By the way, how come you enrolled in the general course? He seemed genuinely confused. I could have joined the hero course. But I really didn't feel like staying around and doing nothing while the others trained the basics of controlling their quirks properly. I'm already a hero, figured I should give that place to someone who wants to become a hero, I said with a lazy smile. I wasn't going to tell them the actual reason, it made me look bad. Both the reason in my mind and the one I stated were good enough. I was already a hero, not even a new one. I have been a hero for 5 years now, I'm counting my years as a vigilante as being a hero. Naijiro seemed pleased by my answer. The next question was still directed at me, but this time it was both him and Shinso speaking in sync. Will you train me? I could only release a sigh. These were the first friends I made in my class, and I'm already going to have to train them. Well, I am a combat instructor for the hero course, I guess I could give you guys a few classes. It wasn't that big of a deal anyways. Since we were friends there was also no reason to refuse them. I had a lot of free time anyway. Chapter 56, Student and Teacher. The second day of school was just plain boring. I had forgotten just how slow things are at the beginning of the school year. I would have known if I had bothered to attend junior high properly. But since I could skip it then there was no actual reason to go there. Naijiro seemed just as bored as I am, the only person in my friend group that seems to pay attention in class is Shinso. And he does that because he wants to transfer to the hero course. Naijiro also wants to become a hero, but he's not as determined. I will start training them after classes. Both of them need to work a bit on their physical bodies. Shinso seems better at making friends than I am. He already befriended half the class, although he remains in our small group during lunch. While sitting around and pretending to listen to Present Mike talk about the nouns I got a phone call from Nizu. Mike just looked at me helplessly. No phones during class. Okay teach. Saying that I quickly left the room and replaced myself with a clone. I did it quickly, no one but him and Naijiro noticed. Naijiro just had a wry smile on his face and cursed me under his breath. Mike was a lot less affected by this. He just continued like normal. In the hallway, I answered Nizu's call. Hey, boss. What's up? His next question is something I should have expected. Great to hear from you, Allan. Say, can you make your way to the training grounds? You still have a job to do at this establishment. Great, a last-second notice is really Nizu's style. Sure thing Nizu. I just said. I wasn't doing anything important anyway. By the way, pay more attention to class next time. I just ignored his comment and made my way to the training grounds. Which also happened to be the testing grounds for the entrance exams. Funny how that is. I wonder what class I'm teaching today. I hope Bakugo isn't in it, I'm sure he'll have a few words to say to me. Words that I can't be bothered to hear. I quickly passed by the male teacher's changing room and put on my costume. Since today everyone tries on their costumes I don't want to look too out of place. When I reached the training grounds I could see a group of students, all standing out in their own way. From the characters I recognize, this should be Class 1B. With them, I could see Vlad. I had little interaction with him over the year I've worked here. But we were still colleagues, so there is still some sense of familiarity somewhere in there. Hey Vlad, what are we doing today? Why do you guys need my help now? I already had my own classes after all. First years in the hero course all had classes with me, I think my first official class with 1B should have been in 2 days. Today you will give Class 1B a demonstration on the versatility of emitter quirks while they work in a team to touch you. I guess I can. But why? Vlad King also has an emitter quirk. He's the homeroom teacher, why does he want me to hold the demonstration? He seemed to notice that I was confused. He also deduced the reason. You will be holding the demonstration, I will point out the mistakes of the students after they fight you. Also, you are not allowed to attack the students directly. He started speaking about the rules of this competition. Apparently, both groups are going to be made of 10 people. They need to do everything in their power to land a hit on me. The students seemed a bit confused about the way this was worded. Some got mad at the implication that they wouldn't even be able to touch their opponent. I guess they are still fresh, not really knowing much about the power scaling of heroes. One such person was Tetsu. He seemed to be fuming. As if, "We will mop the floor with that lanky fellow." His friend Monoma seemed to cheer him on. "Humph, it's time to show the staff that underestimating us is a bad idea. Seriously, am I some unpopular hero or something? Guys, be serious. That is the NR.3 hero," Itsuka said, slapping both of them to the side while she started lecturing her class. Her lizard friend just seemed to laugh a bit at the absurdity of the situation. Setsuna seemed to also know about me. I just stood there dumbfounded. Why do people not know who I am? I am the NR.3 hero, for God's sake. At least some people seem to know me. But the others on the top 10 chart get recognized by everybody. Itsuka introduced herself and some of her classmates also did the same. Setsuna seemed to recognize me from another place too. Wait. Aren't you also a student from the general course? Was their class present for the assembly? I never really cared enough to check. Yes, I am. My name is Allan, by the way. I waved to everyone in the class. My self-esteem took quite the hit from this encounter with their class. Are you guys done with the introductions? If so, we should begin the training session, said Vlad, looking at the clock and signaling to us. The first group was interesting. I don't really remember all of their names. But it had Ibara, Itsuka and Kurwaro. That's all I remember from them. The trial itself wasn't hard for me. Keeping the distance between me and them wasn't the point. I just kept creating things in front of the people that attacked me. The guy with rotating limbs was the first to charge me. He is a close-range fighter. I just jumped over him and stepped on his head. That move sent him rolling headfirst on the ground. Vlad said I can't attack the students. He never said I can't touch them at all. This doesn't really count as a hit in my books. While I was doing that, a girl managed to grow some mushrooms around me. She created a smoke cloud around me, an attempt to obstruct my vision. I could feel another student growing and turning into a beast rushing at me from a direction while Kurwaro tried to sneak up around me. Their coordination didn't seem on point, as the beast quirk rushed into the smoke and blew it away. He also crashed into both Kurwaro and Itsuka. Kurwaro was directly knocked out. Using my ability, I quickly blew away the remaining smoke and everyone around me with a well-placed explosion. It seemed to scare off the mushroom girl and send the beast guy reeling. Itsuka also tried to attack me from a blind spot, rushing me from my left side. But she failed as I stepped backwards and jumped over the person sneaking up behind me. He quickly expanded blades in my general direction. He seemed to forget he was fighting in a group, as some of his blades came a bit too close to Itsuka, leading me to put up a light shield in front of her and block some of them. Itsuka just looked at me gratefully. Not for long though. I quickly used my light to create some chains and hold down the people closest to me. Ibara tried to take this as an opportunity to capture me. She extended her vines towards me and tried to grasp me. I just sent a few chains and entangled her vines. I didn't really pull on them, since that would be basically pulling her hair. After a while of me dodging around and stopping attacks with my light constructs, the timer ran out. Itsuka and her group seemed to fall on the ground, tired and breathing heavily. Some of them seemed to see me in a new light now. The next group was not really very different. They didn't have much teamwork and they also didn't use their quirks effectively. Monoma and Tetsu seemed shocked at how easily they were defeated. Setsuna didn't seem very surprised. She probably saw some footage of my fights. Looking at them, I couldn't help but think, it's a shame really. Japan restricts quirk usage to the extent where teenagers barely know how to use theirs. They have a basic understanding of their abilities, but that's it. There is little to no mastery to be found. You'd think that a government would come around eventually. Quirks were part of us, rejecting their use by law was simply restricting the populace. It's understandable, they don't want people to use them to harm others. But that still happens anyway, so what's the point? Giving fines to people randomly using their quirks seems stupid. The only places that people could practice their quirks were in expensive underground quirk gyms. Rich people had their own training facilities. Usually, people from middle-class backgrounds would use them. But the students here seemed to not have been in such facilities. They all looked a bit distraught at their defeat. It made me want to console them a bit. Don't feel too discouraged. Even though our age is similar, there is a gap in experience that you need to overcome. This seemed to cheer them up a bit. Even though it is a lie, I was nowhere near serious. However, only a few knew that, and they kept quiet. And that's also where the good words ended. Vlad King was not pleased with what he had seen at all. The students had managed to injure themselves because of their lack of teamwork. This was the worst possible outcome for him. Chapter 57, Nejira's Quirk. After hearing Class 1B get chastised for a while, I just waved at them and took off. Itsuka seemed to want to say something. But she will have time for that later. I'll still have to plan out a lecture with their class. This is annoying. I was planning to just fight them as the first lecture. Now doing that would just seem repetitive. I'll think about that later. Now I also need to look into the quirks of my friends in order to train them. I already know Shinso's quirk, so I can already start planning. He just needs physical training. Maybe also insult training to get people to talk back to him. I don't really know what insult training would consist of, but it sounds fun. Physical training won't be that hard to do. I've been doing it for a few years now after all. Nejiro on the other hand. He wants to keep his quirk mysterious. I don't really understand why. But he really likes to act smug when he is asked about it. When I got back to my class, Mick's lecture was already over. He was making his way out of our classroom. I just waved him off. Teacher Mike. I hope you won't say that I was absent from this class. He looked weirded out by the way I addressed him. Don't worry, Nizu said he'd pardon any absence that you have in class when being assigned work. His smile was a bit strained. I just patted him on the shoulder, thanked him and went on my way. When I got back to my seat, Nejiro was the first person to greet me. Allan. Great to have you back. His tone was a bit too mocking for my taste. Smashing my fist into his head seemed to put him in his place. I stole this technique from a great person. Garp's Fist of Love was a powerful ability that caused pain while dealing as little damage as possible. Great to see you, dipshit. Was the greeting I could come up with as I tenderized his head. I only stopped when he seemed regretful enough. Shinso also started speaking to us, trying to join our little interaction. Guys, don't fight. After a bit of small talk, we got to talking about training in our program. Shinso, I already have a regiment planned out for you. He looked excited at the prospect. He didn't work out extensively before, but he was more than determined to better himself and become a hero. I already talked to him about his quirk in private. Getting the proper details in case I misremembered something about it. Although I was their classmate, I was still one of the best heroes Japan has. Well, the best in my disgustingly humble opinion. It probably meant a lot to them that I was training them. Nejiro didn't really look thankful, but I'm sure he is. He better be. I look at him, displaying my laziest smile possible. You know, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me about your quirk. My large-nosed friend smiled a bit. It seems it is time to unveil the mystery. No one cares, just get on with it. My quirk, it's called Majestic Mane. He posed dramatically. The people in the room just looked at him, confused. I grabbed his collar and shook him a bit, breaking him out of his immersion. With an exasperated sigh, he started explaining what his quirk actually did. I have the ability to endlessly grow nose hair and control it. I just stared at him. I was hoping this was a joke, but the signs were there. There was no way for a teenager to have such a thick mustache. Well, I shouldn't call it that, it was just nose hair. I can only assume he was a bit embarrassed by this lame reveal. But he wasn't going to let that stop him from looking proud. But, the thing that bothers me the most. The quirk wasn't even that bad. If he could grow his nose hair endlessly and control it, then he could use it to do many things. Capturing villains and pulling people out of danger was what heroes were supposed to do, his quirk was great for that. How did he not get into the hero course? What's your weakness? It should be quite severe if he didn't manage to pass the practical exam and get into the hero course. It was something we needed to work on. Well, you know how it hurts when your nose hair gets pulled. Capturing people might rip out some of my hair and I don't like it. Oh, so he's a wimp. If there is no intrinsic requirement when he is growing his hair and controlling it, then that makes his quirk one of the very few that have no imperfections. No actual weakness. Sure, hair wasn't a very strong material, but countless intertwined threads would take a long time to break out from. If the only downside was feeling a bit of pain when your hair gets pulled, then this might be one of the stronger quirks in this school. He could probably still get tired using it. But it was more like getting tired when swinging your arms around too much. It wouldn't even be noticeable after a few months of proper workout. Your quirk is amazing. I'll think of something for you. He seemed surprised that I considered his quirk to be good. He was almost tearing up actually, it wasn't a pretty sight. He was likely bullied a lot for it since at face value it sounds like a bad power. Only useful in making you look like an idiot. But that's just because Naijiro didn't really know how to use his quirk in a fight. He didn't trust himself enough to learn how to fight with it. That's why I consider him a wimp. But that behavior can be fixed. He has the potential to become a great hero. In the beginning, I thought this training would be a bother. But now I think it will be quite fun. I'll make sure to beat the notion of fighting back into him. That didn't sound right. But it is basically what I need to do. _____POV Naijiro ______. Making friends has always been a tough task for me. My quirk made my appearance appear very ugly in the eyes of many. It wasn't even a mutation, it was just plain ugliness. People liked to laugh at me, I was never physically bullied. But no one got close to me. I still have my mother, it's what kept me going forward all this time. She loves me regardless of my appearance. At some point, I thought my quirk was just a twisted joke God decided to pull on me. My self-esteem was almost non-existent by the end of junior high. I hate this quirk. Getting in UA was something I always dreamed about doing. But I always freeze up during fights. I am simply not accustomed to them. I also dislike pain. Passing the practical exam was impossible for me. But I managed to make a few friends. This place was a lot more welcoming than at my last school. People still looked at me weirdly, but they at least talked to me. They didn't avoid me at all. Allan and Shinso are my only actual friends. Neither of them seems bothered by my appearance. Allan being a hero was something everyone in class seems to know. I also recognized him when first entering the classroom. He was a bit unique, not handsome, not too ugly. He had a good balance going on for himself. But I wasn't expecting him to be so approachable. He was no social butterfly, but he certainly had some charm to him. Especially since most of the girls in class have a crush on him at this point. I didn't expect us to become friends so quickly. But in just a day, we were already hitting it off perfectly. All three of us made the perfect group. When he first accepted to train us, I got a bit concerned. I didn't expect him to take our request seriously. Hearing him accept was great for us. But it made me a bit anxious. If he heard about my quirk, then he would probably laugh at me too. I tried to keep it a secret for as long as I could. But he still needed to know. If he was going to train us, then he needs to know. It was a gut-wrenching feeling. I was scared that I would lose my only real friends. But they barely reacted. Shinso didn't seem to care much, and Allan even praised it. I'm quite sure he also meant it. I am quite used to pity. If he were to show any to me, I would have noticed. The relief I felt almost made me burst into tears. Unknowingly, this moment sealed my fate. I would suffer a lot in the future. Chapter 58, Training, Again, and Class 1A. Yesterday I managed to plan out a few training routines for both Naijiro and Shinso. We decided to start training as soon as possible. So today I'll have to spend a few hours after classes to help them a bit. Not that I mind, I am quite curious how the two of them are going to end up. Eri also started school today. Seeing her dressed up for school felt nice, maybe because she seemed so happy about it. Rumi was almost tearing up. But she did kick me away when I tried to hug her. Said I was ruining the moment or something. Although she didn't mind when Eri asked for a group hug. Rumi needed to go to work, but she completely ignored it. As both of us had the pleasure of taking Eri to her first day of school. Looking at her run into the school felt nice. Since it's the first day, parents can attend. So we also decided to enter the room and stand in line with the other parents. I was a bit famous, so people looked at me a bit weirdly. I was still 16 after all. But Eri looked happy to see us. And I don't really care about much more. Rumi was also receiving some looks, the ones informed about our identities as heroes also knew about our relationship. In the end, a 9-year difference was still weird to see in a relationship. I guess if I were older, it wouldn't matter as much. The 9 years aren't the problem. The problem is me being 16 years of age. The weird gazes are something we have to live with for now. But the gazes didn't really stop me from holding her hand. I was never one to care about public opinion anyway. Her smile told me that she also didn't care much, and her giving my hand a little squeeze was also a good indicator. But all good moments come to an end. Eri started her first class while I and Rumi have work to do. I will still drop by and take Eri home before training my friends. I have classes planned with 1A. I still haven't decided what I should actually do. Maybe I'm not that great of a teacher. Nah, can't be. I'll just blame Nizu or someone else. Meh, I guess I can just have them fight each other. I would make them train their quirks as they did in summer break in the anime. But I am the combat instructor. I still have a class or two in front of me. I spent them with Naijiro playing poker. Shinso being a diligent student and only acting as the card dealer. We did get chastised a little. But there wasn't really much to do. It seems Naijiro is also very book smart. He can act like this without any repercussion to his grades. As much as I thought about what to do with Class 1A, I still couldn't really come up with anything. I'll just think of something on the fly. I am good at that, lie. I started making my way to Class 1A. I think this was going to be annoying. Mainly due to Lord Explosion murder. But all the classroom is filled with strange characters. I don't even know if there is anyone normal in the hero course. Reaching their classroom was quick. Even though I tried to stall as much as possible. I never liked troublesome things. I'd much rather prefer going around and beating villains for fun. The teachers are what keep me here really. Since they are my friends, it would be annoying to start working somewhere else and make new friends. These guys already got used to me, letting them go wouldn't be nice. I looked at the door. Why was I acting like a shy transfer student all of a sudden? I'll just rip the band-aid off quickly. I could feel the students inside talking to each other. The bell was about to ring. I decided to make my entrance as soon as it did. Slamming the door open attracted the attention of everyone in the room. They looked in my direction. I could see some of their eyes widening in surprise. I guess Nizu was never really specific about my job at UA. But at least this class seemed to somewhat know me. With a few exceptions. Who's that guy? Asked a small student with purple balls sticking out of his head. Kirishima also seemed confused about my identity. I was wearing my hero costume and everything. I was prepared for them to be in awe. Not getting recognized is fine. I don't care about their opinion anyway. Thankfully, Momo decided to end my embarrassment and introduce me to the people that didn't recognize me. The NR.3 hero is also a teacher at UA. Thank you. I know I am no All Might, but I should still be somewhat well known. Yes, I've been here for a year already. It's great to meet you all. I'll be taking the presents and then we see a dash. A loud explosion interrupted me. Great, this guy. Yellow bastard. He rushed me, the rest of the students looked on in shock. No fighting in the classroom. I said slowly and lazily. As he was about to reach me, chains made out of light started sprouting into existence. Completely entangling the irate student. Most of the class looked surprised at how easily I had restrained their colleague. I guess they still don't have a lot of perspective on the strength of pro-heroes. Please take your seat. While saying that, the chains yanked him towards his seat and wrapped around him and the seat. Without wasting any more time, I started the roll call. They were still a bit surprised about what had just happened. But they responded anyway. Some of them seemed excited to meet me. It seems Momo is a fan of mine at least. Oh, and Izuku. But he's excited when meeting any hero. And I already know him, so he doesn't count. Bakugo was just screaming profanities while chained to his seat. He calmed down halfway through the roll call, so I loosened the chains a bit. Ochako seemed to want to speak to me. I think she remembers me saving here in the past. It's not really anything special. I am a hero after all. But she is the type of person that would say thank you after getting saved. Shoto was just quiet, like always. Ida seemed a bit embarrassed when seeing me. Probably remembering me from the entrance exam. Now that I got to know everyone present. I took a short pause, making sure everyone was done gossiping, and started listening. You should put on your costumes and meet me at Gym Gamma. If you want directions, just look at a map or something. As soon as I finished talking, I disappeared. I'll give them 10 minutes to dress up and reach the gym. Generous time, I know. It's just because I doubt they actually know where it is. I still don't really know what the exercise is going to be. But since when has the lack of planning been a problem for me? Always. I think this exercise is going to be fun. Chapter 59, Questions and Exercise. Looking around in the massive gym was boring. I had worked in this place for a year already, nothing in UA can really impress me anymore. Waiting for people is never fun. I guess that was what got me to hate Rumi a bit when we first met. That and her being unapologetic about the whole thing. At least in the beginning. She did show up early our next patrol to make up for it. Something that I would describe as a welcome surprise. It's how we got together. I guess a first impression isn't always the most important. At least it wasn't for us. After standing around for a few minutes I could see some of them reaching the gym already. The first to arrive was the girls. I guess they have a better sense of direction than the guys. It's already been 7 minutes. If they don't show up on time I will have to punish them. Teacher. We have a few questions for you. Momo said, looking a bit nervous. Why would they feel that way about asking questions? Sure. We seem to have some time until the boys get here. I said in the same lazy tone. The girls looked around each other as if deciding who should go first. Momo ended up with the first question. Is it true that you are only 16 years old? I guess I don't really look it. The only channel where my ID was shown was the one that reported on the fight. The police intervened quickly and stopped my ID from being shared by the rest of the news stations. But a lot of people already had seen it. So they started posting photos online. Some people found it hard to believe, saying it must have been a fabrication. That was a controversy I never knew happened. I only found out recently when I was searching up news about myself. It's true. Not much of a secret either. But I can understand some of the confusion surrounding the subject. The next question came from Jiro. What's your quirk? I mean, there are some articles on it. But hearing it from you would be more interesting. I guess I never recorded the full extent of my quirk. The police also didn't make many adjustments to my quirk description. Mainly because I kept it really vague while still described it properly. I can create and control light endlessly, I can also reach great speeds. My stamina is the only limit I have. I can also control the light around me. Some of them seemed a bit impressed by this description. I obviously didn't say anything about being untouchable. But the most impressed was Toru, she also seemed a bit excited for some reason. Teacher. Can you stop my invisibility? Her quirk was never fully explained in the anime. But from what I can feel, her body has a layer of energy around it. It seemed to refract light perfectly, just like I did when practicing invisibility. I could definitely bypass this small barrier. But not now. After a bit of silence, I looked straight in her eyes, an action which seemed to startle her. Well, I could. But we should do that later. You aren't exactly wearing much, and the boys should be here right about now. As soon as I said that they entered the gym. Toru seemed a bit embarrassed. Teacher. Can you see me? I can't see you, but I can feel you. Wait, that sounds wrong. Mina also perked up, wearing a teasing smile on her face. I think the timely presence of the boys was a deterrent for her hesitating to speak up. I mean, I can feel the light refracting around your body. I said hurriedly, not letting Mina speak what was brewing up in her mind. Toru also seemed happy with that answer. They talked between themselves for a minute, I let them look around a bit and admire the size of this facility. After a while, I attracted their attention. Since you're all here, we can start the exercise. I was too lazy to come up with a proper punishment for the guys. They were only 2 minutes late, and their appearance also spared me some embarrassment. Now, it's time for my improvised exercise. Just like all things I procrastinated before, I now hate my past self for not thinking something up. Looking at the gathered up students, an idea came to mind. Okay, from what I know, yesterday you all practiced in small teams, I said confidently. Today, we will be doing a sparring session. Every one of you will spar with a clone of mine. While saying that, light started gathering up around me, forming 20 perfect clones. This was a good way to give them some experience in a 1v1. Honing their instincts a bit. Yes. I'm a good teacher. Teacher. What happens if we defeat your clone? Shoto was the one to ask this question. I guess it's still possible. I mean, I'll make the clones match the speed of the students. Well, you don't need to worry about damaging them. As I said that, I quickly kicked one of my clones in the head. My kick broke its head apart. I could hear a few gasps from the students. The head dissolved it into smaller yellow lights and reformed in a second. See? You can damage them as much as you want. I'll also make them match your speeds, so the exercise is a bit fairer. The students looked excited, Kirishima smashing his hardened fists together and smiling widely. Bakugo seemed the most excited. He was likely happy that he got to beat up my clone. Izuku seemed a bit anxious. I guess he still doesn't know how to use his quirk properly. I clapped my hand, made every clone carry their respective students further away so that they don't need to worry about hurting each other. I just made the clones grab the guys and fly away. Carrying the girls was a bit harder. I didn't want to catch a case. So I just encased them each in a sphere of light and flew them away. The fighting started soon after they each reached a certain distance. I decided to give some of them a bit of a surprise. With a smile on my face, I quickly started morphing my clones according to the quirks of their opponents. The one fighting Bakugo started creating explosions out of its palms, matching the intensity of its opponent. You can guess how calmly Bakugo responded to that. The one fighting Tsuyu started looking more frog-like, its tongue extending and replicating her fighting style. Jiro's opponent elongated its earlobes and released light in wave patterns, similar to her own vibrations. Toru's opponent turned invisible. Kirishima's opponent was encased in solidified light, giving him an armor similar to his own. Ochako's raised the objects it touched into the air using the light around them, making it look like it was erasing their gravity. Shoji's opponent grew more limbs and used them just as naturally as he could. Fumicage's released an imitation of dark shadow that didn't glow brightly at all, making things a bit fairer for the raven-headed student. And so on. Their quirks weren't hard to imitate. There was a quirk I couldn't replicate properly, that being Shoto's quirk. I didn't have any way of using ice and fire. Although my lasers burned through everything, they were too deadly to use in a spar. I could only make him copy his ice attacks using constructs out of solidified light. The fire part of his quirk wouldn't have been easy to copy, not that he was using it. Regardless, my clones started using the imitation abilities of the students. I was getting more and more creative with them. I also started copying some of the moves they would create later in the story. It gave the students some perspective on ways they could use their quirks. Not all of them were as versatile, so I couldn't help all of them equally, but I think they will start respecting me more after this exercise. Chapter 60, Different Perspectives and Gratitude. ____POV narration _____. The students didn't really know what to expect at first. Their teacher confirmed his age during the girls' questioning. They started doubting the training he could give them. Sure, Allan was a great hero. His speed was said to be unmatched. Even his haters couldn't disprove that his speed was likely as great as that of All Might. The people that had seen the fight between the two would even say that he was faster. But he shouldn't have as much experience as a teacher. From what was made public, they knew that he had acted as a vigilante for about 4 years. Then he gained a license and worked as a hero for approximately 1 more year. He shouldn't have had much time to teach others. After the girls talked a bit about Allan's answers to the guys, the exercise started. They didn't expect the clones. Izuku remarked that the ability was similar to Ectoplasm's quirk. But he couldn't have been more wrong. The way the clones morphed to match their opponents freaked out some of the students. When the clones started using their powers more proficiently than them, it became concerning. It was discouraging to see just how stronger they had to become to overcome a pro hero. But this was to be expected. Allan was one of the strongest heroes in Japan. They might have been a bit overconfident. In the beginning, some believed that landing a hit on a clone shouldn't be a problem. That belief was short-lived. Midway through the exercise, most of the students had stopped trying to hit the clones entirely. They started trying to study their teacher's moves, attempting to analyze new ways of using their abilities from his clones. 2 students, however, kept going, filled with indignation. Shoto hadn't managed to even touch the clone of his young teacher. It was a strange feeling seeing the clone copy everything about his moveset. He had even thought of using his fire out of frustration, but he quickly snuffed out the idea. He didn't want to use his father's powers in the end. Bakugo was a lot more agitated. He was a bit angry and agitated. He didn't care as much that the clone in front of him was copying his every move. What made him enraged was that the gap between him and Allan hadn't shortened at all. He wasn't even able to defeat a clone of his childhood rival. It gave him a strange feeling. It made him look back on the times he had tried to fight Allan back in junior high. He had never been taken seriously by his tall rival. His anger was growing more and more. But it was not directed at anyone but himself. His pride was wounded, but he couldn't blame Allan for that. Bakugo and Shoto were both trying their best to deal damage to the clone in front of them. In the end, neither managed to learn much, both of them being too concentrated on their respective egos. Being tunnel-visioned on something worthless was a damaging hobby. Even Mineta managed to learn some things from the clone in front of him. It kept throwing balls in his direction, they latched onto him and immobilized him. First, the clone targeted his feet, like he usually does. But then it started going for joints, his knees, elbows, underarms. He even created a string of balls that he used as a whip, entangling him in them. It managed to incapacitate him quickly, but the balls disappeared every time Mineta lost. Giving him more and more ideas on how to use his abilities. Him and the other students all started looking up to their new teacher. It seems that despite having a similar age to them, he still had a lot to teach them. In the eyes of most students, Allan was a genius at fighting. No one could replicate so many styles so quickly. It was simply impossible. But he had done it, not showing even a bit of tiredness. And it would have been impossible, had it not been for him remembering some of their styles and quirks from the anime. But the students had no way of knowing that. Some could have theorized that Allan had analyzed their fighting styles from recordings of their previous exercises, but that wouldn't have made it much less impressive. They were also too concentrated on training to think too deeply into this. From how Allan had described his own quirk to the students, he needed to control the action of every clone individually. He split his attention in 20 different directions. That alone was a shocking thought. Adding to the fact that he was copying all of their styles in real time and managing to fight them to a standstill whilst holding back. It humbled some of them a bit. ____POV Allan _____. As my allocated 2 hours were coming to an end, I started gathering the students. The time had gone quickly, this exercise was great training for me too. It was more mentally tiring than anything, but it let me exercise control over my recent awakening. When the students arrived at my location they all looked tired, but they seemed to be filled with confidence. Well, everyone besides Bakugo and Shoto. I guess I need to think of something different for the two of them. I'll do this exercise regularly from now on, I'll call it mirror training. At least I can also do it tomorrow with Class 1B. Looking over the students, I couldn't help but smile a bit. Looks like most of you gained something. My lazy smile seemed to radiate some pride now. Ida responded, quickly bowing his head at a 90-degree angle. Teacher. I apologize for being disrespectful during the entrance exam. I just swatted the matter off, don't worry, you didn't know who I was. It's understandable. He seemed a bit relieved after those words. That was it. Next week you will be doing the same thing. We will continue this training until you manage to defeat my clones. Most of them seemed happy at this. At least I didn't have to think of something new for everybody. Only Bakugo and Todoroki. Well, Bakugo should be fine, he's smart enough to start learning after a while. But Shoto is too fixated, always holding back and refusing to learn. I unknowingly released a sigh. No one should have heard me, the students were already going towards the changing rooms. But Ochako was still there. Standing in front of me, looking a bit anxious. What's wrong, Ochako? My question broke her out of her stupor. She was likely stressing out about how to approach this. But it should be simple enough. Do you remember me? I mean when I was younger you saved me from a burning apartment in this city. She looked at me for a bit. I purposefully looked at her for a bit before answering. Yeah, I think I remember you. Hope you didn't have any problems afterwards. I just wanted to thank you. My parents also wanted to do so, but you disappeared too quickly. She was talking while looking down. This was truly the female version of Izuku. From what I remember she wasn't from Yuzurifu. Her parents were likely visiting some relatives or something and they decided to take her with them. I sighed, again. I'm a hero, don't worry too much about it. Her eyes widened a bit, she looked at me in shock. I appreciate the gratitude though. My lazy smile turned into a reassuring one. As she also started smiling happily. She went off after a while, she tried to invite me to her home so that her parents get to thank me properly. But I dissuaded her, there was no need for that, I also had a lot to do. Her parents lived in another prefecture, it would be too time-consuming. After she left, I stood there for a while. After having some quiet for a few minutes I dialed Shinso and told him to grab Naijiro and meet me at the gym. I still needed to start training the two of them after all. Chapter 61, Training, Again, and Nizu. Training my new friends wasn't a hard task. Most of what I made them do was physical training. Getting them up to snuff in regards to physical strength will take a while. I don't know if they will be able to win in the festival. For now, I devised some special training plans for each of them. Shinso was going to work on his vocabulary and learn all of the swear words he can. There are many ways to anger someone and make them respond to you. He also needs to learn to discern people's character. But that's something that will come with experience. Now he should concentrate on learning new ways to instigate conversation. I also made him spar with one of my clones, to get him accustomed to fighting. Since I don't have any actual fighting style, he will have to rely on himself for that. Learning martial arts never interested me before. I always fought using my instincts. With my quirk I was also too fast to ever feel the need for an established style. I always use what the situation requires. If I need to punch something then I do. If I need to cut something then I do. I prefer fighting in this way. Shinso doesn't have that privilege, unfortunately. His quirk doesn't make him near invincible. But it is a strong quirk. He will eventually have to learn a better way to fight. He will probably end up learning from Aizawa, like in the anime. In all honesty, Shinso's quirk works best on villains. They are all stupidly chatty, I'm not even joking. Before coming to this world I didn't consider how annoying hearing the speech of villains would be. As for Naijiro, well, his main problem is that he doesn't like pain. So I took it upon myself to inflict as much pain as possible in him. Until he gets over the fear. I don't take any pleasure in this. Usually, this type of training would instill fear into someone. But he already has a trauma for pain. I don't know how or where he gained it, but he needs to experience pain to overcome it. It feels like I'm torturing a friend. It's a bit hard to do, but I also know he wants to become stronger. Not once during our training did he yell at me to stop. At least he didn't use the safe word we had prepared. After all, I wasn't going to force him into this training regiment. He chose this. It was hard to inflict pain and avoid badly injuring him at the same time. But I managed to do it. By the end, his body was filled with bruises. I had to take him to Recovery Girl after he passed out. She gave me an earful and even threatened to call Nizu about this. But after hearing why I was beating him up she decided to help us in our training. Since Naijiro was tired he needed to rest for a bit before Chio could use her quirk on him. But I didn't stick around until he woke up. I had to pick up Eri and Rumi. Getting both of them home was important. How else would I sleep properly? I already got used to sleeping with both of them, there is no going back now. Eri's first day at school was uneventful, at least by her own words. She didn't mention making any friends to either Rumi or me, maybe she just didn't talk to many people. She still has time to make friends, her school year just started. Rumi also didn't do much with her day, an uneventful patrol and some paperwork that she dreaded doing. At least the bed was comfortable. Since even Majima decided to give me something else besides that sturdy bed frame. He also gave me an extremely flexible mattress. It was a joy to sleep in. Today, I also have classes with 1B, I still need to attend some classes of my own, unfortunately. Nizu still didn't get back to me about that early graduation. Maybe he's busy with other stuff. I'll have to remind him eventually. Right now, I am conducting that mirror training with Class 1B, copying their styles isn't as fast, but I already fought them once, so I can still manage. The only quirk that wasn't possible to copy was Monoma's. I didn't let him copy my quirk, but I made my clone use all the quirks he copied at the same time as him. There was also the softening quirk, I couldn't really copy that. I just made the clone spar with him by only affecting their surroundings. Twin impact was also strange to copy, I did it by hitting something twice at a speed where it looked like I only moved once. All in all, it wasn't that hard to copy the quirks of the rest. Transformation and mutation quirks are always the easiest to copy. And some emitters aren't, and only some emitters were troublesome. The training with Class 1B was just as fruitful as the one with Class 1A. Even though I didn't remember how they used their quirks in the future. I also tried to get them accustomed to fighting people. I think it worked well enough. I doubt Vlad will have any complaints about how I teach his class. The homeroom teachers usually have a say in the way their class is trained. I doubt my training is inefficient, so I don't think I'll get any complaints. Right now, Nizu called me to his office. I'm pretty sure it's about that time I revealed that I knew All Might's not-so-secret identity. It sure took him a while. In the room, there were only him and Toshinori, that was to be expected. Although I'm pretty sure most of the teachers have already been informed of All Might's situation. Young Allan. Take a seat. Nizu was the one to start up the conversation. What's the matter, Nizu? You seemed quite serious over the phone. I said with a lazy smile. I think you know exactly what this is about. Nizu's beady eyes glared at me. It seems he doesn't feel like joking around for this one. Of course I do. I said, looking at Toshinori, who was staring at the ground with guilt. He probably refrained from telling Nizu about this for a while. But Nizu does have his way of prying into secrets. We don't consider it a bad thing that you know of Toshinori's other identity. Well, of course. Since I already know about it and I haven't said anything to anyone. They were probably curious how I had found out more than anything. You're probably curious as to how I found out. Well, it wasn't like I was trying to look into All Might's identity. It's just that All Might and Toshi look really similar. I took a pause and observed their reactions. Most people would never realize that Toshi looked like All Might. The shock on Toshi's face was not misplaced. Mainly because the people see the symbol of peace as an unmovable mountain. They simply would never compare him to a sickly-looking skinny man. But that connection can still be made. Nizu nodded. Letting me continue. And All Might acted too familiar towards me. No one but the teachers at UA calls me young Allan after all. Toshi's eyes widened a bit as he slapped the back of his own head. Sighing and looking at the ground. I looked at him a bit. I should reassure him at least. Don't worry, Toshi. This doesn't change anything. I'll lead the next generations as a new symbol. Both he and Nizu looked at me in shock. There was no arrogance in my features. Just absolute confidence. This wasn't a promise. It was a statement. If anyone from my generation said this comment, they wouldn't think much of it. Many dreamed of becoming number one. But I had already proved my strength. Not many people could stop me at all. All of a sudden Toshinori buffed up, a genuine smile stretching on his face. It was getting as wide as humanly possible. Young Allan. My speech seemed to excite him to no end. As he screamed my name loudly. Nizu also gained a smile, releasing a reassured sigh. ____POV narration ____. That had concluded their talk. Allan had managed to get his point across without an issue. Him becoming a symbol was never an issue of strength, it is more one of willingness. They might not have been sure if someone with Allan's character would be willing to carry such a title. But now they don't have to worry about it anymore. This was the reason for Nizu's reassured sigh. A lot of his worries had been abated, leaving only one majorly important issue. The return of All for One. Nizu and Toshi were still hoping they were wrong, but the signs could only lead to that person. As much as they detested the results, they couldn't ignore them. Now, they also needed to inform Allan of their discoveries. But they decided to do so at a later date. Right now, they needed to concentrate on raising a new generation of heroes. The first years were all promising, even the general course had a few rough gems. All Might can also ease some of the pressure he had put on Izuku. In his eyes, he was leaving this society in safe hands. Chapter 62, Disturbed Meal. I have already been doing this for a few days now. Taking Eri to and from school, training Naijuru and Shinso, and pretending to be present in class. I usually leave a clone there, since Nizu doesn't like it when I don't show up to class. The only slightly different thing is that Nizu seems to trust me more. Toshi is also happier than he was before. I didn't think my claim would have that much impact on the two. I didn't think being a symbol would be that difficult. At least not for me. I doubt I'll be able to calm the public the way All Might ever could. But I should at least be able to instill fear in villains. There weren't many things that happened during the last few days. I still have a class with 1A 2 days from now. I can't really remember when the USJ incident was supposed to happen. But I think I'll know when I get to it. Right now, I'm heading to the canteen. Both my friends stayed in their seats since it hurts for them to move. Physical training is always tough at the start. But they'd get used to it eventually. I'll probably bring them something to eat if I feel generous enough. Which is unlikely. There was no free table by the time I got to the canteen. This is the reason why I only ate in the evenings. I hate waiting in line to get my food. But I now have to do that. I also have to look for a place to sit down, since most tables are occupied. I might just end up taking my food to the classroom. But then I'd have to share it with those two. As I was contemplating that, someone came from behind me to try and surprise me. I mean, sure. I'll act a bit surprised. Allan. Great to see you. Do you want to sit with us? It was Itsuka. I could recognize that orange hair anywhere. Actually, doesn't Naijuru also have orange hair? Well, he has more in his nose than on his head. But still. Hello, Itsuka. I wouldn't mind a seat. I said with a lazy smile. I didn't want to share my food after all. This was a great save. After picking up my food tray, filled to the brim with Italian cuisine, I started walking with Itsuka towards a table. Sitting down was Setsuna, Tetsu and Monoma. I guess these four were friends. Oh well, they waved at me. Tetsu was excited to see me. Setsuna didn't seem to mind my presence either. Itsuka. Why did you bring that guy here? Well, Monoma is a bit of a character. That inferiority complex of his isn't a great thing to have. It's strange that he even has it. He is one of the most talented people between the first years. But I guess people like him wouldn't be calm unless they are number one. Which is quite impossible with me around. I would let him copy my quirk for a bit, but since he doesn't have a perception like I do, he wouldn't be able to use it fully. He would also give away my phasing ability, although I don't really care about it being found out now. There isn't anyone that can threaten my safety. Even All for One is only a mild threat. As much as he considers himself a criminal mastermind. There isn't much planning you can do when fighting someone as fast as I am. Itsuka proceeded to slap her classmate and friend over the head with her enlarged palms. While that was happening, Tetsu seemed to become chatty. Hey, dude. That clone exercise was really cool. I didn't know you could harden yourself as I could. His speech was a bit rapid-paced. But after being friends with Nijire and Mirio, this much was nothing. I just smiled a bit. Yeah, I can be really flexible when it comes to using my quirk. Setsuna also pitched in, saying that my quirk was pretty amazing. It was a compliment I didn't get very often. Apparently, most people that know me are blinded by my charismatic personality and omit saying anything about my quirk. It's definitely not my ego trying to justify the lack of actual compliments I get from people I know. But I'm a guy, this is normal. I thanked them for their compliments. And just as we all sat down to eat, Monoma grumbling as he did, an alarm startled everyone nearby. I was horribly annoyed by the number of screams coming out of the students near our table. The students at my table at least kept their composure through their panic. Although they still got up and tried in an attempt to go towards the doors. But after seeing me not even moving, they stopped. If they didn't, I'd probably slap them into the ground. As a teacher, I cannot condone such cowardice from the students I teach. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? They have the NR.3 hero in front of them. The number one hero is also supposedly in the school. I don't understand how anyone could panic over this. But I guess most of them just went with the crowd, not really thinking much into it. Things seemed to go as they did in the show. With Ida calming the students by informing them of a false alarm. Although he looked a bit odd while doing it, clinging to a random pipe. Shouldn't you be checking this out? Asked Setsuna, looking at me weirdly as I continued chewing on my unfinished lasagna. I quickly swallowed the food in my mouth and responded. I'm a student now. I don't care. Apparently, our conversation was heard by a few people. As the surrounding students just looked at me weirdly. What's with these gazes? Why do I not get reverence like some of the other pros? Is it because of my age? Because this is a bit damaging to my self-confidence. Regardless, I didn't realize it was already time for the USJ. Guess I'll have to help 13 tomorrow. I'll do it out of the goodness of my own heart. Since I was not part of the schedule that Shigaraki got his hands on, they shouldn't have anything planned for little old me. Not that their plans mean anything to me. I hope they can be entertaining enough. Their little raid didn't appear to be too dangerous. About 100 street thugs, with a few decent villains in there. The only fun-sounding battle is the Nomu. Tomorrow will be the first and last day of the League of Villains. Chapter 63, Beginning of the Raid. The day went by quickly. I decided to give Naijuru and Shinso a break. They needed some rest after all. I informed 13 that I would be helping her in the next class she had. She seemed pleased enough. I did specify that I wanted to do this so she didn't have to use up her favor. The reason I gave was that I wanted to observe them and to further improve the training I gave them. Aizawa had already seen the recording of my mirror training. He completely avoided complimenting me, only grumpily saying that it was an effective method. Vlad King was also quite pleased with the progress of his students, saying this was likely one of the most effective ways of training students in the school. Too bad I didn't think about it in the last year. My home was also quite lively. I also wanted to start paying the rent with Rumi. But she just looked at me weirdly, saying, "I bought this house fully. Why would I want your shitty money?" This was to be expected. But I guess it didn't cross my mind. So I just started paying part of the bills. Eri still didn't want to talk much about her school day, probably because she wasn't doing anything interesting. She did mention she managed to make a few friends. She also had her first test yesterday. She seemed happy, so I was happy too. Rumi was also in a good mood today, mostly because she didn't have to go to work tomorrow. Having both me, Endeavor and All Might in the same city might be a deterrent for most villains. Although Endeavor started patrolling in another province to start cleaning them up. I could also do that, but I'm not exactly shooting for the most number of cases. At least not yet. Jiren contacted me and informed me about some mass recruitment in the Underworld. He said it had apparently been happening for a while now. I thanked him for his information and kept going with my day. It seems Jiren doesn't work with the League, maybe my dealings with him changed that. Who knows, I have yet to cut him off after he helped me rescue Eri. He's informed me of several interesting things. Like how Trigger is still on the market, he said the organization distributing it is a lot more discreet about its business. The black market isn't horribly interesting to me anymore. After saving Eri I didn't have much to do there. But Jiren just wanted to give me a cautionary note. The villains were planning something big. Right now, I am going towards a yellow bus whilst dressed in my hero costume. It was empty as the students have yet to arrive. I need to take part in this raid because my plan to deal with All for One requires me to do so. The only reason I didn't fly to his house and blow it up is that I want this affair to be more public. I also don't really know what quirks he still has left in his body. If I just attack him he might just use a shitty and broken quirk to escape. And I don't want that happening. Kyudai Garaki shouldn't have figured out the way to copy quirks yet. At least I don't think so. Even if he did. There is nothing to stop me from killing him before he creates more All for Ones. All for One himself shouldn't even be as dangerous as he was in the show. Not that it makes a huge difference. After waiting around for a few minutes I could feel Class 1A in the distance. They seemed a bit surprised to see me there. I waved slowly in their general direction. Aizawa was also here. He didn't really like seeing me, but he didn't have much to say about it. This morning there was still a spike of criminal activity. I didn't do much to help since I was already at school when it happened. That and All Might being present to stop any situation from getting too serious. Ida was the first to greet me formally. "Teacher. How come you are here?" He was waving his arm around stiffly. They should have been informed of what teachers they were going to meet. I figured I'd help out 13 for today. I also get to observe your quirks more thoroughly, which might allow me to copy them more efficiently. Although I already knew all of their quirks and the way they worked. The students seemed a bit happy to see me. I guess my training left a good impression on them. Well, most of them. Acting all important. I could hear Lord Explosion Murder mumbling under his breath. Usually, he would be raging openly. I guess our previous exercise humbled him a bit. Or maybe my presence, in general, shaped him slightly differently from how he was in the show. Regardless, he doesn't seem to antagonize others openly anymore. Aizawa also arrived, looking at the students and ignoring me. "Oh. Aizawa, great to see you." My lazy greeting seemed to only annoy him. I didn't pursue this. My war against Aizawa had started ever since that shitty test. Since then, I've been taking every opportunity to give him more work. In retaliation, he started doing the same. Now our war was at a standstill, with the new students providing him with a lot more work than before. Well, he still managed to sleep through some of it. But that's just his skill. Usually, when I'm around I prevent him from sleeping. Being loud for no reason and sometimes nudging him when no one is looking. I try to do it secretly, but it's quite obvious for anyone that's in the same room as us. After hearing that everyone was present from Ida he got on the bus and started driving. Not really bothering to check if I entered or not. I had to turn into light and flash in through a window. As if he would manage to leave me behind. As he was driving the school bus now, the students around me started talking about their quirks. Talking about the strongest and flashiest quirks in their class. Bakugo wasn't really made fun of for his short fuse. I wasn't really brought into the conversation since I am a teacher. Although some people still talk to me. Kirishima was saying something about the manliest quirk and mentioned me somewhere in there. I wasn't really paying attention. Teacher Allan. Are we going to be doing the same type of training during our next class? Ida was the one to ask me this. He managed to get the attention of the students surrounding me. Yeah, we will keep going until you guys manage to defeat the clones I make for you. Some of them looked excited while some of them looked distraught. I mean, it's not that unrealistic, every clone is moving at a snail's pace compared to what they can actually reach. I made them weaker with the hope of providing actual combat experience for the students. It seemed to have worked for the most part. A voice interrupted my thoughts. By the way, teacher, you seem to have forgotten about something. The one speaking was Turu. Well shucks. I guess I forgot about helping her. She also forgot though, or maybe she was waiting for me to bring it up. Regardless, I need to set a time to avoid forgetting again. Sorry, Turu. I guess I can be a bit forgetful. How about I help you after today's class? She just said. Thank you. And nodded her head excitedly. Not that anyone besides me could see that. After meeting up with 13 and doing our introduction to the giant dome before us, we started heading in. As we all entered the building and the large doors closed, the lights started flickering. A large portal appeared in the middle of the fountain square. Hey, is this like the entrance exam? Has the exercise already started? As he was asking that, Aizawa quickly said. Don't move. All of the students looked at him, startled. These are villains. The students seemed to recoil in fear at the sight of them. Izuku muttering something about the evil heroes face on a daily basis. Villains started popping out of it. It looked like a lot more than there were in the show. What an unforeseen situation. I said with a strange smile on my face. The students seemed to have finally remembered that I was here. Some of them subsequently calming down a bit. Even if they didn't have All Might, they still have someone that had fought him to a standstill in the past. Well, I guess the thought is a bit relaxing. Aizawa just looked at me seriously. This isn't the time for jokes, Allan. I just sighed and shook my head a bit. Chapter 64, Unforeseen Situation. Eraser looked at me with a serious expression. I guess I should calm the students down a bit. Don't know what you're talking about, Eraser. I failed to see anything threatening in their little group. At least the last group had interesting enemies in it. These guys just look lame. I said, referencing the bridge incident. I said, little group. But there were at least 300 villains present on the square. I don't know if Kurogiri has already spread them throughout the facility. But I don't care, they are still fish in a barrel. The students around me looked a bit surprised at my statement. But Momo and Ida caught on quickly. As their expressions calmed down, she released a sigh of relief while Ida started trying to calm down his fellow students. His attempts were somewhat successful, but it didn't work on everybody. Although some were calm due to either confidence in their skill or reassured by my presence. The rest still had fear in their eyes. Aizawa just scoffed a bit at my statement. After all, I was likely the only hero in Japan that would call this gathering of thugs a small group. But that is what they are. Compared to any of the villains that escaped Tartaros, these guys would die instantly against a few of them. Hell, I think even Overhaul and his group could have dealt with the majority of them. The only troublesome ones are Kurogiri and the Nomu. Both of which can only be described as decent. Nomu only managed to push All Might to that extent because the latter was already at his limit. The Nomu is still stronger than every other villain in this place put together. Shigaraki is a huge meh, he isn't exactly anything I need to care about. Aizawa put on his goggles, he seemed to start preparing himself to rush in the small army of villains. In the show, he might have stood a chance, but this time there were a lot more. I don't really know the reason. Maybe because they don't get much action on the streets anymore. I flashed beside him and patted him on the shoulder. You should sit this one out. I want to have some fun. After saying that, I started to slowly descend the stairs. The villains seemed to recoil at the sight of me. Even if some students didn't hear of me, I was a common name for any villain with a brain. My name was like bug spray, but for villains. I don't really want to cause another press scandal. So I guess no killing this time, at least not too many. But I should still be justified in giving them severe injuries, this counts as a stressful situation. I think. Releasing a sigh, I could see the hateful expression of Shigaraki. I think I could hear him mutter something about a mini-boss. Well, he couldn't be more wrong. I am the last boss here. But by the time he realizes that, it will be too late. It's already too late anyway. As I reached the ground, I stopped walking in front of the army of villains. Some villains tried to hit me with ranged attacks, but I just let them pass through me. I released a bored yawn as they were attempting to injure me. An act which made the observing students look shocked. I could let my clones ignore attacks, but they were certain this was the real me. The teachers didn't seem horribly surprised, they had gotten used to me showing strange abilities. I don't really care about hiding that capability of my quirk any longer. I stopped caring for a while now, but figured such a reveal might be a bit more dramatic. As the villains tried to fill my body with holes, I looked down on them. Shigaraki started screaming orders around like a spoiled child. How frightening, I said, looking at them like they were ants. I instantly appeared behind Shigaraki, bending down a bit and looking at the top of his head with a lazy smile. As his head rose, his eyes met mine. The fear they withheld was natural. I was towering over him easily. Say, how about a little game? I said with a friendly smile. He trembled a bit. What do you want? We are here for the symbol of peace. Why, you were also wronged by this society. Join us. His eyes were really desperate as he saw no change in my expression. He turned around to face me, still looking up. By this point, he must have realized how much danger he was actually in. His mind was running on overdrive, thinking of ways to get out of this situation. I grasped his neck, lifting him from the ground like he was a chicken. The expression on my face never changing once. He quickly started struggling against my hold. He suddenly screamed, "Nomu!" The hulking abomination rushed in my direction, raising its fists and trying to hit me away from its master. The villains around us didn't really have enough loyalty for their leader to actually attempt to help him. Shigaraki quickly attempted to decay my hand. I just reinforced it with light and kept holding him up. Using my free hand, I quickly shoot 3 light rays through Kurojiri's weak spot. He was the only one I needed to get rid of completely. With him gone, Shigaraki had no way to actually escape this place. The Nomu's punches just passed through me, as spikes quickly grew out of my back and turned the failed scientific experiment into a pincushion. I also grew a blunt one out of the ground and pushed it away with it. It stopped to try and regenerate from its wounds. Shigaraki looked mortified, his escape died instantly and his Nomu proved useless. His last hope was to decay my hand and get rid of my hold on him. But as he used his quirk on me, it just didn't seem to work. You know, light doesn't decay. His eyes widened again as his arms started flailing around trying to decay everything around him. I threw him into the crowd of villains, he was like a human cannonball, perfectly smashing through some of the villains. After which I just clapped my hands. A barrier of light appeared above the villains, it pushed downwards in their general direction, it was shaped like a boot. The villains looked up and quickly lost all of their will to fight. I could hear them crying and screaming as the barrier came crashing down on everything beneath it. The students looked on in awe and somewhat fearful, as I rendered what they had considered an army of fearsome villains into a group of crying children. It was a refreshing scene. Justice winning over evil. How poetic. I could see the recovered Nomu trying to hold up the barrier, but he didn't even manage to stop it for a second. It quickly gave up on that idea, as Shigaraki screamed for it to protect him. Nomu quickly rushed in his direction and shielded him with its body. The ground molding itself around the abomination, as the weight of the barrier created a massive crater. It was like crushing ants under my boot. Only a few villains were still conscious, and they were pretending not to be. Probably hoping I would spare them and the police would come quicker. But after the tsunami on that bridge, I learned my lesson. As I landed in the crater I had created, I quickly made a few dozen clones and flashed around making sure every villain was down for the count. There were only the injured and recovering Nomu and a frantic Shigaraki left standing in front of me. Chapter 65, Plan and Shockwaves. As I stood in front of Shigaraki and Kyudai's lab experiment, I couldn't help but let my mind wander off for a second. I had thought the Nomu would have been stronger than that. I guess I should properly temper my expectation when it comes to fighting. If I don't hold back, it's impossible to have an enjoyable fight. The Nomu by itself wouldn't even have been able to pressure a tired All Might without the help of Kurojiri's warp gate. Now that I think about it, Kurojiri is also a Nomu. He shouldn't be dead yet. But he shouldn't be in any state to use his quirk. Regardless of that, Shigaraki is the only one I need. He will make for good bait to drag All for One out of his man cave. All for One is a big fish to catch. The whole point of me attending this raid was to make sure my colleagues don't get hurt and to capture Shigaraki. All for One is most likely to show himself when they escort him to prison. Tartarus is still under renovations, they are still overhauling everything about its security systems. So I guess he will be incarcerated elsewhere. But I will be part of the escort. Without the knowledge of anyone. But this isn't a perfect plan. There is also the possibility that All for One stops caring about his pupil. If I remember correctly, he had always been a selfish individual. If he doesn't come to get Shigaraki, I'll have to raid his hideout. I still don't like the idea, even though I should be able to both kill him and destroy the hideout in less than half a second. It's simply the unease of knowing that he can steal my quirk. That's also one of the reasons why I want him gone. I don't plan on incarcerating him, at least I don't think it's feasible. He already orchestrated a mass breakout from Japan's best max security prison. From what I know, he can only see with an infrared vision quirk. So he shouldn't even be able to see me if I turn myself into light and match the intensity and temperature of the one from the sun. But he still has a lot of quirks that I'm unaware of. He wouldn't take quirks if they were weak. So I can assume all of them are at least decent, and likely powerful when combined. If I need to resort to a raid, I must also inform the proper authorities. I can't treat this one like I did the one at Shai Hasaikai. All Might will likely want to take part in it as well. Well, back to the present. I'll think about buts and maybes later. Releasing a sigh, I looked at the villain in front of me. He was violently scratching his neck out of frustration. You're cheating. This isn't fair. He started screaming and thrashing around. The Nomu stood in its place completely motionless. It isn't a conscious living being anymore, it only moves on the orders of a bratish villain. Well, life isn't fair, I said in a matter-of-fact tone. This was supposed to be me introducing the League of Villains on a wide stage and getting rid of the symbol of peace. It's all your fault. He looked a bit calmer, but his mood is spiking around confusingly. Regardless, the hatred in his tone was still palpable. That's a lame name. Did you come up with it? He seemed to get angrier with every word that came out of my mouth. His anger overcame his fear completely, he seemed to be throwing a tantrum now. If I go down, I'll take a few kids with me. He said under his breath. Yeah, sure, forget I'm here. NOMU. Kill the students. It was so loud even the students above could hear it. The command he gave might have startled a few students. The amount of hatred this guy is capable of should be enough to scare an inexperienced hero, let alone a student. He quickly tried rushing me, completely forgetting the uselessness of his quirk when fighting me. The desperation and delusion were clearly clouding his mind. I didn't even bother with him. The Nomu was already in front of the teachers. But traveling such distances is instant for me. So I just appeared in front of it and kicked it down the stairs. The kick created a shockwave so great that it launched all of the students and teachers backwards. The boom itself was so loud that it shook the entire building. The Nomu shot to the ground with inhuman speeds, creating a crater so big that it segmented the earth beneath it. The force that the Nomu hit the ground with created another shockwave that pushed every unconscious villain away. The fountain square was unrecognizable before, now there was nothing left of it. I had created a way for me to use my speed in fights without actually injuring myself. It involved covering my leg in poor man's armament and kicking at the maximum speed I can control. The whole point is that I need to turn my leg into light before the impact reached it. It takes a lot of control, which is why I was apprehensive in using it before awakening. This way I could replace my leg with a light construct before the impact reached my leg. It was a complicated technique, I wanted to try it out on the Nomu before putting it into practice against All for One. I quickly reached the students. Are you guys alright? I had underestimated the strength of the shockwave that would appear when using that technique. It had flung them back pretty far. Ito was missing, I can only guess that they sent him to alert the others in the beginning. With Bakugo here, getting rid of the door shouldn't have been an issue. Be more considerate, idiot. The soft-spoken and well-mannered 13 was really angry with me. The students looked dumbfounded by the scene. 13 had just scolded me after I just took out an army of villains. Although they probably don't yet understand how right she is. Heroes need to mind their surroundings when fighting, especially those with powerful quirks. Damaging the ground in this place is okay, Cementos can always fix it up instantly. But I should have paid more attention to them. I didn't think shockwaves would be this difficult to control. I think All Might had this problem too when he first became a hero. And since I usually fight using lasers and constructs, shockwaves aren't something I'm used to. Which is why I wanted to test this move out on the Nomu. With its shock absorption and regeneration, it shouldn't die instantly. Sorry, I said, looking around a bit. Aizawa also looked at me weirdly. I shrugged and jumped back down. Where Nomu was once again recovering and Shigaraki was panicking. He was once again, raving about how unfair this situation was. I sighed a bit, quickly knocking Shigaraki out and leaving him on the ground. The Nomu also stopped responding after its master was taken out of the picture. I was hoping to fight the Nomu for a bit longer. But Shigaraki was starting to get on my nerves. That's the first part of my plan done. Chapter 66, Perfect Plan. ___POV narration ____. The plan to take down the symbol of peace was perfect. After getting their hands on that schedule, the League managed to gather a lot of cannon fodder. That coupled with the only reason this mission is possible. The Nomu that All for One gave Shigaraki would have been able to fight the symbol of peace, and with the help of Kurojiri, it might even be able to kill him. All for One had warned Shigaraki of the NR.3 hero, Yellow Flash, saying that the plan would fail if both he and All Might were present. But for some reason, All Might didn't show up. And the Yellow Flash, who was not even on the schedule, showed up. It was annoying to the hand-covered villain, dealing with a mini-boss right before the big one comes. But killing him and a few students should be enough to gain the symbol's attention. Was the thought going through his mind? He could see that 13 and Aizawa weren't going to attack us. The mini-boss was the only one to come down the stairs. For some reason, the villains he had gathered were really afraid of the tall freak. Shigaraki had heard of the hero's reputation. But why would they fear him when they are in such a large group? He quickly started shouting at them to get them to attack the approaching hero. Their attack seemed ineffective. That's cheating. The disgruntled leader muttered under his breath. He could see the attacks of the villains phasing through the hero. He took his eyes off the approaching hero for less than a second. And he had just vanished. Suddenly, Shigaraki could hear a voice behind him. Say. How about a little game? It was the hero, looking down at him. Shigaraki quickly turned around and tried to divert the hero's attention by talking to him. But it didn't seem to work too well. The students couldn't really make out what was being said. But the actions of the hero spoke for themselves. He grabbed the grumbling villain by the neck and raised him until his feet were dangling in the air. The villains around the two recoiled in fear. They seemed to want to stay a few meters away from the former Vigilante. Shigaraki quickly called on his trump card. The Nomu. But it too seemed inefficient. Just as the hero took down the warp gate quirk, Shigaraki attempted to decay the hand holding him in the air. Only to receive a remark about the futility of his action and be thrown away in the crowd of villains. This was supposed to be an easy task. He's cheating. He must be. The panicking villain's mind was filled with complaints about the unfairness of the situation. But he didn't even get to voice them, as another attack came from the hero. This time aimed at the entire crowd of villains. Shigaraki quickly called the Nomu to protect him. Since Kurojiri was out of the fight, there was no way for him to dodge the attack. And just like that, the plan of the newly created League of Villains came tumbling down. Shigaraki couldn't do anything to stop it, neither could the Nomu his teacher had given him. He was also stuck here. Kurojiri's fate was unknown to the villain. He violently scratched his own neck in frustration. His teacher hadn't prepared him for this. The students seemed just as surprised as he was. Most were just happy about not having to fear the villains any longer. Others were somewhat expecting such an outcome. Momo was the latter type. She had already seen the reports on their combat instructor. His achievements were well recorded. She had seen him disregard a much larger group of villains. But not all of the students were relieved. Bakugo, Izuku, and Shoto looked solemn at that display of strength. Shota's goal had been to reach the #1 spot without using his father's quirk. But if such a powerful hero was already gunning for the same spot, then it might not be such a simple task. Bakugo was simply disheartened. His determination, however, was growing further and further. His desire to overcome his rival and become #1 had already made him train much harder. From here on out he only needed time, but Allan seemed to only be getting stronger. Izuku's thoughts were similar to those of his childhood friend. He needed to work harder to master one for all. His progress was slow, he needed to improve faster if he wanted to catch up to Allan. ____POV Allan _____. After grabbing Shigaraki and tying him up, I made my way back up the stairs. Reaching a crowd of excited students. The rest of the teachers have also just arrived. With All Might in their lead. I waved at them, but then my ears were violently assaulted. That was so cool. Said the pink-skinned Mina, I guess this kind of reaction is somewhat expected. But she wasn't anywhere near as loud as Kirishima. That was so manly, dude. Yep, I'm getting tinnitus. I didn't realize anyone could be louder than an angry Bakugo. I guess this proves me wrong. Jiro seemed a bit unhappy. Next time you hit something like that, tell us. You almost made me deaf. Whoops, I guess I forgot she had sensitive hearing. I could hear 13 scoffing. Sorry, I didn't realize it would be so loud. I said with a bit of regret in my tone. She forgave me in the end. Aizawa wasn't as bothered by this. In his eyes, I had done what was necessary to protect the class. Although, I could have just impaled the Nomu without causing such a scene. We could have dealt with those guys ourselves. Bakugo seemed to be pouting a bit. Todoroki was also nodding at his classmate's remark. Sure thing, fire sticks. Even though he is much calmer than before, a short phrase from me is still enough to make him flip. What did you say, light freak? Yeah, he's mad, but Kirishima was still somehow louder. I didn't bother responding to Bakugo, turning my attention elsewhere. All Might seemed very relieved to see everyone being uninjured and lively. He released a sigh. It's a good thing you were here, young Allan. I looked in his direction. I guess the situation is a lot worse than the canon USJ. I mean, the number of villains was much greater. For either me or All Might, they can be counted as cannon fodder. But Aizawa couldn't handle all of them, and 13 wasn't exactly a combat-oriented hero. To be fair, 13 could be one of the strongest heroes. If she could use her quirk more offensively, she would be in the top 10 strongest, no doubt. Black holes are powerful forces, problem is that they are too powerful. She would likely kill every villain she came across if she didn't pay attention to turn off her quirk at the right time. So, I caught their leader. He's down these stairs, tied to the ground. Nizu nodded. Sending the heroes to start gathering up the villains that were knocked out. I also flew around for a bit, checking the rest of the facility with my perception to avoid leaving any stragglers. I could see the police has already arrived. They'll probably need to take a statement from the teachers that were present here, that includes me, unfortunately. I want to go home to Rumi and Eri now. Chapter 67, Doubt and Preparations. Unfortunately, even after dealing with the police reports, I still have a job to do. Escorting the villains to prison. More specifically, keeping an eye on Shigaraki. I will first inform All Might of this development, he deserves to know about it. I have some time before the prisoners are actually transported. Right now all of the villains are being held in the same place. Many are receiving medical treatment, and special restraints have been put on the people with more troublesome quirks. They were also sedated as a precaution. Shigaraki was screaming around about how his teacher won't forgive them for this. And how he will enjoy torturing all of us. I was never happier about seeing someone be drugged to sleep. Regardless of the leader's antics. The number of villains was really big. This attack must have been brewing for a while. I mean, it wasn't as big as the Tartaros breakout, but the people in that prison were gathered there for years. They weren't exactly recruited off the streets. This number might be caused by the recent lack of activity the villains have. Since they no longer step out, they started craving some action. Recruitment should have been a breeze for Shigaraki. Thankfully Jiren didn't join up with the league. It would have been a shame if I had to take care of him too. I couldn't allow him to live after all of our dealings. Right now he should remain by my side. By now, Nizu and Toshi were already back at the former's office. I quickly made my way there. Opening the door and looking at them for a bit. Their faces were serious. Allan, great that you dropped by. I was about to call in a meeting with all of the teachers. Nizu was the one to greet me. I just nodded and looked into his eyes. I'll get straight to the point. Nizu looked at me curiously. Toshi was looking at the ground. I have reasons to believe someone powerful was behind this attack. I plan on following the escort cars silently to see if he will act. Since they still hadn't informed me of all for one, I needed to play my cards properly. They already know about the Nomu having a variety of quirks. Both Toshi and Nizu were present while I was giving the statement to the police. They must have realized this was all for one attacking them, not some unknown group called the League of Villains that Shigaraki claimed to be the leader of. I could hear Toshi release a sigh. He looked at Nizu, who seemed to nod in his direction. They were probably going to tell me about all for one now. In truth, we know who was behind this attack. The skinny man started speaking in a grave tone. I widened my eyes a bit, looking surprised. It's the same person that gave me the injury. By now, most teachers know about All Might's injury. I raised an eyebrow at his statement. If he's still around, then he will likely attack the transport team. Either to retrieve this pupil of his or to retrieve the person with multiple quirks. He looked at me seriously. His quirk. It allows him to steal the quirks of others. If you end up fighting him, do not let him touch your head. He looked extremely serious when saying that part. So he's the one that did that to you, huh? And he can steal quirks. My tone was not a friendly one. Toshinori nodded his head silently. Say, should I let this person live? I asked while pulling my sunglasses down a bit, my face turning a bit black. Toshinori was startled by my statement. He probably wasn't expecting something so serious to come out of my mouth. As much as I like to act like a happy-go-lucky idiot, this isn't the place for it. Nizu didn't look surprised by my suggestion at all. He even seemed to be considering it. But Toshinori was quick to dissuade me. No, I was blinded by revenge when fighting him, it's what made me lose in the end. You must not make the same mistake as me. He said whilst clutching his side. Probably thinking that I'm trying to get revenge for him. He's not entirely wrong. Toshinori has become a friend of mine. I didn't care much about it before, but after getting to know him better I started feeling more and more hatred towards All for One. He shouldn't be feeling so well right now. His timer is done for today, and his archenemy is about to act. Helplessness must be dreadful to feel, he was once the strongest after all. If capture is possible then you should opt for that. At the end of the day, the choice is on you. Nizu was the one to start speaking. He looked at me with a sharp gaze. But, if there is no choice but to kill him, then you shouldn't hesitate. I will take care of any backlash you might get for doing so. He was probably not going to let a repeat of my last public case happen again. The bridge incident had infuriated Nizu a lot more than he had let on. It had undermined all of the hard work of the heroes present that day. He was probably going to start making phone calls as soon as I left this room. Preparing for any outcome to this situation. I nodded at his response. Toshi just looked down again, clenching his fists tightly. I got up to leave the room. The skinny man sitting on the couch grasped my coat. Please. Be careful. He said with a sad tone. His hand letting go of my coat and gasping at his wounded torso again. I smiled reassuringly. I always am. And left the room in a hurry. I had to wait for the escort to start. ____POV narration _____. Even after Allan had left the room, the atmosphere hadn't calmed down. Nizu sighed a bit and looked at his desk. Toshinori seemed entrapped in his own world, barely paying attention to what was happening around him. It went better than I expected, said Nizu in a normal tone. Bringing Toshinori back to the real world. His reaction was a lot better than expected, true. Was what Toshinori said. But a question was popping up in his mind constantly, do you think he will win? He couldn't bring himself to say those words. He had seen the resolve that Allan had. He had seen the strengths he was capable of. As much as it bugged his mind, Toshinori could consider Allan a veteran hero regardless of his age. The number of cases he had solved as a vigilante had been great enough to garner such a title. Then his actions as a licensed hero further cemented his reliability in the mind of the symbol of peace. He was confident in Allan's strength, but there was a seed of doubt somewhere in there. Doubt that he could take down the villain he had failed to in the past. It wasn't born out of distrust of Allan, but out of fear of All for One. The hatred and fear he had felt for the villain were still influencing his mind. Nizu had always been an intelligent person. He could easily discern Toshinori's doubts. But he didn't want to address them directly. Although it made him want to prepare for the worst. He quickly started making phone calls, preparing people to report the situation while it was developing. This was going to be a big event. Its outcome would shape the future of their society. Chapter 68, Transport Car. I waited around for a bit. Shigaraki was to be escorted separately to a more specialized facility. I don't know its exact location, but all I have to do is follow the car. The Nomu had been the first one taken away from this place. It had reacted when Shigaraki woke up and tried to struggle a bit. I was there to stop it so it couldn't do much besides getting impaled repeatedly. Kyryojiri is also in the hospital. Currently, in a coma. It's surprising enough that he survived. By the time he wakes up both his masters will be gone. So I guess it doesn't matter much. Now the villains were being loaded up and carried off to their temporary containment cells. The armored cars were here by the dozen and they still needed to make several trips back and forth. Shigaraki is the last one to be loaded up, getting a special car for himself. Big enough to carry his overgrown ego, I reckon. I should quickly call Rumi to tell her that everything's fine. She does tend to get worried, regardless of my growing strength. I took my hand out from my pocket and dialed her number on my smartwatch. I gave up on phones because it was bothersome to hold one in my hand constantly. It's easier to just bring my wrist up to my mouth. Her phone didn't even get to ring for a second. She picked up the phone the second she saw the caller. Rumi. How are you doing? I said in my regular tone. It's a boring day at the agency. Especially since most of the villains in this part of the country were apparently attacking your school. A bit of an overreaction. I mean, it at most the villains from the surrounding prefectures, which is the same. Calm down. No one was hurt. I said with a reassuring tone. Well, the villains were, but that's beside the point, I said leisurely. You better don't get caught in another shitstorm for this. I will kill you. Ah, her concern for my safety is heartwarming. Her voice was quite loud, everyone in my immediate vicinity had heard her. I was supervising the villains before they were loaded up in their respective vehicles. Even though they were sedated, you can never be too sure. Quirks are a very strange mod to add to life. The older policemen around me looked at me with pity. The younger ones didn't understand what was happening. Ah, to be young again. Oh well, who made me fall in love with a tigress disguised as a bunny? I refrained from sighing, she usually didn't like that. Don't worry, dear. I still have some work to do. What? You hanging up already? Her tone seemed a bit strained. She probably also had work, but couldn't bring herself to hang up on me. She's usually like this, going from kicking me to death to lovingly sleeping beside me in mere seconds. Yes, I need to hang up for now. Love you, bye. I said quickly and hung up. If I don't, I might just give up on catching all for one and go take Rumi on a date instead. Looking around me, most of the villains were already gone. I just looked at the policeman in charge and said. Great job. I'll be off now, take care. He simply nodded. I turned into a light ray and disappeared. I was going to be following the car from above the clouds. I'm unsure if All for One has a way to spot me when invisible. And matching my temperature to that of the sun isn't really a tested method, so I'd rather not scare him off by mistake. I've been planning for this for a while now. I followed the cars for about half an hour. We are currently on a highway between two prefectures. It was specially made for the authorities to take in emergencies. There aren't any buildings around, dense forests around the highway. Suddenly, my perception caught an anomaly. A strange puddle appeared out of thin air in front of the armored vehicle transporting Shigaraki. Out of it popped a hulking white creature with an exposed brain. It was as tall as the one that attacked USJ, but its hands were extremely huge, twice the size of its torso in both width and length. IT stopped the car carrying Shigaraki by lifting it in the air and keeping it suspended. I wasn't going to let the driver lose his life like this. I quickly flashed in and dragged him out of the car. It was so fast that even the policeman didn't realize he had moved. You should run away. Things are about to get messy here. The policeman looked at me weirdly, a mix of shock and confusion. But he instantly recognized me and nodded. The other cars quickly drove off, trying to get away from the situation and alerting the police and heroes of this. I looked at the strange black puddle, out of it came a few more Nomas. 7 of them in total, plus the one that was holding up the car. When did Kyudai have the time to make this many of them? All for One was unlikely to show up in person right now. I should first take care of these bugs. 3 flying Nomas were trying to rush at me with different types of attacks. I quickly created a swirl of light blades around me, shredding them to pieces at speeds impossible to follow with the naked eye. The one holding up the car quickly let go of it, rushing me with its oversized fists. I simply jumped over it. Its hand smashed into the empty highway, the shockwave created a loud boom and broke all of the nearby trees. Its speed was a lot slower than the one at USJ. The other four also seemed to want to get rid of me quickly, all of them rushing me at decent speeds. One of them in particular seemed to be faster than all the others I had met. He turned his hands into blades and tried to cut me while another turned his fingers into chains and tried to hold me in place. Both attacks were just as useless. I simply formed a spear in my hand, I impaled both of them with it and made it grow. It quickly expanded into their bodies, carrying them into the dense forest and exploding in a light pillar. The one with giant hands bear hugged me from behind, trying to hold me in place while the other two punched me with all of their strength. It didn't really work well. Their punches went right through me and into the Nomu behind me. It was forced to release its imaginary hold on me. From my chest, I sprouted two spikes that pierced both the Nomus that were standing in front of me. Through those two spikes many more started spreading directly into their organs and muscles, shredding them apart from the inside. I could sense about 4 helicopters heading in this direction. The news stations were likely alerted by Nizu to cover this event properly. They were right on time, they must have used the giant pillar of light from before as a sign. The Nomu behind me managed to recover from the hit he received from his fellow victims. It raised its fists over its head and slammed it downwards. I simply raised my palm, covered it in solidified light and blocked the attack. I pushed its fists upwards, making the Nomu lose its balance. Then I just did a roundhouse kick to its left side. It was sent flying into the woods. Before it even recovered, I pointed a finger in its general direction and released a powerful laser. It caused an explosion that completely charred the intimidating abomination. With that out of the way, I looked at the black puddle once again. I think it's about time for him to show up. And would you look at that, I was right. Out of the black liquid emerged a tall man, dressed in a black suit, his entire face was covered by a strange mask with tubes running alongside it. He certainly didn't look sickly, but that's just a facade. He was the one that got the short end of the stick when he fought All Might, he wouldn't even be here today without Kyudai's help. He turned his head in my direction, the helicopters were already right above us. It's showtime. Chapter 69, All for One in Collar. The villain just looked at me for a bit. Wasn't he supposed to be chatty or something? Oh well, I guess I'll start. You must be all for one. I heard quite a few things about you. Here to retrieve your puppy. My tone was a bit colder than usual. This time he responded. You are quite arrogant, hero. If you heard about me then you should know that only All Might can defeat me. He seemed quite confident in that statement. Unfortunately for you, I doubt he has much time left. His glory days are already over. His voice sounded haughty and arrogant. But it's just another strategy of his, getting and making me attack him recklessly. But two can play at that game. Didn't think I'd ever hear a dead man talk. How did you crawl out of your casket? My comment wouldn't really anger him, since he isn't Shigaraki. But he should still find me irritating. Say. Do you think you're above justice? I continued in a cold tone. He scoffed a bit. Justice, morality, both are childish ideas. Someone like you should know better by now. His tone was condescending and filled with a sense of superiority. Such a pity, all those years of living and you still haven't figured out how to read the room. It was a rhetorical question. My tone was confident and the smile on my face was amused. Let's get on with this. I don't have all day to waste on you. Wow, All for One really like to look important. I really hate it when ants struggle. I said in an even tone. He raised his hand in my direction, it swelled up greatly and it released a powerful shockwave in my direction. I formed a shield of light in front of me. The shockwave split when it came in contact with the shield, breaking a lot of trees in the process. I raised my hand in his direction and fired a laser at his torso. He seemed unfazed by this, using one of his hands to block this at hard-to-follow speeds. It completely blew his arm off, but he seemed to regrow it almost instantly. I appeared behind him with a staff in hand, I tried to hit him with it. To my surprise, he raised his palm and blocked it. The staff started cracking due to impact recoil, another troublesome quirk of his. You are quite impressive for a child. He's trying to get on my nerves again. I won't even dignify that shitty excuse of a taunt with a response. But I didn't think he'd be able to react to that speed. I wasn't exactly going as fast as I could. But it was still faster than what the current All Might can do. I could see his hand swelling up once again. I responded by expanding dozens of light spikes out of my chest in his direction. He directed the air cannon to the ground and propelled himself into the air using its strength. This is becoming annoying. I wasn't expecting him to be this strong. I should probably stop testing the waters and deal with him quickly. I flew in his trajectory and raised my leg to kick him into the ground. He seems to have caught on to some of my movements. His body released strange black lighting all around him. It was similar to a cloak. I quickly covered my leg in solid light and propelled it downwards using the light around me. My leg hit his raised hand and sent him crashing into the ground at breakneck speeds. I quickly followed him. He seemed unbothered by his broken hand. He managed to stop midair and intercept me, his fingers turning into long black tendrils, attempting to dig through my chest. I just dodged them and kicked another beam of light in his direction. He just let it go through his shoulder and landed on the ground. By the time his feet touched the ground, his shoulder was already healed. Now we were standing in front of each other, some distance between us. "You are quite fast for an old relic," I said with a friendly smile. He scoffed a bit at my comment. He was about to say something, but a strange sound interrupted his voice. "I have a pen, I have an apple." It was the ringtone of my smartwatch. "Wow, way to kill the mood," I said in a simple tone. All for One just looked weirdly at me. At least that's what I think his expression would be under that shitty mask. I still picked up the phone. It was Rumi. I quickly raised my watch to my neck. "Hey, are you busy?" She started speaking. I guess she's not looking at television now. The watch was pretty loud. All for One should be able to hear it perfectly. Looking at All for One in front of me, I said. I suddenly smirked. This was perfect timing. Nah, nothing important. This seemed to be a good way of annoying the old villain. He quickly rushed me, using a combination of strengthening quirks. He was clearly mad at the way I was treating this fight. "Say, can you pick up some stuff when you get home?" Eri said she ran out of chocolate milk. "Oh yeah, chocolate milk. Maybe All for One would want some too." I just jumped over him, stepping on his head in the process, not moving my hands at all. "Of course, do you want anything? Some carrot cake perhaps?" Figured I might as well keep going. I probably already made most of the people watching facepalm at this point. All for One turned around quickly, trying to backhand me into the forest. His gigantic fist just passed right through me. Since he wants to fight in the forest, I might as well help him. I used my heel to kick him with great speed. He flew into the trees. His landing created a large clearing in the middle of the forest. "How dare you even suggest that? You know I'm watching my figure." Rumi sounded mad at my assumption. I guess it's hard to please her when concentrating on different things. All for One was recovering from his injuries. To be honest, I don't remember him being this resilient in the show. "Geesh, sorry. How about simple carrots then?" I asked with an even tone. "Sure, you can do that. By the way, shouldn't you be paying attention to the guy you're fighting?" Okay, I guess she must be watching the television after all. Maybe she just felt like laughing at me for a minute or two. Since she can see this situation as it's unfolding, she shouldn't be as worried. At least I don't think so. It was a bit strange for her to call me regardless. "It's fine, although I will have to hang up for now," I said with a smile on my face. "All right, take care," she said in a sweet tone. After putting hanging up, I looked into the forest. I could sense that All for One had already recovered. I could still sense Shigaraki in the armored car. All for One quickly warped himself back onto the street. I sighed. Chains started coming out of me. They were gunning to grasp All for One properly. He seemed annoyed at this, shooting them away with an air cannon. His next movements were something to be expected. He raised both his hands and shot 2 air cannons towards the helicopters. At least that's what he tried to do. I quickly flashed in front of him and managed to cut one of his hands off. With his regeneration, he should still be able to regrow it. I kicked him in the stomach and sent him flying once again. I once again concentrated on the armored car, making sure he wasn't just distracting me while someone else retrieved Shigaraki. Suddenly, he warped 3 other Nomas at his location. They all had wings. He sent them after the news choppers. I just intercepted them quickly, shredding them apart in less than a second. But that seemed enough for the villain. He took out a strange syringe and injected himself with it. This was a bit troublesome. I guess something like this was to be expected. Jiren did warn me that Trigger was still on the market. Chapter 70, Triggered All for One. POV narration. Whilst Allan was following the armored car, Nizu had called a meeting with the staff. He informed them of the situation, gaining various reactions from the teachers. He also informed them of All Might's identity, at least the few that didn't already know. So, Allan is currently going against the villain that All Might couldn't defeat in his prime? Asked Ectoplasm, with a grave expression. Yes, but the villain shouldn't be in a great state. All Might left him quite a few life-threatening injuries. Nizu answered in a straightforward tone. Toshi was looking down, being all gloomy. Don't you think it's a bit too much? Letting him go alone. Midnight was also quite confused. I doubt All for One would have shown himself if a lot of pro-heroes were escorting his pupil. Nizu had quite a few questions to answer today. Allan did it while undetected, and since he's alone, All for One shouldn't find him as a great threat. But it seems that he has already prepared all of his answers. By now, the fight should have started. Let's check the news. He said as he pressed a button on his part of the table. 4 screens came down from the ceiling suspended above the middle of the table. On them was a random news channel. They waited for a bit, in silence. The atmosphere wasn't exactly a pleasant one. If the other teachers had known of this beforehand, they would have gone with their colleague. But now it was too late, all they could do was watch. The scene quickly changed as the anchor announced some breaking news. The headline was, "Armored Vehicle Attacked by Powerful Villains." Some of the teachers looked a bit odd at this. Even with all of Nizu's efforts to calm them down, some were still a bit worried. But they were heroes, this wasn't anything new to them, they could keep their composure. The screen quickly changed to Allan fighting quite a few of the monsters that had attacked USJ. He didn't really seem all that stressed to anyone watching. It seems that the NR.3 hero was the first responder to this situation. Said the anchor as everyone was observing this situation as it unfolded. After Allan had leisurely gotten rid of all the Nomas, someone else came out of a black puddle. His appearance made Toshi grit his teeth in anger. Even after all this time, he still hadn't gotten over his hatred for All for One. But now he had a pupil of his own, he couldn't be there as he was now. The people at home couldn't hear the conversation that Allan was having with All for One. But the news station seemed to have employed a person with a typewriter quirk. They were likely using some new equipment to pick up the sounds of their conversation and subtitle it live. As the people at home read Allan's conversation with All for One, some of them were quite confused. But the anchor was quick to clear up any confusion about All for One's identity. Likely on Nizu's instructions. It seems that the legendary villain All for One has reappeared. All for One's name was considered to be more of an internet conspiracy. But enough people had heard of it. And now, he was appearing on live television. Trying to rescue some villain from capture. After a few mocking words were exchanged between the hero and the villain, the fight started in force. The fight itself had made most of the viewers hold their breaths. Everything about the fight made viewers see the NR.3 hero in a better light. What they didn't expect was their fight getting interrupted by a phone call. Worse is, Allan even answered it, prompting some of his colleagues to smash their heads on the meeting table. Nizu just held his forehead in his small palm. All for One continued his attacks, but he was getting easily deflected by Allan. It was a bit refreshing to see. Toshinori's expression was extremely odd. He shouldn't have expected anything less from his young colleague. He even managed to make All for One mad. But things took a weird turn when All for One distracted Allan for a second, just to inject himself with something. Toshinori didn't know what the substance was. But he knew it couldn't be any good for Allan. It seems most of the teachers also had similar thoughts. The viewers at home didn't really manage to catch what had truly happened, but the anchor informed them of the events. POV narration. I looked at the man before me, all of the quirks in his body were reacting to that blasted drug. His body was swelling up unnaturally. His arms were already large enough to wrap his fingers around a truck. His entire body grew exponentially. Unfortunately, I doubt that this growth only affected size. Sharp, spear-like bones were sticking out all over his body. He looked worse than the Nomus Kyudai made for him. His costume ripping away to reveal his body, filled with scars. Thankfully, his pants were a bit more resistant, everything from his thighs to his belt remained intact. His mask also broke off, showing the scarred face behind it. It looked just like it did in the series. Only his mouth was intact. But this time, he seems to be foaming at the mouth. I also doubt he will survive this even if I stop fighting now. But his regeneration is also supercharged now. Meaning it will be hard to cause him any lasting damage. But he won't be able to hold on for a long time. He was already half dead when he came here. Now it's a lot worse. Unless his strange list of quirks has something that can completely recover his old injuries when supercharged. Trigger made in Japan only lasts for a few minutes. But the one in America lasts even upwards of 2 hours. I wonder which one he managed to get his hands on. Now, trigger usually takes away from the sense of reason of the user. How will this affect All for One? Since he has many quirks in him, I can only assume that he's about to go berserk. I quickly shot 3 lasers into his chest. He didn't even flinch as they passed through his flesh and bones with ease. But the wounds healed just as quickly as they had appeared. He unleashed a beastly roar. Yep, there isn't much All for One left in there. His speed was impressive. Easily 3 times that of All Might. But it wasn't enough to touch me. And I wasn't going to let him touch me. Since I don't know how the quirk All for One is affected by the boost. I dodged the beast's attacks with ease. Jumping on his head as he tried to bring both his hands down on me. He smashed his hammer-like fists into the street. Completely breaking it. The shockwave crushed the forest around us and even pushed some of the helicopters away. I was currently standing on All for One's head as his bones snapped back into place. It seems his body can't really keep up with its boost in strength. I covered my legs in solid light and jumped away with force. Smashing his head into what remained of the concrete that used to be called a highway. It seems that impact recoil is active on all of his body, but my poor man's armament seems to nullify most of the returned impact. I quickly rose a few spikes from underneath him, turning him into a pincushion. The spikes impaled him all over his body. And they expanded into him, chipping away at his quickly regenerating organs. He quickly started thrashing around, breaking the spikes. One of his hands turned black and extended towards me like a whip. I quickly separated my body into 2 parts, not letting him even touch me. Although it looked like he had split me in half. As the upper part of my body was sent flying, countless small lasers came out of it, creating explosions all over All for One's body. My legs quickly disappeared and caught up to the rest of my body. All for One seemed to be able to react to my current speed. But since he lost his reasoning, he keeps taking hits. He must be feeling invincible. But his regeneration has a limit. And I plan on breaking him entirely until I reach it. His body was already almost recovered. His hands swelled up even more. He was starting to look ridiculous at this point. He pointed his palm at me and released a powerful shockwave. It once again pushed away the helicopters. The forest was already almost all destroyed. I expanded countless blades in his direction. They circled him and cut through him with ease. His body was quickly being put through the shredder. But he was still healing. Right now, he looked mangled beyond recognition. On his knees, struggling to regenerate from all of the damage I had dealt him. A minute has already passed. He should have only a few more minutes to go. My stamina can easily outlast his. Mostly because the strain on his body is a lot greater. Although he is the strongest enemy I've ever faced, I can't say that he is a tough battle. Although he is resilient beyond belief. If he were actually conscious while in this state, then he would be difficult to fight. I think it's about time to end this. Chapter 71, A Legend's End. I thought I would be able to easily outlast him, but it seems that All for One has gotten his hands on the American version of Trigger. Which makes things a lot more troublesome. Even after 3 minutes of continuously being dismembered and impaled, he still regenerated almost instantly. My entire costume was stained in his blood. It will be so irritating to clean up. All of the overcharged quirks in his body were responding instinctively to protect their user. His speed was also getting faster every minute. It seems that a battle of attrition won't really be feasible. After regenerating the numerous holes in his body, All for One got up once again. Just as energetic as before. I don't know what combination of quirks made his this powerful, but they certainly didn't work this well together before. He flashed in front of me. His hand expanding once again and his fist cocking backwards, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. Just as quickly, I enlarged my arm with light, matching the villain's size. I met his fist with mine, setting a trajectory for it and accelerating it to light speed instantly. The villain was flung backwards as the light arm I had fashioned crumpled in countless small pieces. Even with his overcharged impact recoil, there was little he could do when facing such a powerful punch. But he would just regenerate and get right back up. He was by far the most annoying opponent ever. I could see him in the distance, slowly getting up. This time he just started looking around, seemingly confused. Then he looked in my direction. And opened his mouth. It seems I've somewhat regained my composure. A wide grin spread across his face. I just made an irritated sound. You are so annoying. You are no closer to beating me now than you were before. I said, borderline exasperated. But it seems you also didn't have much progress. Most of my old injuries have also recovered. Had I known how that drug would affect me, I would have taken it sooner. His arrogant smile said it all honestly. He seemed to be really confident now. Probably thinking that since he recovered to this extent then he can return to his old life. This time he didn't rush at me, he pointed both of his palms to the helicopters that were still hovering above us. I just rolled my eyes a bit. Are you stupid or just hopeful? Just as he was about to release the air cannons out of his palms. Both his hands flew off. As two of my clones appeared by his sides. He acted quickly, spreading around powerful black lighting and dissolving both of them. But just as the attack passed, they quickly reformed. One turned its hands into large chains, wrapping them around All for One's body. He tried struggling, but every time he broke a chain 10 more would appear, making his job much harder. The other started shooting out needles out of its body, they all entered the immobilized villain's body. It was a process I had already done a few times against him, I wasn't planning on getting too close. I still haven't discovered how All for One's original quirk evolved. So I just stood at a distance and observed. Suddenly, I could feel the ground moving underneath me. I quickly flew off, in my previous spot appeared a black tendril. It tried following me around for a bit, but it quickly gave up. All for One himself had released another wave of lighting and gotten rid of the clones once again. All of your efforts are useless, little hero. His grin is starting to remind me of Muscular, the drug is clearly still affecting his mind. I looked at him with a sneer. I guess I can't capture you after all. I sighed a bit. I wanted to capture him since the beginning, I wanted Toshi to see him incarcerated. But it seems that such a thing is no longer possible. I don't plan on spending 2 hours here, waiting for the drug to wear off. I put my palms together in front of me. Out of them, I released a huge laser into the villain's direction. He had no way to block or dodge this. But he still tried, he grew about 4 more hands and put them all in front of his torso. But my beam just burned through his defenses. It didn't matter if he had a fire resistance quirk or not. This wasn't fire, after all, it was highly concentrated light. The laser engulfed everything from his chest and down. It passed through him like a hot knife through butter. It expanded greatly after passing through his body, creating a large hole in a random hill far away behind him. What remained of his torso fell on the ground, I just looked at it. There was a shocked expression on what remained of All for One's face. He couldn't regenerate from this, the wounds were already burned closed. His muscles slowly deflated, his heart slowed down significantly, his lungs no longer breathed fresh air in easily. He was likely struggling to push every regeneration and healing quirk he had in his body to maximum output. But nothing was going to happen. I wasn't expecting that. He said in a low, raspy voice, speaking probably didn't do him much good. You can take pride in being the strongest opponent I've faced. I said, looking down at his face. My coat was fluttering in the wind, justice had prevailed. But it just felt empty. This was really letting him off easy after all of the pain he had caused. He scoffed a bit after hearing my statement. So this is how I die. So much left to do. His expression seemed somewhat fearful. Something he probably failed to realize. The longer one lives, the more afraid they become, it was an inevitable truth. He had stolen many quirks and even extended his lifespan in order to desperately cling to life. He had indulged himself in his own desires during his lifespan, he had done everything one could want. But he still tries to find excuses at the end, trying to cling even tighter to life. A fruitless struggle, it was unavoidable. All life must come to an end, he has stuck along in this world for far too long. So desperate, so afraid. Unbecoming of the man you once were. At least die like the vermin you lived as. My tone was cold and unforgiving. All for One seemed to not hear me at all. Completely concentrated on his quickly approaching end. I could feel his heartbeat stopping, his last words, unheard by anyone but me. I regret. That was all that left his mouth. But I'm sure it wasn't going to be something pleasant anyway. He wasn't the type of person that could repent. I looked at him for a while, making sure that he was truly gone and not pulling off some Oscar-worthy performance. But he wasn't. He was gone for good. Slowly, I started walking towards the mangled armored car that held Shigaraki captive. He was still inside, still asleep. But he was also injured. During my scuffle with his teacher, I didn't really bother protecting it. I had greater worries during that time. But he can also be counted as a victim of all for one's manipulation, as annoying as he is. I pried him out of the metal coffin and placed him on the ground nearby. I could sense police cars approaching this place. Probably seeing that the fight was over. And it truly was over. All for one's era, that is. Chapter 72, Reactions and Kyudai's Crib. ____POV narration _____. Allan's fight with All for One was a huge event. Nizu had made sure it would be shown and talked about on every big news station. Every person that had a television opened in their home during that time would have seen it. One such person is Izuku. After getting home from the USJ attack, he didn't get to do much. He barely got changed and his attention was captivated by the headline. Japan's most powerful villain alive fighting the NR.3 hero. He obviously knew who the NR.3 hero was. But he didn't know much about the villain he was fighting. But after a minute of watching the fight, he realized that that title wasn't a joke. He already knew Allan was strong. Even during the USJ incident, it was quite clear to him just how big the gap between Allan and other heroes was. Let alone people his age. He was probably the strongest hero in Japan. Izuku knew that much, especially after he had learned of All Might's weakness. Seeing Allan fight the villains at USJ just further solidified that belief. And now, he was watching a villain fight Allan on an even field. Even though Allan seemed to be disregarding his presence from time to time. But then, the villain injected himself with something. It was so fast that Izuku's eyes could barely catch it happening. But the next moments were a lot more suspenseful for the viewers at home. The villain seemed to gain a great deal of strength out of nowhere. But the hero seemed just as unbothered as before. His lax demeanor calmed down the people at home. Although it was quite terrifying to watch a hero give mortal injuries to a villain repeatedly. Rumi was no different. She had called Allan for the sole purpose of poking fun at the situation he was in. Informing him of his grocery list was just a bonus. But she didn't expect things to turn out that badly. Sure, the media did say this guy was some big shot villain. But this was completely out of her expectations. Looking at the screen from her office, she couldn't help but feel worried. She wanted to start heading in that direction, but her office wasn't anywhere near the place where they were fighting. It would take her 15 minutes even with a helicopter. And she was about to start calling for one. But then she noticed just how calmly Allan was reacting to the whole development. It seemed she was worried for no reason. The next few minutes encapsulated that, Allan shredding the powered-up villain like a blender would a fruit. It wasn't a pleasant scene for the viewers at home. The news stations had to apply some censor on the brutality of the situation. The villain healed just as quickly as he was damaged. But Rumi could notice that he was acting more like on instinct than on the skill he had shown previously. In the beginning, he seemed quite prideful and dignified, now he was just a mad beast. But then he seemed to regain his wits. That was also where the fight ended, however. As Allan seemed to get bored of playing with the villain. At least that's how it looked to Rumi. But she knew there was more to it than that. Allan wasn't the type to give himself more work, even if it happened from time to time. He had no reason to keep fighting that villain besides trying to capture him. She could make that assessment because she knew Allan well. But the people watching had no way of knowing that Allan wanted to capture this villain at first. They thought that he just wanted to kill him. But seeing him do it so easily made many question why he had prolonged the fight as long as he did. The anchor seemed to clear things up for them. It seems that capture wasn't possible, the hero was forced to end the villain's life. This was obviously Nizu doing his part. He already had his phone in his hand when All for One started talking again. He was prepared for every outcome after all. This might not have been the best possible outcome, but it was manageable. Toshinori looked at the ground again. He couldn't help but feel relieved. The next generation succeeded where he had failed. But it felt wrong to him. The ease at which Allan could take his rival's life. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was surreal. Allan was already the strongest hero in Japan in the eyes of the teachers. But this was something else entirely. Even earlier when he took care of that raid. It was mostly filled with street thugs, so it wasn't as impressive as the students believed it to be. But this was the most dangerous villain in Japan, the one who All Might couldn't finish in his prime. Not even mentioning that drug they sought him take. Trigger was already in the sights of the police force and the heroes. But now they were likely going to start hunting down the dealers with a vengeance. Any villain that saw this fight would be more likely to try and get his hands on the drug. It was an unfortunate repercussion to the wide coverage Nizu had given the situation. But they would deal with it, it wasn't that major compared to what happened just now. From now on, Japan has two symbols. One was the symbol of peace, All Might, the other was the newly risen symbol of justice, the yellow flash. The symbol he represented had been etched on his coat for a while now. Meaning he had always planned to represent justice. Much to the satisfaction of the police force and the government. But now Allan wasn't really concerned with the public's perception. He had to continue his plan. The next on the list was All for One's most trusted subordinate, Kyudai Garaki. ____POV Allan ____. After making sure the authorities didn't have any issues with recapturing Shigaraki and collecting All for One's corpse, I flew towards Kamino Ward. It was the place that housed Kyudai's laboratory. At least that's what I remember about it. It's supposed to be an unassuming warehouse in which he carried most of his experiments. Anyway, after scouring the town for a bit with my perception, I found it. The only problem was the fact that there wasn't anyone inside to greet me. My perception didn't pick up anything, and after passing through a window I found out that this place has been abandoned. It seems All for One changed his base of operations for a while now. Dust coated everything in this place. Kyudai seems to have already found a way to copy quirks. Otherwise, I can't really explain how he managed to make that many nomas. But that shouldn't matter much. I honestly doubt anyone will be stronger than the quirk's original user, who I've just faced. I released an annoyed sigh and left. It seems that Kyudai will be a pain in the ass for a while longer. I still have ways to find the mad doctor. But I think some rest is in order. At least for a while. Maybe I'll deal with him after the school festival. For now, I started heading home. Not forgetting to stop by the market and buy some chocolate milk and about 5 kilograms of carrots. I am a good dad after all. The people in the market all looked at me weirdly. Maybe because my costume is still dirty. But most of them still held some awe in their eyes when seeing me. Which didn't feel gratifying at all. Yep, it certainly doesn't feel nice being recognized and admired by people. Although some people had another emotion in their eyes, it was fear. I could easily recognize it, villains looked at me like that since forever now. Maybe borderline torturing a villain on camera wasn't that great for a publicity stunt. Not like I had much choice. I couldn't really hold the villain in place at all, he broke through any restraint I tried placing on him. Dismembering him was the best method to keep him in place. Oh well, not everyone was fearful. This was still a much better outcome than the bridge incident. Chapter 73, Festival. It's been about 2 days since the incident at USJ and the death of All for One. Kurojiri hasn't woken up yet and I haven't tried to look for Kyudai yet. But I still had a lot of stuff to take care of. Rumi wasn't exactly pleased that she didn't get invited to All for One's death. And, I guess I could have called her. But I was too worried about her getting hurt. She may be strong, but she isn't anywhere near as strong as All Might. And she certainly isn't as strong as All for One. I obviously wouldn't tell her about this worry of mine. She would likely take it as an insult. I'd much rather sleep on the couch for one night than start a dispute with her. But I made up for it by making her some carrot tart. She may have said that she didn't want to eat too many sweets. But she quickly changed her tune when she smelled the dish. I may not be anywhere near as good as Lunch Rush, but I can still cook some stuff. And following an online recipe is always easy. Eri seems quite happy, not much change there, fortunately. She thankfully didn't watch the television while the whole fight happened. I wouldn't want her to see something so bloody. Her seeing Overhaul heavily injured was to help get her over her fear of him. And it worked like a charm. Nothing like seeing your oppressor strung up, dismembered and impaled into a wall. It was graphic, but it made Eri realize that she wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. I've also discovered what is holding me from taking an early exam. There are quite a few classes that wouldn't be found back in my world. There are a lot of morality exams, and there are also a few new courses. Like, History of Heroism and the Effect of Quirks on Society. They will be introduced in the later years. And final exams will also contain questions from these lectures. So I'll have to go to school when they teach those. I talked with Nizu and he was alright with me being absent in classes I already know about. I will have to take a special test for each class I choose to not partake in. It's annoying, but a decent solution to my problem. Nizu also had a talk with me about wrongfully registering my quirk. But decided not to re-register it at all. He said that it was better to keep it ambiguous as All Might did. The fact that I could phase through attacks was already well known. But no one knew if it had any requirements. So Nizu said I should let the public to keep speculating. It created discussion and made me seem more interesting. As if the youngest hero being called the strongest isn't interesting enough. But I don't mind. I wasn't going to bother changing my quirk description anyway. But the teachers found it quite baffling. The fact that my quirk also made me invulnerable was stupid to some of them. Like Aizawa, who said I should stop giving people heart attacks like this. Oh, did Aizawa start caring about me all of a sudden? After a bit of teasing from Mike and I, he just said if something happened to you then what would happen to Eri? Well, I guess he's right. Being worried about Eri is a valid enough reason. Although she still has Rumi, if something happened to me she wouldn't take it nicely at all. Midnight said excitedly that I could probably escape from any restraint. Not even going to get into that one. Mike was quite cool with it, he already got used with me being powerful. This was like pouring a glass of water in an already full bucket for him. Same with most of the other teachers. Lunch Rush couldn't care less even if I begged him to. All Might was just a bit concerned thinking about possibilities. Like what would have happened if I didn't want to get caught that fateful day? What would have happened if I became a villain? Stupid thoughts, but it's not like he can help it. Worrying is in his nature. Overall, the teachers didn't really react much to me being called a symbol of justice. My classmates, on the other hand, they all started asking for autographs. Some were acting really familiar with me as if I was their close friend or something. I wasn't mean to them or anything. They are just kids, but I didn't really bother with talking a lot to anyone besides my two stooges. Yesterday I had both Naijuru and Shinso frantically call me and ask about my safety. Which is nice. Someone else that called was Nijire. She was also concerned for my safety, she called for Tamaki and Mirio too. They were all on the line asking me random stuff. It felt more like we were catching up rather than a concerned call. Apparently, they had all been trying hard to study at the beginning of the year, and concentrating on training after that. But they still trained from time to time. So I decided to start training Naijuru and Shinso alongside the big three. Mainly because the two of them might learn something from watching me spar with the big three. It's also been a while since we had trained together. Although I don't train a lot anymore. I've long stopped feeling the weighted clothes even at their highest weight. My body is already decent enough, I easily outclass a lot of strength and quirks. If I were to wager a guess, I would probably be as strong as a rear admiral in physical body. I mean the type that you find on the Grand Line, not in the 4 Seas. It might not sound like much, but it's not like I trained since 4 like most monsters in that world. Right now, I am sitting in class. Pretending to listen to what Midnight's talking about. Suddenly, her words caught my attention. Mainly because she spoke really loudly. I'm sure most of you know this. But in a week we will be holding the school festival. I could hear gasps and squeals. It seems everyone knows what the festival is. Shinso seemed clenched his fists tightly while Naijiru's mustache seemed to dance around a bit. Don't know if it was excitement or fear. But it better be the former, because otherwise, I will beat the fear out of him for the rest of the week. Everyone wanted to shoot for the hero course. But I always found the festival a bit unfair. Most of the students in the hero course have powerful quirks, with a few exceptions. And they were also trained properly by pro heroes. The general course doesn't have any classes where they spar and use their quirks in combat. They are clearly disadvantaged. But I guess this doesn't matter much to the hopeful students in the general course. The chance to prove themselves was enough to make them ecstatic. And I wasn't going to discourage them. It was nice seeing my classmates be so motivated for a change. The festival itself sounds like a nice distraction. I will likely bring little Eri and Rumi to it. Turn it into a family outing or something. Chapter 74, Parental Meeting and Festival. After hearing everyone talk about the festival the entire day, people still crowded in front of Class 1A during lunch break. I just passed right through them. Being light has its advantages. Still, I can't really match the excitement of these students, I obviously won't participate. Imagine the third-ranked pro-hero and newly crowned symbol of justice competing against students in a tournament. At that point, why not let Endeavor and All Might compete as well? I'm sure it would make for a fun show. I still have to train Naijuru and Shinso properly for the rest of the week. They aren't exactly up to snuff, but they are still better than most now. I'll make them spar with clones after all of the usual training is done. Just to give them an iota of battle experience. I also bought 2 new weighted training vests. I'll force the 2 of them to wear these till the day of the tournament. My school day is never a long one. Mostly because I spend it doing anything but learning. Today I didn't even have any classes of my own. I should talk to Nizu about training the students more. I finished training my 2 friends and went home. I haven't seen Eri since morning, and that is a long time for me. Well, I didn't go straight home, I also need to pick up Eri. Since I can reach her school in less than a second, I doubt there's any reason to worry about being late. Sure thing, pal. I reached the gate of her school and I could see her there, waiting for me. Hey, Eri. I waved at her. She looked at me with a sweet smile, then she said, "You're late." Turning her smile into a frown. I might have spent a bit more on training Naijuru and Shinso. But I doubt it's more than 5 minutes. Sorry about that, Eri. Please don't tell Mom. I said with a pleading smile. She just nodded her head a few times. At some point this last week, Eri started calling me and Rumi, father and mother. Our reaction to that was hard to describe. Mainly because my feeble heart couldn't really handle all of that sugar in one sitting. About how she started calling us that. It was quite simple, in fact. Lately, she said she wants to sleep in her own room. Maybe she heard that most of her friends don't really sleep with their parents anymore. Regardless, she tried sleeping alone. She gave up after the first night, coming back to our bedroom, pillow in hand. She also seemed quite scared. Maybe nightmares from her time as a captive? It wouldn't be surprising. Even though I helped erase some of her worries, her trauma is still there. It's something that requires actual psychological help. Something which Nizu provides her with. It will take a while for her to forget or confront her fears. But we will be there to help her. She first called us her that way in the morning. It was quite a surprise for both me and Rumi. Although she had always considered us her caretakers, her calling us mother and father signified that she trusted us completely. Both consciously and subconsciously. At least that's what the psychologist Nizu hired told me. I obviously informed him of these developments. After picking Eri up and heading home, I could see an adult waving at me from the school's courtyard. I recognize her as Eri's homeroom teacher. She is quite unassuming, middle-aged, short, black hair and eyes. Can't really tell what her quirk is. I told Eri to stay put for a bit and went to her. "What's wrong, teacher?" I asked in a curious tone. She seemed surprised enough that I remembered her. Mostly because I only saw her once before. In 2 days we will be holding a meeting with the parents to inform them of a few things. I figured I might as well tell you since I could see you. I nodded a bit. There will definitely be a debate in our home about who gets to go to this event. Also, could you give me an autograph? My children are really big fans of yours. Course, I just signed her notebook and went on my way. She probably informed me of this just to get an autograph, and I honestly don't mind. I haven't reached the point where I would find the requests bothersome. After getting home, I also informed Rumi of this meeting. She seemed quite excited at the idea. I wonder if they will allow both of us to go. I mean, I doubt it matters that much. The meeting itself isn't all that significant either. We want to act like proper parents. And Eri also seemed quite ecstatic. She said that her class would be going on a field trip after 2 weeks. Something like a picnic in the hills outside of the city. It sounds calming enough. That and the festival. I told both Rumi and Eri about my plans to get them tickets to the festival so we can all go together as a family. Eri seemed happy. Rumi just said it sounded boring. Fair enough, but when a family goes out, they usually do it for their children anyway. So she accepted. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I broke a bed with Rumi. I might take her on another proper date sometime this month. The next week flew by quickly. In the end, both I and Rumi attended the meeting. And, although the meeting itself was boring, fulfilling a parental obligation felt fulfilling in itself. If that makes sense. During the week I upped the training of my friends. Going as far as making them skip some classes in order to train. I obviously talked to Nizu beforehand. He said that it was nice to see talented students work hard. But he still didn't let me just leave with my high school diploma. I would have tried bribing him, but he really doesn't lack money. I really don't like the fact that I need to study. Thankfully, I can read things really quickly. Otherwise, I might just drop out. In the past week, One Piece has really been taking off. My art is also slowly improving. Like most things, practice makes perfect. Although it's still not exactly great. It's serviceable. Backgrounds are still annoying to draw. Quite a few people are reading the manga. It's only posted online since no studio ever got back to me. Mainly because a story focusing on pirates is really unusual, at least in Japan. I only have the beginning of the reverse peak written down. A lot of people seem to like it. Maybe some find it a bit refreshing. After all, the market is oversaturated with shitty hero comics and whatnot. I haven't seen anyone outright disdain it anyway. Besides everyone collectively agreeing that my art is shit. But hey, I'm slowly improving. Right now, I'm about to take a seat in the VIP section of the stadium. I obviously asked Nizu for tickets. And I call it VIP, but it's basically where the teachers sit. Eri is just sitting on Rumi's legs, waiting for the festival to begin. She looks really excited. I could see the students started gathering in the middle as Cementos created a podium. The show is about to start. Chapter 75, Race. Seeing the students gather made the audience cheer excitedly. Since I've never been to a stadium before, I didn't realize that it could be this loud. Eri herself almost had stars in her eyes. Rumi just looked at me as her ears twitched. I guess she's a bit bored already. But the events haven't started yet, I'm sure she will start having fun at some point. Maybe some of the joy emanating from Eri will rub off on her. Looking down, I could see Bakugo going up to give his speech. I don't know if he has something planned, but I doubt he'll be as arrogant as in the series. I pledge that I'll be number one. Great, nothing changed. Well, he didn't say anything about the others becoming stepping stones for him. So I guess that's an improvement. I like that brat's guts. Was the only thing Rumi said after hearing Bakugo's speech. The students reacted about the same as they did in the anime. Most of them being really mad while his classmates just sighed. Ida did say some stuff that I really couldn't hear. But he was very animated while talking, so I can guess he's just reprimanding Bakugo again. Well, there wasn't much else to do now besides starting the first event. The race was going to be fun to see. I want to see if Naijuru and Shinso will be able to reach the finals. As soon as the race started I could see Bakugo and Shoto in the lead. But it didn't take long for someone else to catch up to them. Izuku was covered by green lightning and he passed them at great speeds. Then Naijuru, of all people, managed to catch up to them by using his hair to fling himself forward. I could hear Bakugo cursing all the way from here. Most of the students and viewers were surprised to see a general course student keeping up with the hero prospects, even outpacing most of them. Shinso was also doing fine. His quirk isn't exactly suited for this type of race. But he was in a better physical shape than in the series. So he won't exactly be in the last place. As for how Izuku managed to improve himself so quickly, I may have had a hand with that. I gave him an image of that in a clone he was fighting. It wasn't anything substantial, but it was enough to make him realize that he should try to spread the power evenly throughout his body. I couldn't really give him the egg in a microwave anecdote. Mainly because I still haven't figured how to make my clone speak. I mean, I do know how to do it. I just can't be bothered to deeply research how vocal cords work. It probably took him a while, and he also likely went to All Might for help. I don't remember Toshi being helpful when it comes to advice about quirk control. I think he's one of the worst teachers when it comes to that. He did gain full control of his one for all instantly, so I can't really blame him. The public seemed quite excited seeing such a tight competition. Although Izuku managed to outpace most of his classmates. Ito would have done well too, if only he stopped slipping on Shoto's ice. Izuku was the first to see the 0-pointers. Since he had never seen them before, you can imagine that he was quite scared. But he managed to avoid them completely. His surprise at the sight of these giant robots was shared by the rest of the first years. Bakugo and Shoto seemed unbothered by this. Bakugo blasted himself forward and Shoto froze all of the ones in front of him. Naijuru was also scared. But he acted quickly enough to avoid getting crushed by the frozen robots. Shinso was far enough behind to not be in any danger. Only Kirishima and Tetsu got caught under one, but they broke their way out of it. These guys might as well be brothers. Rumi seemed to find this entertaining enough. At least she found this more enjoyable than an idle day at home. Eri, on the other hand, had a smile etched on her face. I didn't think she would start idolizing heroes this badly. But I guess every child would at her age. The crowd was going wild as Izuku reached the second obstacle. It was strange to see him do a balancing act on a rope. But he had to take it slow since he wasn't confident enough in his skills to just rush it. It made the other 3 front-runners catch up to him. Bakugo didn't have any problem crossing the chasm, he just used his explosions to fly over it. Naijuru used his hair to cross it at great speeds. Apparently, he wasn't scared of heights. Shoto made himself a bridge out of ice and started sliding on it to the other side. Izuku became 4th place in a matter of seconds. But after he reached the other side of the chasm he sped up again. Completely ignoring the minefield as he sped up to the point where he was only boosted forwards by the explosions. He was the first to reach the finish line. The clothes on his back were quite burned. Naijuru came in second. As he also didn't need to bother with the minefield, he supported himself high into the air and went right over it. Even when his hair triggered a mine it would, at most, just shake him a bit. He constantly grew more hair to support himself. Bakugo and Shota followed closely. I could see just how mad Bakugo was. Shoto himself was not having much fun. Both of them had been outclassed by a general course kid and someone they thought couldn't even control his quirk. It was a bit of a blow for their fragile egos. But they were still in the tournament, they had placed pretty well all things considered. Not that it mattered to them, they both considered this a failure. I could see Bakugo lashing out at both Izuku and Naijuru. Izuku flinched a bit while Naijuru just scratched the back of his head a bit. I guess he's gotten used to me being mad at him. A raging hero course student was probably not as scary by comparison. The next 46 students didn't make it as quickly, but Shinso managed to pass too. He was a bit winded but he seemed fine enough to continue. He placed 36 in the race. Which is fine by me. Someone else I could see there was Toru. I had promised to help her with her invisibility, but the whole thing with All for One happened and I didn't have any classes with them this last week. So I forgot about her, but I'll help her after the festival. I kind of let her down with this one. Although, it's not like she's a friend of mine. She's more of an acquaintance. But I did promise, so I will do it anyway. Chapter 76, Cavalry Battle and Flames. I could see the students selecting groups. Izuku had the expected reaction upon hearing that, even though he has some semblance of control over his quirk he still doesn't have a lot of confidence in his own abilities. In truth, he should be able to wipe the floor with most of the competition in the 1v1s. Even in the cavalry battle, all he should do is pick one teammate, preferably someone light, and carry them on his back while dodging attacks. Since his headband is worth 10 million points he doesn't actually need to try and steal others. It would be a bit difficult at first, but the others aren't going to stay focused on him the whole time. And his speed in close quarters would be hard to deal with for the other students. But he seems to be bumbling about, searching for teammates desperately. I could see the sweat on Toshi's brow at the sight of his successor's lack of confidence. At this point, Izuku is also copying All Might shamelessly. Which was also worrying for the old symbol of peace. Toshi was seated somewhat near me and Rumi. He was about 5 meters behind us, he was just too transfixed on the festival to notice me. I decided to go near him a bit, excusing myself to Rumi and heading in his direction. Hey! Toshi, what's wrong? He looked really startled. Almost fell out of his chair in fact. And nothing young Allan. I'm just a bit worried. Young Midoriya might not be prepared to take the mantle yet. He released a sigh. There shouldn't be any rush. Villains come and go, right now, things are already quite peaceful. He was still deep in his thought. Besides, there shouldn't be any need to rush things. He's only had your quirk for a few weeks. Since he was already transparent to all of the staff about his quirk I could talk to him without any worry. He seemed to have calmed down a bit. He's been on edge for a while now, I hope our talk calmed him down a bit. Although there must be other things eating away at him. For now, I took my leave. Going towards the toilet. Since I got up from my seat using that excuse. When I got out on the hallway I could see a familiar face. Flaming beard, red hair, skin-tight costume that looks more like diving gear. Yep, it's Endeavor. His back was facing me, so I guess I don't actually see his face, but you get the point. Why is he wearing his hero costume here anyway? He should only be here as a spectator. Oi, Endeavor. Why are you not in the stands? I said, tapping him on the shoulder. He turned around and looked up at me. Oh, Yellow. I'm just waiting for the round to start. He said in a neutral tone. Him calling me Yellow is fine since we aren't exactly friends. I thought you would be a bit more curious about who your son chooses to team up with. He scoffed a bit. As if that's of any importance. He will pass regardless. Well, fair point. But don't pretend that you don't care, flame face. I shrugged a bit. His eyes suddenly turned fierce. I hear that you've been personally training a few students. You shouldn't bother much, Shoto is obviously going to win. Geez, what a mood killer. Well, at least you're confident. Although, if he doesn't use his fire he has little chance of even making it in the finals. That's not even an exaggeration, I think both Bakugo and Izuku would be able to beat him as they are now. Heck, even Naijuru might be though for him without fire. Even if he gets encased in ice, he can always break out. I thought him a few tricks after all. I didn't just injure him during our training. He looked a bit mad at my statement, but didn't really disprove it, he just grumbled off. Probably going back to his seat. I just continued on my way, finished my business and went back to my seat. Eri just waved at me and said. Sit down. It's about to start. While Rumi just looked at me for a bit then back to the stadium. From what I can see, Shinso did the same shtick where he brainwashed some students to carry him through the event. Naijuru, surprisingly, teamed up with Shoji, Tsuyu and Mineta. He's playing as the horse alongside Shoji. But his task is more in the line of protecting the three of them while they try to capture more points. The other teams were mostly the same. With Izuku not using his full potential and acting as a rider. That's just plain stupid on his part. With his mobility, he should have let Ochako or Tokoyami be riders. But I'm sure he'll figure something out. Or maybe Tokoyami will end up saving the round for them, like in the anime. The event started as expected. Everyone was going for Izuku, his headband was worth the most after all. But since he could actually fight now, it was still going a lot better for him than in the anime. Naijuru started strong, extending his hair and pulling off the headbands of all the groups in his surroundings. It wasn't exactly the best move, it painted a bit of a target on his group. But since everyone was gunning for Izuku's headband they chose to ignore him. Naijuru's team was eventually attacked by Tetsu's team. But it seems that they didn't really succeed. Naijuru's nose hair entangled Ibra's vines and Tetsu's arms. Tetsu tried to pull his arms out of the nose hair lock. But the more hair he ripped out the more he was entangled. His torso was quickly engulfed and pulled towards the ground. He was saved by a combination of Juzo softening the ground under Naijuru and Ibra struggling to keep him up. By the time Shoji managed to escape out of the concrete swamp and pulled Naijuru out with his extended arms. Since he can just grow his hair endlessly he can keep them there. What I wasn't expecting was to see him pull Tetsu to the ground. I could hear the metal quirk teenager rage a bit at this development. Shoto also interrupted most of the fights. Freezing the entire arena. Naijuru managed to suspend himself and his team in the air while the ice was spreading. Some of his hair was frozen solid but he just discarded it and kept himself up. Overall, the fights were decent. Izuku was using small shockwaves from his punches to push people away from him. And Tokoyami kept the people from attacking him from behind. Bakugo was getting mad at Monoma. Really not much changed there. Bakugo didn't grow much stronger than he was in the series. He didn't do any training to make his explosions stronger. Only his physical strength was a bit better. Shinso just managed to talk people into not attacking him, very charismatic huh? Some even gave their headbands to him. I think his opponents were Canadian. Jokes aside, Shinso was doing extremely well. Although he was a bit disrupted by Todoroki's ice. By the end, the teams that continued in the last round were Team Izuku, Team Shoto, Team Bakugo, Team Shinso and Team Mineta. Mineta himself did the least in his team. Really keeping his uselessness consistent. Shoto also ended up using his fire in the end. Just like in the anime, it was more instinctual than anything. Although that didn't stop Endeavor from cheering like an enthusiastic fanboy. Rumi started to enjoy this at some point. Eri also never stopped looking at them in awe. I really don't know what to think about little Eri becoming a hero, but I'll support her regardless. If need be, I'll take her as a sidekick and train her myself. Chapter 77, Beginning of the Tournament. Things proceeded like in the original, with both Ojiro and the twin impact guy giving up. They were replaced by Tetsu and Ibra. Mainly because they were the next team in the ranking. Regardless. The first fight was Shinso against Izuku. And I doubt it will go much different. I don't think Shinso will be able to win. Especially since Izuku can always render himself immune to Shinso's quirk. And since Izuku managed to somewhat control his quirk, the battle will be even more one-sided. In the end, Shinso will get defeated by the plot armor that is one for all, a quirk that manages to shake off all the effects of other quirks. Oh well, since he managed to get this far, I can convince Nizu to get him a place in the hero course. Same goes for Naijiro, but I'm quite sure he will be able to win a few rounds. Izuku managed to come out of Shinso's mind control even quicker than in the series. Shinso used the same strategy to get Izuku to respond to him. If Shinso was like Shigaraki, he would start screaming about hacks and cheating. But he just looked defeated. He probably expected more from himself. And, to be fair, he would have beaten everyone but Izuku. Maybe with the exception of Shoto, since he's too edgy to have a proper dialogue with someone. I obviously went to talk to Shinso after his fight. He looked quite depressed. Even after noticing me, he kept looking at the ground. "You did a good job," I said as he raised his head a bit. "But it wasn't enough, was it?" he said with some spite. He was probably referring to all of the training he went through to get here. Since failure is still fresh on his mind, he is acting a bit different from usual. But I know what to say in order to calm him down. "Not really, you made your appearance in the last round. It's enough for me to argue about giving you a place in the hero course." His eyes widened, tearing up a bit. "You should go rest for now. Don't worry too much. I'll talk with Nizu after the festival." Honestly, him not being accepted in the hero course would be quite stupid. He had one of the best quirks a hero could ask for. And I'm sure Nizu will be able to see that too. After he thanked me a few times, I left, leaving him to contemplate on his situation a bit. The next fights were mostly the same. With a few exceptions. Since 5 teams made it into the final round. Suyu ended up fighting Shoji, she lost. And Naijiro fought against Mineta. It wasn't exactly a hard fight for Naijiro. Although the midget managed to immobilize Naijiro using that ball whip that I showed him. It wasn't exactly useful since Naijiro's attacks came from his nose. So you couldn't really overcome the difference in size and strength against Shoji. Her technique isn't quite there yet. The rest of the fights were pretty much the same. Shoto going too far against Zero. I ended up having to melt him out of that glacier. Mainly since I could do it faster so he wouldn't get injured further. Ibra beating up Kaminari. Mina winning against Aoyama. Tokoyamio winning against Momo, much to her displeasure. Watching Tetsu and Kirishima fight was like watching 2 turtles race. Neither of them managed to get through the other's defense. It ended in a draw. Although they arm wrestled as a tiebreaker. Kirishima still won. I guess he was physically stronger than Tetsu. And finally, Ochako losing against Lord Explosion Murder. It was just as dramatic as in the show. Reminded me that Bakugo had decent sportsmanship. Rumi and Eri seemed to be enjoying themselves even more when seeing the fighting tournament. It seems that coming here wasn't such a bother after all. Right, Rumi? Of course, I wouldn't say that out loud. I care about my own well-being. Even thinking about it made Rumi turn her head in my direction and glared at me. As if she could read my thoughts or something. I guess Nizu did say my face was expressive. But it shouldn't be that bad, right? The quarterfinals were a bit more different. As in only 2 fights happened differently. Shoji fought against Bakugo. While Naijiro fought against Kirishima. Shoji lost his fight, although he managed to get some hits in. Bakugo was pushed back quite a bit. But he ended the match with a big explosion that blew Shoji out of the ring. Something he could have done in the beginning. I think he chose to let his classmate show off a few moves before knocking him out of the fight. Probably so that Shoji could also get a few internship invitations. Really nice of him. And Naijiro won against Kirishima. Much to the surprise of everyone but me and Shinso. He was quite the black horse in this competition. He won by capturing and immobilizing the hardened red-haired student. Although he pulled and ripped a lot of his hair, more just kept coming out. Since he got a bit used to the pain, he only flinched a bit as Kirishima pulled his nose hair out. But by the end, Kirishima couldn't move anymore. His entire body was engulfed in Naijiro's nose hair. I could see that even some of the teachers were surprised by this. A student in the general course rarely had a quirk this powerful. Aizawa even looked at me weirdly and made his way towards me. Nizu probably informed him that I personally trained 2 students. How did this student not make it in the hero course? He seemed genuinely confused. Oh, he was a complete wimp. As I said that, Rumi started laughing a bit as Aizawa facepalmed. Toshinori just shook his head a bit. He was listening in like a nosy old guy. Eri wasn't even paying attention, she was transfixed on the other fights happening right now. Aizawa decided to leave me alone after that. The fight between Shoto and Izuku was a bit different. Izuku didn't need to break his fingers anymore and he managed to push Shoto back a lot. They were still shouting to each other as they did in the series. Most of the audience couldn't hear them. I ended up putting up a barrier to protect the audience. Izuku managed to break his arm again and Shoto won by using his fire, barely. Much to the ecstasy of his father. Who really should get a hobby or something. Ibra lost to Ida, who just grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her off the stage. A bit disrespectful, not gonna lie. I mean, they are all students, treating Ibra differently just because she's a girl is a bit demeaning. Bakugo handled it much better. Tokomi too treated Mina seriously regardless of her gender. He won, the fight going about the same it did in the show. Now we were at the semi-finals. But something strange happened. Ida dropped out of the tournament. I kinda forgot about this. Stain attacked his brother, right? Oh well, it builds character. Not like Ingenium died or anything. I honestly forgot Stain even existed. But the tournament continued regardless of that. Stain himself will show himself in Hosu, probably without the Nomus this time. Naijuru ended up fighting against Shoto. Tough matchup. But if he doesn't use his fire then it should Naijuru will win. The fight started as you'd expect it to. Shoto sent a glacier in Naijuru's direction. Naijuru managed to avoid it by jumping over it. He quickly started closing the distance. Shoto froze a lot his hair, but Naijuru just shook off the frozen hair and instantly grew more. Shoto kept sending wave after wave in Naijuru's direction. But the ginger student managed to dodge every attack. Well, almost every attack. One of them came close, but Naijuru formed a cocoon around himself and blocked it. He was sent out of the arena but used his hair to pull himself back in without touching the ground. Since Naijuru's hair getting frozen didn't hurt like it did when it was ripped out, made the fight much easier for him. He managed to close the distance a lot. Shoto quickly panicked and encased the whole arena in a huge glacier, catching Naijuru in it. Midnight was about to call his win, but Naijuru's hair sprouted out of his nose and formed a drill. He dug through the ice and escaped. Shoto was already tired since he used his ice a lot. And just like that, he was crushed under a giant mountain of nose hair. I could hear Endeavor complaining from here. Most of the students in Class 1A were dumbfounded at this. Shoto was one of the strongest in their class. No one expected a general course student to win against him. Although, if Shoto used his fire the fight would have gone differently. Since hair burns quite nicely. But that's an if. He didn't use it so he lost. You don't get to go easy on your opponent if you can't afford to. Bakugo was mad, as usual. He probably wanted to fight Shoto in the finals. But since he lost due to not being serious it made him livid. He had taken out his anger on his next opponent. Tokoyami was already at a disadvantage so it wasn't exactly a hard fight for the explosive teenager. And just like that, the semi-finals were done. Chapter 78, Final Round in Hero Course. The next fight was going to be a bit boring. Since Bakugo will definitely win. I mean, not only is Bakugo a good counter to Naijuru, he has also trained for longer. Naijuru was already lucky enough to win against Shoto. But he won't squeak it out against Bakugo. But still, the fight was interesting to watch. Hair burns up quite easily. But Naijuru can also outgrow the spread of fire. In the end, it comes down to time. If I had more time to train Naijuru then he might have more chances to win. Bakugo himself started properly training at a young age. Since his quirk is volatile one can guess that he trained it in a government facility before mastering it completely. Sure, he might have gone to a gym or something. But that was after mastering his quirk properly. The government wouldn't really let a bomb run around unsupervised. At least, they shouldn't. I don't care enough to open my civics book and find out. Right now, I could see the contestants walking up the stage. The angry-looking, well-built Bakugo and the timid and somewhat skinny Naijuru. The fight started on a strong note, with Bakugo blasting himself forward in Najiru's direction. Surprisingly, the general course student reacted in time, growing his hair and sending it to intercept his rapidly advancing opponent. Bakugo managed to spin around and blast the hair away from him. He burned quite a bit of Naijiru's hair in the process, but it grew back quickly, following the explosive student and trying to wrap itself around him. Bakugo kept blasting away at the hair that attacked him. Blown away strands of hair lay around the entire arena. Naijiru kept applying pressure on his opponent, and Bakugo himself was getting angrier and angrier as the match went on. Most of the public was cheering them on. No one really picked a side, both were already extraordinary to have made it this far. Although, you can guess that Class 1A cheered for their colleague. And some people in Class 1B cheered for Naijiru, just to spite Class 1A. I wonder who those people are. Bakugo suddenly put his hands together and sent a powerful blast in Naijiru's direction. He completely ignored the hair that was attacking him from his sides. Naijiru was forced to quickly cover himself in thick layers of hair. The entire arena already smelt like burnt hair. Naijiru was sent backwards at great speeds. The layer of hair he had put quickly burned down as another one replaced it. It was a battle of attrition at this point. Bakugo looked on, as his opponent managed to drag himself to a stop. Naijiru finally decided to use his trump card too, since there wasn't much else he could do. His hair quickly formed a giant drill, spinning in Bakugo's direction. Bakugo just snorted and rose his hands to meet the attack with an explosion. But the scattered hair in the arena quickly jumped at him and restrained him. As the drill was approaching, a large amount of hair was holding him down. I could hear an angry shout, howitzer impact. Blew away all of the hair restraining him and the drill in front of him. He didn't try to create a miniature tornado this time, probably using the oxygen created by the spin of the giant drill. It was enough to fuel a powerful explosion. I could hear little Eri gasping a bit. In awe maybe. I can also do explosions, why doesn't she react like that to mine? Rumi had a wide grin on her face after seeing the attack. I guess sparring with me became a bit boring for her. Especially since she's well aware I'm always holding back. Naijiru himself was flung out of the ring by the explosion. He crashed into the wall before he had a chance to soften his landing. Yep, he was knocked out instantly. As Naijiru was taken to the infirmary, Midnight announced Bakugo as the winner of the first-year school festival. In the end, Naijiru held out quite well. Calling his quirk flawless might be a bit far-fetched, but it's certainly one of the stronger ones in this school. If only he had more time to master it in combat. Oh well, there's always the next year. And he qualifies as a hero course student quite easily. I'll see to it that both he and Shinso end up as proper heroes by the end of this high school. Handing out the medals went about the same. Midnight and All Might talking over each other. Honestly, after working here for a year I can understand the lack of coordination. Bakugo was still dissatisfied with his win, but it wasn't as bad as last time. Since Shoto didn't go easy on him personally, Tokoyami was a bit disappointed. I guess he was a bit disadvantaged whilst fighting in a brightly lit stage. His opponent also ended up being a counter to his quirk, which was never a nice experience. Naijiru looked quite proud of himself as All Might put the medal around his neck and whispered some advice or compliment in his ear. A bit weird, but it worked well in encouraging the student. Bakugo didn't bite his medal this time. He still seemed reluctant to accept it. But he didn't get much chance to complain as Toshi just snapped it around his neck. And just like that, the festival was over. I didn't stick around to congratulate Naijiru for his achievement. I will do that when I see him in the hero course. Shinso also doesn't need any more consoling. He just got unlucky. It's a bit of a shame that I didn't participate. It would have been unfair, sure. But I could have held back or something. Although, Recovery Girl would get mad at me if I so much as scratched another student. Especially since I already asked her for help during Naijiru's training. Eri used so much energy cheering the students on that she eventually fell asleep on Rumi's lap. Rumi herself didn't want to wake up Eri. So I decided to take them both home with minimal movement. Just encased all three of us in light and flew us home at a decent speed. When we got home, I levitated Rumi in the living room and Eri on the bed. I joined Rumi to watch some television after tucking Eri in properly. The very next day, I entered Nizu's office to talk about transferring both Shinso and Naijiru over to the hero course. The process was much smoother than I expected. Nizu having already prepared everything to transfer the two of them. Shinso ended up in Class 1A while Naijiro was assigned to Class 1B. Aizawa said he wanted to train Shinso, so that's why he was put in Aizawa's class. As for Naijiro, they figured it might be better for an emitter to teach another emitter. Well, both Aizawa and Vlad are emitters. But Vlad's quirk is a bit more similar to Naijiro's. All in all, it's a bit sad that they were split up. But the school can't really have more students in a class than in the other. Especially since these two classes always ended up competing with one another. And, just like that, I called my two friends to give them the good news. They both seemed very excited. I now realize that I made the school year much more boring by doing this. But it's not like I need to attend. In the past few weeks, I only attended for Shinso and Naijiro. The others are mostly just acquaintances. I also have to find Kyudai eventually. Oh well, I'll deal with him eventually. Chapter 79, Internships and Storms. A week quickly went by. After the transfers were over, you can guess what happened. Well, nothing happened to me. But Naijiro got an internship with Best Jeanist, alongside Bakugo. And Shinso got taken in by Aizawa, who decided to train him during this time, instead of going out and fighting villains. Or whatever they do in their internships. Both Naijiro and Shinso now owe me lunch for the rest of their school life. It's the bargain I struck with them. Mainly to not make them feel like they owe me anything. It usually puts a strain on friendships. But they will probably regret this deal. They have yet to witness just how much of lunch rush's food I can stuff myself with. Regardless, Naijiro and Shinso have started making new friends in their respective classes. Although I still train and eat together with them. Well, only when I actually show up at school. Lately, I only appear to teach my own classes. I won't really be doing anything about Stain. Although he was annoying in the series, he's not much of a threat to me. Although, I will still be around Hosu at that time. I am curious if the Nomas will appear. It is unlikely. The only reason they appeared in the series is that Shigaraki wanted to cause some chaos. With him behind bars and with All for One dead, I can't see any reasons for them to appear. But it doesn't hurt to be cautious. There is a lot of stuff happening right now. Finding Kyudai will be a bit painful, which is why I've been postponing it. But should he actually start moving, I will have to take him down regardless. The internship started just like they did in the series. I also didn't really take any interns. Why would I ever want to carry around students during patrols? During this week the hero courses also got to choose their hero names. I never actually got to choose the name for myself. But it's a bit late for a rebranding. I'm already a symbol. I got countless emails from toy companies and people asking to use my image in their stuff. Being a hero is a lot more profitable than I thought. If Stain heard my thoughts, he would be raging around like an idiot. But doing hero work for money isn't wrong at all. Saving people should be a selfless act. That's just bullshit you hear in motivation books. Firefighters have a salary, so do policemen. Heroes aren't any different from that in this world. You don't need a virtuous mentality to save somebody. Endeavor is a good example. His actions save a lot of people, but he is scum. As a person, he doesn't deserve even an iota of respect. But as a hero, he's one of the best. I wonder how my presence changed this world. Sometimes, I feel that things would have gone well even without my presence. But, I guess that's the problem of an outsider like me. I have completely integrated into this world, I have people I care about and love. But sometimes, I can't help but feel out of place. It doesn't matter much, I'll get over it eventually. It's only been around 6 years of being in this world. Although I did spend the first 5 not really talking with anyone, Izuku/Bakugo don't count. Right now, I'm sitting on a building somewhere in the middle of Hosu City. Scouting out the city with my perception. To be honest. If I were to talk about the disadvantage of my ability, the only thing coming to my mind would be the fact that everything moves rather slowly. A lot of Nomus appeared out of nowhere. I guess Kyudai gave someone a copy of All for One. Although, I am unsure of his reasons. The Nomus he sent were a lot stronger than the ones in the series. They all had powerful quirks and regeneration. I didn't really let them run around unchecked. I made a few clones and sent them to intercept the Nomus. I remained on my apartment building, still looking around for who might have been responsible for this. I remember All for One's warp quirk to have a lot of restrictions. The only reason he could even show up on that highway was that Shigaraki was there. As I was sitting there, wondering where the storm above my head came from, I could see some lightning strikes coming down from the sky, about to hit some apartment buildings. It looked like it would cause some damage, so I decided to intercept them with a few beams. It didn't take effort anyway. But more and more kept trying to rain on that part of the city. So I decided to focus my perception there. I could feel a man of average height, rectangular gray eyes with white pupils. He also had white hair that reached just past his shoulders, swept back away from his face. He had his palms directed towards the sky. He looked a bit frustrated. He was wearing a strange bodysuit. I couldn't really recognize him. But his quirk definitely had something to do with weather manipulation. I decided to close the distance. Instantly appearing 2 meters in front of him. Behind me were Endeavor and Gran Torino, looking a bit confused. I just looked at them and said, "Endeavor, do you pick your sidekicks from the nursing home?" Endeavor didn't really respond. Only looking at me hatefully. I guess he thinks Shoto lost because of Naijuru. He probably heard from All Might that I had trained Naijuru. After all, he definitely looked into Naijuru after his son lost to him. Gran Torino at least bothered to reply to me. Disrespectful brat. Although I could see a hint of a smile on his face. He probably realized that the situation is now under control. 9 thought he could use this as a distraction and hit us with lightning. But he was a bit too slow. Well, the lightning was fast, but I could clearly see when the clouds were about to release it. So I could easily stop it. "Hey, that's rude. Stay put, I'll pay attention to you later." He looked extremely angered. Endeavor himself was also getting a bit annoyed. I don't know if it was at me or the villain. "So, what's with the silence?" I said, looking at the fiery hero. He clenched his fists a bit. "I don't have time to waste on you. I'll go do my job." He left with a huff. A bit rude. But okay. I won't bother telling him that every Nomu is being dismembered with lasers. Let him run around a bit, exercise. "I doubt you need much help here," said Gran Torino with a bit of a sigh. I could feel the villain behind me almost having an aneurysm. "Stop ignoring me." He put his hands in front of him at shoulder height. Violet lasers came out of his fingers. A completely different quirk. He's definitely not a Nomu, which leaves only one answer. I feel a bit insulted. I said from behind him. He didn't even have time to blink. Playing with lasers in front of me. I kicked him into the street. Breaking the asphalt with his face. He didn't even have time to react properly. He clearly only had a weakened version of All for One. Not having gathered many quirks. Now that I think about it. I've seen his face before. Maybe he made an appearance in the series somewhere. I can't really remember him at all. But I don't care anymore. I have to hunt down Kyudai now. Chapter 80, Finding Waldo, Kyudai, and Trap. ____POV narration _____. The villains attacking was sudden. The people of Hosu City were extremely lucky that there were a lot of heroes present on the streets. Mainly because most of the surrounding cities were patrolled by the Yellow Flash. Heroes usually give up on patrolling the same places as him, it was to maximize efficiency. Most heroes hated being outshined, hee. It wasn't that they hated him, it was just that they also wanted recognition. And getting recognition was impossible when the symbol of justice was patrolling. That symbol of justice was well received by the public. It manages to instill a certain kind of fear into the villains, seeing the strongest villain alive torn to shreds repeatedly on live television. It also made some of the public fear him. But after the situation was explained properly by many trustworthy news publications, the public calmed down. The symbol of peace and the symbol of justice are considered similar by many. The symbol of peace fought to create a peaceful world. While the symbol of justice fights to bring the villains to justice. In the end, they are both greatly contributing to the peace of the population. Recently, after the festival, the Yellow Flash became the second-ranked hero. He forgot to check out his updated ranking, but most people know it already. You can imagine how the former second place reacted. He started holding a grudge, but he didn't hate Allan. Just like he didn't hate All Might. Both him and Gran Torino were first responders in this villain attack. They were chasing a few flying beasts, similar to the ones that had attacked the car transporting Shigaraki. The public didn't really call them Nomus. The police considered them victims too but had yet to figure out a way to save them. They were stopped by a strange man. Neither of them recognized him. "Who are you?" screamed Endeavor. Probably hoping that he wasn't a villain. Gran Torino, however, got into position to rush at him. Civilians don't just block the way of heroes, after all. "You can call me Nine. Keep that name in mind as you die." His face seemed mostly emotionless. It made both Torino and Endeavor flinch a bit, as they noticed the storm gathering above the city. Lightning was threatening to fall around them as Nine looked on. He was waiting for them to be incapacitated, probably to steal their quirks. But all the lightning he had called was intercepted. Both he and the heroes looked confused, none of them could see the light beam that had hit the massive lightning bolt. Nine tried again and again, but he never could manage to bring down anything. The heroes were about to jump in and attack him head-on. But another person landed right in between them. It was obviously Allan. Everything from his introduction to his mannerisms annoyed Endeavor. But they surprised Gran Torino a bit. He had seen Allan disregard All for One when they were fighting. Everyone found it funny, maybe anticlimactic. But Gran Torino found it terrifying. He had fought All for One in the past, he knew how strong that man was. And he could tell that he had returned to his prime during that fight with the yellow flash. But it didn't change anything at all. He was just as easily thrown around, as the hero yawned, patted his hair and fixed his glasses from time to time. It was hard for the old man to imagine someone who has that type of strength. But he was right in front of him. And he could see it. During this time Allan hadn't even glanced at the villain that was intimidating to both him and Endeavor. The only time he did so, was to tell him to stay put as if scolding a misbehaving child. He had completely turned that calm and collected man into a mad dog. Endeavor too could see it clearly. Therefore, he decided to go elsewhere. It was clear that the situation wasn't going to require any more of his attention. Gran Torino stuck around for a bit longer. Only to watch as Nine was defeated in a single move. There was no tension, no build-up, nothing. Just a kick. That was all it took. ____POV Allan _____. Hope you didn't mind that I gave a bit more context on what's been happening. After finishing off the weirdo I looked at Gran Torino. Can I leave making sure he gets detained to you? I doubt Kyudai will have any way to retrieve this person. He himself will be going behind bars. The old man sighed a bit and shook his head. You young ones and your fear of responsibility. That's mean. I don't fear responsibility, I fear doing paperwork. Okay, thank you. Although he didn't technically say yes, I'm sure that's what he meant. I'm not going to listen to him preach about how things were back in the day. After saying that I flew off, leaving the old man to deal with the incapacitated villain. Truth is, I doubt he would be able to do much even if he wakes up. All for One could take hits like the one before because he regenerated and had an impact-absorbing quirk. But any other person will either die or turn comatose. The villain still had some sort of physical strengthening quirk. He won't die, but he definitely won't wake up anytime soon. Right now, I'm trying to find Kyudai. The method is quite simple. I spread my perception around me and I fly around Japan looking for him. My current limit is around 20 kilometers. With my speed, I should be able to do this in a second. But the information would overload my mind quite a bit. It would likely make me faint. So this process will likely take me around 1 hour. The Nomas in Hosu City have all been dealt with, so I can leave freely. I miss not having a body. My brain is the reason I can't use my perception as I did back in the star field. It simply wouldn't be able to process more information. It has been slowly improving, but I doubt it'll ever reach the level it had back then. I managed to find Kyudai after about 20 minutes. He is about 6 prefectures away. My head does hurt a bit. If I had to scout the entirety of Japan it would feel like someone split it open. His hideout was deep underground, in the middle of a mountain range. But it's not like my perception is restricted by that. Besides the doctor, there were only Nomas in there. They won't be a big issue, they'll stop responding after Kyudai is done in. He is too much of a threat to be left alive. I called Nizu and told him my location and that I found the base of the ones that attacked Hosu. He seemed a bit surprised by this. I decided to burn my way down to him with a huge laser. It was fast and effective. I landed right near him. His eyes widened in fear when he saw me. Protect me! He screamed, but the Nomas didn't have time to twitch. Just as the words left his mouth I pierced his chest with a spear. He looked at me in shock. But then a deranged smile appeared on his lips. You're late. He died before he could say anything else. But, the second his heart stopped beating, a giant explosion engulfed the entire laboratory. The shockwave shook all nearby cities. From a distance, it looked like a nuke had gone off. People were panicking as the mountain range was erased. Chapter 81, Last Words and Information. I wasn't expecting an explosion. I mean, what type of sane person rigs his own secret laboratory to explode like this? I guess Kyudai can't really be called sane. Right now, I'm standing in a huge crater. The former beautiful mountain range was leveled, there is nothing left to indicate that this place was once a vast forest. It's a bit sad. But what's even sadder is that the corners of my coat got a bit burned. I guess I'll have to bother Power Loader to fix this. I wasn't really injured. But you might be able to say that this development blew me away. I still managed to turn into light before I even got touched, besides the cape. There wasn't any radiation around, not any that I could notice. But I still flew up just to be safe. So there isn't much else left to say. Besides Kyudai's last words, that is. They were unnerving. He was obviously not expecting me to come here. But he definitely wasn't planning for this to be some kind of trap. He likely meant that he had transferred All for One to somebody. It definitely wasn't the person I just fought, that guy only had an empty copy of it. I also doubt Kyudai would let him run around unchecked anywhere near my side of the country. I have no way of knowing who All for One was transferred to. Which is quite concerning. But, whoever they are, they shouldn't be in Japan anymore. Kyudai wouldn't be so smug about it if that person is anywhere near this place. Since he already knows I can find people easily. He wouldn't have been so joyful in his last moments if All for One's successor was in danger too. I could sense somewhere around 10 helicopters closing in on the site. They were either the police or from news stations. But the majority of them were from the police. They probably started moving towards here because of Nizu. I told him I'd have a few people to transport. But I guess that's no longer possible. I had come up with an idea to help the Nomas turn back to normal. Ares should be able to rewind them to how they were before their experiments. Although I don't really like it, much. It means she has to use her ability on humans. I do not doubt that Nizu also has this idea. He probably didn't bring it up because she still only has basic control over her quirk. Since every single Noma that was in this laboratory is dead, there isn't much we can do. There are still a few in custody. At least they have some semblance hope left. I entered one of the helicopters. The people on board looked a bit startled by my appearance. Hello. Would you please put me on the line with your boss? I don't have the number of the chief of police in this prefecture. And calling Nizu to get it would be annoying. The policeman in front of me nodded, dialed his chief and handed me the phone. He didn't get to ask for autographs or anything like that, as I just jumped right back out with his phone in my hand. But I'm sure he would have wanted one. Ego speaking up. Yeah, this is the Yellow Flash. I'm just going to inform you that the base I attacked was rigged with explosives. There were no captives inside, besides the people that were experimented on. I didn't want to waste too much time speaking to this guy. That's all well and good. But how exactly did you find this base? Said the obviously confused police chief. Oh, I'm going through a tunnel. Bye. I just hung up. Why would I tell him how I found the hideout? I went back to the helicopter and gave the policeman his phone back. I left just as quickly. I would probably get a few phone calls about this, but I need to give Nizu and Toshi the heads up. They'll definitely be excited to find out that All for One's quirk is still around. I feel a bit bad that I haven't hunted down Kyudai earlier, but it doesn't matter much. I could kill the first All for One, I'll also be able to kill the second. But there won't be a third. Kyudai isn't going to come back from the dead to make a third All for One. I doubt anyone other than him knows how to transfer quirks. Getting to UA took me about 1 second. Nizu was alone in his office, Toshi was likely off doing hero work or something like that. I entered quickly, not really bothering to knock anymore. Hey, Nizu. I have some stuff to talk to you about. He nodded as I sat down and started explaining the situation I was currently in. It took me a while. But since I don't have to mind my words. Since I'm being specific about everything in order to give him a warning. Nizu should be smart enough to know what to ask and what to avoid talking about. So, you're telling me that the scientist that made the Nomas found a way to transfer and copy quirks? He summarized that story rather quickly. Essentially, yes. But he probably also managed to transfer All for One into someone else. Or into a few people at the very least. I could see that Nizu wasn't truly pleased. One person in Hosu City also had all for one, it was likely a copy of it. But it's still concerning. Nizu seemed deep in thought, probably trying to wrap his head around all of the new information I just gave him. But he recovered eventually. The holder or holders of all for one won't be acting again anytime soon. Since you just captured one of them, it should be fine. Nizu started tapping his desk with one of his paws. Are you truly certain that this information is true? He asked again, for clarification. I just nodded slowly. I'll be prepared to face him. You don't need to worry too much. Whoever he is, he can't be a greater threat than the original all for one. This seemed to calm Nizu down a bit, but not by much. I'll have to make a few calls now. I'll call a staff meeting later this week, you should be present. I nodded. After leaving the room, I could sense that Nizu stopped for a bit. Putting his palm on his forehead. Then he got to work, informing people of my discoveries. All for one might have been a secret, but a few people still need to know about it. It's to ensure the safety of others. All Might is definitely one of the people that Nizu will call. But my job is done, for now. I hope I can find Rumi at home. I left UA right after leaving my coat to Power Loader. He grumbled around a bit, but still took the coat and shooed me off. I really feel like eating some fruit cakes right now. Chapter 82, Schedule and Invisibility. About 2 months passed since the whole laboratory situation. You can guess that Rumi didn't like hearing about me standing in the middle of an explosion of nuclear proportions. She was really concerned for me, refusing to let go of my hand for an entire day. I didn't mind it that much, neither of us felt like going to work anyway. Eri didn't really get what happened, but she probably got worried after seeing Rumi's concern. I managed to calm them down. Eri was the easiest to calm down since she could see me acting like usual. But Rumi said I should take a break from hero work for a while. I obviously listened to her. Mainly because it seemed to calm her down a bit. And it's not that I was doing much in the first place. We sparred daily since that day. It's a bit odd, she seems to want to get stronger. I mean, she always wanted that, but we didn't spar often after adopting Eri. Mainly because she didn't have much free time to do so. Between hero work, school, teaching and taking care of Eri, we didn't have much time left for anything else. Well, I always finished hero work quickly, so I always have some time to write manga or whatever. But Rumi can't patrol the streets as quickly as I can. So she decided to cut from her patrolling time so we could spend it together, just the two of us. Since Eri is at school during that time, my schedule has always been a bit packed. I take watching television very seriously. That and training my friends and the other students. Eri also had her field trip, something that gave me and Rumi even more alone time. We filled it with various activities. I also found out that I was now the number 2 hero. I guess that explains Endeavor's reaction to seeing me. Since he always tried to surpass All Might and become number 1, going down a grade should be very discouraging for him. But I doubt he's going to give up so easily. There was also a staff meeting. The meeting Nizu called was not exactly important to me. He just informed the staff of what I told them. All Might probably already knew since he didn't react much when hearing it. He was deep in thought during the entire meeting. Probably thinking of the appearance of a second All for One. Still, he would be laying low for now. If he's even in this country at this point. Kyudai would probably condition the next All for One to take revenge for his late master. Which is honestly a happy thought to me. Knowing that eventually, all of my problems will just come to me by themselves. Letting me deal with them all at once. In the past few weeks I also somehow remembered that to help Toru with her invisibility problem. Although she needed to remind me again during class. Thankfully, I had great excuses as to why I forgot about her. One of them being the fact that I had to deal with the whole USJ incident and I fought All for One. As for how her quirk works. It basically creates a screen that covers her entire body in a barrier that light cannot touch. I was able to bypass that barrier. It took a bit of control, but I basically drilled a hole in her barrier with the light I emanated. The barrier regenerated instantly, but I managed to break it down and take a picture of her. If she somehow manages to control that field, she should be able to turn off her invisibility and even expand the barrier to her clothes. Her barrier seems to react differently to different types of light. It rejects natural sunlight the most, so using the light I produced was a lot more effective. But I can't help her much with that. Besides giving her some pointers. But this is a good start. Since her ability was classified as a mutant one, she didn't really know of a way to go about controlling it. But, from what I've seen, she's more of an emitter. And emitter quirks are trained differently from mutant ones. Maybe she'll have some success in controlling it after training extensively. As for her appearance, well, she could be described as cute. She obviously didn't use makeup, duh. She had green eyes and black hair, a bit of an unusual combination in Japan. Her face was round, much like Ochako's, but her eyes were a bit thinner. She was also very pale, which shouldn't really come off as a surprise. It also makes sense that Aizawa also couldn't turn off her quirk. His quirk only works if he looks directly at the person. He couldn't see Toru, so he couldn't use it on her. Mina was really excited seeing her best friend's face for the first time. And Toru even burst into tears for a while. I didn't say much, not wanting to ruin the moment. But the rest of her class was reacting differently to her appearance. The girls were saying she looked cute, the guys were saying she was really pale. And Mineta? Well, he was saying I should turn off her quirk while she's in hero costume. I decided to not let him speak for the rest of the class. Something that Tsuyu seemed to appreciate, as she's the one that always ends up having to bet him up. Overall, I now feel bad for forgetting about this beforehand, but I did it, so I now can cross this off my list and forget about it. Were my thought at the time. But since then, she's been asking me for help all the time. Either to train her or to help her take pictures in different clothing. I obviously helped her, mainly because I still felt bad for forgetting about her existence. And both she and Mina seemed to start hanging around me a lot more after that. They even joined me and my lackeys, Shinso and Naijuru, at our table. I guess having more friends doesn't hurt. Well, Rumi didn't really like me hanging around with other girls. But she didn't see high school students as competition since she knows my taste. Not much else happened besides that. Well, besides the guy in front of me. I was just going to another prefecture to buy Ari's favorite brand of chocolate milk and I just saw this guy running along the streets. A 25-meter giant looking like a moving apartment complex. He has brown spiky hair, parts of his body seem jagged. His teeth are prominently pointed. He was the definition of a chiseled jawline. He also seemed a bit crazed. I remember him being called Gigantomachia in the series. He seemed to be heading in a pretty clear direction. A facility similar to Tartaro's, a prison for high-risk individuals. It also happened to be where Shigaraki is being detained. His intentions certainly aren't hard to guess. If I remember correctly, this guy was All for One's bodyguard. I wonder where he's been until now. He wasn't present when I killed All for One and he wasn't in Kyudai's laboratory. Was this guy hibernating or something? How many man caves did All for One have? Regardless, I'll just capture this guy and ask him. Chapter 83, Gigantomachia and Mission. ____POV narration _____. When Makia woke up he was in the middle of a forest. He wasn't at his full height, only being around 4 meters now. He was confused and angry. His last memories were of seeing his master being killed on live television. Both him and Kyudai Garaki, the short doctor that kept All for One alive all of this time, were watching the television with grave expressions. Everything became a blur from there. Makia couldn't remember how he had gotten where he was. Makia was unable to do anything about the death of his master. He had been left to guard the laboratory. It was supposed to be in a forest, but it was different from the one he found himself in now. He remembered the trees being taller, the landscape a bit different. But there was something in front of him. On the ground, he could see a simple cassette tape. A portable player was near it. He figured that this might have been Kyudai's doing. He likely has a mission to do. Since he wasn't near the place he was supposed to protect anymore. He slowly inserted the tape into the player, hoping to find information on his whereabouts and objective. The recording started as soon as he pressed the play button. Go to the Jigaku complex and break out Tamura Shigaraki. It was simple, short. Not explaining anything about his current location. But it told him what he needed to do. Makia didn't believe Shigaraki was the best candidate when it came to a successor. But it was his late master's choice, not his own. The person speaking in the recording had a raspy voice, unknown to All for One's former bodyguard. It certainly wasn't Kyudai. But it was likely one of All for One's other servants. Makia quickly rose this the greatest height he could reach using his gigantification quirk. This way, he could look over the trees and observe his surroundings. He was not that far away from a city, likely to be in the vicinity of the Jigaku prison complex. He dug underneath the ground, making his way in the direction of the city. Doing so, he avoided gaining the attention of heroes, at least until he reached the city. Due to the infrastructure of cities, it was incredibly difficult to dig underneath them whilst remaining unnoticed. It took the giant around an hour to reach the city. He lowered his size back to 4 meters and stepped out of the ground right into a busy street. He asked around for some directions. The group he asked were intimidated by his appearance. But one person regained their composure quickly enough to point him in the right direction. Albeit with a trembling hand. The giant thanked the civilians and went on his way. The complex was on the other exit of the town. All he needed to do was to walk in a straight line for around a dozen kilometers. He managed to get around to the middle of the town before someone tried to stop him. It was a policeman. Saying something about the suspicious appearance of the Machia. Now, Gigantomachia may not be as unintelligent as a regular normal. But he certainly didn't have much patience. Seeing that the policeman was interrupting his mission, he decided to rip the poor man in half. He did that right in the middle of the street. The people were quickly alarmed and everyone started panicking, which led to Machia getting even more annoyed. He quickly rose to his greatest height and started merely walking through the city, giving up on any notion of stealth. He tore through the buildings obstructing his path. His every step shook the city and cracked the streets, leaving heavy footprints into the asphalt. Some heroes tried to stop him, but they didn't even register in the giant's view. They were all crushed just like any civilian that found themselves standing in his way. Machia was almost at the exit of the city. He could already see the prison in the distance. But someone else appeared in front of him. His appearance further enraged the gigantic villain. Even when dressed in shorts and a flower-patterned t-shirt, with a black pair of flip-flops, the people around the scene could recognize him. It was the Yellow Flash. Even Gigantomachia recognized his face. He was not in hero costume, but it was hard to forget. The face of the one that had killed his master. The hero looked up at him, giving him a lazy stare. "Aren't you a bit too brazen? Do you really think you can just waltz through a city? ____POV Allan _____. Gigantomachia just looked at me, growling like a mad beast. Does he recognize me? If so, I doubt I will be able to have much of a conversation with him. But fighting him here might cause a bit more destruction than I'd like, so I'll just move him away from here." I appeared in front of him, stomping his face and sending him flying into the forest behind him. It was also in the direction of the Jigaku prison, but he wouldn't get the chance to cause any more trouble. I looked at the giant in the distance. He now had a recognizable footprint on his forehead. It's great that I happen to be in near this city, but I feel a bit bad for his victims. I think he left quite a few corpses in his wake. A lot of collapsed buildings too. I flashed near the head of the giant. He was already up on his feet. Looking around confused. I just appeared on his shoulder and sat down a bit. "Say, who sent you here? I'm genuinely curious, what happened to this guy? I don't think he would go save Tamura out of his own will. He didn't exactly believe in him to become all-for-one successor." Machia growled again. But he responded this time, "Everything is for my master." "Yeah, great. Your master is dead. Who gave you your orders?" He didn't respond this time. He tried to crush me with his hand. He only ended up hitting himself in the shoulder. The shockwave of which shook the entire forest. I just appeared on his elbow, right in front of his face. "Say, do you really think you can fight me?" As I talked, I stared him in his eyes. He wasn't intimidated by me, mainly because his hatred far outweighed his fear. But also because he is one of the strongest beings in this world. He shook his hand around a bit. I just flew above him and looked at him for a bit. Wondering if there's any good way to capture and interrogate this person. Well, I wouldn't do the interrogation myself, I'd leave that to the professionals. Like the ones I could sense in the helicopters making their way to this location. They were filled with heroes and police from the surrounding cities. They mobilized a lot of people. It's probably why it took them a while to respond. There were also the news stations. There is no way these people would lose such a great headline. A villain attacking and destroying half a city as he makes his way towards a prison complex that detained high-risk individuals. The Jigaku prison complex was much like Tartaro's, but it was nowhere near as exclusive. There were 3 different underground levels. Each held villains of different rankings. The first floor held the C-ranked villains and below. The second floor holds only B-ranked villains and the third floor holds only A-ranked villains. S-ranked villains aren't being held in this facility. It was a simple setup, the safety protocols of the last floor were as good as those of Tartaro's. Shigaraki was likely confined on the last floor. Him not being an A-ranked villain wasn't important, he was a person of interest due to All for One's rescue attempt. But now, for whatever reason, a person affiliated with the late All for One attacks this prison. Why didn't he do this earlier? Where was he when I attacked Kyudai's laboratory? A lot of questions were on my mind. And there's only one way to find the answers. Chapter 84, Capture and Distraction. Taking care of Gigantomachia was going to be a bit annoying. He should be able to break out of the restraints I put him in. Especially since he seems quite motivated. One of the quirks he has allows him to grow stronger the more motivated he is. I thought that since All for One died then he should be quite depressed. But it seems that most of his emotions are related to anger right now. And he's also probably motivated to kill me and avenge his master. As stupid as that is. Makia should be aware he's not as strong as his master. But he's still trying his best to fight me to the death. Although, realistically, he won't even be able to touch me. Not that his master was any different. They both seemed prepared to die, although, All for One was a bit more dangerous due to the whole quirk stealing shtick. I floated above his head while letting my thought wander. I certainly didn't take him as seriously as I did his master. He quickly grew his teeth to great proportions. His jaw snapped at me as he jumped to reach me. His teeth passed right through me. I turned into light and reformed myself on his shoulder. I kicked him into the ground, he didn't fly too far off. Mainly because of his weight and size, but also because I didn't hit him as hard as I could. As he got up from the ground, he picked up a tree about as tall as him. He threw it at the approaching helicopters. It seems that both he and his master have similar strategies when it comes to distractions. I didn't bother to do anything about the tree. As the helicopters were also filled with capable heroes. No reason to waste my energy. Empty Lady jumped out of one of the helicopters and grew to a size similar to that of the villain. She caught the tree in her hands. She was sent backwards, her feet dragging through the forest. She managed to push stop and pushed the tree away. Out of the helicopters came more and more heroes. People like Kamui Woods, who was a bit useless in this situation, I doubt will be able to hold down Gigantomachia in any capacity. Gang Orca was also here, so was Best Jeanist and Edgeshot. There were a lot more, but I'm not going to list them all. They really turned this into a group fight. But I guess they can hold their own, there's no reason to believe they would hold me back. Makia seemed angered by the interference of Empty Lady, to the point where he momentarily forgot that I was here. I increased the size of my fist and punched square on the nose. He was a bit disoriented, but he didn't seem to register the pain. Another one of his annoying quirks. His hands quickly grew claws, similar to those of a mole. He swiped his hand at me with the greatest speed he could manage. Which was honestly not that great. I dashed in front of his face and drop-kicked him into the ground again. The problem is that he's really tanky. I could kill him, but then how would I learn about the new All for One's whereabouts? Kamui and Best Jeanist were quick to come near the downed opponent. One of them used their signature move, Lacquered Chain Prison. While the other tried to cover the giant in fabric. Makia shook his hand and punched the ground near the heroes. It sent both of them flying into the forest. Jeanist rotated into the air and stopped himself using some fabric from his jeans. While Kamui just used his wood to slow down his momentum. They didn't really get injured, but Kamui Woods got interrupted again. I have yet to see him successfully pull off that move. I'm sure he's quite discouraged by that. The giant villain got up and tried to pick up another tree. I decided to stop him from further endangering the weaker heroes. Kamui and the rest are all good enough, but there are some rookie heroes in those helicopters. People that were probably brought here to boost our numbers. I made it wrap themselves around Makia in an attempt to keep him down. His hands and feet were completely covered at this point. But he still struggled. Really, Midnight's quirk would have been nice to have in this situation. Empty Lady also came to help. Attempting to restrain the giant in standing rear naked choke. She wasn't actually as big as Makia is, about 4 or 5 meters less in fact. He couldn't shake her off due to the chains pulling him to the ground. But she could still stall him for a bit. He was quickly brought to his knees by my chains. I quickly rose spikes out of the ground. Impaling his feet into it, stopping right before they touched Empty Lady. The villain grew his bones exponentially, spikes came out of his back and attempted to stab Empty Lady, who still hadn't let go of the chokehold. I didn't know he could do something, I remembered him being able to grow the size of his bones. But it doesn't matter much. I obviously wouldn't let that happen. I created a huge light shield, it started cracking quickly. But it bought Lady enough time to turn back to regular size to avoid the bone spikes. I caught her while she was falling, pulling her away from the rapidly approaching spikes. She thanked me loudly. I used the chains on his hands to pull him backwards, making his chest face upwards. Preparing something nice for him. Although he trashed around and managed to break free from the chains holding his hands. More just came to replace them. His frustration should be really high right now. Hey! Can you prepare for a heavy landing? I said with a devious smile. She looked up at me, confused, then her eyes widened a bit. I took her into the clouds and threw her towards Makia as he stood with his feet impaled into the ground. She quickly grew in size. With her feet aiming towards Makia's chest, as she screamed and cursed me. I didn't take it to heart. Her landing was rough, but it was a lot worse for Makia than it was for her. He was pushed into the ground. The spikes on that grew out of his spine made him stuck to the ground. The impact caused a great shockwave, it shook the entire forest and created a crater big enough to fit Makia in it, with room to spare. I'm quite sure it broke a few of Makia's ribs. It was a great hit, straight to the point too. I think Lady injured one of her ankles a bit. She went back to her regular size and I quickly went to pull her away from the giant villain. I doubt he's already knocked out. If she aimed for his head then maybe he'd be, but this is good enough. Best Jeanist and Kamui got to work quickly, both of them entangling Makia in a great amount of wood and cloth. She looked up at me. What the fuck was that? She asked, enraged by how I treated her. Although, I think she's still quite pleased. That attack was witnessed by a lot of people. It will raise her popularity quite a bit. I bet she'll call it something stupid, like Star Cannon or something like that. Oh well, I hope Rumi won't get mad that I have a combination move with Lady and not with her. I also promised her to keep it easy with the hero work. That's 2 things she can beat me around for. I could feel my watch vibrating angrily, as my forehead started to fill with sweat. It seems that Rumi's watching television. I quickly took Lady to a helicopter and landed. I responded as quickly as I could. Yes. I tried not to show any fear. I think that's what you're supposed to do when faced with a predator. Sir. Are you the yellow flash? I guess I should start looking at the number before responding. This wasn't Rumi's phone, he also seemed quite young, probably a fan or something. But his voice sounded a bit panicked. Yeah, what happened? My curiosity got the better of me. As I spoke to this person, Makia started trying to get up. He started shaking his hands in an attempt to break all of the wood and fabric holding him down. But I just raised a few more light spikes out of the ground. Piercing his hands and legs in more places and making sure he wouldn't be able to move. Villains have attacked UA. What? Chapter 85, Objectives and Confusion. ____POV Toshinori _____. Walking to UA wasn't exactly something I got used to. Sure, I've been working here for about a year, and I've been teaching here for a few weeks. But it still feels a bit strange. It shouldn't feel strange, I've long come to accept my current condition. As helpless as I feel from time to time, my time is running out. The fact that I'm teaching at UA signifies that I already started relying on the next generation. Young Midoriya is still growing and, by Gran Torino's words, his progress is steady and plentiful at the same time. For me, it's hard to gauge it properly, since I never had problems controlling one for all. There's also my colleague. Young Allan. He is a strange person. Without a doubt powerful, I still have some difficulties keeping a straight face when speaking to him. His age has stopped bothering me at this point. Since we've been working for a year already. But his strength is simply inhuman. He could handle all for one so easily. It was simply terrifying. But I also regret feeling this way about it. He isn't the type of person that would ever hurt anyone innocent. All for one's quirk still being around is also not a calming thought. All for one's actions that day were extremely strange. Allan might not realize this since he doesn't know the villain. But I can tell. He was acting strangely the entire fight. At any point, he could have tried to teleport away. As for rescuing the person in the armored car, I'm sure All for One would never care more for another person than he would for his own life. He went out that day prepared to die. And he tried to take down Allan as well. Using that strange drug was a desperate move, but the villain was trying to ensure that Allan would die that day. I still don't understand All for One's motives completely. But that person is always planning something. A frontal assault simply isn't his style. No, I should stop worrying about the dead. His quirk is the only thing I need to worry about now. Since another person already inherited it, it means another powerful villain for us to worry about. Whoever that person is, they need to be either captured or taken down. In the past, I would never accept the notion of killing a villain. All for One was different, I was driven by revenge. But nowadays, I think that sometimes it's safer to make sure some villains aren't allowed to live. It might be due to the influence Allan has on me. Allan himself doesn't care much for the lives of villains, but he doesn't kill needlessly. The thing that makes him even more different from me is that he doesn't seem to hesitate when taking a life. Both the bridge incident and his fight with All for One showed me that he wasn't bothered by displaying his strength in that way. Well, he certainly doesn't ever act bothered after taking a life. But all of his psychological tests had come out normal. There was nothing wrong with him in that sense. If there was, he wouldn't have been allowed to become a hero. I still don't know what to think about that aspect of his. In a way, it's good for him to be decisive. But someone as young as him being so. While deep in thought, I managed to reach the door to Nizu's office. Nizu himself also has many of my worries. But he seems to be able to calm himself down much more easily. I entered and had my usual conversation with Nizu. Talking about classes and students. Right now, I have to teach Class 1B. I'll likely do team fights again. It's a good enough exercise, and they've also been improving a lot. Right now, I dressed in my hero costume and headed out to their classroom. Only buffing up when reaching the hallway that had their classroom. Thankfully, the hallways are always empty now. I am here, to teach you about teamwork. It doesn't matter how many times I do it. People still get excited when seeing it. I didn't waste much time and told them to wear their hero costumes. We all met at the bus taking us to the exam site. That's when it happened. A black portal appeared in the middle of the road in front of the bus. The students, that were assembling in an orderly line, were all startled and recoiled backwards. This warp quirk looks exactly like the one at USJ. I have seen the recordings of that incident. But the one who used it had been put in a coma and captured by Allan. He was put under heavy restraints and the police made sure he was guarded. That meant they must have attacked the hospital recently. Out of the portal came a strange man wearing a suit. He had white hair and eyes, well-defined jawline and an appropriately sized nose. The smoke forming the portal came from his sleeves. As he stepped out, more and more people started coming out. There were 7 of them in total. They all looked strange, they were certainly villains. I could recognize 1 or 2 people. One of them was a politician even. This was not going to be a pleasant situation. The other was the CEO of a company somewhere in this prefecture. The rest weren't people I recognized. They all looked strong in their own right. These weren't people that students should be facing. But the situation got even worse. Out of the portal came hundreds and hundreds of villains. This wasn't looking too good. ____POV narration _____. The alarm quickly went off, alerting every single teacher and student about the emergency. The teachers should be busy evacuating the students for now. Nizu should have pulled the camera feed already, he should be able to see what's happening clearly. But, for some reason, all phone communications were cut off. Nizu tried different means of contacting other heroes, but he couldn't do much from his desk. They also took down the internet shortly after. In the end, all of the teachers needed to help protect the students that couldn't make it in time to evacuate. Majima quickly released all of the zero-pointers and exam robots he had at his disposal. He made them occupy the weaker villains. This was a temporary solution at best. All Might was currently fighting 5 of the stronger-looking people. They were likely leaders of this group. The one in the suit stood back, observing the situation and transporting more and more villains to this place. They were likely reaching 1,000 at this point. The leaders all looked strange. One of them seemed to have dead skin attached to his body, while another was wearing a stylish coat with a black top hat, a feather sticking out of it. Another had some type of ice manipulation quirk, he was wearing a heavy coat in autumn. One had long black hair, he seemed to be able to shape objects into humans and manipulate them. Those 4, alongside the CEO and the politician, who were both just riling up the crowd of fighting villains. All Might seemed to be having some trouble, but he managed to hold back the villains enough to let the students escape. The one in the suit didn't seem all too interested in the students, not even glancing at them. The students still needed to fight their way out of the bigger villain group. They were outnumbered to horrible proportions. Ibara and Naijuru were doing fine, so was Tetsu and Monoma. Most students were fighting with surprising skill. One of them softened up the ground and caught about 100 villains in his makeshift swamp. His quirk was great for this situation since the villains were all packed together. All of the students together managed to break out of the encirclement. But the symbol of peace was having a rough time. While he could handle the fire and ice, he was starting to get a bit annoyed at the number of puppets one of them was creating. The one with the feathered hat also couldn't get too close, the shockwaves were keeping him at bay. The CEO also decided to step into the fight. His hand turned black and enlarged Ned he swiped it at All Might, who just punched it away. But that gave an opening to the villain wielding fire to burn the back of the symbol of peace. Thankfully, the suit he was wearing was somewhat resistant to heat. And the cape was made out of a great insulator, it made his costume hard to burn and by extension, his skin too. The man in the suit was just staring at All Might. He seemed to be analyzing the situation. While the leaders were fighting All Might, the teachers were starting to head towards their location. Aizawa saw Monoma running in the opposite direction. He quickly threw his phone at the student. "Call Allan quickly." Since the students were heading away from the site, they should also leave the area with the jammer. Everything will be fine if he gets here in time, was the thought going through his head. He already knew that Allan was preoccupied with the giant villain he was apprehending. But that had never stopped him from responding to other calls. Now, all they needed to do was hold on till the reinforcements arrived. Chapter 86, Desperation in Call. ____POV narration _____. By now, most students have already left the school grounds. Most of them were still hoping this was a drill. But since every teacher was currently running towards the place, you can guess just how much that made them panic. Right now, all Hero Course students from year 2 and 3 were debating going back in and helping. All of them had provisional licenses, so they decided to go in. They didn't fully know the situation, but it didn't seem ordinary, as the teachers all seemed to be panicking to some extent. But while they were debating whether to go in or not, a few hundred villains made their way to the gates. This was bad news for the students, it meant that the teachers were losing. The Hero Course students quickly intercepted them. Shoto managing to flash freeze at least 100 of them in an instant. Although, he needed to take a break to defrost afterwards. Bakugo also decided to jump in the middle of them and blow up everything he could see. Meanwhile, Nijire blew a lot of them away with a few well-placed waves. Tamaki also started smashing away at them with his tentacles. Mirio was like a naked mole, phasing in and out of the ground and taking villains by surprise. With all of the students present, led by the big three, they managed to defeat the group of villains quite easily. Most of the fearful students had already run off. Some were still trying to run out of the jammer quirk's range. The students of the Hero Course decided to go in, especially since the teachers were likely getting overwhelmed by the attackers. And they weren't wrong. The situation was looking a lot worse for the teachers. They were currently surrounded by thousands of villains. The size of the army of villains was unreal, to the point where the heroes were even needed to fight, although he didn't do so directly, only resorting to manually controlling the jam defense system. The teachers were all getting pressured. Midnight's suit was already mostly ripped, the teachers were all wearing special masks to resist her aroma. She managed to put to sleep quite a few of them. Snipe was even running out of bullets at this point. Cementos also wasn't having it easy, bringing buildings down on villains left him exhausted. Mixed Throat was already hurting badly, Vlad was almost passing out. Out of every single robot that Majima released, only the 0-pointers were still holding on. But they were all getting swarmed by villains. Aizawa was stuck assisting All Might, who was currently injured. The man in the suit also decided to join the fight sometime before. He seemed to be taunting All Might, he had released a few air cannons towards the hero every time he got close to defeating an opponent. In a sense, the students saved the day in that situation. As explosions and flames broke through the encirclement of the villains. Shoto obviously decided to use his flames without holding back, this wasn't the time where he could play around. He and Bakugo were the ones with the most explosive entrances. Nijire was also crushing villains into the ground with her waves. Not everyone had quirks suited for group fights, so they couldn't get that many of them. While the Hero Course students were coming to the aid of the teachers. Monoma was running away at great speeds. He had copied Ida's quirk to increase the ground he could cover. His calves were already burned badly by the motors. But he still kept running and dialing the number Aizawa gave him. He was doing his best to complete the task that the teacher had given him. All Might already has a hunch as for who the person leader of these people is. The signature air cannon gave it away. He was clearly All for One's inheritor. The person they were fearing came at the worst time possible. No one was expecting this attack. Nizu might have said that such a thing was possible, but no one thought they would attack it twice in a row. They certainly had an objective here. And by the intensity of which they were attacking All Might, it was quite clear that their reasons for coming here had something to do with him. They were likely after his life, to succeed where the short-lived League of Villains had failed. All for One's inheritor decided to finally get this over with. His fingers turning black and extending into the back of the symbol of peace. While that happened, the blue fire-wielding villain decided to release another concentrated stream of fire towards the hero. But he didn't manage to do anything of the sort, as Aizawa cancelled his quirk. The puppet-making villain also had his quirk cancelled for 1 second, turning every doll into unmoving statues that the villain needed to touch again. The one with the feathered hat was restrained by Aizawa when he first arrived here. Cementos was also quick to encase him in cement. Snipe also managed to shoot down the politician. He was hiding in a crowd and enticing the villains. But Snipe found him easily due to his strange equipment. That mask that was enhancing the volume of his voice. That was at least 2 of the leaders down. But the others were still just as annoying. The CEO was one of the more annoying ones. Right now, his entire body was black and bulging with muscles. He took quite a few punches from All Might, but he kept getting up. But now, that the one in the suit got involved, the situation turned even worse. The students and teachers were holding on against the thousands of villains that were still coming out of the portal, but All Might was already getting tired. Having his back pierced certainly didn't help. How unsightly of you, All Might. His tone was familiar to the hero, it held a strange hatred and familiarity. Who are you? What is your objective? Asked All Might, wanting to confirm his suspicion. How sad. You can't even recognize me anymore. Did you think I'd die so easily? All Might's face instantly turned white. This wasn't just All for One's inheritor, this was All for One himself. His voice had changed, so did his body, but the way he spoke remained the same. The problem here was that All for One was now healthy, whilst he was still injured and on a timer. As to how exactly All for One managed to remain alive after all of that. It's hard to tell, but if All Might were to guess, it probably had something to do with All for One's quirk being transferred to this person. Things were looking worse and worse. But not for long. As Monoma finally managed to get outside the range of the jammer quirk. He was quite a few kilometers away from UA. His legs were charred by the amount of heat the engines exuded. But he managed to make the phone call in the end. Chapter 87, Struggle and Arrival. What do you mean? Who is attacking it? How many villains are there? I asked in a hurried tone. They came out of a portal. There was a quirk interfering with phone signals. I ran away to call you, but villains were still coming out when I left. The voice sounded tired and desperate. Okay, I'll be there soon. I'll just wrap things up here. You should rest for now. I said in a resolute tone. I could just hear a sigh of relief right before I hung up. I certainly wasn't expecting the phone call. If UA is being attacked, I should probably hurry up. Makia was nowhere near done. Since Empty Lady at most only broke a few bones with her dropkick. I could see him breaking his restraints. Even the light spikes holding staking him to the ground were cracking. But I don't have any more time to play around with him. I flew up and waved my hand at him. Sending 4 flying blades of light directed at his limbs. He had no way to actually dodge them, he didn't have much speed. At least not compared to me. His limbs were quickly cut off. Leaving him with only a torso and his head. All we need for interrogation. Best Jeanist and Kamui looked shocked at the way I handled this. UA is being attacked. I'll have to go. You guys deal with stuff here. Saying that I quickly departed, sending 4 lasers towards the bleeding stumps of the giant villain. During the wounds closed with surgical precision. It's just to make things easier for the people apprehending him. Since he doesn't have any regeneration quirks. I made it to UA in less than a second. I could see a lot of people running in the opposite direction. I could also sense a group made out of students and teachers trying to hold on against thousands of villains. The one that called me likely ran away early on, he didn't realize the number of villains would grow to this size. Most of the students were injured. Some of them were unconscious. Bakugo was out of the fight, he looked dehydrated. Shoto was still freezing and burning villains, with sweat covering his body. Izuku was trying his best to dwindle the number of villains. But more and more were coming out of the portal. Naijiro was breaking necks and trying his best to keep the villains away from their circle. Shinso was controlling Giton, the ice quirk user of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Although, I don't really know what they call themselves now. There's less of them, and Redestro and Trumpet, the CEO and the politician were both acting weirdly. Almost robotic. All of the former high-ranking members of the Meta Liberation Army were acting the same. Ochako and Ida were down for the count, Tsuyu was pulling the downed students back in the circle. So was Tamaki. Mina threw her acid towards the large mob of villains while Toru was sneaking between them. A bit dangerous, but Toru was a bit outside her range. Nijire was still flying around, some parts of her suit were ripped and there were cuts on her skin. Mirio seemed tireless. Flying out of the ground and beating up villains left and right. Tetsu and Kirishima were somehow still holding on. Their endurance is better than a lot of their classmates. The teachers were no better than them. Vlad was missing a hand, but still fighting with fervor. Mick's throat was bleeding, his vocal cords weren't exactly intact. Midnight was also in a dire state, most male villains couldn't really get close to her. But since her allies were near her she couldn't use her aroma effectively. Though, the teachers were wearing protective gear against that. Cementos was downed. He was missing both an arm and a leg. Snipe was in melee mode, he was clearly out of ammunition. Recovery Girl was running around left and right, trying her best to stabilize everyone's condition. 13 was still holding on, mainly because she was ripping apart any villain in front of her, to the point where they were afraid to come near her. But she seemed to be frantic and scared. She doesn't really like harming people, but she's a hero, so she'll be fine either way. I could also see hundreds of destroyed robots littering the ground. Including 0-pointers. Aizawa was likely in the worst state out of all of them. His body was covered in burns. Both of his arms were broken, with bones sticking out of them. One of his legs were crushed and one of his eyes were gouged out. Overall, the situation was looking a lot worse than I had anticipated. It was infuriating. To see all of my friends and colleagues in this state. The villains stopped coming out of the portal. But there were around 20,000 of them. Excluding the ones that were taken down by the students and teachers. Then there was All Might. He was missing an arm, and he was out of gas, reverting to his weakened state. Thankfully, the students couldn't really see him properly, at least not all of them. It would have made them lose all of their morale. The white-haired man in front of him seemed to be the cause of that. I could see his hand swell up. About to release an air cannon right into All Might's chest. I flew in front of him. Kicking him away into a random building. It was one of the gyms of this school. It seemed to collapse on top of him. I looked at All Might. I'll take it from here. He looked up at me, eyes regaining their vitality. He's all for one. He was tired, he simply fainted after saying those words. I guess he was in no state to fight a revived All for One. I could hear Nijire screaming, "Allan is here." Most of the students that were still awake seemed to calm down a bit. I quickly picked up All Might and flew in their direction. I think he already lost One for All, he needs to get there to get checked out by Recovery Girl. The students saw me carrying a skinny man that was wearing All Might's costume. They seemed a bit confused, but most of them released a sigh of relief when seeing me. Izuku seemed horrified at All Might's appearance. So did most teachers that were awake. The villains seemed to have a different reaction compared to the students. Most of them looking fearful and recoiling at my sudden appearance. I looked over the students and what remained of the teachers. You all should rest. I pulled every single person back into the circle they had formed using light tentacles. I created clones and made them carry off the more critically injured students and teachers. I'll have to make these third-rate villains pay for what they've done. I don't plan on holding back at all. Chapter 88, The Army. Looking around, there were a lot of villains to deal with. Some people I could recognize, like Dobby and even some of the lieutenants of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Even Mr. Compress was around, but he was already dealt with by the teachers. Giton, the ice user wearing a heavy winter coat, also was captured by Shinso. He first brainwashed him. Then Juzo, of Class 1B, softened the ground to the point where only his head was left outside. So that was 3 people taken care of. Him, Trumpet, who is the politician that can incite people, and Mr. Compress. The guy in a suit, who All Might called All for One before fainting, was still under the collapsed gym. At least that's what my perception tells me. Although, I'm sure he's gotten Kurogiri's warp gate quirk. Kurogiri still hasn't woken up since Shigaraki's capture and the former All for One's fall. I had my doubts that All for One was well and truly dead. But now I can be quite sure. This guy has supposedly just inherited that quirk for a few weeks at most. If he wasn't the original All for One, then arranging all of this in less than a week would have been impossible. Still, I can't really remember if he had any quirk to help him with that. Or maybe the original All for One carries his consciousness, much like One for All carries the consciousness of every person that held it. Regardless, I'll make sure that he dies today. Again. There were also some people I can't really recognize. It can't be helped, after all, this wasn't supposed to be the time they were introduced. It's also quite clear that they weren't as big as in the show. I remember they were supposed to have around 1,000 members, with Shigaraki leading them all. Now they were around 22,000, it's quite surprising that the teachers and students could deal with 2,000 villains. But enough about that, I don't really have enough time to reminisce about the way the events were supposed to happen before my interference. I could sense All for One teleporting out of the wreckage of the collapsed building. He was now somewhere above the rest of the villains, looking down at me. I decided to ignore him for now, I'll deal with him later. I want to deal with the small fry first. I look at the group of villains as light engulfed me. It was like a blinding flash of light, out of it I came, wearing my costume. Although it was made out of solid light. It was only flexible because I controlled it while moving. So. Why is none of you guys attacking me? I asked towards the group of villains. They seemed to recoil at that question. If some of them didn't recognize me without my suit, then they definitely did now. You all seemed quite eager when fighting the students and outnumbered teachers. Where's your courage now? I asked with a sarcastic smile on my face. One lieutenant decided to speak up. He was Skeptic, the person that can create and control human-shaped puppets. He's only one person. There is nothing to fear. He tried to calm down their army, Redestro was too stressed out to give a speech right now. That's how his quirk worked, his body turned black when faced with certain negative emotions. Right now, his entire body was black. So he was in no state to give a speech about anything. Dobby seemed to want to get rid of me and the remaining people. He tried to release a stream of blue fire in our direction. But such an attack wouldn't work too well, I didn't even have to do anything, 13 just absorbed it all with one hand. I guess she's a great reason as to why they were able to hold on for so long. Most ranged attacks are nullified by her. Her costume was made to withstand great temperatures, so it wasn't in any danger of breaking apart. Although the attack failed, the rest of the villains were still encouraged by it. It seems that action is a great motivator for them. I guess I should also act then. Out of me came about 100 clones. Each of them grew to immense sizes. I gave them the shape of the parent again. But I made them twice the size as last time. I wasn't exactly planning on trying to capture all of them. If they survived, that's fine, but if they died, tough luck. I don't care. The giants moved at speeds impossible to replicate by either the regular members or the lieutenants. They weren't dealing with students on the entrance exam, so there was no need to go easy on anyone. The only person I'll leave alive purposefully is Dobby. Mainly because I want Endeavor to get a wake-up call. The giants all smashed their fists into the ground, creating a shockwave so strong that they blew away most of the surrounding buildings. Most of them were already in disrepair due to the constant fighting. But now there wasn't even any sign of rubble. I also created a screen of see-through light to protect us from it. The giants only needed around 3 seconds to wipe out over half of their numbers. Lieutenants or not, if they were in the range of the giants they were as good as dead. The speed at which they moved outside their teleportation was also almost instant. It gave their attacks a lot more weight. It was to the point where they were creating earthquakes. They kept teleporting around and smashing the ground repeatedly, without any care for the ants they were stepping on and crushing under their fists. All for One tried to stop them. He released air cannons left and right. But all of his attacks just passed through the giants. So did the attacks of anyone that could react in time. I made the giants purposefully ignore the old villain. He doesn't really like being disregarded, but he should be used to it. I don't plan on giving him any respect. All for one still didn't try to escape. Which only means that he still has something up his sleeve. I wouldn't have let him get away regardless. To form a gate and pass through it takes around 1 second. 1 second is more than enough time for me to dismember and impale him repeatedly. I never displayed my true speed while fighting him in the past. I mostly kept myself to his level. But I don't feel like doing that today. The regular members of the army were quick to fall. None of them was strong enough to withstand more than one hit from the giants. This was no longer a fight, it was a massacre. Just one. Chapter 89, Timely Arrival and Plan. ______POV Izuku _______. By the time I and the rest of the students got here, the situation already looked bad. There's no doubt on my mind that the villains are playing around with the teachers. If they all attack together, there would be no way for them to hold on for so long. Or maybe it's the combination of Midnight's aroma and 13's black hole that kept them away. Cementos was also really efficient in capturing the villains without body-strengthening quirks. There were too many of them. All Might wasn't in our line of sight. But he's definitely fighting, we can hear and feel the shockwaves coming from their direction. Only the flying senior could see them properly. Although she was a bit busy pushing villains away and crushing them into the ground. Keeping our ground was really important right now, we don't have a way of knowing how many of them there are. They also keep coming out of that portal. It's eerily similar to the one from USJ. But I thought he was apprehended. We still can't contact anyone with our phones. Some of us still keep trying to call the police. But it seems like we still haven't found the person jamming the signal. Maybe it's a piece of equipment. But you would need something big to cover the entire school grounds. All we can see are villains, no equipment besides weapons and some armor. The first years seem to be holding on. Most of us are just using the line of defense of the teachers to take potshots at the villains. It won't work forever. When they realize that Midnight can't really use her quirk as effectively, they will attack again. But that weakness won't exist for long. Momo has already started making gas masks for every student present. That, coupled with putting up shields around some of the parts we can't cover properly, pretty much takes her out of the fight. She's already stretching the limits of the number of lipids she should be consuming. But, for now, we need to hold on. Monoma is still running away to call Allan. Allan's ability is really great against big numbers of tightly packed opponents. Ida volunteered to go and call him, but Monoma told him to remain here and help the others. There wasn't much time to speak, as he just copied Ida's quirk and ran off. Many things happened, our line of defense shrunk further and further. Midnight could only release so much aroma, at this point, she was on her last breath. The rest of the teachers were all hurt seriously. The villains were like a pack of hyenas, all it took was a second's distraction, and they pounced with a hunger that managed to scare some of the students away. Not everyone remained in our circle. Even with the efforts of the upper-class students and Tsuyu, many of the students panicked and ran off. We don't know what happened to them. Cementos was already down. We couldn't do anything besides separate the villains from him and pull him in our circle. Aoyama can no longer shoot lasers, he's bleeding a lot too. He overused his quirk to this point. Shoji had 3 of his arms cut off, 2 other were broken. Aizawa is already on his last breath. Just as the villains were about to push us and break the last of our defenses. Our flying senior shouted, "Allan's here." It was all it took, all of us were motivated even further. In the next seconds, we could hear a powerful bang. Then Allan came into our view. He isn't looking lax like usual. I have never seen him like this before. He may not realize this. But he looks a lot more bloodthirsty than the most heinous villain in that army. His bloodthirst seems even stronger than Stain's. The villains certainly felt it too, some of them almost fainted from it. But, seeing All Might in that state made my stomach churn. He was filled with injuries, missing an arm, his body covered in blood. I was left speechless. Allan was quick to take all of the severely injured people away from this place. It was almost like they teleported away. Then the fight restarted. It was no longer dominated by the villains. Allan seemed to change into his costume instantly. The giants he created this time were a lot bigger than the ones in the entrance exam, they were also much faster. I couldn't even follow them with my eyes. As soon as the fight started, it also ended. It was so quick, it was almost funny. Although most of us were glad, we couldn't bring ourselves to celebrate. Most were too tired for that. Most of us also saw the state of the symbol of peace, although it didn't register for everybody yet. Some of the students obviously realized it. Then the leader seemed to appear in front of Allan, signifying that this battle wasn't over yet. ____POV Allan _____. By the time All for One landed in front of me, most of his army was gone. Either unconscious, dead or on their way there. Dobby was the only one that I purposefully kept alive. All for One didn't look too panicked by the way his army fell. It was a bit odd. Even if his plan didn't include the giant army of villains, it still took some effort to gather that many people. Although, he didn't really gather them himself. I looked him in the eyes. If it isn't the walking corpse. Have you come to die again? Or maybe you have different plans? I said mockingly. The only reason I'm even speaking to this scum is to calm myself a bit. My anger is still in full throttle. And I reckon it's about to get a lot worse. The one dying this time will be you. Sure thing, idiot, keep dreaming. So, what's your plan exactly? I asked, my mocking smile never leaving my face. Well, it's quite simple really. He took out a phone and showed me a video. I can only assume it's a live feed. It showed a darkened room, tied to a chair was the figure of a beaten and unconscious woman. Her hair was white, her skin was tanned. She was missing her rabbit ears. Her quirk was quite interesting, she put up quite a fight against my subordinates. He kept going, but I was no longer listening to anything he said. Rumi is strong, she should be fine. Were always my thoughts. No. I shouldn't feel responsible for this. She would likely take it as an insult. But why didn't she try to give a signal or anything? Jammer quirk. The same one that attacked Tartaros. Regardless of how he did this. A lot of revenge is in order. I'm sure she's not going to have anything against that. Chapter 90, Rescue and Beatdown. I stared at the man in front of me. He was likely hoping for me to fly into a rage and attack him, leaving myself open. Even if I did attack him, he wouldn't be able to react in time to counter me. So. That's your plan? I was wondering why you were so confident in yourself. I said through gritted teeth. Restraining myself is a bit hard, but if I could find out where Rumi is then I can rescue her quickly. If you attack me or try to stop me in any capacity. I will give you an option, hero. You will either choose to save the one you love. Or the people you are protecting right now. He said with a devious smile on his face. I guess I can't really react in any other way now. I was curious about where his confidence came from, but it seems he just thinks he's invincible. Him attacking Rumi is something he will die for, but now he's also using her as a bargaining chip. Which is just insulting to her as a hero. It also seems that he has taken her quirk away. Something I don't want to think about right now. 30 seconds. That's all the time you have left to choose. I will attack the students after that. If you intercept me then the person you love most will die. He looked so smug while explaining his master plan. Too bad he's nothing but a wrinkly old fuck desperately clinging to his life. He said he'd wait 30 seconds. Well, all I need is 3. I disappeared in the eyes of the students and the villain. In 1 second, I circled the country of Japan about 7 times. My perception covering the maximum range I could handle without fainting. The amount of information entering my head was hard to imagine. It was hard to filter it out. Having a body certainly isn't fun sometimes. I found Rumi eventually, she was in a random warehouse on the other side of the country. She was still unconscious, her injuries were heavy, but not life-threatening. All for One took care that she wouldn't die so he could use her as a captive. In the same warehouse, there was 2 other people. One of them was a reporter that used to be a leader of the Meta Liberation Army. Her quirk should be something to do with explosions, can't really remember every detail about her. She did appear in some of the worlds I observed during my time in the Starfield. That's the only reason I still know some of the people around in this world. Although, I didn't really bother remembering just about everybody. Like the person that was by her side. He was quite tall, with well-defined muscles. His costume isn't really that reminiscing of a villain's. He was wearing a purple, skin-tight bodysuit with black arrow-like markings across his chest, around his waist, and down the center of his thighs. It was a weird costume. He was also wearing a small cape. I didn't really have time to waste on either of them. I just smashed them into the ground and encased Rumi in a ball of light. I placed All for One subordinates in front of the camera and melted them together. I then quickly took off, flying away with Rumi to the nearest hospital. As much as I want to stay with her, I still needed to run back and kill All for One. Not even 3 seconds have passed, but he should have realized that I was up to something. And would you look at that? I was right. When I arrived, he was just about to release an air cannon towards the tired students and teachers. They had little ways to dodge that attack. Me appearing in front of it was not a difficult task. Putting up a giant barrier was also instant. His plan apparently relied on me being a lot slower than I actually am. He looked at me with a bit of frustration. I guess he hasn't realized just how grave the situation is for him. Is that it, old guy? Did you have enough fun yet? I said in a simple tone. Although I didn't put much of an effort into hiding the anger in my expression. He had the gall to snort in my direction. It seems that getting rid of you will be a bit harder. You even gave up on your loved ones. His face showed scorn. I'll let him finish speaking before wiping that smugness off of his face. Say, how does it feel? Knowing that the person you love most is dying and you cannot do anything about it. His smile was really demented. He's likely under the impression that he will still be able to escape regardless of what happens. Either relying on Kurogiri's warp gate or on his other teleportation quirks. Otherwise, he wouldn't even try to pull off this stunt. He's trying to make me suffer as payback for me humiliating and killing him on live television. He seemed to be waiting for an anguished response from me. But I just smiled. Why don't you try looking at that live feed for a second time? He looked confused for a second. But that confusion instantly turned into panic. He probably wasn't expecting this type of outcome. This can't be. You can even warp. His confusion wasn't gone completely, it seems. Although I could see him preparing to warp away. I appeared in front of him. Not giving him any time to react. Spikes started coming out of my body, easily impaling him. But that wasn't all. I used that second of shock to grab him by the neck and throw him in the air. The spikes remained lodged in his body, not giving him the opportunity to heal properly. I hope you weren't expecting to leave this place alive. I said in a dark tone. I don't really care whether or not I look like a hero in front of the students anymore. He is going to die. This wasn't debatable. It's impossible to make him give Rumi her quirk back. Asking that would just make him try to use it against me. I'll have to ask scientists to make a proper copy of his DNA after his death. I'll try to tell them as much as I know of Kyudai's methods. It's a sorry attempt at giving Rumi her quirk back, but it's all I've got now. He seemed to have given up on simply escaping. He stopped in midair and faced me. He looked quite angry, but that little frustration he's feeling is only the beginning. His fingers turned black and extended in my direction. I just appeared above him, both of his hands fell off, cleanly cut off by the light around them. I also punched him into the ground, not using much of my speed in the attack. But it was still enough to form a small crater and raise a cloud of dust around him. I could hear him laugh a bit. It seems that I am physically stronger than you. My stamina is also much better. He was about to continue. But I wasn't planning on listening to his bullcrap. Shut up. I'm really not interested in this conversation. He scowled a bit. But. Are you sure you are stronger than me? I asked him in a straightforward manner. Humph, it seems you aren't that perceptive. In a head-on confrontation, I would overpower you easily. He was trying to wind me up, hoping that I would start fighting like All Might. Well, if that's what he wants. Speed is weight. I appeared in front of him. Raising my leg to the side. Have you ever experienced light speed kick? I said with a lazy smile. I replaced my leg with a light construct. I brought my leg into his face at the greatest speed I could. He was sent flying off. Almost turning into a laser himself. I could see that his head was completely caved in. But he won't die just from that. I'll let him recover a bit. After all, I've only just begun. Chapter 91, One-Sided. I looked at All for One, as his head regenerated to its usual shape. The shockwave of my kick blew away every dead or knocked out villain from around us. Leaving us with some open space. The students and teachers remaining were also pushed back by it. Most of them seemed to have already relaxed after seeing my first exchange with All for One. Mirio even sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Nijire was the same, she lay on the ground like it was a comfortable bed. She must have used her quirk a lot, her stamina was pretty much depleted. The students were all starting to imitate Mirio and Nijire. Realizing that the situation was pretty much done. It would have been better if they evacuated this place. But I'm guessing they are too tired for that. The majority of them seem on the verge of passing out. Not that it matters, All for One barely seems to be able to think straight. He just tried to sneak off by using one of his warp quirks. But I just fired a laser at him and blew him away. Somehow, I still feel that he has something up his sleeve. I just doubt he would have shown up with just that. Not that it matters. All for One, why aren't you fighting back? Didn't you claim to be stronger than me? I asked him in a mocking tone. He didn't react much. His mind must be going on overdrive, thinking of ways to escape. I appeared in front of him once more. This time, I just turned my hand into a laser and pierced his left lung. Burning the wound closed as my fist passed through it, making him unable to heal it. After taking my hand out, I could see that he was swinging his at me. I didn't even bother dodging, he was too slow after all. Before his hand even got close to hitting me, I kicked him in the chin, sending him flying upwards. After all, even with all of the physical boosting quirks he has gathered, he could still only reach a tenth of the speed of light. And that was with trigger. Which is impressive, sure. But it's nowhere near enough to even touch me, let alone fight me. I don't feel like showing off today, last time was more of a ceremony than a fight too. This is more akin to torture. While he was in midair, I appeared behind him. My leg was already preparing to kick him back into the ground. His body barely reacted at all, although, I could see his eyes following my leg, looking on helplessly. He likely has a quirk similar to Nizu's high spec, allowing him to think faster than he can move. It usually means he can respond better during fights. But it's quite useless now. I could see traces of reactions, but they were so delayed they might as well not have been there. He was sent flying towards the ground. Anyone else would have died just from the speed he's traveling with, but he can survive it. I let him have a soft landing on the cold concrete. Soft as in it shook the ground like an earthquake and fragmented it to the point where it was unrecognizable, creating a crater big enough to fit 100 more All for Ones. There weren't a lot more villains flying away due to the shockwaves, most of the villains were already blown away earlier. I also kicked him away from the students, to affect them less. I let All for One recover slowly. Every time he attempted to use any type of warp quirk, one of his hands would be blown away or he would be impaled on a spike. His perforated lung also affected some of his other abilities. He had no way to heal it now. His arm grew to inhuman sizes, reminding me of our first fight. His legs also seemed to be filled with unusual strength. He jumped towards me at unexpected speeds. He combined all of the strengthening quirks he has available, which means this bastard is actually using Rumi's quirk against me. Before his hand even came close to me, all of his fingers were bent in unusual ways. I danced around him at my greatest speed, to the point where even a simple touch would bend and break his enhanced bones. I obviously covered my arm in light before touching him. I didn't want to injure myself too much. After a few seconds, most of his bones were either cracked or sticking out of his body unnaturally. He seemed to be holding back a pained gasp. He should have some pain-numbing quirks. I think Gigantomachia was completely unable to feel pain. I looked at his broken form, with a glint of pleasure in my eye. Were you also expecting this type of outcome, All for One? I asked him, as he was putting his bones back in their place. It was a possibility, one I thought improbable. To think you held back this much on our first confrontation. His voice didn't hold as much vigor as before. Seeing him crushed to this extent does put a smile on my face. During our little exchange, he couldn't even do anything to fight back. I almost pity him. Too bad that slither of pity is really overshadowed by my hatred for him. After all, anger always transforms into hatred. The transformation might have been a bit fast, but it's there. Maybe I was overestimating him a bit when thinking he has something else in his sleeve. I doubt anything he could pull off would even be anything more than a mild inconvenience. All for One sat down, looking shocked and confused. Things weren't supposed to go this way. His voice was really pathetic. This wasn't even enjoyable anymore. I am a bit curious now. How exactly did you gather this many people in these few weeks? I asked. Although, I can already guess his answer. The way the high-ranking members carried themselves spoke for itself. It was probably some sort of mind-controlling quirk. Although, I don't really remember him having anything of the sort. Oh well, a lot of what's happening can be summed up as the butterfly effect. The influence I had on the events in this world is impossible to overlook. All for One gaining a mind-controlling quirk is not that big a surprise compared to everything else that has been happening. Unfortunately for him, he decided not to respond to my question. He, once again, tried to warp himself away. Likely hoping I was somehow distracted by my own curiosity. Too bad for him, I sent another laser through his liver. Leaving him with another wound he can't heal momentarily. The pain made him flinch a bit, but he tried to keep going. So I decided to just explode him away, again. The mist of the warp quirk wasn't fast enough to help him at all. I appeared in front of him again. You know. It's rude to ignore someone when he's speaking to you. I said in a matter-of-fact tone. I know, a bit hypocritical coming from me. But I can't help mocking him when possible. He looked like he had given up. Just laying on the ground and looking up. Chapter 92, All for One Side. ____POV all for one _____. Things weren't supposed to go this way. I have prepared for this extensively, preparing for most possibilities that I could come up with. Just to see it all be for nothing. I detest the man in front of me. Even now, he is playing around with me, like a predator playing around with its food. It's infuriating. Ever since Kyudai managed to transfer my quirk into a decent vessel, I've been working towards two goals. One of them being, to put an end to the hero society that has only been growing more brazen as of recent. It's a hindrance, to say the least. All of these self-righteous and weak individuals going around pretending to be heroes. Playing around like children in a park. Killing the symbol of peace will be the easier part of this plan. He is already a shell of his former self. Pathetic beyond recognition. My second objective was revenge. Something petty that I always thought myself above. But it has clouded my judgment to the point of blindness. I can now see the results of my impatience. I failed to realize the strength of the enemy I was planning on taking down. The Yellow Flash, the symbol of justice, both are childish titles given to a teen named Allan. But it seems that he lives up to them. Proving to be the only person to have actually managed to kill me. All Might was almost there, but he failed and almost died himself. Allan, however, was not even bothered by my presence. Not putting me in his eyes. It gave me a feeling of anger I had never felt before. The emotions of a lesser man, but I am ashamed to admit that they influenced me. The first step of my plan was annexing the army of villains and adding their numbers to my ever-growing list of subordinates. And it only went so smoothly due to the quirk I stole most recently. I don't know what the person that had it before called it. But the most appropriate name I could think of is Mind Maggot. It's quite simple really. I can spit a maggot out of my mouth. It latches on the target and burrows into their heads. Giving me complete control over the person. It's very straightforward with its limitations. The maggots are very slow, and they disappear over time. They usually start to dissolve in a week. During that time, the person afflicted by them might take back some semblance of control. Producing maggots also takes a perverse amount of stamina. To the point where even I, with my multitude of stamina-enhancing quirks, could feel the drain it caused. But it is a powerful ability nonetheless. Implanting the maggot in the heads of all of the leaders of the army was easy enough. The maggot would use the memories of the person it inhabited, allowing them to use the quirks of the people they inhabit too. It made the annexation of the army even easier. After I captured the army, a few decently powerful villains also joined in. Dobby, a person with a decently powerful fire quirk, and Mr. Compress, with the ability to minimize everything he touches and trap them in a small pearl of sorts. They were both going to be great pawns. I avoided using Mind Maggot on the two of them, not out of kindness. But due to the amount of stamina it took to maintain multiple people under my command. It took me a while to take over the entire army. But I was successful. The next part was taking the warp quirk of the Nomu named Kurojiri. I sent some people to find his whereabouts and prepared to rally the fodder for an all-out assault against the heroes. The first thing I needed was a distraction. And my ever-faithful former bodyguard was happy to provide it. He had been tasked to protect the laboratory, which he failed to do. He was caught in the explosion, but I managed to warp him out before he died. It did leave him in a coma for a while, but he will wake up in time. I left him near a city, somewhat near the prison where my pupil is being held. I cannot wait to taunt All Might with Tamira's true identity. His shock will be enjoyable to watch, as I murder him in front of the next generation he cares so dearly for. Gigantomachia managed to stir up enough trouble. It gave me time to attack the hospital where Kurojiri was being held. It wasn't a long affair. I just teleported in there and stole his quirk, although it did raise an alarm. I was not expecting the hero that responded to be the rumored lover of the Yellow Flash. It was not planned, using her as a bargaining chip sounded like a good decision. Capturing her was not difficult. I just crushed her under my right hand and stole her quirk. I didn't bother waiting after that. I used my newly acquired warp quirk to transport my hostage to a further location, leaving 2 subordinates to guard her, just in case. After doing that, I just started the assault on UA. Using 4 Nomas that had the same jammer quirk as the one that attacked Tartaros. It wasn't combined with anything else, but the range it was extending to was quite large. The whole point of this was to slow down response. It gave me time to trash the symbol of peace. He was diligently fighting the people under my command. The students were also running away in a pathetic state. Most were scared and restless, while others were fighting roughly. These were mere children after all. But even they could deal with some of the cannon fodder that formed this army. I didn't join in the fight against All Might at first. I wanted to see the state he was in, and I was right. He was pathetic, he couldn't even finish off a few weaklings. The people with maggots were decent, but they were all weaklings. More and more reinforcements came, students and teachers fought together. Watching them struggle helplessly against the overwhelming amount of villains I was continuously supplying them with was satisfying. But not as satisfying as the moment my fingers pierced All Might's abdomen. He was already tired, I couldn't help but gloat a bit. Crushing him was not difficult. He was straightforward and easy to predict, taking off his hand was all done in a quick exchange. He started deflating quickly after that. His appearance managed to amuse me greatly. So pitiful, so weak. Then, just as I was about to end All Might, Allan came and saved him. Predictable, but his end will come soon. Who will protect All Might after that? Well, simply put, things are horrendous. The army I gathered dying was fine, but what followed was truly what mattered the most. The precaution I had taken was useless. And the strength I was confident in was shown to be useless. I was not even capable enough to react to his movements. Escaping was my only hope, but it was also a hopeless endeavor. All I needed was a second, but a second was too long it seems. I should have prepared more, but I was hurrying so much that I had forgotten to properly research my most dangerous opponent. All I could do now was lay on the ground and stare at the sky. Every mocking word of his reminded me of my failure. Hey, hope you enjoyed the chapter. I tried my best to highlight All for One's sociopathic personality in this chapter. I hope it was decent enough. The next chapter will be the end of the fight. Here's the link to the Patra.ian. Chapter 93, Heroic Conduct. All for One had given up. The man that once ruled over Japan simply gave up. That is quite hard to believe to me. Although, the way he fell definitely looked pathetic. He should be struggling, making this more interesting. But I guess he has reached the end of his rope. I won't bother much with him anymore. Killing him is a given. You know, this feels a bit like a déjà vu. I said in a friendly tone. He didn't even react, so trapped in his own thoughts of helplessness. Where has his arrogance gone to? Did it get blown away along with his lung? I wish he would have put up more of a fight. I haven't gotten to torture him properly yet. Seeing him done almost makes me want to just end him quickly. But when I think about Rumi, I feel like taking a few more shots. I rose a few spikes out of the ground and impaled all of his limbs. The light traveled throughout his body. I started slashing around into his body, shredding his organs repeatedly. It only looked like he was coughing blood. But I made sure to make it painful. It still didn't get much reaction. I guess he has gigantomachia's pain tolerance. Which means he doesn't really feel pain. He reacts to it, much like a fish, but he can't feel it. I forgot the name of the quirk that did it, but it seemed quite useful. All for One seemed to have been brought out of his trance, which made him open up his mouth. Are these truly the actions of a hero? He seemed to have regained some of his energy. Although he still had some injuries that weren't healing. I responded by cutting his stomach open. He grabbed it in time to not allow his guts to spill all over the ground. I don't feel like hearing you preach. A pathetic worm like you should know its place. Since he doesn't actually feel pain, I will keep putting pressure on his psyche. As long as he doesn't feel comfortable, it makes me feel better. And it seemed to work well. He really disliked being looked down upon. Although he didn't show his reaction outwardly, his eye definitely widened a bit. Maybe he realized that he was worthless in my eyes. I didn't even regard him as highly as he regarded All Might. I made it a point already. I consider him less important than my dinner the next evening. Now that I think about it. Next week was supposed to be another date with Rumi. Now I feel bad again. Oh, and would you look at that? One of his legs were blown off. He would have fallen face first into the ground if he didn't have a flying quirk. I reject this outcome. Oh, there it is. The last childish outburst of the greatest villain to ever live. Really inspiring for the next generations of wrongdoers. He is used to being in control of the situation, so I guess those words came out as more of a reflex. As if he still had some semblance of control over the outcome of our fight. But he didn't. The only thing he could do that would change the ending of this battle is to commit suicide. That way, I wouldn't be able to say that I killed him. I also wouldn't stop him. Letting him die like that is the best way. I already killed him once, will he be too prideful to do it? He did something unexpected, took out a familiar-looking syringe. The needle didn't even get close to his skin before both his hands disappeared. I ripped them off at the greatest speed I could manage. Seriously? The same trick twice. This was the most predictable thing he could have done. Since I already knew he had trigger from our last encounter. Since he wasn't going to do it himself. I guess it comes down to me. I looked him in the eyes. A question looming in my mind. I wonder. If I rip your head off, will the rest of your body grow a new one? Or will it attempt to recreate another body from the neck down? I childishly tilted my head for a bit. Please. Indulge my curiosity for one last time. Symbol of evil. I made sure to say his title with a great amount of sarcasm. He finally showed terror in his eyes. A feeling I really hoped he would adopt by now. He just stared at the ground, the hatred and fear radiating off of him seemed to be suffocating to the shocked students and teachers. I just covered his entire face with my palm. Grasping it tightly. He tried to grasp my hand, but his attempts just passed through me. But something I wasn't expecting was someone else to approach me. Naijuru and Shinso both pulled on my coat. Looking somewhat afraid, but determined nonetheless. You too. What's wrong? I asked, my tone a bit hurried and annoyed. Why you should stop? You're going too far. You are a hero, Allan. Would you look at that? The spineless Naijuru had the guts to shout at me. Allan. I understand that you want to kill this heinous villain. But he is already done. Shinso took a much calmer approach. It made me observe my surroundings a bit. Oh yeah, the students. They were still around. This must be quite shocking for most of them. I definitely didn't look anything like a hero today. I seen the people I care about look afraid of me. But, all I need is a little bit of force, and I would take the life of this vermin. You too. What exactly do you want me to do? He is the reason you're all injured. He is the reason this attack happened. He is not a safe person to keep alive. Just as I was about to pull. Another voice interrupted me. Do you really think this is the solution to your problems, Allan? It was Chio, the resident nurse. I just looked at her a bit. Hurrying her to make her point already. Do you really think Eri, a child that looks up to heroes, would like seeing you like this? Pull yourself together already. She seemed quite angry, but she is right. Eri. Would she really think highly of the way I acted just now? Would she still look up to me? Do I even want her to look up to me right now? I just threw all for one on the ground. Burning off 3 of his legs. And I turned around, looking at the people behind me. I still paid attention to the villain. I also made sure to burn off both of his hands, rendering his quirk useless. I wouldn't want him to try and pull off something funny later. His expression was one of great shock. Maybe he wasn't expecting me to spare him now. I killed him last time, but I guess he gets to live a bit more. Just a bit. Shinso and Naijuru took a step back, both of them looking a bit startled. Did I really make them fear me to this extent? The people that witnessed everything that happened between me and All for One. I doubt they will view me the same as before. I did just torture this villain right in front of them. My colleagues, my friends and students. All of them seemed to fear me. It was strange. What would their reaction be if I just killed All for One in that way? Would they even look me in the eyes anymore? Maybe I went a bit far. I said, trying to lighten the tone a bit. It didn't do much. But another voice seemed to do a lot better than me. Allan. You light freak. Did you give up on being a hero? It was Bakugo. His first shout seemed to have captured the attention of the people around him. It made him look around, and what the fuck is wrong with all of you idiots? The fuck are you afraid of? Bakugo was actually managing to calm down the students, something I never thought him capable of. I guess I didn't act like a hero at all. I was selfish, really unlike the symbol I dress up as. Or, I guess I was just like All Might in that regard. We were both driven by revenge, I was just much stronger. All for One drove me to the point where I almost gave up on being a hero. Something I can't help but despise. After getting this much strength, am I still that weak? I apologize to all of you. For the first time in my life, I took Ida posture. A perfect 90-degree bow, and apologized. Admitting my mistakes was the right move it seems. As everyone seemed to collectively release a sigh of relief. Chio only shook her head a bit. It seems I've disappointed my colleagues with this shameful display. The students all looked at each other. They all collectively nodded. Thank you Allan/teacher, it was the first time in a while I've been thanked for something. Even if they couldn't decide properly on what to call me. I couldn't help but release a sigh. I wasn't really satisfied with this ending. But not everything must go my way. All for One. I guess he gets to live a few more weeks. Killing him now will just make me seem like the villain. There's no way the government will let him live after today's stunt. Chapter 94, Results and Bitterness. After calming down the students, I could only look around. I don't understand when exactly I degraded to this point. Killing people like it didn't matter at all. I used to be a regular person, what happened? The first time I stopped caring for the lives of the villains around me was when I attacked the Shai Hasaikai. Although nobody died that day, I still didn't care about injuring them heavily. I guess that lead up to the bridge incident. My actions that day might be justifiable, I wasn't as strong as I am now, but they certainly weren't righteous. I could have gone in another direction that day. I could have done it like All Might and only used lethal force against the stronger villains, but I just indiscriminately killed them all. Out of both All Might and Endeavor, I hesitated the least that day. One might argue that Endeavor burned a lot of people alive that day. But that's just the way he fights. Usually, he holds back enough to capture the villains he is pursuing. But holding back was impossible that day, he had no actual choice in the matter. But my usual fighting style revolves around kicks, punches, and just about any weapon I think of at the time. I chose not to hold back. A hero isn't supposed to be bloodthirsty. That's a simple fact, not even the obsessed Endeavor treated life as poorly as I did today. I think the only person that can relate to this is All Might. He was bloodthirsty only against All for One. And it led to his grievous injuries. Both our outbursts were revenge-driven. But mine took a lot more lives. Maybe I am not the healthiest person, mentally speaking that is. Or maybe I was just pushed over the edge seeing everyone like that. But those are just excuses. Maybe I should have taken Mizu's offer after the bridge incident. He tried to get me to go to a psychiatrist, saying that some things might leave unresolved issues in my mind. I guess he was right. Or maybe I always had them. Did the police psychiatrist fail to see some underlying mental issues? It's possible. Although, I did manage to pull myself back together. Although, I guess I couldn't have done it by myself. Everyone present had a hand in helping me regain my composure. I still need to actually visit that psychiatrist Nizu told me about. Now I only have some cleanup to do. All for One had already given up completely. Not even bothering to attempt to warp away. It seemed that, to him, staring at the sky was more interesting. Both Naijuru and Shinso seemed to relax. Mina and Toru soon joined the two. The four of us chatted a bit. I inquired further about what happened in this place. Some parts were still unclear after all. Allan. Where did you take the injured students and teachers? Mina seemed to be a bit curious today. I transported them to the hospital. I don't know how they are now. I said in a grave tone. Although the situation here was pretty much dead and done. The same can't be said about the people that fought here today. Many of them had life-changing injuries. The students weren't exactly spared either. Mineta was one of these people. Against all expectations, he didn't try to run away in fear. He held on for quite a while. Throwing his balls all around the circle they were protecting. But he was stabbed in the stomach by a villain that had blades growing out of his elbows. Mina said that the only reason he survived was that Kirishima got there in time to block the second blade. Besides him, most of the first years just had minor injuries. The second and third years had it much worse. Many were injured in vital spots. I managed to carry them off, but I don't know if all of them will survive. Aizawa and Toshi both have low chances of surviving. The rest of the teachers will be able to pull through. Cementos is a tough guy, I don't doubt that he will survive. They are all tired, so Chiyo's quirk won't be of much help. It might even do more harm than good. Mina seemed saddened by my answer. Toru also seemed depressed. Shinso and Naijiro just looked at each other a bit. Allan. Can you restrain the remaining villains? Asked Shinso. He is quite clear-headed even in this situation. I just nodded and created clones to do my work. Although technically I am still the one working. I'm physically not doing anything, and that makes me happy. I also need to carry the more seriously injured villains to nearby hospitals. Some of them might survive. They definitely wouldn't return to a life of crime though, not after what happened here. Shinso and the rest all went to their respective classmates and tended to the less serious injuries. None of them had actual medical training, but applying a band-aid doesn't require a medical degree. I turned around for one last time and looked at all for one. He seemed to still be in his own world. Young Allan. Quite the mess you've made today. But, regardless of all that, I need to thank you for helping everyone. It was Nizu, he even bowed his head to me. That's something he usually only does jokingly. I've never actually seen him seriously bow his head to someone. Say, Nizu. Do you think All Might will be fine? It was a stupid question. I already know the answer. The symbol of peace will retire after today. There is no doubt about it. If he survives his injuries he still won't be able to use one for all anymore. Nizu just shook his head. Let's not think about that for now. Did you subdue the giant villain properly? I didn't get to see it since I was distracted by this situation. I scratched the back of my head with a bit of a grunt. I kinda sliced off his limbs in a hurry while on live television. And I left the others clean up the mess. Nizu just looked at me, his smile straining a bit. Great. Another controversy. As if the events that just transpired weren't enough to startle the public. He sighed a bit as he walked off. I'm going back to my office. I have a lot of calls to make. I believe you also need to go somewhere. He is right. Everyone is injured, that includes Rumi. I want to be by her side now. But we'll all for once sit still while I'm away. He certainly didn't look like he was about to start a riot. But some precautions are in order. I quickly called Power Loader to bring some special restraints and asked Chiyo for a special sedative. Normally, he wouldn't be affected by regular stuff. But that combined with Midnight's aroma seemed to do the trick. After finishing that, and restraining the rest of the villains, I rushed back towards the hospital I took Rumi to. It was still basically on the other side of the country. Reaching her side was easy. She was still in surgery. I don't know the extent of her injuries, but all I can do now is sit down and wait. I will worry about everything else later. Chapter 95, Sense of Loss. The only thing that comes to mind right now is, the Sleeping Beauty. I guess the story itself doesn't have much to do with anything. But the name certainly fits the situation. Rumi is currently in a coma. The surgery went smoothly, but they couldn't fix everything at once. Apparently, her spinal cord was also affected. She may never be able to walk again. You'd think that there would be a quirk out there strong enough to heal her injuries. But, as of now, the doctors are stumped about it. Rumi is set to be moved to another hospital a bit closer to home now. She still hasn't woken up after about 10 hours. I can't really stay by her side at all times. Although I very much want to. I need to take care of Eri. I can't really leave her unattended. When Rumi wakes up we both need to be in tip-top shape. Eri. I guess she could heal Rumi. Actually, she should be able to heal everyone that was injured during the last villain attack. Hell, she should be able to heal anything that isn't dead. Rewind is likely a lot more powerful than both One for All and All for One. But Eri is still very young, she isn't really able to use it properly yet. But is she ready for that? Her quirk is definitely under control, but we don't really know its limitations. What if she reverts something too much? I would also love for her to keep her childlike innocence a bit longer. I will likely end up giving her the choice. At this point, it would be selfish to not do anything about it. Although, her answer isn't much of a mystery. She will accept. Especially since Rumi is currently in this state. There is no way she will refuse helping her. As for what happened to the others. Toshinori and Aizawa still in the surgery room. They are both still not in the clear. But, the variety of healing quirks that the government is willing to employ to keep Toshi alive might actually be able to preserve their lives. The rest are mostly out of the red. A few students seem to have lost their lives, which means that Nizu must make a public apology. The students that lost their lives were the ones that decided to run away from the circle. The teachers are being blamed for not protecting them properly. Although, most of the people agree that the situation was out of their hands. It feels a bit strange really. Thankfully, not that many people actually blame the heroes for that day, it was the usual suspects. Sketchy news articles and conspiracy theorists or anti-vaxxers or some shit. Surprisingly, any scrutiny that might have come my way is erased by the applause. My brutal and over-the-top actions that day seemed to resonate with the public. As they were enraged at the group of villains for attacking children. I might have caused a lot of casualties, but I did so in a highly stressful situation. No one reported the fact that I basically tortured a villain both mentally and physically on purpose. You can bet the media would be having a field day with that one. I was the one to handle Rumi's transport. I made sure to keep her completely stationary. I encased her and all of the doctors in a light sphere. Getting back to Musutafu took me about 2 hours. One of the doctors had a quirk that could keep Rumi in a stable condition during the flight. The others were tagging along in case something bad happened. That and to give aid to the hospitals in Musutafu. It was still faster than with a plane, as they didn't need to wait and prepare the damn thing. The doctors safely transferred Rumi to Musutafu's best hospital, where they also remained. To help the overworked doctors of Musutafu. Right now, Rumi only needed to be supervised, there was little chance for further complications. It would also be hard, as most of the doctors were busy with the injuries from the villain incident. The villains actually took the most space. As they were around 2,000 of them. Although a good number of them were already beyond any help. The prisons were also being stuffed full of recovering villains. Most of the cells were used as recovery bays at this point. I must say, they moved really fast. Collecting every single villain would take a lot of time. I guess a lot of people volunteered to help. A lot of heroes were seen helping out too. Either out of kindness or clout chasing, it matters little. As long as they are actually helping. After staying near Rumi for a few hours, I need to go back home. It's already in the middle of the night. But I'm sure Eri's still awake. She is likely still waiting there, I still don't know how to break the news to her. Although, she probably already knows something happened. As happy and innocent as she is very perceptive. Sometimes she's even scary, takes after her mother, Rumi. I wonder if Eri will be able to help Rumi regain her quirk. I remember that she had the ability to rewind genetics. Although, she might not be able to actually use it yet. Upon reaching the door of our house, I could already sense her. She was on the living room couch, she seemed to be asleep. She probably tried to wait for me and Rumi to arrive but fell asleep eventually. I didn't open the door, as that would have woken Eri up. She needs some rest after all. I also need a lot of rest. I feel quite drained. I entered the house through the lock. It was a trick I learned in order to sneak back home without Rumi inquiring about my whereabouts. It never actually worked with her, but it was great for stealth. Thankfully, I made sure to stay away from any other women, she always seems to check for any unfamiliar perfume. I always think about her, it will take a while for her to wake up. You can guess that I will really miss her meanwhile. I couldn't help but notice that Eri was trembling a bit. She was either cold or having a nightmare. Both of which are unacceptable. Even if I'm in a stump, I won't let little Eri suffer. I gently picked her up and took her to bed. The shared room, as I recently started to call it. It used to be Rumi's bedroom, then it turned in, the freeloaders and Rumi's bedroom, you can guess who named it that, then it turned into the only place all three of us ever sleep in. I obviously tucked her in properly and lay right beside her. Hugging her close to me. She probably woke up during the whole thing. But she definitely fell right back to sleep. Little Eri is tired after all. And so am I. I have a lot of things to do for tomorrow. But now, I want to relax. Which is very hard. But, feeling Eri's little horn in my side calms me down greatly. I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if it wasn't for Eri. Chapter 96, Revelations and True Strength. I woke up in the morning feeling refreshed. A new day, new problems to deal with. At least I get to wake up next to Eri, which I can already foresee will be the highlight of today. I doubt anything else great is going to happen now. The story of the villain attack is still fresh in the minds of the public. I think Nizu will hold a press conference today to answer some of the inquiries of the distressed public. He also needs to somehow compensate the families of the fallen students. Which I can't really see going nicely. It's a bit hard to believe that people would criticize UA's defense system even though no place in the world could have defended against that type of attack. Kurogiri's warp quirk is extremely powerful, and that jammer quirk was also a huge factor. The same one that took down the defenses of Tartaros. I believe that, in both cases, it's been enhanced by a different quirk. This means that the jammer quirk alone might not be that great. But it's still annoying. It's only due to its existence that I couldn't be contacted earlier. I would have incapacitated Gigantomachia faster if I knew something like that was happening at UA. But it's no use crying about it now. I'm also curious about where they are going to take All for One. He should be a lot less powerful than in the series now. Especially since I got rid of his legs. Some might say that getting rid of his legs doesn't matter, as he can just fly. But it's hard to actually put weight behind your punches without them. There is also the fact that I left a hole in his lung. But that's neither here nor there. He's survived worse. But mental scars should be a lot more damaging than physical injuries. He was always a prideful person. Always thinking that he was above everyone else around him. Even after getting defeated by All Might. There was little to suggest his arrogance subsided in any way. But him being subjected to such humiliation repeatedly might have been a bit much for him to handle. I thought he would be stronger, especially since he should have plenty of life experience. It seems that when faced with death, he still folded and shut down everything around him in fear and terror. Really, unsightly. But, I also feel mad at myself more than anything. I don't really understand what I was trying to achieve yesterday. It seems that having power doesn't mean anything at all when you're immature. That's right. Even if my actions could be justified as revenge. They were merely childish tantrums that cost the lives of many. Actions I can't afford to repeat. Even if I did kill All for One that day. How would that change his fate? He is currently captured and trapped in the deepest part of Tartaros, awaiting his own execution at the hands of the law. So what if I didn't do it with my own hands? Who do I think I am? To take things into my own hands and do everything that I please in such drastic situations. Considering everyone that stood in front of me an ant. Disregarding everyone else that I viewed as unnecessary to society. Such selfishness and arrogance. Really similar to the one I was torturing. How far did I fall? Without realizing it, I've been acting more and more like that person each and every day. The only difference being that I actually have people I love besides myself. If I didn't, we'd be one and the same. They were the ones that stopped me in the end. I need to grow stronger, not silly power that goes away with age. I need the mental fortitude to not break down in front of my loved ones again. For Eri. And for Rumi, I don't think she'd like being woken up to some pathetic guy that can't even take care of himself properly. With newfound determination. I rose out of bed fully energized and ready to deal with the problems I created. First thing on the list. Having the talk with Eri. Not getting her involved in any of this was just another selfish wish of mine. Especially since she would wish to help. But I can't keep going down that road. I will tell her everything. Let her decide on her own. She may be young, but she is already mature enough to decide such things for herself. Eri definitely felt me rise out of bed. Mainly because she was clinging to me like a cat. "Good morning little Eri," I said with a simple smile. "Dad. Where's Mom?" That was the first thing she said. She looked really concerned. I just sighed. I hoped not to get straight into the issue. But not having Rumi with us is unnatural for both of us. So it's obviously the first thing she'd say. I hugged her tightly. Her horn digging into me didn't bother me one bit. "Eri. Rumi is hurt. She is still sleeping." I looked down. My eyes met hers. They were slightly wet. She was tearing up already. "Don't worry. We will visit her later today. I'll call your homeroom teacher and tell her you can't come today," I said while patting her head. She shook her head. "I'll go." She said education is important, that you shouldn't end up like that freeloader. She wiped her tears away and smiled a bit. I didn't think she would take this so nicely. It's a good thing that I didn't actually tell her what the injuries were. She might have reacted differently. After all, it's not like we didn't get injured before. I'll ignore Rumi calling me a freeloader for now. I will tell her about the injured teachers and students another time. I still have a lot to do, and she will probably find out at the hospital anyway. I still have quite a few things to do today. But, I need to make breakfast. Eri likes eating sweets, therefore pancakes are the best choice for that. Rumi would probably kick me into a wall, as she said I shouldn't let Eri eat too many sweets, but she's not here now, so I can do what I want, totally won't backfire on him. By the time I finished making them, she was already dressed in her little uniform. Oh, pancakes! She shouted happily as she waved her arms around a bit. Don't tell Rumi. Okay? I asked in a pleading manner. She just nodded, not even paying attention to me anymore. Which just made me release a sigh. After we both finished eating, I took Eri to her school, hugged her one last time, and wished her a nice day. I will also try my best for today. Chapter 97, Press Conference and Waking Up. Reaching UA was as fast as usual. Nizu had already started setting up the venue for the press conference. Nothing too much, just a small podium in the courtyard. The teachers were likely resting right now, but there was other staff to help him with the stage. I also started helping out when I arrived. Not before a short conversation. Allan. Great to see you around. Always keeping that cheerful tone around people, regardless of the direness of the situation. It's just like him. But, as someone that knows him. His fur is unkempt, the dark circles around his eyes are less visible but still present. He is clearly stressed about everything, probably overworked too. Nizu. It seems you're in need of some help. Figured I'm still free, so why not? I said with a lazy smile on my face. Although, I still need to ask something else of him. Say, Nizu. Do you still have the number of that psychologist you were talking about? Nizu just looked at me for a second. Sure thing. Here you go. He handed me a business card with the number on it. Not even asking what made me change my mind about a psychiatrist. He's perceptive enough to realize how recent events have affected me mentally. He is the smartest rat around after all. Although I am a bit reluctant about it. It's still better to try working towards solving my problems, than ignoring them and letting them fester and turn into something worse. After that, I just went around and helped where I could. The press conference was really annoying. I was also on the stage, looking at the reporters as they tried their best to pry a reaction out of Nizu. There were also the few that showed genuine concern for the staff and students affected by the attack. But most of the questions went something like this. Does UA plan on taking responsibility for the innocents that lost their lives during yesterday's incident? Which I ended up answering, as Nizu was already getting tired. I believe the ones responsible were the villains in this case. Next question. It was short, sarcastic and mocking, but it seemed to be enough for most of them. The one that asked the question seemed to want to further inquire on the matter, but he was drowned out by others. Nizu was also a bit glad that I was the one to answer that. It might not have been the best response, but my reputation reached the point where I could snuff out most criticism. I gained a dedicated fanbase after all. There were also people speaking about UA's defense system. How were the villains able to infiltrate the school grounds twice in 3 months? Weren't the defenses strengthened after the first one? This wasn't as provocatory, but it was still a tricky one. Thankfully, Nizu is a quick thinker. Although the systems were revamped, the method of attack was quite different this time. The jammer quirk they used affected the surroundings on a much larger scale, much like the one in Tartaros. He didn't outright say that it was the same, but it was implied. The rest of the questions weren't as bad. Until we got to All Might. What is the current state of the symbol of peace? Once again, not malicious. Just really hard to answer. Nizu seemed really reluctant to answer it, so I took the podium once again. He fought bravely. He held a lot of the villain back until my arrival. He is currently resting. I couldn't say that he was defeated, as nobody would believe it anyway. But just saying he is resting isn't untrue. He hasn't woken up yet. His surgery finished sometime last night. It was a miracle he survived. The mobilization of healing quirks that the government pulled was really astounding. They even masked it as healing the excessive number of injured villains. But most of them ended up helping heal All Might unknowingly. Few learned the truth about the symbol's identity. After all, keeping someone's secret matters little when the life of the person in question is in danger. Aizawa too is out of the red. He is also in a coma. I really hope he doesn't wake up yet, as the pain would be a bit much, and painkillers are harmful. He might be out of the red, but his body is riddled with slowly closing injuries and burns. The massive surge in healing quirks at the Musutafu hospital only stabilized him for now. Before I even realized it. It was time to go and pick Eri up from school. I bid farewell to Nizu and flew there at my own pace. I ended up having to wait half an hour at the gate. But I didn't mind. It gave me time to think about the little trip to the hospital we will be having. Hearing a cute voice break me out of my thoughts is always nice. Dad. Seeing her depart from her friends and start skipping towards me is always cute. I just grabbed her, spun her around a bit and placed her on my right shoulder. Using my right hand to support her. Eri, was school fun today? I said with a smile. She nodded a bit excitedly and told about the things she learned from it. I let her finish before speaking too. So. Are you ready to visit Mom? I kept my tone confident and reassuring, not showing any of the fear or uncertainty I was feeling. She just nodded quickly. Her smile never disappearing from her face. I just encased us both in light and flew away. ____POV Rumi ____. Waking up in a hospital bed isn't a great experience. But, overall, not that unfamiliar for a hero. But, as I started to try and move around a bit, I realized I couldn't even feel anything from weight down. It filled me with dread as I tried to wrap my head around what had happened. The last thing I remember doing was trying to stop a group of strange villains while they were attacking a hospital. It didn't really go as planned, they overpowered and one of them put his hand on my head. It felt like a part of me was being forcefully taken away. Then I simply passed out. It was either from the shock of it or the pain. Now, I'm in a hospital bed. So I can guess they either didn't capture me or I've been rescued. I didn't expect being outclassed like that by anyone besides Allan. I guess I will need to be more careful next time. If there ever will be one. I can no longer feel my ears, I also feel inexplicably weak. Was my quirk stolen? Allan did talk about a villain or multiple that might have that ability, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I should have taken his warning to heart. What would he say if he saw me in this state? Would he think that I am pathetic? Probably not, but I still can't help worrying about that. Just as I was about to start crying, I heard the door to my room open. And, the people I cared most about walked into my hospital room. A really tall and lanky guy and the cutest most adorable child to ever grace my world. Chapter 98, Eri's Resolve. As soon as I entered the room all I could think of was, she's awake. I genuinely hoped she would be awake, but it was unlikely. It seems I underestimated how strong she truly is. I decided to completely ignore the fact that her eyes were a bit watery. I really dislike seeing her like this. It makes me feel strange. Mom. Did you sleep well? We really missed you. Eri ran up to Rumi instantly. There was not a trace of hesitation in her as she jumped on the bed and hugged Rumi tightly. I felt the need to intervene, as she probably doesn't know much about what happened. Wouldn't want her to think she was in a coma for too long. It's been about a day. But it honestly felt much longer. It felt odd, not hearing you nag me to sleep. I said with a shitty grin. I won't come in here and act all tragic. She doesn't need that right now. After all, she just lost her legs, I don't want her to lose her spirit too. Although, she might be able to recover at the end of the day. She just looked at me. Her smile seemed a bit strained. What happened? I felt a weird pang in my heart when seeing it. It was painful. Rumi has always been a strong person. I've seen her bedridden before, I thought she wouldn't be uncomfortable showing me her weak side. I guess I shouldn't expect her to do so when I always seem like the perfect example of absolute strength. I detest this feeling, seeing her feel inferior to me. I think she realizes just how strange this makes me feel, as she looks at me and gives me a hint of a genuine smile. Just a hint. Her situation is still very real. Remember the villain that could steal quirks? He apparently came back for revenge. I think you weren't part of his plan though. You were mostly a bonus, I think. I said, simplifying the whole situation and trying hard not to say that they used her as a hostage without lying. But my attempt seemed to be a bit shoddy, so I was a hostage, huh? She said, looking down at the blanket that covered her legs. Eri was still hugging her, trying to make up for an entire night of absence. The little angel probably felt the strained atmosphere. I did say she is perceptive. But she chose to stay silent and let us talk to each other for a while. Yes. But, the situation wouldn't have changed, whether he captured you or not. Rumi looked up at me, confused. After all, she still didn't know that the target of the whole situation was UA, and hero society itself. So I started explaining, letting Eri hear the situation as well. She needed to know what was happening fully before she decided whether to help or not. I don't think I will be able to ask her after all. I am still too weak for that. She needs to do this out of her own volition for me to feel at peace. Rumi's reaction seemed to be quite drastic. She seemed enraged at how this attack was carried by the villains. But she was even madder at the fact that they had used her to get to me. I just hope she doesn't start feeling like a burden, or any other stupid thought like that. I could see one of her hands clutching the sheets of her hospital bed, whilst the other hugged Eri tightly. Sorry. She was blaming herself. Something I was hoping not to hear or see ever in my life. I did what is expected of me, as a good partner. I reached her side, and put my palm over her hand. It seemed to work quite well. Comforting her was not really the point. It was more reassuring her that I still cared about her. Eri, on the other hand, was trembling. She was sad beyond belief. But, by the end of it, her eyes seemed to shine a bit. She looked up at Rumi, her horn growing a few inches, as a yellow glow enveloped her and Rumi's entire bodies. I took a step back, not wanting to be caught in Eri's quirk. As the light subsided, I could see Rumi the same as she was the day she last left our home. Even her ears were present. I looked on. I could feel a strange sense of glee. This was the outcome I was hoping for, but Eri's quirk gets stronger based on her feelings. That's the only thing that made me unsure. Not knowing exactly how her quirk works isn't something that can be helped. No one knows how exactly it works. But, I could see Eri looking at me. Her horn was already bigger than before. Dad! Take me to the others. I just looked at her. It honestly felt surreal. I wasn't expecting her decision to be so quick. I guess Eri is a lot stronger than I expected. Rumi just got up, grabbed Eri and almost strangled her in a hug. I also joined in. Hugging both of them with only one arm was easy. Rumi's ears hit me in the face, so I just started stroking them. Something she actually liked a lot. I could feel her leaning onto me. Just a day of absence from her part was enough to make me feel dread. I guess I felt more dread about her situation, but her absence further exacerbated problems. I didn't respond to Eri yet. But her choice is already made. After hugging Rumi a bit more, I will take Eri to the rest of the wards and let her heal the students and teachers affected by the attack. Rumi was already tearing up, but these weren't tears of sadness. I think she will want to train a lot more from now on. And I will help her at every step of the way. Even if there won't ever be a threat bigger than All for One, it's better for her to be prepared for anything. As for me, there isn't much to prepare for. Fighting isn't something I need to worry about. But I have things I need to work on. I always joked that Rumi was a possessive person. But I am much worse than her. From hesitating to let Eri help in this dire situation to my outburst that killed thousands and counting. It is just another problem I have to work on. For now, I will just enjoy this hug. A bit of warmth before going and letting Eri do what she always wanted. Being a hero, that is. Chapter 99, Rewind's Prowess. After a few minutes of group hugging and hearing Rumi regain her energy, I took Eri towards the other hospital rooms. Rumi couldn't come with us. She went to speak to a doctor about getting a few tests done and going home. She seemed quite excited to get out of the hospital. But I believe they will still keep her here for a bit. It's unknown what effects Eri's quirk can have on the human body. As for how exactly her quirk returned, Eri's quirk is said to be able to rewind even genetics. Even if the quirk was forcefully removed, there is no reason as to why her genetics couldn't be rewinded to a point where they had the quirk. Eri's quirk is really strange still. Just like mine, her quirk can't really be placed in any known category. Mine is a bit simple, it can't be classified properly due to its multitude of uses. But Eri's quirk simply manifests differently. It's also powered by her emotions. Overall, I would say it's more of a mutation, but also an emitter of sorts. Hard to describe. I took Eri's hand and guided her to the rooms. One by one every student that had been injured was filled with energy and healed completely. At this point, a few of the doctors were running near us, diagnosing patients as Eri finished rewinding them. Under normal circumstances, a child wouldn't be allowed to use his quirk in a hospital. But I can use my identity to allow a few exceptions to happen. Being a hero has a lot of benefits after all. Things that I couldn't really do as a vigilante. Like having controversies. Yeah, heroes are boring. At least I can flex my fame muscles and make people trust me. Slowly, all of the students in this hospital were healed. Turned back to their healthy states to be more exact. The doctors seemed to be somewhat relieved. I guess they couldn't just take my word for it. I wasn't exactly a doctor after all. But the people that had been healed all seemed healthy and, upon further examination, were perfectly fine. Mineta was also healed completely. Although I didn't really want to heal him, I guess I'll give him a chance. From what I understood, he didn't even try to run away that day. Although he was trembling like a scared puppy the whole time. He may be weak, and a pervert, but he's no coward. Kirishima was quite thankful too. Most of his wounds weren't exactly grave, but he was still filled with bruises. He also had a broken arm. Eri actually needed to heal him twice, mainly because I didn't appreciate him calling Eri manly. A few fists of love seemed to fix his mistake. Monoma was also a lot more humble than usual. I guess he is only haughty to his rivals. But he was also happy to be walking again. His leg muscles were quite affected by the continuous use of Recipro Burst. Now he was back to normal. By the time we reached the first teacher Eri had to heal, it had already been an hour of walking around and rewinding patients. The person in the room was still unconscious. It was Cementos, a person familiar to both me and Eri. I could see that she looked even more determined after seeing him. She healed him almost instantly. His limbs seemed to just reappear magically. He didn't wake up, but at least now I could hear him snore. As the doctors removed the breathing equipment from his mouth. Apparently, his lungs were also damaged quite badly. The next few rooms were similar. Midnight wasn't anywhere near as hurt as Cementos. She had still been shot once or twice. She was awake when we came in. She seemed quite happy that we visited her. She turned even happier when Eri healed her. Eri's head was quickly squashed between two mountains. I didn't do much to help, but thankfully, Midnight released her before she passed out from lack of oxygen. I almost regretted healing present mixed vocal cords. Hearing him sing was never fun, but Eri seemed to enjoy it, so I also pretended to not hate it. Vlad was also wide awake. He thanked little Eri quite earnestly. He is a polite person after all. 13 was not really injured at all. But she needed a lot of rest after what had happened. And then there was Aizawa. Still in a coma, connected to as many machines as possible. I looked down at Eri for a bit. I felt her little hand tighten around my finger. Her eyes seemed a bit watery. I didn't realize she got so attached to Eraser. I guess he's helped her a lot. She ran up to him, she seemed to carefully touch him. The doctors also prepared to pull off all of the cords from the machines connected to him. The healing was instant, again. But, Aizawa actually woke up. As the doctors were disconnecting him from every piece of equipment. He looked up at me. Then he quickly brought his arm over his previously gouged out eye. Then he looked down and saw Eri. A smile spread over his face as her eyes shined a bit. "Thanks, kid." His voice was still quite gruff. Eri just nodded energetically and hugged her teacher a bit. It was cute. Aizawa also seemed to think the same. I've never seen him look so happy. "Glad to see you up and lively, Eraser. It's been a long day since you decided to go to sleep," I said, attracting his attention to me. His eyes turned serious. "What happened to the others?" he asked in the same tone. Eri departed from him and came back to my side. He probably lost consciousness somewhere in the middle of it all. Not getting to see the fate of everyone there. Most of them are fine. Eri healed just about everyone at this point. The only person left is Toshinori. They said he's unlikely to wake up. He looked down a bit. And sighed. A small frown appeared on his face. "What about the students that tried to flee?" he said, probably referring to the ones that ran off from the middle of their circle. "Their deaths were only confirmed after the incident was over." I didn't outright say anything. Eri is still in the room after all. I only looked him in the eyes and shook my head. He seemed to get the message. His frown deepened as he closed his eyes a bit. I looked down at Eri. She looked a bit confused. I think Mr. Aizawa needs some rest. Eri, let's go help Mr. Toshinori. She just nodded, not thinking further into the matter. I waved Eraser goodbye. Before leaving I just said. By the way, Nizu already made a press conference. No one is blaming the teachers openly. He just nodded a bit. Probably taking notice of my phrasing. After all, some people still believe the teachers hold some of the faults for these casualties. I closed the door behind me and started heading for the last one. I could already feel Toshi's state. He looked more like a skeleton than usual. To the point where he looked like he was about to die any second. There were doctors by his side at all times. His body was already injured beyond recovery before this incident. This was just the nail in the coffin. But, Eri will be able to heal him. I know she will, she is strong after all. She still flinched a bit when seeing his state. She approached him slowly. The doctors that weren't informed of All Might's identity were prompted to leave the room. It was unknown how One for All would react to Rewind. But they didn't want to risk further spreading All Might's secret identity. As Eri put her hand on Toshi's leg, I could see his wounds slowly disappearing. His arm also reappeared, reformed out of a yellow light that enveloped his entire body. I sighed in relief after seeing him back to the state he was previously. I didn't realize I would ever be able to call that state healthy. But Eri didn't stop there. She kept going, quickly all signs of aging disappeared from Toshi's face. His weak body started bulking up immensely. His body seemed to be filled with strength. It seems that Eri ended up rewinding him quite a bit. I could see his eyelids fluttering open. I am curious whether or not he still has One for All. Chapter 100, The Renewed Symbol of Peace. All Might slowly stood up in a sitting position on his bed. It seems he needs to get used to his new situation. He clenched his fist a bit, he looked a bit weary. But calmed down after realizing his situation. He looked around confused. I doubt he remembers much about what happened after my arrival. But I think he can guess what actually happened yesterday, just from the fact that he is alive. Eri squealed a bit. It's All Might. I guess every child in this nation knows who he is. And since Eri wants to be a hero, then she obviously knows about Japan's oldest symbol. She jumped around a bit, she ended up climbing me and straddling my neck. He finally looked at me and Eri. A hint of realization appeared in the corner of his eyes. He isn't exactly an idiot, he knows about Eri's quirk and he can guess what just happened. What happened? He still asked, probably to hear it from someone else. Eri healed you a bit too much, you ended up back in your prime, and a few years Yun dash, I said in an even tone. I didn't even manage to get my last word out before he reacted. Ha 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 ha, he jumped out of bed. Flexing his muscles in a strongman pose. It seems he calmed down a bit after hearing me, and excitement set in. I wasn't expecting him to accept the situation so quickly. I am here. I would usually scoff at his usual catchphrase. But it's a bit different this time. All Might seemed a lot more passionate about it. To the point where he was radiating glee and determination. He just stood there admiring his own muscles. Well, I guess Eri is also looking on in awe. Does she like bulky heroes? I can create light muscles and make myself bigger if need be. The doctors were just looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. I guess they weren't expecting old wounds to be healed just the same. I doubt they will just let him go after this. Extensive tests will be run on him. Just to make sure all danger, from both old and recent injuries, is gone. After a few minutes of silence and flexing, he seemed to shake off the glee and excitement. He looked at me. Young Allan. What happened after you carried me away? Are the students fine? He said in a serious tone. I took care of the injured and dealt with the villains as soon as I arrived. Some of the villains are being interrogated as we speak. I said truthfully, omitting the fact that I tortured All for One quite a bit. After all, not mentioning something isn't lying. He nodded a bit after hearing my response, but still looked on. I really hate bringing in the bad news. I wish I didn't have to explain the death of students to the people that were protecting them. The ones that ran, in the beginning, are all fine. The ones that came back and tried to flee again aren't. I once again avoided saying that they died, on account of having Eri climbed on top of me. He didn't seem to have a proper answer. But he still said, it seems we've failed them. What? All Might blaming himself for no reason. No way. It's not your fault. They all chose to come back and help the teachers willingly. That wasn't exactly a situation where you could look after them. I said, trying to make him see things from my perspective. But his guilt will still remain. There's no helping it. I looked a bit at the doctors, they seemed to get the hint and leave the room for a bit. On another note. Is one for all still within you? This was genuine curiosity on my part. I assumed the doctors don't know about All Might's quirk and its true nature. _____POV Toshinori ______. After being defeated by All for One, I could only look in despair as the villains hurt my colleagues and students. I couldn't do anything. All for One could have taken my life at any moment. But he delayed my death on purpose, to let me watch the others struggle and suffer against his army of subordinates. And just as my arch-nemesis was about to finish me off, Allan arrived. Him arriving is the last thing I can remember. I was injured, I had doubts about my own survival. But I didn't want to die, not before properly teaching my pupil and letting him pick up my mantle. I tried to hold on to my consciousness. But as soon as my body touched the hospital bed, I blacked out. Waking up, I couldn't help but feel a familiar strength inside of my body. Something that, at some point, felt natural. It was familiar and warm, welcoming and filling me with energy. I looked around a bit. I instantly noticed a man that was around my height, skinny yet athletic physique. It was the ever-familiar and young Allan. The child climbing on top of him was his own adopted daughter. Really, how exactly did he manage to take care of a child before most of his adult colleagues, including me? I think I can piece together what has happened. Eri, the child, her quirk was capable of returning something to its previous state. She was the one to heal me, likely returning me to my prime in the process. I still asked Allan, just to make sure. Apparently, he was just as surprised as I am. But his answer made it concrete. I dug my fingers into my own hand till I felt pain, just to make sure this wasn't a dream. As soon as the realization set in, I jumped up in laughter. I couldn't help but say my catchphrase. I am here. Ever since the injury, I have been unable to say this without feeling inadequate. Was I really the symbol of peace they looked up to so fervently? Was I really strong enough to protect the people that trusted me? Would anyone consider me a symbol of peace if they knew the truth? Those were all questions that ate away at my psyche. They made me feel pathetic. A shell of the man I once was, a pathetic excuse of a hero. But, after all this time, I am finally able to say it with confidence. Just like I did in my golden ages. I could barely contain my tears as I examined my body. But I slowly calmed down. It took me a few minutes. But I needed to make sure everyone else was also fine. A hero should never be selfish. Allan's response made me feel guilty. He was right, the situation didn't allow me to help them. But that's just an excuse, as the symbol of peace, I should have been able to protect them regardless of the situation. My weakness is what killed them in the end. But I can't live on whilst looking back and pitying myself. I need to look into the future. Save as many lives as possible to make up for my years of weakness. I am young once again. I will devote my time to being a hero. Whilst I was contemplating my future, Allan sent the doctors out of the room. Is one for all still within you? Was the next question that young Allan decided to ask me. I took a bit to think about the answer. I didn't care if his daughter heard about my quirk. She is my benefactor, I will make sure to thank her properly after all of this is over. Yes, I can feel it. I think there are 2 copies of One for All currently. One in young Midoriya, and the one in me currently. I told him my exact thoughts. It seemed to put him into deep thought. I let him enter his own world as I took Eri in my arms and raised her to the ceiling, thanking her in an excited voice. I also couldn't help but think that I want to go on a patrol. I wonder if I will be discharged today. Chapter 101, The Son and the Father. _____POV narration ______. While Eri and Allan were walking around the hospital, rewinding patients to their healthy states. The police were interrogating one of the very few villains that had little injuries. A man with the patches of gnarled, wrinkled, purple skin that cover much of his visible body. He was currently wearing standard prison garb and special restricting handcuffs especially made for people with fire quirks. That person is obviously Dobby, Endeavor's deceased son. Getting captured was a tragedy for the villain. He hadn't even gotten to kill all that many people, a few hundred was nothing after all. And he hadn't even gotten to fighting that person. But Toya Todoroki was not always a bloodthirsty and psychotic villain. He was once a bright child that even inherited his father's obsession with surpassing all might and becoming number one. Or, you could say that it was ingrained into him from a young age. Regardless, it had become his dream. But, after being told it was impossible by the very man that dragged him down that path. The reason for that was his quirk, or rather his body being too weak to high temperatures. He was depressed, to say the least. He had burned himself repeatedly to try and achieve his dream. But it was all for nothing in the end. The last drop in the bucket was his younger brother Shoto awakening his quirk. The small Shoto immediately replaced Toya in his father's eyes. Endeavor had stopped paying attention to him in any form or way. Or, at least none that mattered to the now young teen. All of his depression and sadness had turned into hate, seemingly overnight. He detested the very existence of the man that had rejected him. The obsession and actions of his father are what led to his mental breakdown and subsequent fall into villainy. The stitched villain started taking pleasure in the suffering of others. He enjoyed seeing people burn to ashes whilst scream in pain. He was as sadistic as he was hateful. Even if he mostly kept a cool facade, his thought is always those of a madman driven by revenge. Even now, his only regret is not getting to kill Endeavor with his own hands. He was looking around annoyed and stressed. The detective in front of him was not really something he was paying attention to. Right now, the only thought in his mind was, how to escape. Slowly, he started to realize something. Even if he couldn't escape, he could still cause as much damage as possible to Endeavor. If he told the detective of his story, it wouldn't really become public knowledge instantly. But, he could ask for a press conference. He can say something along the lines of, "I will publicly speak about the intentions of the group that attacked UA." The detective could only reluctantly accept. As these were the first words to come out of the villain's mouth during the entire interrogation. Thankfully for Dabi, they didn't have anyone in the force that could read minds. Or at least no one like that was present. The best detectives in the country were currently interrogating the injured all for one, inside the new walls of Tartaros. Dabi was now standing in front of a crowd of reporters. Fully restrained and strapped to a wheelchair. There was a screen between him and the reporters. Heroes were also present, just in case. When Dabi started talking, everyone thought they were here to find out the reasons that the army of villains had to attack the most prestigious hero high school. But, when the villain started talking about his past with the number 3 hero, the mood took a turn for the worse. People didn't believe it, obviously. But there were many ways to prove that the story was genuine. Dabi was okay with that. He wasn't expecting people to take his words at face value. Endeavor on the other hand. He was distraught, to say the least. Seeing his deceased son recount his tragic backstory live was not a good feeling. Enji could somewhat recognize the person on stage. His own mistake staring him in the eyes with a hateful visage. It reminded him of a loss he had thought he had managed to get over. The one in front of the reporters, strapped in a chair and surrounded by law enforcement, was his son. And, after a few days of investigation, done by a few private agents, the truth was also revealed to the reporters. The one that spoke to them was actually Toya Todoroki, the son of Enji Todoroki. Everything matched, from quirk, natural hair color, to sharing some genetical traits from the Todoroki family. The evidence was all there. Now, all that was left was to report on the situation. They still had no way to know whether Toya's words were truthful. But just the fact that the son of the former NR.2 hero became a villain was enough to stir up some controversy. And people didn't react kindly to the news. Endeavor already had many people hating on his methods. Now, people were prying into his personal life and dragging out details about his wife, the arranged marriage, the way he treated his children. All of that publicity forced the authorities to act and launch a formal investigation into this matter. Child abuse was a crime after all. Enji was stressed beyond belief. He didn't know what to do anymore. His agency couldn't put out any fires, as a lot of scrutiny was directed to everyone that ever worked with him. He never thought he would see one of his sons become villains. The rest of his family could only watch as Enji became more and more depressed as the days passed. Even Shoto, a person that hated his father to the core, started pitying him. But, what most of them were concentrated on, was trying to speak with their long-lost brother. Enji knew his career as a hero was coming to an end. He knew there was no way for him to get out of this situation. The people were too fixated on this incident to remember anything good that he had ever done. What he wasn't expecting was his wife, Rei Todoroki, to visit their house after hearing about the situation. His children Shoto, Fuyumi, and Natsuo had already reconnected with their mother. Enji had always visited his wife, trying to fix things with her. But it was too little too late. No matter how many flowers and apologies he gave her, she wasn't going to forgive him. And he had accepted that, it had made him try to treat his offsprings differently. It seems that his efforts didn't go completely noticed. Although no one forgave him, he was content to see them together once more. Now, all that was missing was Toya. It seems that they would need to try and solve this issue as a family. Chapter 102, Safety and Date. After she got done saving people that day, you can guess that she was quite tired. Not really due to her quirk, but mentally she was exhausted. I just carried her back to Rumi's room and let her sleep on my shoulder. My wife was already getting prepared to leave the hospital. It seems the doctors no longer need to keep her under observation, they already have enough on their hands anyway. I walked to her side and looked at her for a bit. I really liked seeing her ears wiggling around. She obviously noticed me staring at her like an idiot. She just glared at me. She would have shouted at me if Eri wasn't sleeping in my arms. One of the unwritten rules in our family is that there will be no shouting near Eri. It's not like Rumi is actually mad at me anyway. She also seemed excited, probably. I'm not exactly the most perceptive person, but I think skipping over to me is an indicator of excitement. I just grabbed her and hugged her a bit. Eri was still in my arms. So a hug and a kiss is most of what I can do. By the end, Rumi hung onto me like a koala on a eucalyptus tree. You know, I already have a child in my arms. I don't need a second one. I said, with a shitty smirk on my face. It was mostly an inside joke. Whenever she clung to me like this, it was for more nefarious reasons. So an offspring is always brought into the conversation when I want to tease her. I can only afford to do so because Eri is sleeping. If she was awake, all talk of that nature would cease. As that is another unspoken rule in our household. No major teasing or any dirty talk near Eri. This one is sacred. As, after slipping up once, I needed to teach Eri that some words shouldn't be said to strangers. Okay, maybe I and Rumi aren't the best qualified parents. But we love Eri, and that's all she needs honestly. After that, we just went home. All three of us. The next few days were spent peacefully. And I even managed to call and make an appointment with that psychiatrist. Things are looking fine. I need to make sure that Eri is always safe. And Rumi. I need to train more with her. I can't really teach her anything, but I will definitely make our training more frequent than before. I can't always be there for her during fights, she's a hero after all. She will always get into fights, that's just who she is. Sticking too closely to her might even make it seem that I no longer trust her to protect herself. Something she would definitely take as an insult. Regardless, with All for One captured with little to no chances of escaping. Things are looking pretty goddamn safe. One might argue that there is no way the All for One would remain captured. But that's bullshit. The only reason he could even attempt an escape in the manga is that he had Shigaraki. Now, all of his trustworthy supporters are either dead or captured. And he can't do anything to save himself, Tartaros made sure of that. As much as I don't trust Tartaros, mostly due to last time's blunder. I believe they employed a few different defensive systems this time. I doubt they would fall for the same quirk twice. Besides All for One, there aren't any major villains to talk about. All of them have been captured or died. I've not seen anything about Himiko Toga, Twice or Spinner. But they aren't exactly people I need to worry about. Oh yeah. Dabi. I had forgotten about him for a few days. It seems he made himself busy tearing down his father's legacy from behind bars. The Todoroki family should be quite shocked at this development. I wonder if it will be enough to make them reconnect properly. I already laid the groundwork, now Enji just needs to let go of his pride and turn over a new leaf. To be honest, making sure Dabi was captured is the easiest part of this whole plan. Getting his Rei Todoroki discharged from the hospital was annoying to do anonymously. I did manage to pull some strings, I did manly use her family's identity to pull it off. Turning myself into Endeavor and taking care of the paperwork. Controlling Light to that extent is actually not that bad. I doubt Endeavor would even look into that. He should be too preoccupied trying to salvage what is left of his personal life. I think his career as a hero is a bit shaky right now. But he should be able to make a comeback. At least I think so. I doubt he will have the same drive as before anyway. After a while, I stopped worrying about Endeavor. I will just let nature take its course from this point forwards. I've been tampering with his personal life enough as it is. I have my own problems to worry about. Like the fact that I have a date with Rumi planned for tonight. Eri is currently in the care of Recovery Girl. I think she likes hanging out with Chio honestly. She always looks forward to spending time with her. Even going as far as to call her Granny Kaio. I think Recovery Girl almost had a heart attack after hearing that for the first time. Anyway, I need to get ready for a great evening and a long night. Rumi has had a lot of energy lately. She will want to burn through it tonight. The date itself isn't exactly an event planned by me. We were invited to a ball by some rich folk. And since we are both bored, we decided to make it into a date. Neither one of us is really into the whole fancy party type of deal. But we figured it wouldn't matter much, we were just here for the food after all. Rumi was wearing a white dress, contrasting nicely with her tan skin. I was just wearing the suit I bought recently. It was a regular navy blue tux. I wanted to wear the same one I wore on my first date with Rumi. But she almost bit my head off when she heard that, saying I should buy more clothes to wear out with her. Oh well. Now we were just sitting at our table, enjoying our food and talking to each other. We didn't even bother saying hi to the person that invited us here, as we didn't actually know who it was. All of a sudden, a nicely dressed dude did the pompous hitting fork on a champagne glass thing to get everyone's attention. He said a few words that neither I nor Rumi bothered listening to. The date ended when we both got bored and went home to have some fun and maybe sleep. Unlikely. In the end, the date went well. Although neither one of us really understood why we got invited to some random fancy party. Chapter 103, Passing Time. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Before I knew it, my first year of high school in this life was over. Many things happened, things like Eri starting to chastise me for my negligence. She's acting more and more like Rumi each passing day. A much calmer and scarier version of her. I'll preface this by saying I was really sleepy. Okay, so I woke up one morning and tried to make some pancakes. Rumi was away at work. She woke up before me to go on an early morning patrol. I somehow managed to briefly set the kitchen on fire and made a mess of the entire place. Eri bore witness to the entire thing. She kept it a secret from Rumi under one pretense. I must always supply her with sweets discreetly, regardless of Rumi's rules. I managed to clean the place quickly. I even managed to air out the room before Rumi got home. She didn't notice a thing. But I don't know where exactly Eri learned how to blackmail people, but I can only say that I am proud. Now that I think about it, she started playing around with Nizu a lot lately. Maybe he's been teaching her stuff like this. There is also Rumi. She's been getting stronger and stronger recently, to the point where she was able to advance to the 4th spot on the leaderboards. I guess it was only a matter of time. The amount of cases she's solving nowadays is quite a bit more than others. She doesn't really patrol this province anymore. Villains simply wouldn't touch this place with a 10-meter pole. Both I and All Might live here after all. It would be like asking to get caught. Talking about All Might reminds me of all the news articles that came around with his very increased media presence, the symbol of peace back in the spotlight, and the golden age never ends. In a sense, his powerful return has made the people rely on him even more. But, with his newfound strength, he is actually able to shoulder all of the responsibility. As for me, I actually somewhat faded from the spotlight. I firmly kept my place as the NR.2 hero, but I rarely ever patrol anymore. I am still known as the symbol of justice, the unmoving and all-powerful arm of the law, or the shining star, are all things that come to mind when I am brought in conversation. I became as much of a household name like All Might is. I also make a lot of money out of royalties. Merch ranging from figurines to posters to t-shirts. A lot of money I have nothing to spend on. Nowadays, I spend my time doing the things that I love. Like writing manga and taking care of Eri. And One Piece has been getting quite popular over the last few months. People started taking a liking to the fresh setting and the parallels drawn to the real world. Especially after I actually learned to draw backgrounds properly. No major studio has decided to pick it up. But more and more people tune in for the weekly release. Since I work fast, I can allow myself to do that. I could release daily, but I don't want to spoil my fanbase. So I've been staying at home most of the time. Rumi may call me a bum or lazy idiot, but she's quite pleased that she gets to spend more time with me. Eri is also happy to see me at home most of the time. I barely attended school, only going there about 5 times a week. Nizu said it's okay as long as I don't miss out on my own classes. Gee, having a boss like him is really nice. Now, to talk about someone else that is just as great. The NR.3 hero Endeavor didn't retire in the end. We all thought his career would have been over, but it seems that he had quite a good foundation and fanbase. The police investigation on him also didn't go anywhere. The Todoroki family refused to testify against him, and most evidence of his wrongdoing has already been buried in the past. The only thing they have is the fact that his oldest son became a villain. He managed to remain a hero with a bit of help from All Might. He made a statement saying that his actions as a protector and a hero shouldn't be undermined by his private life. I really don't get how a guy with so little charm can make people listen to him so well. The public actually saw Toshi's actions as him looking out for a friend, something that made people sympathize with the situation a bit more. Not all was perfect, it was more like half and half. A lot of people still considered him a despicable person, fair enough though. He was never a great person, but he has been trying to work harder on his personal life. From what I've seen, he's been attempting to stabilize his family situation. His obsession with surpassing All Might hasn't really come up anymore. Which also made Shoto a bit more cheerful. It was nice seeing him get over his emo phase and join his classmates in conversations. As for Dabi, I'm afraid he is a bit too far gone. He is completely demented after all. He is currently in prison, awaiting trial for his crimes. He gave a full confession on everything he has done in the past few years. Probably in an attempt to show just how badly Endeavor's son has ended up. The rest is his business. I doubt Enji's family will ever forgive him, but at least he is not a prick anymore. As for All for One, I wonder what would happen if he and All Might fought now, who would win? Shame, that won't ever happen. They aren't even keeping All for One awake, he is so pumped with drugs and sedatives that it's impressive he hasn't died yet. I guess they are taking his collection of quirks into account. Not that it matters. I think they want to use All for One in some way, but it hardly concerns me anymore. Even if he somehow escapes captivity, regains his lost limbs and recovers a part of his lungs. He already knows that it's best to stay away from Japan. He is someone I stopped caring about after starting therapy. The psychiatrist said that I should stop being so paranoid about someone that's already behind bars. And, fair point. Having him actually captured is a lot easier than killing him. He already revived once, if I just captured him back during our first meeting the whole UA attack wouldn't have happened. Right now, I and Toshi are watching Class 1A take their end-of-the-year exams. Both of us have to fight a team. Nothing too interesting. Oh well, this is the last day at work, I need to at least pretend to pay attention. Chapter 104, The Underworld Moving. The exams went about as you'd expect. Looking at the students get trashed by pro heroes is never not entertaining. All Might did give me a weird look when I laughed at Mineta getting whipped by midnight. I even got to fight. The team I was against was Tokoyami and Shinso. It wasn't much of a fight. But I did let Shinso brainwash me for a bit, just for curiosity's sake. Apparently, moving my body is impossible, but I can still manipulate the light around me. I simply moved my own body using the light around me. It was quite neat. Shinso's expression was also something I will make fun of for the rest of the month. The rest was quite uneventful. The students were still stronger than they should have been. But it's not by much, some still need to train their quirks. Like Kirishima not being able to grow claws yet, or Bakugo's explosion still being as weak as in the beginning of the year. After finishing that I just went back home and continued my life as a mangaka. Or I would have if I didn't get an unusual call. It was from an old friend. Jiren, I hadn't heard from him in a long time. Hello. Jiren, how are you? I said in a cheerful tone. Jiren isn't someone I hate, he's helped me repeatedly. It may be due to our arrangement, but he does sometimes inform me of big things. Like back at the USJ, if I didn't already know about it his warning would have been quite nice to have. He found out about the Meta Liberation Army a bit late. Mainly because they didn't really recruit villains the normal way, they used Trumpet's charisma to gain followers and the extremists. Hello, me. You ruined my business you son of dash. I let my hand fall to the side for a bit, waiting for Jiren to finish shouting at me. What does he mean by ruining his business? Guess I have to find out now. Are you done? I asked after he finished shouting and throwing a tantrum. Yeah, I'm better now. He said, with some traces of anger still present in his tone. What do you mean I ruined your business? I can guess what happened, but I don't really know the full scope of things in the underworld. I just heard a frustrated sigh from him. Then he started talking a bit more calmly, regaining his composure. Your actions slowly pushed my costumers away from this country. Every big organization has moved away from Japan entirely. Well, that was to be expected. Me killing around 13,000 villains didn't exactly make the other villains feel safe. I didn't really get any punishment, besides a fine. It wasn't even that expensive. I thought I'd at least get some prison time. But oh well. I won't complain about it. As for the rest of the villains, they were mostly captured. All that's left is a few brokers like me, looking around for contracts and places to make money. Most just left the country too. Jiren was pretty much exasperated. I guess I did kill his business, technically. Am I really the cause for such a major movement in the underworld? I asked, just to be safe. All Might is back in his prime, after all, he might also have played a part in that. What underworld? Everyone of notice in Japan is gone. The only people left are a few drug lords shivering in their boots at every move they make. Jiren said in a sad tone. Allan, there is no underworld in Japan anymore, no black market left to speak of, nothing. Well. That's quite neat. I don't mind obviously. But I do feel bad for Jiren, he's basically lost everything he tried to build over the years. I guess I can give him a helping hand. Well, I'm not going to apologize. But I am willing to support another venture for you. I said in my usual tone. What venture could that be? I don't feel like leaving the country. He sounded a bit intrigued, but still distraught. Have you ever thought of starting a legal business? Before you start laughing, I believe you could make it quite easily. And what type of business would I start? I'm still a wanted villain and I don't feel like working for the cops. I can take care of giving you a clean slate too. It's not that hard, I just need to tell the police that you were working as an informant for me all the time. He paused after I said that. As if he was considering my offer. Fine. Just do your thing. I'll think of a business venture and return your initial investment at some point. He accepted in the end. He doesn't really care about the law, but he does like money. I guess we will remain in contact. Maybe we'll get to play some poker again. I learned a few new tricks that I want to try out. Oh well. We have enough time to ponder on that. Getting rid of his criminal record isn't really hard. My strategy? Just tell Nizu about everything, including everything Jiren has done for me and said, and he'll do it in a heartbeat. Well, not everything. But an altered version of things that will make Jiren look like a reformed individual that cares about more than just making money. Not too much altering though, Nizu easily picks up on that. And would you look at that? Nizu didn't buy the whole story, but he still accepted to help Jiren. I took him to have a talk with the police chief about this incident. My plan worked, for the most part. Jiren will be kept under surveillance for a while, but him being a double agent for me has been accepted as the truth. But the information about the underworld leaving got Nizu and the police chief quite excited. By their words, Japan is going to become a safe haven compared to other countries. Crime will still happen. But criminal organizations are all gone. Petty and crazed criminals are a lot easier to deal with than hardened criminals working in groups. Wait, does that mean I might have cost some heroes their jobs? Oh well, they ought to thank me anyway. Like the police chief did. All that's left is enjoying summer and going to the beach. I'll probably invite all of my friends. Even if I don't feel at home in the sea, I can still enjoy some sights. Like, the ocean's waves crashing on the shoreline and the stones. The children building sandcastles. Oh, and Rumi wearing a bikini. Every one of those sights makes for a great motivator. Especially the last one. Chapter 105, Execution in Rings. An entire year just passed by me. It was so slow, it felt like a lifetime. Nothing interesting is happening anymore. Time passes really slowly when you're bored. It's even worse when you're bored at light speed. Nothing much is happening on the streets anymore. The hero profession is still just as sought after though. Mostly because some people still become villains. It seems that some people are just really stupid. Who would have thought? I just did my thing this entire year. Nothing much, I made sure to train the students at UA. I sometimes go for a coffee with the former Big Three. Lately, I've only hung out with Naijuru, Shinso, Toru and Mina. I also like to invite them over to my house and make them take care of Eri while I spend my time doing other stuff. I like masking this as a house meeting. Nobody seems to mind whenever I go to pick up some soda and relax in the Bahamas for half an hour. Rumi seems to be quite happy. Although I can tell that some stuff is bothering her. And I know exactly what it is and how to fix it. I'll do it later in the week though. I really don't feel like choosing rings right now. On a more positive note. All for One just got executed a while back, it was kept down low. But I was still informed before it happened. It was done through lethal injection. Really a nice and humane way to put down someone like him. I would say, to put down a dog like him, but my therapist said I should stop dehumanizing others. Even if they are actual scum that deserves nothing but death. He was being kept alive to testify against some of his associates. He had a huge network of supporters. None that seemed able to get him out of jail though. Well, he's dead now. And I genuinely don't care at all. I don't even feel glad about it or anything. He's so far away from being a concern for me that it's not even important anymore. Rumi seemed to be a bit mad. Mainly because she wanted to fight him a bit. She seemed to accept it after I told her I had crippled him back in the raid. I kind of forgot to tell her about that. It wasn't like I kept it a secret, it just never came up. Well, whatever. Rumi can fight me if she wants a strong opponent. And she does, we've been fighting daily for quite a few months now. I don't even care about fighting anymore, but more time spent together with her is always nice. I've almost completely stopped doing hero work. I still show up from time to time. Just to show the public that I wasn't dead. But, as I am now. I stand solidly at the NR2 spot. All Might being the number one still. I think he will keep being the symbol of peace for at least a few more dozen years. I don't really care about the ranking anymore. I've got friends. I've got a girlfriend. I even have a daughter. My therapist said that I should learn to be content with what I have. I always thought I was, but I guess I sometimes just took things for granted. Like Rumi's feelings for example. I always made sure to reciprocate them, but I just recently realized that it's about time to take things further. And, as I said, buying rings isn't all that great. Finding out her size wasn't an issue. But, when choosing a ring, I need to remember what type of person Rumi is. She isn't exactly the type of gal that would wear diamonds. I think a ruby would fit her best. But I might need another opinion on this. So I went to my colleagues. The first person I asked was Midnight. Big mistake. Her squeal seemed to crack the windows of the office room we were in. It alerted all the other teachers. She shooed them off. But they all realized something was up. I just hope she can keep her mouth shut for a few days. And, as for her suggestion, I'd rather not wear a ring. So I went to the one I should have gone to in the first place. 13. The conversation went something like this. Hey, 13. Say, what do you know about engagement rings? She just looked at me like I was an idiot or something. So that's what Midnight was gushing about. Why in the name of all that's sacred, would you ask her that? Yep, there it is. The scolding. After she talked a bit about me and my relationship with Rumi, she decided that the best ring would be an extremely simple one. Not an overbearing piece of rock stuck to a moderately expensive metal. Something that I can agree to. I think I'd want something that Rumi can wear comfortably during her hero work. After a while, she even recommended a few jewelry shops in and outside the country. I didn't ask how she knew so many of them. But I did have to visit them all before I made a decision. You better hurry. I doubt Namuri can keep a secret of that nature for long. Was the last thing she added to her words after going back to whatever she was doing before I interrupted her. I just nodded my head and left. I had quite a few places to visit. I also need to plan the proposal itself. I don't really know if I should do something over the top or just keep it simple. I might have to ask another friend for help on this one. I wore a great disguise while shopping for rings. If the journalists saw me entering a jewelry shop and asked for engagement rings, they would have an article written before I even got home, which would be like seconds. In the end, I decided on a simple silver ring with a small ruby on it. It was by no means expensive. I could have afforded to buy the whole shop, brag, but I really doubt Rumi would like something too expensive. Unless they are brass knuckles or something of that nature. I remember that she once got a pair of electric gloves. I don't even know where she got them from, but she kept teasing me with them. I usually enjoyed a bit of fun teasing, but not when it's electrical. Regardless, I've got the ring. Now I need to propose, and that's it. Chapter 106, Final Chapter, A Proposal to Remember and Ending. Getting things ready for my proposal took a bit of time. It's been a while since I planned something so extensively. But it's not like I started planning for it only yesterday. I have made preparations for this development. Well, I planned this for a date. But using it to propose seems perfectly viable. I still needed to ask for help from a great friend of mine. His performance will dictate whether or not this plan will succeed. And I have no doubt he will. And now, to get Rumi out of the house. I walk into the living room. Eri and Rumi are watching the television. Eri is also going to come out to town with me and Rumi. I just think it's something she should be included in. I also didn't want to take her to Chio on such short notice. It would be quite rude, although she certainly wouldn't mind spending even more time with Eri. Rumi, Eri. We're going out. I said, taking on a confident tone. Both of them just looked at me for a bit. Then they looked at each other. Rumi finally decided to speak. What do you want? Great, feeling really welcome already. I guess they are watching Rumi's favorite cartoon. I have a wonderful day planned for us. I said with a smile on my face. Sounds boring. Said Eri, as she turned back to the television. Shit, I need to pitch this property to them. I cannot afford to fail on the first step of my plan. Come on. I have an amusement park in mind. There will certainly be sweets there. Eri's eyes lit up, whilst Rumi looked at me with scorn. Before she even began to chastise me, I continued speaking. Eri's attention is already hooked, now I just need to bribe Rumi. They are also going to have Karo dash. Before I even finished, she facepalmed and released a sigh. Geez, is it that time of the month? Alright, we'll go with you. Just because you sound pathetic. Also, you're clearly up to something. Okay, I'll ignore the last part. The reason for her recent drop in mood is something I already know. She might be a bit mad at me that I didn't propose to her already. Which, fair enough, I did postpone this for a while. It's certainly something I regret doing. She has been somewhat irritable for a few months now. At first, it wasn't that easy to notice, mainly because she always likes to act mad. But it became clear that something was up a few weeks back. She started ignoring me from time to time. It's a strange way of asking for attention on her part, but I can understand it, somewhat. She hasn't dropped any obvious hints in conversations, although she would sometimes bang her ring finger on the dinner table right in front of me. It's quite stupid that I didn't notice it before. Great. Let's go then. I'll transport us there. I said in an excited tone. Eri was the only one that matched it. Rumi would probably also be excited if she knew what I was planning. I waited a bit for the two of them to get dressed for an outing. Eri wore a dress and a yellow pair of boots. And Rumi just wore her jeans and a casual t-shirt. I encased all of us in light and started flying us there. Eri seemed to be really enjoying the ride. But Rumi was still a bit pissed off. After a while, we reached an amusement park that looked amazing. It was located in the middle of the mountains. What sketchy place did you drag us to? Rumi asked, looking around the forest behind her. Rumi was the only one bothered by the location though. As Eri started jumping around, it was like having an entire playground for her. The entire place was devoid of any people besides the staff. They were smiling cheerfully and making fast food or sweets in stands. Others were manning the attractions. It was looking quite lively for an empty amusement park. I am the one that actually decided to invest and build this place. It's more of a personal getaway. I wanted to use it for a date with Rumi and maybe a few outings with friends and family. But now, it's the perfect place for this. We went around a bit. Rumi had started enjoying herself too. Eri's happiness is very contagious. Maybe this place being empty also has a hand in that enjoyment of hers. I doubt she'd be having as much fun if this place was crowded and bursting with visitors. After a while, it was already evening. A shout could be heard. The second part of my plan was starting. It is me. All three of us could hear a boisterous voice from the side. A person dressed in a black latex suit with a cape of the same color landed there. His muscles were not really hidden properly by his attire. He was also about as tall as I am. A powerful villain. He was wearing a hood and a purple wig. It was almost blown off by the shockwave of his arrival. There were also two yellow tufts of hair sticking out of his hoodie. Don't worry everyone. I'll stop this heinous criminal, I said, taking a step forward. Oh. It's Mr. Toshinori. Eri smiled happily. Rumi just looked at us, as she rubbed her forehead. What the fuck are you two doing? That was all she could say. Language. Said the heinous villain. Really, he ruined it with his shit disguise. Toshi, for fuck's sake. You are a terrible actor. He just looked at me with some anger. What did you want me to do? I am too recognizable. Toshi said, pointing his finger at me. At this point, his hood was already down. His wig was probably taken away by the wind or something. This was supposed to be your moment. Why did you not dress properly? What type of villain wears a latex suit and a cape? I said, taking a pause for a bit. Actually, don't answer that last one. Mommy, why are Daddy and All Might fighting? Asked Eri in the background. Oh, it's because they are idiots, sweetie. Rumi had a really bright smile while saying that. At least my plans crashing down on my head is something she finds joy in. Eri just nodded her head, seemingly innocent. Toshi. We'll talk about this later. He just nodded a bit and awkwardly coughed in his palm. I finally looked at Rumi. Well, now that my plan is ruined. I think it's just better to show my hand and tell you what this whole thing was supposed to be. You better. I don't appreciate you wasting my free time. If the park wasn't fun I would have already beaten you up. Rumi said in a simple tone. Eri just watched on, a bit confused. Well. I was going to make up some situation that would make both of us fight together. I was really not expecting things to go this way. Fighting has always been a way to bond for us, even if I no longer care much for it, it's still important to Rumi. I needed someone strong for a prolonged group fight that Rumi could go all out against. Toshi is the only person on that list, and he really isn't great in situations like these. I can't really blame him entirely. I should have manipulated the light around him to give him a better, illusionary, costume, but it's too late for that. Not even Eri's quirk can salvage this situation. Rumi looked at me for a bit. She didn't seem to dislike the notion of a decent fight by my side. I just sighed. No reason to make this last any longer. I was going to do this at the end of the fight. I took a knee, becoming eye level with her. Her eyes were overwhelmed by surprise. Her hands quickly flew to hide the smile on her face. A particularly small case appeared in my palm. It opened up, almost by itself. Rumi, will you marry me? It was a shoddy attempt. But Rumi seemed to not really care about all that. Her eyes were tearing up as she stared at the simplistic yet beautiful pair of rings in front of her. Eri was a bit confused, but she seemed to get what was going on in the end. As a cute squeal left her mouth. Toshi, my one and only wingman, who I will still blame for the failure of my plan, smiled happily looking at this scene. Of course. You goofy idiot, what took you so long? One of her hands was wiping her tears while the other was pointing at me. Well, I was waiting for the right moment. But I really hated seeing you hurt because of it. So I decided to take the next step now. I said, as the smile on my face seemed to glow on its own. Even without me using my devil fruit. I slowly stood up. And put the ring on her finger, while she put the other on mine. It was sweet, both of our hands were trembling a bit, both in excitement. After that, we just kissed. Eri was laughing happily at this point, and Toshi looked away a bit. The staff quickly did what I told them yesterday. The plan didn't pan out properly, but they quickly started throwing flowers and confetti. It was like colorful rain. Eri started twirling around in them, and Toshi tilted his head a bit. Even after we were done kissing, she didn't let go of my hand. We walked towards Eri, and hugged her together. After that, we parted for a bit. Me going to Toshi, and Rumi taking Eri's hand a bit, as they started speaking about some things. I patted my wingman on his back. Thanks for helping today. Even if the plan failed. No problem, sorry for that by the way. He said, not looking me in the eye. His voice was also a lot less boisterous. Toshi was always soft-spoken in his free time. Don't sweat it anymore, no reason to worry about it. It all worked out in the end. I said with a reassuring voice. He sighed a bit. Next thing on the list, is to get you a girlfriend. I don't want to see you alone at my wedding. I said. He seemed to be a bit exasperated. You know. I just might. There are not many villains left on the streets to occupy my time. His voice seemed to get some confidence. I may be in my 40s, but I still have a chance. He looked at his hand and clenched a bit. Don't worry your head over that. I'll be your wingman too, I said with confidence. Toshi seemed to have some sweat on his eyebrow. The future is looking bright, I said, looking at the setting sun. Yeah, said Toshi, as he finally relaxed a bit. We stared at it for a few seconds. By the way, you still need to pay for the tiles you damaged with your landing. What? Chapter 107, Epilogue, A Peaceful World. The years went by quickly. I grew older and older. I am currently 32. There aren't many things happening in Japan anymore. Villains are pretty much extinct from this place. The news of Japan being pretty much crime-free, aside from petty crime and other stuff, spread around the world quickly. It raised the number of migrants by quite a lot. It also raised villainy briefly. All Might was quick to snuff out any wrongdoers. The profession of hero is pretty much done at this point. There are only those that help with disasters. The rest are pretty much out of a profession. A lot moved to other countries to continue their dream jobs though. So it wasn't all that bad. As for other things that happened around these parts. Midoriya became All Might's sidekick in the end. He's pretty strong now. And Toshi is already in his mid-50s, still being a symbol, and he's still healthy as energetic as me, doesn't say much. Bakugo moved away to China. He went on to become the #1 hero there. He easily outclassed the heroes there, his explosive entrance made him quite famous worldwide. But not as famous as Toshi and I. We are basically known as peacebringers at this point. Heh, I remember getting called once to deal with a case in the USA. Someone that had a copy of All for One was still running around there. I guess he fled Japan after my massacre a decade back. I flew there and took care of him, capturing him in less than a second. Even if my power stagnated all this time, there is still no one even close to matching me. Midoriya might be decent, but he's not anywhere near my level. Good thing I mostly gave up on fighting, a life revolving around it would have been really boring. I only do it when Rumi asks for a spar or when it's truly needed. But on the topic of Rumi. My wedding with her was quite something. It was an outside wedding. It started raining midway, which made me blow away the clouds a bit. They returned eventually though. I sometimes think that was the spirit of that storm-controlling villain fucking with me. But it still went quite well. Toshi and I ended up taking turns to blow the clouds away. Jiren also showed up with presents. He got a few glares due to his thuggish appearance, but all was fine. My best man was still Toshi. Mainly because he was free. And Jiren really doesn't like wearing a suit. Naijuru and Shinso were also present, but not really accustomed to giving speeches. So they weren't a great option. Other than them, Cementos and Aizawa. They just didn't want to. Saying I should just give the role to Toshi. I got the same answer from Lunch Rush. Who made the food for the wedding. I did have to pay him quite a bit though, it was worth it. And I couldn't really ask Toru to be my best man. Although I tried and got punched for it. Really didn't see that coming. Bakugo didn't really show up, and Izuku is still a stuttering mess, even after all these years. Mirio and Tamaki were also there. Mirio was just really excited about this whole thing. And Tamaki was just being himself, shy and quiet. Wish I could say the same about Nijire. She flew over here from France just to congratulate me and Rumi. Loudly congratulate, to be more specific. Oh well. At least it was fun. My wedding was also the first time I met Rumi's family. And they were quite accommodating. Not really gushing over my fame or trying to find reasons to hate me. They were just regular people, which is really nice to see these days. They seemed to be quite nice. Making me wonder where Rumi got her temper from. Not gonna say that to her face of course. I have a cult following now. It's really annoying. I can't go and buy groceries in Japan anymore. I need to go to America instead. Not much better, but it works. I really don't get how Toshi handles fame. I even managed to get him a girlfriend. Although he hasn't married yet. Rumi and I now live in a much bigger house. A villa actually. But we do have 6 children, so we do use every room. As for how exactly we reached this number. Things might have gotten out of hand at some point. Eri didn't mind the siblings though. She moved to America to go to college there. She also said she wants to become a hero there. Which was only accepted because I can visit her daily anyway. Rumi also visits her from time to time. Sometimes choosing to spend a weekend with Eri, leaving me to take care of the children. Our youngest child is about 3 years old. As for the rest, they are of varying ages. The oldest being 14. A rebellious kid really. Most of them have rabbit-related quirks. Only 2 have some strain of light manipulation. But they are all lovely. Even worse is that every single one of them seems to want to be like me and become a hero. Why can't they wish to become mangakas? It's a much safer profession. Oh well, can't really complain. They are following their dreams. Something I like to see. Back to the topic of manga, One Piece. I really slowed down its pace after it got famous. There is an adaptation happening right now too. So I left it off at Luffy facing off against Big Mom. I'm still wondering how exactly I should end it. But I have time. Not like anyone's rushing me. The Todoroki family moved to the United States. Dobby is still in prison, he was sentenced to life in prison after all. But the family was able to stay together in the end. Well, from what I understand, Endeavor is still trying to mend things with his wife. But he's mostly been accepted as the family fuck-up. And that seemed to be good enough for him. He giving up on his hero business and to become a baker. A fucking baker. I would laugh in his face. But he does make really good stuff. His wife also helps him with that. Shoto chose to continue being a hero. He is also #1 in the USA now. Really, how many talented people attended UA that year? Kirishima is in Australia, fighting off villains and deadly kangaroos. He's together with Mina still. They are pretty much inseparable. Toru is also with the 2 of them most times. I wonder, does he? I mean, I wouldn't blame him. I sometimes gather everyone together for a party, both the former class 1B and 1A. We usually just stand around drinking and gossiping. And just like that, I manage to keep my friendships alive by traveling a lot. Thankfully, I am still the fastest being alive. So the traveling doesn't take much time, or energy. Dad! Where did you put the Golden Age costume? Screamed my oldest son. None of my children seems to have taken much from me, besides my tallness that is. My oldest, Yumida, is already 8 meters tall. And he still has some growing to do. He didn't hit his growth sprout early like I did. Just look in the closet. I screamed back at him. Communication in this household is always like this. As for the Golden Age costume, he's referring to my hero costume. Although it's too big for him, he probably wants to show it off to his friends. He has a light manipulation quirk. He can shoot out lasers just like I could. But he's not impossible to hit, like I did. I didn't think my quirk would be genetically passed down. Mainly because it was originally a devil fruit. But I guess God had to make it genetic so it would match the definition of a quirk. Although none of my children inherited it, yet. I am also no longer as handsome as I was before, never was pal. But I still don't look too shabby. At least I have all of my hair on my head. My eyes still look tired at all times. Really, this must be a genetical trait of some kind. Yumida also has my eyes. I sometimes thought about plastic surgery. But that just seems shallow. I am already loved by Rumi, what else do I need? Most of the free time I have, I spend with Rumi and the kids. I still have that amusement park, and we frequent it quite a bit. I also let Toshi take his girlfriend there. Who, by the way, is Izuku's mom. Yeah. I really didn't expect that, I didn't know Izuku's father had abandoned them. But I guess I never really cared enough to find out. The only thing that disappoints me is that I couldn't see Izuku's reaction to this the first time he heard it. I know he didn't mind at all. But the sheer shock must have put him to sleep, at least. Well, at least Shoto can now say he was somewhat right. Izuku might not be All Might's love child, but he's his stepson. Although Toshi hasn't married Inko yet. They are already in their 50s. So they won't be changing partners anytime soon. Other than that, life is just peaceful. I've no need to wear my costume anymore. But I am still a symbol. And I will remain one for the rest of my life. Not that I mind. I've got a lot of friends and a pretty big family. What else could I want from life? Chapter 109, Special Chapter 1, The American Incident. _____POV Allan, we back BBY, _____. So, I was lazing around on my couch as any real self-respecting father would. Rumi and Eri always call me sleazy, but they're just being mean. I am sure they don't actually mean it. Heh. Right now, Rumi is over at Eri's place. I was obviously the one that carried her over there. Rumi gets really feisty when she's pregnant. Well, she's like that all the time, but whatever. This is going to be our 6th child. Which is quite exciting. I can't wait to see if she will also want to be a hero or something. Really, that's a trend with my kids. I did my best to not make it seem like it's any important for them to feel pressure to follow in my and Rumi's footsteps. But the entire world around them feels obligated to remind them of my greatness every single day. Yumita, my oldest son, 11, said that his teachers often talked about my feats and all of that when speaking of hero history. That and my partnership with All Might. My friendship/brotherhood with All Might is quite the treat for media worldwide. As apparently both of us, symbols, are extremely popular worldwide. Selling merch in every corner of the world. I remember seeing an article on All Might. Titled something like, The Never-Ending Golden Age. Although All Might is becoming older, he hasn't lost any of his oomph. He can still pound a city to dust in a few fists. So the people have started calling his short period with little activity his vacation, and said that he returned to continue his golden age. He was a bit flustered at first. But I think he didn't really mind the people relying on him now that he's at full strength. Even when he retires, Dekuscrub is still more than strong enough to pick up his mantle. Deku even has more than one quirk under his belt, somehow. Basically, even though All Might is as busy as ever, traveling to other countries to help there, he still finds this period to be more peaceful than before. I wonder if I show. Dad! Did you buy us ice cream? Great, Yumita is asking me for stuff again. When is he going to develop light speed so he can go to America himself? And not bother me? Well, I don't like making my children wait. Near Yumita is one of my daughters. Sayuri, she's 5 and a total cutie. She has her mother's ears, rabbit ears, and thankfully none of my features, besides black hair. She's basically a little Rumi with black hair and no rabbit tail. Unfortunately, she has my personality. And Rumi found that concerning enough. I will call that a win in my books. I just hope she also won't start getting involved in conflicts out of boredom. Her quirk is a hybrid, she has a strong body, like Rumi, and she can also shoot lasers out of any part of her body. She's the cutest little death ray. Her lasers are as dangerous as mine, almost, not really. I got up and burned the Pringle crumbs away from my body. It makes less of a mess than just brushing them off. And I don't feel like vacuuming the house every day. Most chores fall on my back, besides cooking, the reason. Well, you be finished with them in a second. Well, enough about that, I guess I should respond to my ungrateful son. Oh, I forgot about that. Do you guys want the usual? I asked. I would usually tell Yumita to leave me be, and that I'm doing something important, watching TV. But Sayuri is too cute to be left without ice cream. Yumita started listing off about how Mom should have given me the list and how he can't believe that I forgot something so basic. And he really is his mom's incarnation when it comes to nagging me. Just as my soul was about to leave my mouth, my cute angel Sayuri looked up at me and waved her arms around a bit. I want Chewy. My heart. It burns. Yumita looked at me weirdly as I clutched my chest. But this isn't exactly uncommon in this household. All of my children are cute. Currently, I am wearing a Hawaii shirt, actually bought from Hawaii, a pair of cargo shorts, it's free storage space, and I am about to don my favorite pair of flip-flops. All right. I'll be going then. Do you guys want anything else? I asked with my usual, lazy, smile. And a resigned sigh. Can you also get me some Doritos, Dad? How disappointed I am in my son. Choosing that brand of crisps over my sacred sour cream and onions flavored Pringles. After all, Pringles are an exquisite cuisine. Well, you know the saying. You can choose your friends but not your family. Sure, Yumita. I said with a strained smile. Floating my way, who actually walks when you can fly, to the door and grabbing my glasses on the way was customary at this point. My sunglasses define me, these bad boys have been with me through thick and thin. And they will keep being with me, even now. Have a safe trip, God. My heart. Stop that. I waved backwards with one hand as I left the front door. I am obviously going to the USA to get ice cream. Of course. My favorite store there also happens to be near where Shoto patrols all the time. Maybe I'll run into him too. POV narration. While Allan was getting off his couch, miraculously, something more serious was happening in the city of New York. A villain was finally returning to the world of crime. He had been hiding for a long time due to a certain symbol of justice. But now, with the symbol's lack of action, this villain gained confidence. He felt emboldened by it. He had also grown strong enough to face most heroes. He was even confident in winning against the USA's #1 hero, Shoto. He was, of course, the only person left that Kyudai had implanted a copy of All for One into. He had trained for a long time to master all of his quirks. Even though the quirk All for One provided him with some understanding of the quirks he still needed to master them properly. He had bided his time and grown stronger and stronger over the years. Now, he was about to make his name known to the world. He started by unleashing a powerful storm in the middle of the city, scaring everyone and making most take refuge inside buildings. He then created an earthquake of great magnitude, bringing down a few buildings and injuring many people in the process. The man stood in the middle of the street and shouted in jubilation. Finally! I can kill you all. He scared many of the people that were still on the streets. They looked at him in fear, as lightning danced around him. The people were quick to call authorities and heroes to the scene. The villain waited patiently as news crews appeared in their vans. Weather too bad for helicopters. They filmed the man from a great distance, as the police quickly started rescuing people and evacuating the area. Their response time was insane, but that was just because a station was around the corner. They appeared as soon as things started going down. He raised his arm, a large lightning bolt hitting the roof of a tall building. It broke down the upper floors of the building. Thankfully, the stability of the building was great enough to keep it from collapsing completely. The villain looked in awe at his own strength. This was the first time he had gone all out, and he was feeling like a god. Controlling the storm and bringing down buildings in seconds. What he didn't expect was to be turned into a glacier the next second. As the #1 hero also managed to reach the scene and started acting accordingly. The all-for-oneling melted his way out of the glacier, only to be met with a tsunami of raging flames hitting him head-on. He quickly avoided the raging hell by entering the ground, digging a tunnel by turning his fingers into claws. He was sweating from the heat, but he didn't get burned badly enough. He dug his way underneath the hero and tried to crush his leg. His hand only managed to get a few centimeters away from Shoto before being frozen off. The hand fell as Shoto calmly watched the villain underneath him. He froze the entire tunnel that the villain had dug. The people were being quite hopeful, seeing their NR.1 hero dispatch the villain with that much ease made them feel safe. But they didn't expect the lightning bolt to just hit the hero. He couldn't dodge it in time, he was paralyzed as his muscles were electrocuted. His back was also burned by the lightning strike. The villain quickly broke through the ice, his wounds healing instantly. His hand grasped the paralyzed Shoto and threw him into a building with great force. Shoto managed to use some ice to break his momentum, but it didn't do much to offset the pain of hitting his back on a cold wall and passing through it. The people were terrified, their previous calmness quickly disappeared as they watched their hero get seriously injured in a matter of seconds. But Shoto was no pushover, he had gotten injured before. He gritted his teeth and got up. He sent another wave of ice towards the villain, trying his best to hold him off. But the villain kept breaking through his ice. His hand became larger as he pointed his palm towards the heterochromatin young adult. He was about to use All for One signature air cannon, to take down the hero in front of him. He didn't expect a tall man to just appear in front of him and look around confused. The tall man tanked the charged-up air cannon without even flinching. Wasn't the store supposed to be here? He asked, looking at the rubble around him. POV Allan. As soon as I landed I could feel a slight breeze pass by. I didn't realize it was windy. I had my light armor activated for my landing, as I didn't feel like being a source of light, it attracts too much attention for no good reason. But the wreckage around me is quite shocking. I'm sure I was in this same area to the store about 3 hours ago. Looking around, I could see an injured person. Wait, I think I recognize that guy. Shoto. How've you been? I greeted him with a lazy voice. I expected a response. But all I got is a sigh and a slight grunt. Oi. Speak to me. Don't just ignore me. I said as I looked at him with fake grief. Oh. Good day, Allan. It's great to see you actually. Shoto finally responded as he seemed to relax and sit down on a concrete block. Huh. Are you not gonna shake my hand or some dash? I was rudely interrupted by this random guy with tubes sticking out of him. Who the fuck are you? How dare you ignore me like that? Oh, this situation feels familiar. Hey, Shoto, I think I helped your dad in a similar situation in the past. Such a great coincidence. My laugh made Shoto smirk a bit. I guess I should deal with this pest. Wait. Where's the shop? I looked around in the rubble. I found the familiar sign of the shop, sticking out of a pile of rubble. Why did this have to happen to my most favorite store? A 2-bit villain thinking he can just go around and wreck a nice family business. Another breeze of wind hit me. It's really windy today. Wait. I recognize this. It's the air cannon. Oh, how long it's been. I looked at the villain as he eyed me cautiously. I guess air cannon won't war dash. I don't really feel like listening to him ramble on. I simply took off one of my flip-flops and threw it at his face. I may have put a bit too much strength into it though, because I'm pretty sure it broke the sound barrier. It came in contact with the villain's face almost instantly. It created a shockwave that blew the entire storm away and sent the villain flying into the ground. Because I am taller than him, it went at a downward angle, and it nailed him into the concrete, creating a big enough crater so that he has wiggle room for his unconscious body. Then I turned back around. Sorry, Shoto. A mosquito was buzzing in my ears. Say, do you want some ice cream? Wait. I looked around the crater. I couldn't see my flip-flop. Did it get vaporized? That was my favorite pair. Shoto looked at me for a bit, but decided to just ignore me in the end. ____POV narration _____. Shoto sighed as the situation he found dire was solved just like that. Much like any villain incident his teacher was involved in. The public was shocked by the random appearance of this sleazy-looking man. Until the first onlooker recognized him, then the second, then the third. And just like that, the people realized that they had managed to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic symbol of justice. He wasn't wearing his Golden Age costume, but apparently, he didn't need it. He didn't even need a weapon actually. The symbol of justice was believed to be retired. It was believed that he hadn't even touched his Golden Age costume in years. But it was reminders like these that made villains shudder. Incidents just like this one were still happening from time to time. Reminding people that the undefeatable symbol remained just like that. Unmatched by any evildoer. Or hero. The only equal he had was All Might, but many speculated that the symbol of justice was stronger. It was actually a heated debate across fans of both sides. Now, Allan's appearance was bound to lower the morale and activity of all villains across the entire USA at least for a few months. It was usually like this in countries he was spotted. Even when he just went to buy a few shirts in Hawaii. That is all well and good. But, Allan ended up having to go to Germany to buy the ice cream. He did it on the way back home. He didn't really want to stick around to pay for the damages he had done. That's what insurance was for. He reached his home and gave his children their ice cream. Only to hear a voice ask him something else. Dad? Where are my Doritos? Allan just stared at his son, not really saying anything. He took out his wallet and said, "Why don't you go get some fresh air? It is healthy for children your age. Here, take this." He handed Yumita his wallet and pushed him out the door. Then the myth, the legend, went back to his usual spot, the living room couch. Still thinking about his missing flip-flop. The end.